when you said people they like when I get like that. I think people want me to get like that. Like I'll be over here, I'll be fine just sitting here laid back, like, okay, yeah, you listen to that like that. But I think they want that I guess what they consider brolic type of conversation. It means nothing to me. Like once it's over, I don't care. Even in the moment,
Yeah.
it don't mean nothing to me. But your chat loves it. They can say whatever they want. They can hate all they want, but they like that shit too. That's why they come and watch. I'm sorry.
I got a few questions that I want to ask, bro. I got like 3. You get what I'm saying? So they ain't very deep. It ain't even, you know what I'm saying? Too much. It's just getting your opinion on things, and then getting your interpretation on a few things. But also inside of that, also, telling you what I think about it. You know what I'm saying? And seeing what you got to say about it. Is that all right with you?
Yeah.
All right, man. So I seen I'm right on topic, man. You know what I'm saying? So I seen the battle between you and God Logic. I only seen Is Jesus God, the part 1. You know what I mean? I commend you, man. You did a good job. You get what I mean?
Sorry, Christ, I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. It's kind of hard to get that in people. You get what I'm saying? But I'm gonna go ahead and get to it, so we ain't wasting time. I'm gonna ask you a question. Sometimes my question long, but it is to the point. You get what I mean?
Listen, I was about to say, like, the scriptures say, "Be a few words." I was about to say,
yeah.
No, get to the question out here.
It say, so I got a question. What's your understanding of Isaiah 9:6? We know it's speaking of the Son, Christ Jesus.
Right.
But what's your interpretation of the titles it gives in that verse?
Oh, okay. So just for context, I'm going to just go to it, read it, and then we'll go ahead through it, all right?
Yes, sir.
Isaiah 9:6 says, "For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given. The government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace." So all of these are different titles based on what we would see. So Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, excuse me, the Prince of Peace are all just titles he would have. That's all that would mean.
So, all right. So in 9:6, scripture specifically says the son's name shall be called, and it don't say the son shall be called. So it's talking about the son's name. It's an expression of those who are associated with.
Yeah, that's 7 names. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 names. I'm sorry. So
okay, so listen, those are titles that refer to the name of the Son of God, correct?
I wouldn't say it referred to his name. I'll just sidebar real fast. Hey, I got 536 people in the chat. Let's get those likes up. I greatly appreciate it. Those would be attributes that you would see from him based on his works. When you see his works, you would call him wonderful. When you would come to him and break down the scriptures, you would call him counselor. When you see him raising the dead, you would say, what a mighty God that is. The everlasting Father, he's the Father of our faith, or the Father of the New Testament. The Prince of Peace, he's the one that brokered the peace between us and the Most High. Yahweh means the Lord Savior. So I don't know if I would say that they correlate with his name, but it's talking about works that he done rather. Like in Revelations 19, you get another set of names that he's going to be called, faithful and true. But then there's another verse that says he has a name written that no man knew but he himself.
Yeah, I understand.
You know what I mean? I'm just trying to show you a parallel that this ain't about a literal name in that fashion.
Okay, I say it is about a literal name because the son was given a name. And this name
he was given.
And this name is the name that we call wonderful. You say Yahweh Shah, some say Jesus. I call it right a lot. Huh?
Does that name mean wonderful?
The name is wonderful unto us. You get what I mean? So his name shall be called. So I call the name wonderful.
That's crazy.
That's not crazy. That's actually what it says, Tazaryach. It says his name shall be called, not the son.
I didn't say crazy. I said Jesus Christ. I'm trying to get to what you're saying because this ain't his literal name. His name on the planet Earth was Jesus the Christ. In
Okay.
Hebrew, it would be Yahushua. Some people might say Yeshua. So
All
these
right.
names are titles.
All right. I understand that. But this is the name that he was given and the name that we know him by, right? And there's none other name given under heaven whereby we must be saved instead of, unless it's Yahweh or Jesus or Yesu or Jesus or however people want to say it. That name is the name we should be saved by. And that's the name of the Lord. Am I correct? As we learn in scriptures, that's the name of the Lord,
Right.
the Son of God. Am I
Right.
correct?
Mhm.
All right. All right, so I ain't gonna go further on that. I'm just stating in there it says the name shall be called, and not the son shall be called. And I think a lot of people mix that up. But I wanted to know your thought process on it because I respect how you approach scriptures, man. And
Yeah, so
I
I just approach that as his reputation. Those are all things under his reputation. Like if you go to it's Isaiah, let me see, is it Isaiah 11? Yeah, in Isaiah 11, it says, and there shall come forth a rod out of the stem of Jesse, a branch shall grow out of his roots, and the spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him, the spirit of wisdom, understanding, counsel, might, the knowledge, the fear of the Lord shall make him quick understanding. So there's tons of things that he would do that would go into his reputation, which is what those names are in Isaiah 9. That's about his reputation, his power, the works that he's done. That's what those names are
yeah.
about.
and and Tazaria, I can't deny you on how you expressed it. You get what I mean, or how you express those things. But I will say, and just for time's sake, I believe it's revealing unto us that the name of the everlasting Father, whom we know to be God, is the name of the Son, as we're told also in Matthew 28:19, and the fulfillment of that was in Acts 2:38. We also understand in the scriptures when we read through, even in Zechariah 14:9, it's saying the Lord shall be king over all the earth. In that day, there shall be one Lord and his name one. So we know why the scriptures would say one God and one Lord Jesus Christ, because he's the one that, and that name was an inherited name. So he obtained that name, and the inheritance usually come down from a lineage. His father gave it to him. All right, but I don't really want to get into it. You know what I'm saying? I got another question. All right, let's keep moving on. Okay, but I appreciate you, man. I appreciate that. Uh, and shout out to everybody that shout me out in the chat, man. I appreciate y'all. I seen some people. All right, so I'm gonna ask this question. What's your breakdown of John 1 and 3? Now we know that it's speaking of the Son, Christ Jesus, but specifically, if all things, I'm gonna ask the same question, God, like, because I want you to re-explain it. Because a little bit in me feel like you kind of ran from it too, bro. Even though I don't believe as he believes, I'm not a Trinitarian, brother. Like I said, I'm closely aligned with you, but I just want your explanation for it. And I feel like it wasn't nobody there to, like you said, actually throw out scriptures with you. But I just want to hear it all over again if you can give it to me in a short. But specifically, if all things was created by Jesus, did Jesus create himself? And if he didn't create himself, how are all things created by him? Was he not created also?
Okay, this indoctrination really destroys black people. And
This
what I
ain't
mean is absolutely a
the
doctrine.
scripture, brother. I'm just asking you what's your breakdown.
When I speak, I said
That's all.
destroys black people. I didn't say destroys repent, pray, read. I didn't say your name. I said indoctrination destroys black people. I didn't say you specifically. Thank you.
Excuse me.
So now, your question is all things were made by him, and without him was not anything made. That's things. The Father is not a thing. The Father is. So in Hebrews 1 and 6, for example, it says, and again, when he bringeth in the first begotten of the world, that's the Father bringing in the first begotten.
What are you saying, brother? I don't think you answering the question. Uh, because I asked it in specific. I said specifically, if all things was created by,
If all things were made by him, how was Jesus created? That's what you just said, right?
yes.
I'm reading to you the creation of Christ.
Okay,
It
read it.
says, I'm gonna read it again. Like listening is an art. You shouldn't listen to talk because you shouldn't have
Okay,
interrupted me.
be mad and say all
I'm
these
not
frustrating words. Just answer the question.
me saying listening is an art and you shouldn't have interrupted me is not being mad. It's just the truth because clearly you didn't hear the scripture or the answer. Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked me the question. In
Just
Hebrews 1 and 6, it says again, when he bringeth in the first begotten into the world. So I'm gonna ask you, who brought in the first begotten of the world?
I asked you to answer my question.
You said where was so to make sure I'm
Answer
clear,
the question.
you're asking me where was Jesus created, right?
No, the scriptures specifically say in John 1 and 3, all things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. That's what we're working on, brother.
And then what is
John
your
1 and 3.
question? I got the scripture. Say your
Okay,
question again.
so in working on that, I'm asking you if Jesus, I'm asking you the same thing God Logic asked
I just want
asking you,
to
but
if
I'm not
you could give me
against you.
if you could just give me the question straight out so I don't confuse you. Maybe I got confused. So if you could
All right,
just not say anything else, just give me your question straight out so I could be clear.
all right, I'm gonna ask it again verbatim. What is your breakdown of John 1 and 3? Specifically, if all things were created by Jesus, did Jesus create himself? And if he didn't create himself, how are all things created by him? Was he not himself also created?
Thank you. And the first thing I said was when it says all things were made by him, the Father is not a thing. That's how I started. So now I'm given a place of the Father existing before Christ because the Father is not a thing. And then immediately, this is how I know I was answering your question. And then immediately I went to Hebrews 1 and 6 and said again, and it reads, and again, when he bringeth in the first begotten into the world, which is Christ. So now we have the Father bringing in Christ. When he brings in Christ, then when it says all things are made by him, that's the Father giving Christ the power to create all things, which is why I went to Colossians, which goes right to John 1 and 3. They do not contradict each other when it says, who is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of every creature. So now we have 2 points. We have Hebrews 1 and 6 that says the beginning. Let me get it back. This Hebrews 1 and 6 says the beginning, bringeth in the first begotten of the world. The Father doesn't have a creation, but here we have a creation point for Christ. So the only person that could have created Christ was the Father. So in context, when it says all things were made by him, it's not talking about the Father or Christ. They're separate from that. It's just that simple. So in Colossians 1, that's why I said indoctrination plagues black people, because when it says for all, the firstborn, when it says who is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of every creature, Christ is the first creation of God. And then verse 16 says, for by him were all things created. So you have the Father, you have the Son, and everything else. So when you read all things, it has nothing to do with the Father and Christ.
All
So
right.
that,
So when it says he was in the world and the world was made by him, is that talking about Christ? Yes or no?
and what scripture you reading? John?
So I keep moving on because I got one more question.
Wait. When you say you'll keep moving on, I ask you where the scripture's at. Like, what is that?
That's gonna be First John. That's gonna be not First John. That's gonna be Saint John, chapter 1 and verse 10.
When it says he was in the world and the world was made by him, yeah, that's Christ.
All
Christ
right.
was in the world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not.
All right. So all things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made.
I don't argue that.
All right. So the question is, how was he created? Did he create himself? Because it
Did I
says,
not just read that he was the firstborn of all creation? Did I not just read this? This is why I
yes,
said y'all
I hear what you're
indoctrinate.
saying,
So why
brother.
are you asking me the same question? You're
I hear
asking
what
me
you're
the
saying.
you just
That
asked
don't
me the
answer
question.
my question.
Okay,
So the liking of
okay,
how
no, let me ask you a different question. Maybe you don't understand. When he bringeth in the first begotten, who's the he that bringeth in the first begotten?
God is he that brought in Christ.
So
I
what?
get that,
Why
brother.
you
This
so
isn't
why are you asking me? So if you said
all right
God
because
is,
it's an
wait,
understanding.
listen at what you just said. You said God is he that brought in Christ, right? That's what you just said, right?
Goodness, do you want to get the question or not?
Can you just admit what you just said? Did you just say God is he that
God brought in Christ. Yes. God
okay?
created Christ.
So if God
Yes.
created Christ,
Yes.
what are we talking about?
All right, then I'm about to tell you what
Okay,
we're
tell me.
talking about.
Tell
All
me.
right, let's say God created Christ. All right, all things was created by him. Now, how was all things created by Christ?
That's your next question, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna read two scriptures.
Well, that ain't
I'm,
my full. My next question is concerning the Ancient of Days. If you want to just jump to it, we can.
no. Let me answer that. I'm gonna read two scriptures. It's Colossians 1 and 19, and I'm gonna read 1 Corinthians 15 and 28. It
All right.
says, "For it pleased the Father that in him should all fullness dwell." That's how it was done there. And another scripture, 1 Corinthians 15 and 28, it says, "And when all things shall be subdued unto him, then shall the Son also himself be subject unto him that put all things under him."
That ain't even, bro. You
Mm,
ain't even touching
uh,
what I'm saying.
So the
You talking
Father,
about
listen,
you
so now
talking about
the
you
scripture
talking
just
about
said,
Christ having things put
that the
on him.
Son gonna put himself subject unto him that put all things
That has
under
nothing to
him.
do with the question.
It has
Nothing to
everything.
do with it.
You asked, how did Christ do it? That's what you just asked.
Yes, but you didn't even
I
answer
said
it.
it pleased the Father that in him shall. You know what the fullness is? Maybe you don't know what the fullness
All
is.
right, now,
But
now
no,
let's
no,
stay
don't
at the
interrupt
scripture.
now.
Let's stay
Don't
at the
interrupt
scripture,
now.
brother.
Don't interrupt now because you don't understand the
Don't
scripture.
interrupt, man. You scared,
Don't
bro.
interrupt now.
You hopping scriptures that don't
When it
make sense.
says, for it please the Father that in him should all fullness, you know what that fullness is? That fullness is creation. That fullness is coming down
All
on
right,
here
I get
dying.
that. All things were
Okay,
created
so if
by
the
him.
Father is giving him the power to do so, he did it. Christ said himself, all the works I
So,
do are, did Christ say, all the works I do are from the Father?
man,
Did he
bro,
say
you
that?
deflect.
Yes or no? Did he
You
say all?
deflect.
Yes or no? Did he say that?
God, did Jesus say all of the
Right?
works that he do is of the Father?
The works that I do are from him that sent me.
Yeah,
Or
I agree.
from,
I agree. You
okay,
ain't saying
when
it
you say
verbatim, but I agree.
when you say how did he do it, he did
By
it
the power of God. Okay, cool.
out of his own mouth. He did it from the Father. So I'm answering your question multiple
Okay.
times.
Okay, all right. You saying he did it from the Father. You could have just said by the power of God. All right, cool. I get that, but now get the question. Get the question. Did Jesus exist? Did he exist in the beginning with God? Before, but listen, brother. Let me finish it. Before he came into the flesh, was he walking around with God, participating in performing acts of creation?
When you say before he is, you talk about before he came here on the
Before he
planet.
was in the flesh. I was specific.
Yeah, but you talk about. I want to be specific. You're saying before he was here as Jesus Christ, did he exist with the Father?
Exactly.
Yeah. What are you talking? That what I just read in Hebrews, the first chapter. And this how I know y'all
I'm
don't
gonna ask
listen.
you. I'm
Yeah,
asking you
no,
questions.
this
Just
is how
answer.
I know y'all
Man,
don't
see, you
listen.
going other places. Answer the
I don't know
question.
why
Keep
you
moving,
interrupting
Max.
me.
You
I'm
scared.
answering you. All you got to do when you say you scared, y'all
I'm
go.
gonna tell
Like,
you why.
I think what y'all be wanting is y'all want the side
I'm
of.
nothing
I
like
think
them.
y'all want the side of me that's unnecessary for this dialogue. When you say I'm not
Cool.
answering your question and you keep interrupting me, you'll get that side. If that's the side that you would rather have, then let me know and you can have that side. But when you ask a question and say, did Christ exist before he was on the earth as Christ? That tells me you didn't listen to none of the scriptures that I gave. In Hebrews, the first chapter, that's before Christ existed on the earth as Christ. Colossians, the first chapter, is before Christ existed as Christ. So why would your dumb ass ask me, was Christ with the Most High before he was here as Christ, when the verses that I read are the proof that he was? No, you low. I can't even hear you. I
So
can't
I
even.
can get to my next question.
But
Is that
you
fine?
ask you
All
asking
right,
me
this
that
is my
question
question. This is
shows
my
you
question.
don't listen.
How did he exist? Was he a spirit or flesh then? What was he to exist in the beginning with God? That's my question. That's where I'm going with it. I need short answers. Because you told
Oh,
me
you
short
you have
answers,
you
but you
have
giving
dumb
all this rhetoric.
you have dumb understanding. So now
I'm asking
to ask
questions.
what he was,
Don't talk to me about an understanding.
to ask what he was, I don't see a scripture that says whether he had a physical body before he was Christ. So like Psalms 110:1, it says, the Lord said unto my Lord, sit thou at my right hand till I make thine enemies thy footstool. So this is David in a vision, seeing the Father and seeing the Son. That's what David is seeing. Now, to ask me to describe what Christ's body looked like before he was here as Christ, you would have to show me a scripture that says such.
I'm not asking you to
You
describe
asked
the
me
body.
if he was a spirit or a
What I'm
body.
asking you is if he had a body, then tell me there's a body, but I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was a spiritual body. I
This
don't
is what
know.
I'm talking about by listening. I just said there ain't a verse that said this. Like, do y'all listen to
No,
my
but you're
answers?
saying he
Do y'all listen
existed.
to talk? I
You
just
said he
said what you
existed.
said.
You said he existed, and I'm asking you how. I'm not running from nothing,
And what
brother.
was my answer? What was my answer when you asked me how?
Bro, you ain't
Can you just tell me what
me.
my answer was when you asked me how?
Bro,
Tell
you
me what
said
my
you don't have
this
a,
is
you
how I'm gonna
told
show you
me
how
out of your
stupid your
mouth,
ass
you
is.
don't.
This is how I'm gonna show you how stupid you is. Tell me what my answer was when you asked me what body does he have? Answer.
You said, this is what you said when I asked. All right, for the audience. You told me there is not a scripture to say what he was. That's what you said. There's
I
not a
said
scripture
there's
to
not a
say what he
scripture that
was, and
says
I'm
if
asking
he
you
has a
what was he?
body. I said there's not a scripture to say that if he had a physical body or a spirit, and you would have to show me the scripture that says what
I'm
he
not.
had. And
I'm
then
not trying to prove.
I referenced Psalms 110:1. So now so you
This is where
asking me
you
this,
messing up, bro. I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm trying to get your
you
understanding.
definitely
Once you
you ain't
give it,
proved
that's it.
shit. You ain't proved shit this whole
I ain't
conversation.
trying to.
So what the fuck
Dang,
are
how
we
many
doing?
times
So
I
what are
gotta
we doing?
say
So
it?
what the fuck are we doing here then?
I'm not trying to prove anything.
Then
I'm
what?
trying to
Okay, then
talk to you about your understanding
what
and
are
ask
you
you
trying
questions.
to? If you're not trying to prove anything, then what are you trying to do?
Listen, I'm trying, like I stated in the beginning, we're wanting to take. I'm trying to get. I closely line up with you
You
with
don't
a
line
lot
up
that
shit
you
with me.
listen.
You
Listen
don't
to
line
me.
up
If you
shit
can
with
just
me.
do that, brother.
You
Don't cut
don't
me off.
line up
Let's
shit.
have the
You
same
don't
respect.
line up shit with
All
me
right,
at
that's
all.
cool. That's
And
cool.
remember, this
I'm
the guy
talking.
y'all
I'm
want.
talking.
Like this
Of
guy,
course,
when I
I
try
don't.
to
You a
talk to
Hebrew
y'all
Israelite,
calm, when I try to be
brother.
cool, y'all
Brother,
like to
listen.
laugh, throw little slick
Yeah,
shots. But
that's
this is the
cool and
guy
all.
y'all want.
Don't run
This is
from
the guy
this.
you'll get.
You
You
run it.
don't line up shit with me.
You run it.
I ain't
You
running
run
from.
it.
I
So
didn't tell you to
you
stop.
can
I didn't
feel the
tell you
way
to
you
stop
want.
talking. I
You
ain't
can
tell you to
feel the way
stop
you
talking.
want.
I ain't kick you off the show.
All
I ain't
right.
going
This is what
nowhere.
I'm saying. I'm gonna
Get
continue
to
on
your
speaking.
point.
This is what I'm asking you.
Thank you.
What you mean get to my point? You
Get
ain't
to you.
answered the question.
You said you ain't trying to make a point.
I said, listen, in those
Did you
questions,
not say
no.
you ain't trying to make a point?
Listen, brother, in those questions, like I said from the jump, no, I was not trying to make a point. I was
Thank
trying to
you.
get your
So don't get mad
understanding.
at me when I say get to it.
I
You ain't
was
even
trying
got a
to hear
point.
your
Like I'm having a
understanding.
conversation with a cat that ain't even
Look,
trying to make
man,
a point.
this man's scared. He don't like it. He
Why
don't
do
like these
people
questions.
wait, sidebar. I ain't gonna talk about you at all.
He
Why
don't
do
like these questions.
I ain't talk about you at all. Well, I am, but not directly. But I've been doing this since 2013. It's 11 years. I have debated and battled pretty much everybody in like the Christian world, Jewish world, Muslim world, conscious community. Why do I have to always get tagged with the term scared because you a dumbass? I didn't kick you off the show. I didn't tell you to stop talking. I said, get to your point. Scared talk don't even make sense talking to me because all I do is battle. I do a live show every day where random people call my show. I answer their questions, deal with whatever. Don't get mad at me because you don't know how to listen and you ain't even got no point by your own words. So now give me the point or whatever it is you're trying to make.
All right, this is the point I'm trying to make. In this question that I'm asking, if I can talk, in this question that I'm asking for your understanding, not to prove a point. So it's basically me saying, hey, Cat, what you think about this while I got time to talk to you? All right, and then I'm gonna get to a question where I feel like we differ in on something that you said. But outside of that, bro, I'm like,
Brother,
hey,
listen
I
to what the
agree
fuck
with
you
you.
talk about,
I
man.
agree with you. Listen, let me talk, brother. I agree with you concerning what you spoke with him concerning is Jesus Christ. I'm pretty sure I won't agree with you on the Gentiles and other things. We've spoken before.
I
So
don't know
now,
you at
only
all.
thing that
I
I'm
don't
saying,
know you.
that's cool and all. Only thing that I'm saying is the fact that I didn't mean we line up like that. I meant we line up
We
with
don't
this
line up
understanding
at
of
all.
word.
Can you get to your point? I don't need all
All
the
right,
filibustering and the fake
that's
compliment.
cool. You know
I
what? I'm
don't
gonna
need
just
your
ask my
shit. Just
last.
get to your question.
I'm gonna ask my last question,
Thank
man,
you.
because
Appreciate it.
you kind of ran from the other one, man. So I'm gonna
Listen,
ask this one.
you can ask whatever question you. When you keep
I'm gonna ask
saying,
this.
I ran, that means you too
I'm
scared
gonna
to
prove a
open your
point.
fucking mouth and just ask the question
I'm gonna
that you want
prove
to
a point.
ask. I didn't tell
Yep.
you to go nowhere.
As mad as you want.
This ain't anger.
All right,
Anger.
brother.
Just ask
Next
the
question.
question.
Last question. Last question. Who is the Ancient of Days according to Daniel 7:9-11? And who is like unto the Son of Man?
The Most High is the Ancient of Days. The Son of Man is Christ.
I say that that's a lie. Now, will you give me time to breathe to prove to you why that's a lie?
Come on with it, man.
All right, man. So, in Daniel 7-9, let's go and read it. It says,
You said Daniel 9. That's what you're going to read?
Daniel 7, and we're going to go.
I think verse 9 is where it starts.
Verse 9, yep.
Yep, good.
Through 11. It says, I beheld, till thrones were cast down, and the Ancient of Days did sit, whose garment was white as snow, and his hair, and the hair of his head like pure wool. His throne was like the fiery flame, and his wheels as burning fire. The fiery stream issued and came forth from before him. Thousands ministered unto him, and 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. And the judgment was set, and the books were opened. And I beheld then when the voice of the great words, hold on, yeah. All right, and it say, I beheld then, where am I at? All right, I'm trying to get where he did sit.
Where he did what?
Sit. All right, and then it say, because of the voice was great and the words which the horn spake, and I beheld even to the beast was slain, and his body destroyed and given to the burning flame. So basically, what I'm asking is, when you say he's the Ancient of Days, then who is the one like unto the Son of God? You saying that is the Son of God? I meant the Son of Man.
Can you ask that question again?
All right, if you said the Ancient of Days is God, and the one like unto the is the one like unto the Son of Man actually the Son of Man? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, in what verse? You talk about in verse 9? I'm sorry. So in Daniel 7 and 9, when it says no. The Son of Man is in verse 13, right?
Yes, the Son of Man is in verse 13.
Yeah, the Son of Man, that's Christ came in with the clouds of heaven and came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him.
So you saying that is
the Ancient of Days is Christ. Excuse me, the Ancient of Days is the Most High. The Son of Man is Christ.
All right, in my understanding, and this is just me saying, the one like unto the Son of Man is not the Son of Man, but it say one like because it's one that would resemble the likeness of the Son of Man. And Daniel 7:9 is talking about us, the saints, coming to the Son of God. We are the body of Christ, like it said in 1 Corinthians 12 and 27. And it also say we are that one like unto the Son of God, as stated in 1 John 3 and 2, when it say we shall be like him. All right. So the Ancient of Days, and the Ancient of Days is Christ. The one like unto the Son of Man is the saints who will come and receive the everlasting dominion, glory, and the kingdom, bro, from the Son. So it's revealed unto us in Daniel 7:27. Can we go there?
It's in the same chapter.
It says, And the kingdom and dominion and the greatness of the kingdom under the whole heaven shall be given unto the people of the saints of the Most High, whose kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and all dominions shall serve and obey him. All right, and it tells us about this also in verse 18, but the saints of the Most High shall take the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever and ever. All right. The Ancient of Days, in my understanding, is the Son of God, because he's the one that we shall serve. And that's why he says, if any man serve me, let him follow me. Uh,
Okay,
um,
so that throne in Daniel 7 is the same throne in Revelations 5, and it's the Most High sitting on that throne. And the Son
all
of
right,
Man
read it,
in
read it.
Revelations 5.
Yes,
Okay, so in
I just
Revelations, I got it. So in Revelations 5, well, I'm sorry, you got to really read Revelations 4 to get the throne. So I apologize for that part. So in Revelations 4, it gives you the whole throne. It says 4 and 2. It says, and immediately I was in the spirit, and behold, a throne was set in heaven, and one sat on the throne. And he that sat on the throne to look upon was like jasper, sardine stone, and there was a rainbow round about the throne. So this describes the whole throne, right?
mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
this is, and on that throne they scream his name, holy, 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 Lord God Almighty, which was and is to come, and whose beasts and honor him. So that's on the throne. So in Revelations, the 5th chapter, that's when they have the scroll, but nobody's able to read the book. And then Christ comes before that throne, just like he comes before the throne in Daniel 7. So in Revelations 5 and 5, it says, and one of the elders saith unto me, weep not, behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, hath prevailed to open the book and to loose the 7 seals thereof. And I beheld, and lo, in the midst of the throne and of the 4 beasts, and in the midst of the elders stood a lamb, as it had been slain, and having 7 horns and 7 eyes, which are the 7 spirits of God, which went forth. When you go further down, it talks about, I'm just going to paraphrase for time's sake, in verse 10, it says how he has made us unto our God kings and priests, and we shall reign on earth. So that same Son of Man in Daniel 7 is the same Son of Man in Revelations 5 that gives the power to the Israelites to be kings and priests and reign on earth.
Yeah,
So when you read
I,
the, yeah,
yeah, I agree with you, brother. But
so
I'm
in
saying
the,
the
so in,
Ancient of Days that gave it, that
before you,
gives it
don't
unto
interrupt
us.
me. I'll let you do your whole spiel without interruption. Don't
Oh no,
interrupt me.
I thought you was giving me
Don't
the
interrupt me
you.
again. Don't interrupt me again.
Don't talk to me
Like
like
I
that.
would say, I could talk to you however I want. I was just
I,
quiet. Let you get your whole breakdown
I,
out. I did not
don't get
interrupt
mad.
you
And
until
you
you
always
asked
go
me
here.
the question. Don't tell
Flex.
me to not get mad when you ain't got discipline to shut the fuck up.
You mad?
I'm not mad. If anybody listen, if I was mad, it'd be different. You'd be off the show. If I was mad, I like to
Okay,
show who's superior. I'm superior enough to where I could sit
I
here and
hear you.
listen to your point. You're inferior. That's why you got to interrupt. If you interrupt
That's
again, you
right.
just gonna show how inferior you are. Keep
I hear
interrupting. Do it again. Look at you. Do it again.
you. Do it again. I hear you,
That's
bro.
how I control you. Now I'm controlling you. Now I'm
No, it's not,
telling you to do it
bro.
again, and you're doing it. Do it
I was
again.
doing. Oh, you said it.
Do it again.
I was.
Because
You
you're a
ain't going
child.
nowhere.
I'm
This
the
man
adult.
won't talk
So I'm
scripture.
gonna
He
keep
just
breaking it
rambling
down,
on.
and you're
This is
gonna
what we do.
show I'm
This
superior
man
to
just
you.
ramble
I'm
on.
superior to repent, pray, read. So as I was saying,
Ooh, that don't
when it
bother me.
says and has made us, look how you can't stop talking. That's demons. In
I hear you.
Revelation 5, when it says, and made us unto our God kings and priests, and we shall reign on earth, that's the bottom of Daniel 7. In Daniel 7, when it said the saints shall take the kingdom, as you read, and the kingdom and dominion shall be given to the people, that's through the same lamb that in Revelations 5 is in front of the throne to open the scrolls, is the same Son of Man that's being presented before the Most High. That you say the Ancient of Days is Christ, that's just not true. So when you keep going, it says in verse 12 says, saying with a loud voice, worthy is the lamb that was slain to receive power, riches, wisdom, strength, honor, glory, and blessing. That's everything that took place in Daniel's the 7th chapter. So the Ancient of Days is the Father or the Most High giving power to Christ, and through Christ, that's how the Israelites or the people that are going to take the kingdom, that's how we get the kingdom and the power and dominion. I've never had nobody tell me that the Ancient of Days is Christ until today.
All right. Well, it's good that you get to hear it
It's a
because
lie. Now, do you have another question, or is that your last question?
Nah, I was gonna actually dive into it and how you
No, we're
wrong.
not. Well, we actually 30 minutes past. We actually 30
Yeah,
minutes past the time.
I understand. We passed the time now. All right, we'll talk another day.
No.
Yeah,
Well,
don't
if you
get
come on,
scared.
Tony, if you come on, when you say scared, listen, my phone number is public. I do
All
a
right, I'm
live
gonna
show.
find it.
I
I'm
do a
gonna get it
live
found.
show. Anybody that follows Captain Tazaryach TV, that's the name of my YouTube channel. I do a live show every day. I take live calls every day. I don't duck no calls. So when you say scared, you just ain't called.
I don't know you,
If
brother.
you ain't
I
scared,
don't know you,
then I would expect all you got to do.
but
Here's
I
what you
call.
do.
I
Here's what you
I
do.
end up telling.
I'll make it simpler. You just follow my channel. You hit that bell, and then when I go live, you'll get a notification. And then I put my phone number in the chat. I pin my number to the chat to the top. Everybody calls.
That's a fact.
Everybody. So this whole scared shit, man, you could take that shit and shove it up your ass because it's just a lie.
That's cool, but you ain't answered nothing really. I said
answered every single question.
All right, that's cool.
All right, peace out. Peace out.
Anyways, man, God bless everybody, man.
I don't bless you at all, brother. I'm sorry.
Making people mad. That boy was frustrated.
I'm not mad at all. I'm cool. All
right,
Tony, was that it?
Yeah, man, that's it.
That's it.
Damn, his name Tony. Damn. Hey Tony, I saw you. Hey Tony, I saw you put in the chat when you said people they like when I get like that. I think people want me to get like that. Like I'll be over here, I'll be fine just sitting here laid back, like, okay, yeah, you listen to that like that. But I think they want that I guess what they consider brolic type of conversation. It means nothing to me. Like once it's over, I don't care. Even in the moment, it don't mean nothing to me. But your chat loves it. They can say whatever they want. They can hate all they want, but they like that shit too. That's why they come and watch. So I'm sorry.
We'll be able to actually come to a higher level because in actuality, the European says, and this is what I learned in school. I'm sure that's what y'all brothers learned in school too. Myth is what primitive minds put forth because they didn't understand science. They didn't understand history. And that is not what myth is. So what has happened is we have actually gotten to a place where we think that if our stories aren't historical, that someone will say, well, that means you're saying it's a lie. That's not what I'm saying. That means it's a lower vibration. It's not a lower vibration. So I think if we re-mythologize things, we'll be able to actually go to a higher place rather than simply thinking about what someone did once and how it refers to us. Does that answer that at all?
No. What I mean by that is, I'm gonna say what I mean again.
Okay.
When it comes to the stories, and that's why I quoted what you were saying, that the mythos is you're supposed to get the principle out of it.
Right.
So that's whether we take it literal or whether it's not literal, we're supposed to get the principle out of it. So would that be safe to say what you're saying in a nutshell?
In many instances, yes.
Okay, so like the issue that I take with that is like if you take like Anubis, this has been one of the many gods that Egypt has. Anpu, if you want to use that name, because I know like you get offended at Osiris and stuff like that. Not necessarily offended, but that's not the original name.
Yeah.
Right. So that's why I use the name.
Right.
That's like if we're teaching on the street, for example, and we say Jesus, that's not real. That's his name translated.
That's right.
His actual name would be Yahweh Shai for us.
And I don't even
so I
agree
understand.
with you.
Right. So I understand.
I'm not upset.
Right.
I
Okay,
just think that this opportunity, it's a teaching opportunity.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
So when I'm fine where it don't matter to me. You know, we all weather.
We good.
I don't know if you know, we out in winter cold.
We're good.
Us, Ray for Hebrews is evil.
So who named that Ray?
Huh?
Who named that Ray?
You did.
Hold on, let's stay on track.
You did, brother.
But this goes right to my point.
You did, brother.
This goes right to my point.
You did, brother. I mean, we is what I mean. I'm being
right, because you want me to be African. I understand.
I don't want you to be African.
I'm not African at all. Right, well. But when I say I'm not, well, that's a different subject. When it comes to Anubis, right?
Yes.
Y'all say that that's mythos.
Right.
Meaning you get the principle out of it. So the question that I had is, if it's mythological and it's not to be taken in the literal sense, why were there temples built to him? Why were there mummified dogs built to him? Why did the people back then believe they would have some type of interaction with this, whether you want to call it spirit, that they venerated as a dog? Why did they believe that you would have some type of interaction with him if it's not real, if it's not to be taken in the literal sense? Because if you, I'm gonna give it to you.
Go ahead.
If to me, if you resurrect an idol to anything, this is something that you believe in. Take Martin Luther King. Let's take it off of something old. Let's take it on something new. They got a statue of Martin Luther King, right? So that's something that in DC. Right. So that's an individual that we know existed, and they believed in his principle, similar to what you're saying with the Anubis as a principle. But we know Martin Luther King was an actual man. So that's why they believed and resurrected. And now Martin Luther King, you could say technically is an idol, something that people I wouldn't necessarily put him on the level of worshiping as far as the ancient gods, but just in the sense of when you resurrect the statue, people visit it, walk around it and everything. So it could be in a sense become an idol. So now in that principle that you're giving, why did they resurrect the temples, the idols, and so forth, if it's not something that they actually believed in? Not as a principle, but believed in.
But see, that's the reason why I'm glad I started with the description of the difference between myth and history. I'm glad that I did that, because I think that what people often do is they think that real is history. And in many ways, that was real, but it is not real. Myth is real. Myth tells us exactly how we should behave, how I should treat you as my brother. Myth tells us how I should interact with my wife. Myth tells me what sort of work I should be doing. And so in many ways, myth is high. It's a higher resonance than history. And I know that this is not necessarily your perspective, but I think that it's been well. I think that there's been enough archaeological work, enough research done that we should even say that Yeshua, that we should even say Jesus is a myth. And some people say, you tell me that you say Jesus is a lie? No, that is not what I said. In fact, saying that Jesus is a myth, in my understanding as a spiritual person, as a spiritual leader, as a spiritual teacher, means that is a higher resonance. Because the reality is we should try to actually be and do and live according to the sacred teachings. As opposed to we can't simply do what someone did in history. That's their story. But you can emulate myth. And so that is why I describe it that way. Now, let's get to your specific question about the temples. Whenever we're talking about spirit, we're talking about trying to understand something that in many ways is intangible. Bring it out. And so it is powerful for us to try to do this by, in some ways, creating things that can center the focus, the attention of people. I don't generally like the word idol, because I know that I was, as the viewers know, I was raised Christian. So being raised Christian, I know that when we talked about the sacred images of other peoples, we called them pejoratively idols. So I don't use the word idol. I think that those images are things to help us focus and center our attention. When you go to a statue of Martin Luther King, we know that Martin Luther King is not there, right? But this is a way for us to remember something important. And in fact, if as a historian, now let me step back and talk as a historian rather than as a spiritual leader for a second. As a historian, I'm going to tell you that those things that are recorded, those things that have been found, the material culture of the world is extremely important, because were it not for those incredible images of our ancestors, the Tamhu would have erased us entirely. It's the Tamhu. I'm sorry. The Tamhu is a European. Yes, I don't use the word European. It could possibly Yeah. Well, I don't necessarily call them devil, although I understand why. Right. I understand.
Devil, we just means deceit.
The Tamhu has done some very devilish things, so I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying Tamhu. Now, here's the thing that's really interesting. We gave them their names. Europe is an African goddess from Carthage.
Bring it out, man.
So we have to recognize that the first time that many global people were called, it was the elder, the African, that gave them their names. And so when I say Tamhu, it means like the northern people, right? Okay. Now we call it northern now. We probably would have said southern, but let's keep in mind that that was the name that we gave to those people that we would call European today. So instead of actually calling them European, which I do sometimes for shorthand, I don't like to use European because it presupposes that Europe is a continent, which, folks, it is not. You go and you Google a map of the world and you'll see that Europe is not a continent. So what has happened is those people have elevated themselves. They've elevated themselves. And so I don't usually use the word European. In teaching moments, I use the word Tamhu because I think that is the most appropriate way to describe them. So back to the temples. Back to the temples. So in a spiritual setting, people from the beginning of time have tried to codify their highest teaching.
Right.
And so when we look at the temples of ancient Kemet, this is exactly what we see. We see that they were teaching institutions. We see that they were medical and scientific institutions. The first hospitals, the first surgery takes place in recorded history in what is called the Per Ankh, the House of Life, on the side of ancient Kemetic temples. It was our African ancestors that gave medicine, that gave science, that gave, and let's even be clear, spirituality to the world. And so when we go to those sites and we see those images, those symbols, we have to understand that talking about spirit, talking about energy, talking about that stuff that unites all people and all things is a powerful thing to do. And that's why we erected these temples. Not because we believed that, and I know you use the word Osiris. I know who you're talking about. It's not that I'm disagreeing it on that sense. I just, as a teaching moment, I say Asar. Right. Because I truly believe that I know that our ancestors believe that words are important. And that using certain words, particularly when we're talking about our ancestors, allowed them to continue to exist. And so that's the reason.
Y'all got the white boy.
Hold that mic. Hold that
Listen,
mic.
that's polite partner right
Hold
there.
that mic. Come on,
Polite. Listen, polite. Not only will he let her wear, he'll let that white dog wear it too.
But wait a minute. But isn't that your brother? Then is that your? He's more closely related to you than I am.
But the Arabs are too.
So I'm afraid that if I go to fight him, you might catch me from the behind because you got your man's back. You know what I mean?
That's Isupk.
I'm teasing you. I literally am teasing you because look, but what part of it did I answer? I talked about the temples.
No, I didn't ask you to describe the temples.
You asked me why did they construct them?
Saying that it was mythos that they just.
I'm sorry.
Again, like he did all that talking, but did not answer the question. He dropped some knowledge and stuff like that or whatever. My question was, I'm gonna repeat it. He's saying that it's mythos, that it's about the principle. Meaning you're supposed to get the principle from it. From what I understand, and I would never claim to be an expert on Kemet at all. Okay. What I will say is that I've learned a lot from my interactions since I've been dealing with brothers like yourself and stuff like that.
That's cool.
But from what I've seen from different points of research, and then depending on which Kemetic brother you're talking to, because even y'all differ on some of the basic, because even y'all differ on some of the basic principles. What I mean by that is, I'm a sidebar just for a second.
Sure.
You got different Israelite groups, right? Got different Israelite whatever. The one principle that regardless if you call yourself GMS, GOCC, IUIC, ISUPK, whatever it is, the one thing that we all start and know is that we're the Israelites. We know that we're in that Bible and we break it down. We may differ on certain things, but that basic core thing we agree on. So, but depending on different Kemetic brothers, like I think Sanetta had asked me a question about who do I regard, and I put you, Reggie, and Shaka in the same category as far as giving it more level of seriousness than somebody like Unc or Polite or something like that. I think they treat it like shit. But y'all, I'll say, will have a level of sincerity as far as the Kemet goes. So I say all that to say,
We support them, though. I'm not going to let you do that, but we support them.
But let him finish.
Okay. Just for the camera, just to let you know.
We don't want to think that we're insulting somebody.
I'm insulting. If anybody want to know, I'm insulting. All right? They're not insulting.
Question, Captain.
But what I'm saying is that if it's not real, why are they renovating it with temples. Why do they renovate it with temples? Why do they have the mummified dogs? They found over, I said 1 million. When I looked it up, it was like 8 million mummified dogs. Why do they have all of them? Cats, whatever you want, every animal. I mean, y'all worshipped a lot of damn animals that y'all was saying were different spirits. That's why you got the ostrich head, etc. So my point is, if it's to be taken as a principle, are you saying that it's a man-made religion? That's like, I guess, 1 and 1A. So the first thing is, why would they have the temples and the mummies? And then second, if it's just a principle, is it a man-made religion that they saw and observed and then created their own ideology?
I think both of us are going to want to do that. Okay. No, you got to go first because you haven't spoken. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Okay, Captain. Shalom. Hotep. Okay, I'm not against you. I'm just gonna. I'm not gonna try to change your mind. I'm simply gonna expand your
y'all
mind.
say that all the time. I don't get offended by nothing.
Okay, no, that, and I know.
Come at me.
No.
Right.
First of all, the reason why we built the temples at the times that we did is because we could. What does that mean?
Bring it out, Betsy. Bring it out, baby.
We had the science, right? And the science directed the spirituality because it had to make sense. For example, all of the temples had a scientific purpose. For example, the pyramids, right? They had a scientific purpose, right? Many of the temples reflected just time, the sun rising, the sun falling. Some of the temples resurrected the seasons, right? The different solstices that are coming in, right? Some of them talked about the cycles of the universe, going all the way to Naphtaliah. So the simple fact of it is we did it because we could, because we understood. The problem with the religions, right? And we're talking to see if Nile Valley is a religion.
Still back then, right?
Right.
Not now. Okay.
No, I'm back then because you asked a question. Right. Is that when we looked at Ray, which is the sun, it's not just a principle, which we gave the principles to, right? It has a scientific basis. The problem with religion is that they attribute all of these things to a God, a creator, and stops you from thinking about the science. Now, the problem with the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, right? We have to now look at where does their science come from? What we find is that their science comes from when they enter into Kemet.
Bring it out, Reggie.
That is when their science begins. And some of that science is very, very similar to what they learned from the people of Kemet, right? And I don't think that you can deny that. Now that's science. Now we get to expanding it to religion and text. Well, we have to take science, and sometimes it becomes religion, it becomes mythos because we use teaching tools to describe it to the rest of the world. You use teaching tools in your book to describe things to the rest of the world. For example, Abraham, right? Or how do you call him?
Abraham is fine.
You call Abraham, right? The fact of the matter is he's a teaching tool because we really don't know. We think that he comes from Ur, which is in Iran, and then he moves over and he goes to Sumer. We don't know what period, right? But in ancient Kemet, many of the people that we talk about, we know exactly what period they're in. So they're less teaching tools and more real. So that becomes so I just wanted to answer your question first. Now, yes, we do a lot of mythology. Some of the mythology makes sense to us. I'm a Nile Valley African who's a scientist. I'm not a Nile Valley African religious, right? So the religious part that don't make sense to me, I look at the period, the people, what were they thinking, who else was involved, and I try to find out if what they said makes sense. So I don't pray to any of these deities, but I find that they all have scientific principles that make sense. Okay.
Do you understand anything he said?
He didn't answer my question either.
Wow.
Wait.
Give him the mic.
What he did was tell me the temples was resurrected for scientific principles.
Yes.
That's what he said.
Yes.
My question is,
yes,
if they created Anubis and they're saying that it's mythological, why did they resurrect a temple to Anubis, have mummified dogs to Anubis. I ain't asking for the scientific, the lunar cycles and the sun go up and down and stuff like that. And then he brought up Abraham, which is the typical banter. Did I let me what? No, don't. You didn't interrupt Reggie.
No. Why are they mummifying real dogs?
A dog, if they. Thank you. That's my premise. And then they do the usual comedic two-step when they start mentioning the Abrahams and stuff like that. Abraham. Whether I won't even debate the whole argument of whether he existed or not, because I'm not debating the Bible. We're talking about Kemet. But Abraham is identified as a living man. He has a mother, he has a father. Anubis is identified as a deity, as an entity, which they're telling me is mythological. Right. That's what they're telling me in this time. Right. But back then, they had a temple. You can go to the temple of Anubis. Bring your mummified dog. When they believe when you die, you go meet this cat. You go meet this cat with the feather, which is Ma'at. Now, I could be wording it wrong, but if I ever had to bring it out line for line, it's not a problem. But no. Hold on. You can't because when I asked you on my radio show and you said you was going to let them answer. So if none of this is real, why did they treat it as if it was real?
That's started it this way.
You understand?
You want to here. Go ahead.
So and then once I give it back to you, because if you can follow Anubis, you can follow Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny.
Okay, that's fine. And after we follow those Easter bunnies, we can follow the Easter bunnies in the religion that you worship.
Comedic two-step.
Right?
Get your comedic
No, because you said that. Okay, I did not know that you was just talking about Inpu because I didn't know. I thought we were talking about just Inpu.
Well,
okay, so Inpu.
Because I said y'all have a lot of different gods.
That's right.
I was just focusing on just that one.
Okay,
that's all.
Inpu is a
god. Netter.
Inpu is a scientific principle.
Don't build a temple to something if you're not worshiping it. They got all these churches out here worshiping white Jesus.
Okay,
them temples are for the purpose. And what do you find in all them Christian temples?
Okay,
they find a picture of Jesus. They do worship that white boy.
Let him finish.
They worship that white boy.
Let him get a chance.
That's my point. That's everybody.
He wants to respond.
That's everybody.
I only take 2 minutes. I'll take a long time, right?
Well, y'all got to tell them not to talk, because y'all know when they talk, I'm going to say something.
Ignore them. You got discipline, Captain. You the master of discipline, right? So you know. All right. So Inpu is a netter, right? Which is a principle. And this netter is found in the Hazamad, where the deceased, which is called the Asur, is having their heart weighed against the feather of truth. It is actually a quantum physical expression of science where this heart has to be lighter than this feather. So it is a equality. It's a scientific equality. It's an equation. Now, the issue is with Inpu, you got to know what his function is. You just can't mention him. So he is a dog-type character, right? Who can sense death, right? That he can sense death. So in this formula, they need someone. In this formula, they need someone. Wait. Wasn't Joseph? Wasn't he a priest in ancient Egypt? Didn't Joseph do this? Yes, he did. Joseph did. He was a priest. He was a advisor. He was under. He married an African daughter, Potiphar's daughter.
But
right?
It does not say,
that's okay.
It does not say that he worshiped the Egyptian gods, though.
But he was the advisor. How could you be the advisor and not do something else? But let's stay on the point.
Okay, no sweat.
Let's stay on the point. So all I'm just trying to say is in the Hazamad, where Inpu is Anubis, it is a quantum physics expression equation of equality, meaning that the smallest part of your soul has to be lighter or equal to truth. And that's all it's saying. I'll give it to Jabari, but it's scientific.
Now back to him first again.
I gotta. It's two different angles.
Are you satisfied with that answer?
He's gonna say
no.
Because
listen.
No.
Hey, how you doing, sis? And I'm gonna tell you, I ain't gonna take no longer than 2 minutes. Just time me, because I know you've been patiently waiting. He did not answer the question. What he did was actually make it worse, because he said in the temple of Anubis, they take your heart and they bring it to the walls of Ma'at. Now I'm gonna need to know to prove that. This is all, and what Reggie did was say this is all after death. So he's proving a method that the ancient Kemetic people follow. So they believe that the dog could smell death. They believe that the dog would weigh their heart. Now this is Reggie saying that. So I need to know if it's real or if it's not. And if it's real, prove it. If it's not real, prove it.
Let me say this to you. Let me be really clear. Let me be really clear. No, I don't have any listen. We are talking about this at different levels. There's nothing wrong. I don't disagree with what Reggie said. But Brother Reggie, but Dr. Reggie, that's my Dr. Reggie. I'm not saying that I disagree with him, but because I am also clergy, I'm a Kemetic priest, I see things slightly differently. Now, let's be really clear. I see no contradiction between science and spirituality. This is something that the Tomhu has done. The Tomhu is so literal that they have a lot of problems. They're scientists that say God doesn't exist. Why? Because we saw how humans came, they evolved, and so it means there's no God. I don't look at it that way. I think that these stories actually are telling us something more important. They're not stories in the sense that we read a newspaper. A newspaper says this happened at this time, this person was there. That is not what these stories are about. Right. They are talking about the highest elevation of truth. I'm not talking about truth with a lowercase t. I'm talking about truth with a capital T. Right. What is the universal truth? And so that's really what this is about. Now, I know that when you said, this is the reason why I started this conversation with a description of what I would articulate real is, right, rather than, and because I knew we were getting into this debate around history versus myth, right? And that's the reason why I had to start that way, because I think that when you hear me say that there was not a guy walking around with a jackal on his head that weighed the heart, that you're saying, well, either it's man-made, right? Or it's not real.
I just want to be clear.
And so I think I've answered it in several different ways. I'm going to try to answer it in another way so that maybe you can understand what I'm saying. Now, I want to be really clear that...
One more time before you go.
I heard you. I really did hear you.
Why they were worshiping it.
I'm answering that. I'm answering that. And I want to be clear that in terms of worship, we are talking about actually focusing on the manner in which the divine force operates in the world. Anpu is spiritual allegory. The same way that Jesus is a dove, that Jesus is a lamb. This is spiritual allegory, right? It's spiritual allegory.
Never called Jesus a dove.
Jesus is the Lamb of God who takes away the sins of the world. So let me be really clear that what I'm saying to you is that when you talk about symbolism, you're trying to explain how you should behave, what your nature is, what you must do if you're trying to be holy, divine, or in balance with Ma'at is the way I would describe it. That's really why this happens. And so if you create, and let me go a little bit further, when you create a physical space to that physical space certainly codifies functions for the edification of those spiritual principles, those mythological principles. Myth is not lower than history. You've described like, well, if it's myth, then it's not real. No, I would say that myth is more real because history happened once and will not happen again. So that myth is always happening. Myth is more real than history. And so that is what I think is most important. And I think that because we're not looking at it that way, because you're looking at it literally, brother, because it is literal. And because you're looking at it literally, you're not understanding. And I want to say that all of our spiritual traditions, for the most part, are allegory. The stories that the Hebrews bring forth are allegory. The stories that everyone brings forth are allegory. But one of the reasons why I think that you are not understanding my answer is because you are not familiar with the manner in which these stories, these books were created. If you look at the 3rd century in the Common Era, if you look at 300 AD, 300 CE, you will see great arguments, great debates among religious people that were in the Judaic and Christian houses trying to say, what do these stories mean? Does Mary actually go into heaven? What happens to Mary? Who is she? So what you have to understand is it was that period when things became literal. If you look at the stories, you need to read the story of Justin Martyr. Look at the stories of, Justin Martyr? You need to read the history of there are many of the early church. You have to look at many of the early Christian fathers. That's what they're usually called, right? And look at most people who read the Quran, most people that read the Torah, the Pentateuch, the Midrash literature are actually not familiar of the historical story of how we got here. They actually think that these stories are literal stories. But if you know the history, you can look at the dialogue people are having, where they're actually saying, how could this be literal when our story is the same? And Justin Martyr actually says, and this part is really amazing. He says, well, I know your story. He's talking to the sons of Saturn in this letter. Okay. He says, I know your story is the same as our story of Jesus, but how do we know that our story is real? He actually believed that the devil, that Satan, knew that Jesus was coming and went before Jesus and planted stories that were very similar so that when Jesus came, you wouldn't believe him. He believed that the devil had a time machine is what he's basically saying. This is the problem we have with literalism, and the literalism comes from the Talmud.
Okay, now what I'm going to say, right? I'm going to help y'all out. I'm going to help y'all to be able to teach, right? And this is what I mean. What I will say first, when he talks about Christ, and it's not literal and comparing it to other stories, that's people outside that live outside of the Bible that made that comparison. You take Jesus and Horus and they try to make that comparison. Jesus, Mary, and God make that comparison. You cannot substantiate that in the Bible. I'll chew anybody up, and I heard you say that. You said that we get that story from there. That's a total fabrication. I will cut that to piss.
We need to
but today we're not talking about the Bible today. So here's what I mean when I ask the question. Now I'm gonna repeat my question. I'm gonna tell you the issue that I had with Reggie and Jabbar. All right. So my question was, if Anubis was a principle and not real back then, why did they build? No, what I mean by not real, meaning I'm not taking away the principle. I'm giving you that he's a principle. When I'm saying he's not real, meaning let me explain and I'll tell you what I mean.
He's not.
Why did they?
Can we use the word physical?
I believe he's man-made myth. He's man-made mumbo-jumbo. That's what I believe. That Anubis is garbage. That's what I believe. Doesn't matter. Okay. Anubis is garbage to me. It's bullshit. But y'all saying it's real. So my thing is, they resurrected temples. They mummified dogs to it. They follow a specific procedure to this principle that you would have to prove to me is spiritual. You would have to prove that that's spiritual. You're telling me that it's spiritual, but you would have to prove it. And here's what I mean when he's giving me the answers. You take Islam, for example, right? Islam has that thing in Mecca, right? They got that thing in Mecca that they say is a meteorite that fell from the sky. Here's the proof that they worship and believe it and what I'm explaining. In order to be a true Muslim, you have to make what's called a Hajj, right? That's correct, right? And you have to go over to that rock and you got to circle it 7 times. So there's a procedure that comes along with that. And if you ask any Muslim, they believe that shit. So if you're telling me Anubis is real in the sense of not just a principle, but that you really was dying to meet him, that's why they did it in a specific manner. That's why they mummified the dogs, because it was a dog. You understand what I'm saying? They believed that that was a dog. Otherwise, why give it a dog head? Unless you're telling me who taught them that the dog is the one that can sniff your spirit. And what mind boggles me the most is this shit is childlike. Like the Kemetic science, I won't deny Kemet had intelligence. This ain't about whether Kemet was smart, could they build shit. They resurrect them funeral homes y'all call pyramids and shit. They did all that. Nobody could take away their greatness. This ain't about taking away their greatness, but this is about pointing out that they explain creation, they explain the spirits the best way they could, but it's man-made. You would have to prove to me that it's spiritual. And now I'll give you an example. Now, here's the only thing that I'll give about the Bible today. Here's the only thing. Here's the only thing. Here's the only thing that I'll give as a Bible, because we're not talking about the Bible today. But here's what I'll give you about the Bible. So now I would have to do the same thing, right? I have to prove my God to be true, right? My God said in the book of Moses, which I say is not real. So excuse me, I didn't mean to say the book of Moses. The book of Deuteronomy. Y'all tell us Abraham didn't exist, Moses didn't exist, Joseph didn't exist. We wasn't in Egypt. That's what y'all say about us.
Your God said what?
Hold on, slow down.
I'll show you.
No. Now, y'all saying that they didn't exist, right? Here's how you can prove if a God is real or if a God is not. You can know, especially if we're talking about.
I gotta hear this one.
Especially if you're talking about what we're really talking about is shit that happened thousands of years ago. Kemet is thousands of years ago. Israel is thousands of years ago. My God, not only my God said he chose us, but bigger than that. Moses, a man that y'all say didn't exist, wrote a book called Deuteronomy. Just one book. He wrote other books, but he wrote that one book.
So go ahead.
At that time, he told those children of Israel.
You don't know for sure Moses.
He told.
Let's be really.
But we're not. But we're not.
We know that Moses didn't write Deuteronomy.
Let him get his point. Let him get his point. Go ahead. It's a red herring. Let him get his point.
I'm not debating. Y'all don't hear me saying this is to prove Moses existed. I'm saying this is how you prove. If I said y'all said he didn't exist, I'm not debating y'all on that. I'm saying how do you prove a God, deity, netter, whatever it is? I'm saying y'all netters is bullshit. That's what I'm saying. Y'all Kemetic gods, I don't care what you call them, they're all garbage. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying my God is the real one. So now I'm going to prove it. Our God, Moses delivered a message to the children of Israel as to what would befall them if they betrayed that God. And you can find that in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. Now, that's also written thousands of years ago. So why does it fit us today? Why does what's written thousands of years ago describe us to this day? Only us. We're the only people on the face of the planet living in a country that we have no identity, no freedom, no salvation from this oppressor. And it was given to us at the end. At the end of that book in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, and Deuteronomy 28, specifically 68, said we would go into bondage and no man would free us or no man would buy us, meaning the old Quaker English word, meaning to redeem us. That's what our God told our prophet. Now, if I want to make an argument for that God to be real, I can use that. Y'all can't use nothing as an argument. Y'all cannot use nothing from ancient Kemetic records to prove that it's real. That's why y'all would rather say it's mythos, because you can't prove it.
On the language first. First, I need to say something really important here. And this is to the family and to everyone assembled here.
Mine ain't about to focus on the Bible. I need y'all to.
But here's the deal. Here's the deal. Here's the deal.
When I said
you have, but let me say this to you. You have two people from two different spiritual traditions, and you would like me simply to talk about mine. But your questions, but let me say, wait. Let me finish. Let me finish. I don't know how you could possibly say that, but let me be really clear about this. I have been a priest I have been in the Kemetic community for nearly 30 years.
I'm talking about young and being around.
And I'm going to say to you, wait. Don't even fall for that. Don't even fall for that. Hello, wait, I have the mic. Hold on, listen. Let's say something very clearly. And this isn't even about the debate necessarily. This is about the nature of the debate. If you're going to discussion, conversation. I'll relinquish that term. Conversation. If you're going to stand with me as clergy, I am asking that you not use that language.
Which language?
You said yes. Because here's the deal. I would never say that about your tradition.
You can.
And I have many. Wait, let me finish. Let me finish. I never said your ancestors never existed.
Not exist.
This is because you are literal. The story of Moses as a myth is more powerful than the story of Moses as history. But because the Tom who is still in your brain, in your soul, you can't even hear it. He says Moses. Moses is like saying John. in the Kemetic world? Which Moses? Moses has a relationship with Pharaoh. Every Pharaoh has 5 names. You didn't even give us one? This is a mythological story. And because the Tom who is in control of your tradition, you don't even hear it. And that's the problem. That's the problem. And I know you think I've said this many times. And you know what, family? I have said this many times because this brother is not hearing me. But before I even continue, all I'm saying is this. I'm going to speak to him in respect, and I'm asking him to speak to me in respect. I'm not going to use foul language to talk about his tradition, and I ask that he not do that to me. Because that is respect. If we are brothers, whether you believe you're a Hebrew and I believe I'm an African, we do agree we're brothers.
Yeah.
Okay. So if we believe that we are brothers, then at the very least, what we must do is speak to each other with respect. We have to raise the level of dialogue in our community. Okay. So as long as we're there, that's fine. Now, let me say this to you. You have continually said, and this is the reason why I started where we were. And I know you didn't want me to, but I saw where you were going to go. You started by saying what is real, and you're saying, well, if it's not real, then it's man-made. You have to understand that all spiritual traditions are developed by wise individuals who focus on spirit and say, this is how you do it. Every single tradition in the world. And I'm not going to speak ill of your tradition and say that there weren't wise people that did that, because there were wise people in your tradition that did that as well. But let me get to this, and so I want you to hear that if you only look at this literally, then what ends up happening is that we are unable to find a way to understand where we are today. We are unable to figure out exactly how we should live today. He would like to say it's by law. I mean, look, I could talk about laws all day long. That's not what this debate is about. This conversation. You always bring up the law. You're about to bring up law in a second.
No.
Come on. He said Moses gave us Deuteronomy. Come on. Deuteronomy is your law. Oh, stop it. Stop it. I know your tradition enough to know what you're trying to flim-flam on me.
I was proving that. I was giving an example of
And so this is of critical importance. But see, you need proof of something existing physically. No. But if you need proof of something, wait, let me finish. If you need something that is proven to exist literally, it's interesting that I hear this from people. Wait. This is interesting. I hear this from people that they want to see something literal in the Kemetic tradition, yet we have no proof of a Moses. We have no proof of an Abraham. We have no proof of a Joshua. We have no proof of a David. We have no proof of a Solomon. In fact, all of the scholars have actually said these are mythological characters. They say that it is not even relevant to the development of the Hebrew people. The only people that are arguing this from this level are us. And you know why? It's because, brother, you have to. I'm doing two things. I'm running twice as fast as you here, because I'm bringing you this understanding as a priest.
I never not listen.
And I'm bringing to you this understanding as a historian. And I'm saying to you, did you get the book Jesus Wars? I'm saying to you that what you need to do is you have to understand history and understand spirituality. If you're not able to do that, I'm running twice as fast and you don't even see me because I'm moving too quick. You got to read some more. You can't just come to me with the Bible and the Torah. You have to read more. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with the Bible and Torah in that sense, that you can't read it. I would never say that. I would never say that your tradition was BS. I would never say that, because I will give you ultimate respect. Now, I want to say something. Sankova's been waiting patiently. Can we let him say something?
You want to take long?
No.
He said he wants to go really quickly.
Okay, peace, brother Tazaryach, first and foremost. We can start off with the right spirit, the right energy. Peace, beloved elder, teacher, Jabari. No, you're prolonging it by saying that. Okay, so it was going back into why they resurrected the temples. I'm not speaking from the position of a priest or a historian, because I'm neither, but I am a student. And I wanted to ask you, brother Tazaryach, are you familiar with the science of architectronics? Okay.
No, I said no.
Okay, architectronics is basically the science of building structures with the kind of theme expressed in those structures. And ancient civilizations of antiquity, you see this a lot, whether it's in China, whether it's in Kemet, whether it's in other places. Okay, so even people that did have myths their myths were expressed in the architectural structure of their temple. Some things are built according to celestial prototype. Some things have symbols of myths in those things, not that these things were literal when they built these temples. So I was just trying to like expound off of my perspective why they may have built some of them temples. That's all.
I appreciate
That's
it.
all.
Well, come back here for 1 second, Sankofa. Come here. No, I just this probably, I'm gonna tell you something. This brother is not a Kemetic brother, but he's the only brother that get the closest to understanding what I be asking him. That's all. I just wanted to give you them props. That's all. I appreciate it. 1 second. Let me just respond and I'll take your question. No, I said that the last time me and Sankofa interacted. Yeah. So now, when he talk about he not saying nothing disrespectful, right? When you change the nature of what the biblical text teaches the children of Israel, you are being disrespectful. He's just giving his understanding, and based on his understanding, unlearned understanding, is that Abraham is a principle. It's not real. It's not to be taken in the literal sense. Moses is not to be taken in the literal sense, meaning Abraham wasn't an actual man that walked the earth, according to him. Moses is not an actual man that walked the earth, according to him.
That's true.
In our faith, if Moses is not a man, if Abraham is not a man, then there is no such thing as a physical Israelite. Well, no.
In our faith.
1 second.
So you dealing with belief.
I'm talking about history here.
No. Let me finish. It's not blind submission. According to the biblical text, you can actually prove and identify who we are. For all the Kemetic knowledge he has, he still ain't Commission. He's only a historian. When he calls himself a religious priest, it's no different than Pastor Manning. Pastor Manning is a priest too of Christianity. That's the white man's deviled down version of the Bible, but there's no truth in what they teach in the Christian church. So he's not Christian, just like he's not Commission. Him being a religious Kemetic priest is no different than me being an IT tech at the job that I have. It ain't going to amount to the price of tea in China at all, because he's following something that he's not. So when you're saying you're not using foul language, you're right. You're not using foul language. But to tell me that Moses and Abraham were not physical men is just as bad as you say me cussing. Because for us, Abraham is a real man. Israel is a real man. And you always like to say, scholars say that they were mythological. Some scholars do say that. But some scholars also say that they are literal. When you say that we ain't got no temples or no bodies or anything like that, y'all can look up in the news. They just said that the Muslims defamed the tomb of Joshua. You can Google that. Y'all all can Google that. Y'all got smartphones. So when you say that we ain't got no burial sites, that we ain't got this, we do have that. I could go further with Abraham and the divinity, excuse me, not the David. I could go further with Abraham and where he's at, but I decide not to, because this ain't about the Bible. This is about Kemet. And Kemet is something that y'all tell us they had all these principles that they had. What I need is who decided that they would be the principles, created them. Like I just said, the temple to Anubis. Somebody gave instruction to worship him that way. Just like how we say Moses gave us instructions on how we serve the Most High. You know how you serve the Most High? Do you know? You was in the Christian church. So do you know how you serve the Most High from a Christian perspective?
I want you to tell me, because if I speak, I want this brother to speak next. I don't want to interrupt, because there's a lot I want to say. Let him.
Okay, no sweat. So when it comes to serving the Most High, it's keeping he's actually correct when he said I was going to talk about the law. Serving the Most High is keeping the law. Serving the Most High is not erecting temples. It's not doing none of that. Now, why do we do that? Because we believe that God exists. That's why we push the law. That's why we push the children of Israel. That's why we push all of these things. So from a Kemetic standpoint, which is what I always say, back then, they had certain ways that they worshiped. You can try to philosophize and make it scientific all that you want, but they worship those principles in a certain way. And to worship something is to believe in that principle. So then you are saying that it's real, right? So I need to prove that it existed.
You're disagreeing on what real is.
I need it to be proven, because you're not showing me the proof. All you're doing, it's like if I come up and I tell this brother of something that happened. Now it's up to him to believe, and then he tells somebody else, and he tells somebody else, and then it becomes folklore. That's what it becomes. That's what Kemet is. And then it went even further by resurrecting temples to it.
Let me interject. One second, bro. I want to move on. You could, let me interject. It was Reggie's turn to speak. No. Hold on. It's this brother go. He been waiting.
Slide for a second.
Excuse me, sir.
I'm just going to add on to build on to the answer to your question. In order to find out if these people are, you want to know if they're real or not. Why did they build this? All we have to do is look at Africa. So rites and rituals are found throughout Africa.
I agree.
So you'll have in West Africa the leopard society, right? That is a secret society. They have positions where they wear they have animal masks on. Oh, they have animal masks on, and they're carrying out. You have the West African story of the anti-spider. This spider is not real. It didn't do this. It's conveying a story, right? Now you have the Dogon tribe. The Dogon tribe has numerous different sects within inside of it. They're wearing rabbits. They have all these different things on their belt. But is the rabbit real? So when we really looking at, is this specific thing being real? The rites and rituals are real to convey a specific message. So you asking who told these people to write this? All religion and everything you see came from the mind of man. We are the original man. There is no spook that came out of the sky and told us this. We wrote this through observation. So now you have to look at the creation stories in Kemet, the Greek words of the Agdad, the Enad. They all talk about the one. And they'll say that everything you see is the manifestation of the one, which becomes the Neteru. So now you're asking about the mummification processes. Did they believe in the mummification process? Yes, because they believe that the soul of the king went to the universe. Is there science? Is there science behind that? There is. So they did believe that. So you gotta put one more question in there. Let's talk about Amen. Forget the jackal. Forget about him. The Amen is supposed to devour the soul if you don't reach this. So what's that talking about? Do they really believe in that? Is that real? Well, they had to believe in it because it was a principle. So at the end of the day, what we really looking at is, when is it damage to say that this is real when this is not? We have a problem. We don't have a problem saying that this is a myth. We don't have a problem saying that. The issue we have with you is the historical evidence does not show and prove the book. We'll build on the book like I see these principles. All the consensus say, like the brother said, Abraham doesn't exist. That's fine. We could go with that, but I could deal with you on that aspect. But what we're saying is, why did they build those? Rites and rituals are done in Africa today. When you see the Mardi Gras, they are done today. When you see the basketball players throwing the powder in the air, it's done today. They all have history behind it. But did they believe it? Is the question you're asking. Yes, they did believe in it.
Thank you.
They did.
That's my question. Now, if they believed it, prove it. Y'all make us prove. Y'all
because I want to understand what
prove what they created. Like what he did was he broke down Anubis. He called it a different name, broke it down to the jackal. He said they believed it. He brought up different other tribes, Dogon tribe, etc., and said they did believe it because they followed it. What I want is the proof that what they followed existed. This is what y'all ask us. Y'all ask us this all the time. Y'all say, prove the flood. Prove Abraham existed. That's a lie. Prove the flood. Prove Abraham existed. I proved the flood story along with other coaches that had the same story in 2013 when I crushed polite ass. So don't say that. Now, y'all, the problem with y'all is when we bring out our biblical evidence, y'all throw it away. But y'all want me to accept y'all folklore without giving an ounce or shred of proof, other than that it's man-made, which I do not disagree. I don't disagree that all of what y'all follow is man-made. What I'm saying is the Bible is not man-made. There's prophecies that's in that Bible that trump yours. So the proof, our proof, is giving examples from giving a spiritual answer today that was written from back then. All y'all showing me is a historical ritual worship that they had that was man-made. That's why with all the knowledge that y'all say Moses gathered from Egypt, what did he do in Leviticus, the 19th chapter? Said, don't do after the Egyptians. And then started laying down all of the things that they did and said, do not do after them. Not just the Egyptians, the Canaanites, and other African cultures as well. That's what Moses learned from that. But you cannot prove your spirituality. You prove a spirit by showing something spiritual. When I say slavery is spiritual, that's spiritual, because that was told about us back then. And you know how it was spiritual? Moses told, slide back just a little bit, Korah. Moses told that to the children of Israel. The children that he told it to died. He told them that they would go. We are that generation that he told back then, reincarnated and suffering because we broke his commandments. That's spiritual. Y'all don't have no spiritual answer to explain that. That's why y'all don't have a problem saying it's just man-made. This is the way that they worship. This is how they follow. It's all man-made.
Wow. I got 10 commandments that come from the 42 laws.
Y'all got to stop. You said don't curse at you, right? Yeah. Thank you. Y'all got to stop with that 10 commandment bullshit. We got over 600 laws. We have over, I got you. We have over 600 laws. Y'all got 42. So how are y'all, why y'all got to stop? Let me just bust something down. Y'all know why the 10 commandments, why it says the 10 commandments? If you actually read Exodus, the 20th chapter, when he start laying down all of the laws, that's the Most High talking to all the people at one time. And the people was afraid. They didn't want to hear from the Most High. So they told Moses, when he got the 10, they told Moses, you go talk to the Most High and we'll listen to you. That's the significance of the 10 commandments. The 42, don't touch it. And if I could, and this is what every Israelite brother tell y'all when y'all bring up the 42.
They predated.
Every culture had a code of ethics. Every culture. Nubian culture had a code of ethics. The Egyptians had a code of ethics. The Canaanites, having a code of ethics don't mean that you copied it from somebody. So I never always say, you ain't got to teach me not to be a homosexual. I know not to do that. That's having a code of ethics. Just because y'all got 42 and we got 600, so who else did we copy from? Did we copy from some? Who did we copy else from? No, excuse me, I'm not asking no biblical questions. I'm just cutting y'all. Y'all shit is, excuse me, y'all nonsense is man-made. We're saying ours is spiritual, and we prove it through the spiritual prophecies in the Bible. So now, I'm gonna give it to you. So I get it now. The camera, okay.
You're talking way long, man.
I'm sorry. I have to address everything. Yeah, I have to address all the stuff that people
even address everything you just said.
All I said was I get it now. It's man-made. No. Y'all stuff is man-made.
So let him finish.
Okay. But like for those that quick question, you didn't say about the Bible. I'm only dealing with about the Bible because it's always about the Bible.
But Captain, it sounds like you hiding. You should want to teach the Bible, my brother.
How many times can I teach?
It's always about. Hold on, Reggie. It should. Hold on for a minute. It should always be about the Bible, brother. Do you think Christ would say that? Would the Most High come out here and say, "Yo, it's not going to be about the Bible"? Because hold on, I got the mic. Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. I got the mic right now. Now, number one, let me ask you this real quick question. You believe that the sky is going to crack open and thousands of men is going to come from the sky with horses and chariots? Am I right? Is that a myth? Or do you believe that? Is that an allegory? Is that going to really happen in real life?
Okay, no sweat. He said, if I love the Bible, I should be willing to talk about the Bible. My response, which Reggie laughed at because he agreed, is we're always talking about the Bible, and it's always the same thing. Here's what my book says. My book says, cast not thy pearls before the swine. That's what my book says. So everybody know, I'm already know that. I'm already proving and explaining that I do believe that. Yeah. That is a real event that's going to happen.
So you really believe men going to come from the sky?
That's not uncommon. Okay, from a biblical perspective, that's always happened.
What do you mean by you take things literally?
When it comes to the Bible, some things are allegory. Some things are literal. Some things are spiritual. Some things are physical. It depends on the context. It depends on the I'm glad you said that, because that's what you are when you believe in Kemet. You are a Santa Claus follower. That's what I'm saying. Y'all believe in things that are not real. That's the problem. They believe in a dog head. They believe in Geb. They believe in Newton. They believe in all these principles that are not real.
Okay.
How long do it take? It don't take 4 years.
All right. Excuse me.
Wait, let him speak.
All right, thank you. Excuse me, Captain. I'm too close. All right, here it go. All right. The issue is not answering Sinetta's question. The difference between us and you is that you have a religious explanation as to what happens, and we have scientific explanations as things happen. God coming and cracking the sky, right? And coming down to the Creator, Yeshua, the Most High, coming and cracking. Someone or something is going to crack the sky. You only have a religious explanation. We have a scientific explanation. Now, let me just tell you about Kemet, because I am going to talk about Kemet.
Thank you.
I am not going to do what you say. I am only going to talk about Kemet.
My man.
We have the Kemenu cosmology. The Kemenu cosmology explains the forces. What are those forces, right? Those forces are strong electrical nuclear forces, weak nuclear forces, magnetism, right? It has to do with opposites, right? That is our cosmology that describes forces, right? In this universe, we have another cosmology. We have several cosmologies. We have for example, we have the Neith cosmology. The Neith cosmology says what is the smallest thing behind things, and that works out to be what we know today as string theory. Filaments. When you go to the atoms, behind the atoms, or quarks, behind the quarks, there is filaments, and that is what's called the string theory. We have scientific explanations that the Nile Valley Africans 3,000 years ago to 4,000 years ago came up and deeply pondered this, not having anything to do necessarily with a God, right? But understanding the universe. We have, for example, the cosmology of Atum, which deals with the quantum existence of everything. God, right? No, that's Atum. Atum.
Amen is who you're talking about.
Right. We didn't.
The hidden God is Amen. You mentioned.
Yes.
Okay, no,
right. Inside the Kemenu's cosmology is Amen, Amenet, Nununet, Keket, Hehehet, which represents those forces that I was talking about. Right. I'm talking about the Atum cosmology. Right. And that deals with the quantum existence of everything, the creation of time, right? We have other cosmologies, things to deal with Ray, the relationship between this universe and all the things with that energy source called Ray. So we have scientifically things that we mythologize, but if you read deeply even into the mythology, you'll come up and get the same answer. These answers, now, I'm going to wrap it up. Right? Because I don't have to be long. These answers allow us to solve problems. The Bible only has codes of ethics of how humans deal with. They don't explain scientific things that allow us to solve problems and build. We need weapons.
That's a lot.
We need maybe, or you're going to have a chance to explain yourself and show what scientific tools that we can use from the Bible that's not better said than Nile Valley culture. And now you argue, Brother Reggie, you're not Cometian, you're not Kemetic. I'm talking about the evolution of the mind. I'm using the best tools that created civilization, right? Comes out of this cosmology. You don't agree with?
No, I don't agree with what you're saying.
Right. I believe that's what we are using, the best tools. And these tools happen to be in our ancestral memory. It's in our DNA. It's who we are. You don't call us Africans, but the problem is, see, you don't do land-based. We are land-based because we know that continent of Africa is important. Whatever land-based that you're talking about is unimportant to the world. Canaan is unimportant to the world. Wherever you came from is unimportant. So then why would God make the chosen people come from a place that needs to feed off the rest of the world, particularly Africa? But you're not land-based. You are simply religious-based. And that's a safe place to be. But the minerals, the resources, right, the power is in the continent that they call Africa. So I'll close there. I'll give you a chance to talk your science, spit your game, talk your shit.
Now, what he said, y'all remember a while ago, right? When I first grabbed the mic and when he brought out the science before, I said, I don't deny that Kemet had science, that they had information. You remember when I said that, right? It's on the tape. Reggie, I need, well, maybe.
Reggie?
I said it when I responded.
He's worried about my pen, which I need to write.
Yeah, relax. When I got the mic before, do you remember me saying I don't deny Kemet having the knowledge that they had? Right? I said that earlier today. No. I'm saying that for a reason. I'm saying that for a reason. But what y'all did with that, so like when y'all observed the sun, y'all named it and made it a god. When y'all observed the stars, right? Netter. Okay, I'm saying God is a blanket term, of course. I know y'all call them netters. I do know that. So I'll use netter out of respect. So now y'all took the sun, y'all made it a netter. Y'all took the stars, made it a netter. Y'all took the earth, made it a netter. You took the air, made it a netter. And then you gave certain principles, physical, animalistic netters that you gave them to. Because you created something. Meaning like you created the dog head and the ostrich head, you created the idols. Our God tells us you don't worship the sun by naming it. You worship the person that created that. That's the difference between what you guys do and what we do.
Wait. This is a fundamental misunderstanding of Kemetic spirituality. Can I answer that as a priest? I think you don't understand Kemetic spirituality.
Well, I do know they don't worship Ray. No. Why do they name it?
Let me explain.
We don't name that.
Can I promise I won't take more than 15 seconds. You might have heard me say this before, but this is a fundamental understanding of Kemetic spirituality. In Kemetic spirituality, we believe that the divine force is all things. And so it is impossible to name something that is all things. If you are the same as this sidewalk you're standing on, what do you call it? If the lamppost is the same as this building, what do you call it? If all things are divine, there is no name. So we don't name it per se. What we do is we name how the divine force behaves in certain settings. And that's the reason why you have many different names.
I got you. Y'all have idols to it too. For us, okay, y'all have statues to these things too. Okay. For us and our faith and our belief of who we are, we don't worship the stars, no matter how y'all want to name it. We don't do none of that. We give the power to the one that created it. The creator, like you say, you can't name it. That's what you say, right? But it's all things. And then you start naming the light and all of that. We're not everything. We're not. The Most High is who he is. He created all of this. He created.
That's what I just said.
But we don't worship the creations by resurrecting statues to those things, creating principles of practices to those things. There's a principle of practice that y'all created, which is why y'all follow Anubis a certain way. Y'all follow that principle a certain way. That's why y'all have the dogs. That's why y'all have a temple to that principle. We are told not to do that. And we're told we suffer because of that. He asked for some science. We have our creation story, which I won't get into. Sanetta asked on my radio show. We have our creation story in Genesis, the first chapter. That's science. When it said, I'll give a prime example. It said the earth was without form, right? Do y'all know when it says the earth was without form? Do y'all know what that means? Yeah. Do y'all know what that means when it says the earth was without form? Does anybody know what that means? Because y'all say ain't no science in the Bible. I'm asking you. If you don't know, that's fine. Okay, when it says the earth is without form, it's talking about the earth being in its elemental state. That's what it's talking about. You know how you go into chemistry class, you got that periodic chart, and they got all the different elements on there. So when it's saying the earth was void and without form, it's talking about in its elemental state. That's why when it says, let there be light, a lot of people, like I remember Seti said, why did he create the sun twice? He didn't create the sun twice. When it says, let there be light, that's the light that's in the center of the earth's core. That when that came together, it started melding those elements together. That's why water started forming. What is water broken down? Water broken down is H2O. It's a chemical component. When you take the gases and separate them, you don't have water. But when you combine them, that's why water evaporates. Water evaporates, go up into the clouds, and then comes back down. So now, when he says there is no science in there, that's a lie. We just don't explain it with animals. We don't explain it that way. The Bible says don't drink the blood because the life is in the blood. Why would the Bible say that the life is in the blood if there's no science in there? So you cannot say this ain't a battle about science. I gave props to Kemet as far as being a great city, a great nation, and everything. This ain't about science. This is about the gods or netters or principles that they say they serve, that they say are mythological. So if it's mythological, that means it's man-made. For Israelites, our God is not mythological. Our God is a power that's real. And again, there's prophecies that have been in them scriptures that was written thousands of years ago that have come true to this day. Whether we talking about the white man, whether we talk about World War I, II, or III, whether we talking about our condition in America, you cannot give me a comedic answer. And let me tell you why you can't give me a comedic answer. Because Kemet was only talking about Kemet. Kemet wasn't talking about a brother like Jabari, because Jabari is not Kemet. And then y'all act like Kemet is infallible. Like what's written about Kemet is absolute. When any I'm not saying you. When I'm saying y'all, just so y'all know, I'm not talking about just the individuals here. I'm talking about all my interactions with different Kemetic brothers, because they all tell me something different. So I don't want nobody to take it personal when I say y'all. I'm not talking about just everybody here. So we could be clear. Y'all act like Kemet is infallible and like them walls are perfect. When if you take somebody like Queen Hatshepsut, her records was tarnished, because the pharaoh that came after her had an issue with her, so modified her records. The leader or ruling class can always alter history. The Romans did it with the history. That's why black people used to think Cleopatra was black, until they go into the records and find out she was a Ptolemy, so she was white. No different than, I use a simple ass example. The Lone Ranger. I said this to Jabari before, I say it again. The Lone Ranger is apparently a white man, if you let the white history tell it. But when you get the real history, oh no, I didn't mean to point to you. I'm just pointing in general. I'm just pointing in general. I know, sorry. No. When I say white, I'm not talking about Jabari. Okay, no sweat. But you let the white man tell it. The Lone Ranger was a white sheriff with an Indian. But the real history is he was a brother. Now, why can the white man push that? You know why? Because he's in charge. Just like if you take I'm trying to remember the king of Assyria and the king of Israel. I might have, I don't want to say the kings. I'm trying to remember. I'll bring it out at a later time. But the Assyrian ruler that won gives a different version than what the Israelites gave as they won. You know why? Because they're the ruling party. So history belongs to that person. That's why. And when I first had a dialogue with you, I said, I don't mess with history like that, because it's controlled by the masses, who's ever in charge. Why I know I'm an Israelite, why I follow that Bible, is because there's stuff that's written in that Bible that don't just talk about me. They talk about the white man, they talk about the Arabs, they talk about everybody. So if you're going to get me to follow Kemet, take the mythological out of both. Let's say both of them is garbage. The only way to get me to follow Kemet is to show that I'm Kemet. Not that I'm African, Pan-African. We can't be a whole goddamn continent. That's impossible. And then that continent has never been at peace. Never been at peace. Never been at peace. So being that you mentioned Israel, Israel did have wars, and then they did have time of peace. Nubian went to war with Kemet. Africa is at war with each other right now. Not all of it, but some of it. So you can't tell me, but those people are not Israelites. And to show you the importance of Africa over Israel, there ain't no war over Africa right now. There's a war over the Middle East. There's only a war over the Middle East. There ain't a war over Africa. So when y'all sit here and talk about this, now, what's your name, brother? What's your name? Khalid? What Khalid said? Okay, I got you. What Khalid said is why I won't talk about the Bible today, which is why I only talked about Kemet today. And it's always, do you follow? Hold on. Let me walk with you for a second. Wait, let me walk with you for a second.
You have the mic.
Oh, okay, wait. Before you do that,
How is that being?
what ideology do you follow? I'm just curious.
It don't matter.
No sweat.
See, that's the problem.
No, I'm asking for a reason.
It doesn't matter.
No, I got you, but that's my point.
Is that I'm melanated, you melanated. So why is we arguing? We sit here arguing, but in the same situation, we gotta pay for. We paying for food, gas, water, electric. Same people. So we arguing for what? We need the uniform.
I'm gonna tell you something.
200 years of going.
Now let me tell you something.
But we arguing with each other. We arguing with each other.
I got you.
But we're arguing with each other, right?
You say your name Khaled, right?
Right.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. What this brother said, can I respond to what he said? Then I'll give you the mic. All right. Let me respond to what you said. Let me respond to what you said, and then I'm gonna give the mic to him.
Thank y'all. My name is OGE Bizzle.
My name is O.G.E. Bizzle, Chief Rocker, Beards, freestyle fanatic, Lincoln University graduate, former history teacher right now. I'm a mental health worker and I work with the youth. And we always have debates and talks on Islam, on Christianity, on Ansars, on Hebrew Israelites. Hebrew Israelites have a big congregation in Philadelphia, right where I work at 15th and Arch. Every Friday, the Hebrew Israelites preach. And they do a good job. They have a lot of things that they talk about that I agree with. Because I'm a knowledge source. I love knowledge. But I guess my point would be, I went to Catholic school. I was raised a Christian. And in 22 years, one day Comrade Muhammad came to Lincoln University and he said one thing that changed my life. He said, brother, heaven is 93 million miles away from Earth. We can see that with our eyes. How much? The sun is 93 million miles away from Earth. We can see that with our eyes. How much further is heaven? Now, as a Christian and a Catholic, I was always raised to believe that heaven was a place that you went after you died, not a place that you create on your earth. So I guess when he said that, it crushed my dreams and my reality to the point where I had to go on a search for knowledge. I came to you guys. I came to the Nation of Islam. I came to the Ansars. And all these people, brother, nobody has never been able to answer this question, and maybe you can answer it for me. In the beginning of the Bible, when it says, let us make man in our image, I never could get an answer to that as if God is one, who was doing the talking. And number two,
thank you, family. I see the response. Thank you. I respect that. Love y'all.
Literally,
thumb up the
then it was
video.
Adam
That's
and
what I'm
Eve
talking
and
about.
Cain and
So
Abel.
they can
How
see
did the rest
it in
of
the
us get
search
here?
engine.
And when
Thank
they
you,
say
family.
that Cain knew
Appreciate
his
you.
wife, that means that he would have known her
doing this
before
for
he
y'all,
had
man.
conjugal
And I'll be
relations
back
with her.
tonight
So how
to
is
do
that
it for y'all
possible if
again.
it was only those 4 people in the world?
Covered. That's a beautiful. He asked a question. I'm going to answer his question. That's a beautiful. No, I got you. Okay, I'll try. I'm gonna try to give me like a maybe 5-6 minute timer. Let me know.
I was gonna say
so.
What you said.
No sweat. The first question you asked was, who's the us?
Yes.
Right. When you read Genesis, the first chapter, if you was to read it in Hebrew, the word God would be Elohim. In modern Hebrew, it would be Elohim in ancient Hebrew. That's how we would say it. So it means powers. Ain't the word God or Elohim or Elohim could be power, angel, messenger, authority. That's why, right, like Psalms 82:6 says, ye are gods, talking about the children of Israel. Yahshua Allah he is a prince. The word Allah is power or authority. That's what it means. So the us are the creators. The Most High, you don't see the Lord or the actual Lord like the Most High until the second chapter. In the first chapter, that's Christ and the angels doing all of the work. You find that answer in Hebrews, the first and second chapters, and Colossians 1 and 15. You find that answer. So they were not that they was all as one. This is the angels coming down here to do the work. That's why it says, let us. It's almost like, think of it like this. You have a boss, you have a manager, and you have workers. Most High would be the boss. Christ will be the manager, the angels will be the workers. So when they saying let us make man in his image, that's them doing the work. If you're a true power, you don't take orders, you give the orders. That's why we call him the Most High God, not just a regular God. Then you ask about Adam and Eve. In that same chapter, our image, our image. Our image is talk about what separates us from an animal, the ability to receive instructions. What gives us dominion? It ain't just say in our image, but lets us have dominion over the elephant, over the lion, because we can outthink them, we can outsmart them, we can receive instruction. That's the image that we were given when it talks about made in our image. That's that part to answer that question. Then it said Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel. Cain got a wife. And that same Genesis, the first chapter, when it says, let us make man, male and female created he them. That took place on the 6th day. We look at the days like humans do.
Oh, I know they mean like a period.
A period. Thank you. It mean, right, exactly. So on the 6th day is when they created mankind. In Genesis, the 2nd chapter, when it talks about Adam, that's the 7th day. So that's a whole nother set of time, different from the time that mankind was created. That's why when Cain was kicked out of the garden, where did he go? To a city called Nod. They teach us that it was only Adam and Eve. The only reason Adam and Eve is mentioned and nobody else is mentioned because the Bible is not a book written about everybody. So when you read the Bible, you won't hear about the Arabs all the time as the primary focal point.
Is that why one of y'all main teaching? Is that why one of the main teachings that I hear a lot of the Israelites talk about in Philly is that it's 12 tribes and there's only 12,000 out of each tribe that's going to make it to the promised land, 144,000? Is that what y'all talk about?
Okay, now the 12 tribes. I'm gonna finish up that one and then I'll do this one. Because I'm trying to keep track with the people. So just so you know, on the 6th day, mankind was created as a whole. There's no such thing as one man, one woman populated the whole entire planet. That's bullshit. Otherwise, it'd be okay to sleep with your sister, your daughter, etc. like that. For Cain to go to another city, the city was called Nod. If I go to the Bronx, that's a whole nother city. If I get a wife, it ain't my sister. It's a woman that lives in the Bronx. So Cain got himself a wife, and he created a generation his own. When it talks about in Revelation, the 7th chapter, the 12,000 from each tribe, you brought up a point about heaven and hell. Let me answer that for you, too. You don't die and go to heaven. Like a lot of people read when Christ gave Peter the keys to the kingdom of heaven. So what did the Christian church tell you? They told you when you die, Peter going to be right at the pearly gates waiting on you. That's bullshit. The key that Peter was given was how you open something. Think now, they always like to say we take everything literal. That's allegorical when it's saying he gave him the keys, just like Christ was given the keys to the kingdom of heaven and hell. Not that he had a key to open up a door, but the key to unlock the information. So Peter was given the key to unlock the information for us to have heaven here. What's the prayer? The prayer for us is, our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. We don't die. That's what the slave master told us. The slave master told us that we got to die and go to heaven so we would be good slaves. Our heaven, just like his heaven, our heaven will be right here on the planet Earth. That's the answer to your question.
Please. I have really been as patient as I possibly can. It's really difficult to answer that much when you go for a half hour because there's a lot that I really want to unpack. One of the major things that I want to say to you is that what begins to happen, but you got to hear this, because what he did is he put this in a really nice package. He put a really nice bow, but the reason why he's able to do that is because there's several assumptions that he's made, and those assumptions are false. Okay. The first assumption that he's made is that there's like almost one person that assembles these books that they call the Bible. Most people in the Christian tradition, in the Hebrew Israelite tradition, act like the Bible is one perfect unit. And if they had studied history, first of all, they would understand that we have earlier versions of some of those books that are different than the ones that we have now. What does that mean? Someone rewrote certain sections. You need to listen to this. Someone rewrote certain sections, right? That's one. You've been moving all around and I'm paying attention. Respectfully to you, you got to do the same thing. That's not going to work. So that's one thing that we see here, that they act like this one book. There were a myriad of books that were utilized. The Bible that we know today, the canonical Bible, was written over 1,000 years. It is believed there are over 200 authors. He can't go from one book and say, this explains it in this book, which explains in this. Those are different people, different times, all sorts of things. Oh, man. That's ridiculous. Now, what is happening here is our brother would like us to believe in allegory when it suits him, right, and literal when it does not. And then he wants to hold me to a standard where either I am talking about something that is real, which I really disagreed with in the beginning, as you saw, family. Because if it isn't something that is figuratively, this isn't something that is actual in physical form, then he would like you to believe it is not real. Who has seen the spirit of man?
Not I.
Is it real? I guess not, according to your definition. The reality is this. Real, there's real with the lowercase r and there's real with a capital R.
What's the difference, bro?
The capital R tells us how we should behave to each other, tells us what our fundamental relationship is to the divine, tells us how we should create other human beings, what sorts of laws should we adhere to when we have relationships with other people, what is the standard for how I should behave with you. That's what is real with the capital R, and those stories are mythological. The real with the lowercase r are the historical stories, because those can never truly happen again. One person does one thing is not real, What you're doing is you are allowing the Tomhu, the European, you'd like to call him the devil, to control your spiritual text. Deceiver, your spiritual text. That is not how any of these were expected to be utilized. None of them. And so that's one major thing. Let me give you another right here real quick. Now, I know that our dear brother would like to say, by the way, he said he didn't want to talk about the Bible. He sure didn't talk about the Bible for a really long time. Because but when I asked you questions, you said, because I'm not talking about the Bible. But here's the deal. Here's the deal. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Let me say this to you really quickly. Here's the problem. I think that you believe that the conversations that we had are an opportunity for me to truly explain to you Kemetic doctrine, explain to you Kemetic philosophy, to give the highest teaching of the Kemetic truth. And they're not. So there's a lot that you've said that's just not true. There's a lot you said that is complete misunderstanding. There's a lot you said that needs almost an entire refurbishment. And that we have to have an opportunity to truly sit for me to talk to you about the Kemetic tradition. So that I'm willing to do that. It's not that I just want to talk about your Bible. But the reason why we end up talking about your Bible is because you have set up a situation where you want to say, this is the standard, and I get this standard from the Bible. So then we end up talking about the Bible. But the reality is that as we talk about great sacred myth, if you follow great sacred myth, if you understand it in his book, you are Jesus. Not something that someone else did. You'd behave very differently. That's from his story. And if he did that, we would be able to rock all day long. There would be no contradiction. If he wanted to remythologize his book, he and I would be cool. I'd be like, you do that, you do this, you got my back, I got your back. But because he wants to take it literally, I love this brother here. I have no issue with Tazaryach, but with the way, when he tells some of the ways that he describes these stories, I get a little worried sometimes. He believes that he's not African. He believes that Africans are cursed. So that when I want to work with him, sometimes what I feel like is that, well, when I turn to face the enemy, who does he believe the enemy is? I get a little worried about that. That's why, and some of you are saying, why do we keep having these debates? That's why, because fundamentally, for African people to understand what we must do, we have to understand who we are and what we've done to understand what you must do. If you wake up in the morning, you don't remember anything from any day, any moment before, you have no idea what you have to do that day. It is of critical importance for us to go back and understand what we did and who we are so we can understand what we must do. That's why we're having these debates. Not because there's enmity. If something happened to this brother, I would be there. There's no enmity here. You see us joking around. I mean, we disagree on some fundamental things, but that's my brother. I think he's misguided. That's right. But that's my brother. And if he needed something, he called me, I would be there. That's real talk. That's real talk, family. I'm being really honest here. But on the same token, if we are going to be powerful once more, if the African is going to once again ascend to the forefront of human civilization, if the African is going to be in control of those resources that we need in order to be a powerful people, a global people, we can't just watch China have their ascendancy. We can't just watch India have their ascendancy. We can't just watch the European continue to control the world when they come from a landmass that is resource poor, people poor, climate poor. We can't continue to do this. It's time for Africans to be power.
In the land that they hate so much, everybody is benefiting off of the land, which is called Africa.
He's going to say he doesn't hate Africa. He just doesn't see himself as an African. But to me, that's almost worse. It's almost worse because you know what our brother Tazaryach is allowing us to do? We are telling you, I know you poor brother, I know there's things you need, but guess what? Your inheritance is the greatest in the land. And he said, I don't recognize that person. And so everyone else is defiling our homeland. And he's okay with that because he doesn't see that as his homeland. That's why we have to have these debates and discussions. That's why, because we have to, as people of African descent, all over the world, we have to come to a place where we become involved in the affairs of our homeland. And there's going to be some people that's not going to like that. There are even continental Africans that aren't going to like that. But the reality is this. If we become involved in the affairs of the most opulent landmass, we will then again also be opulent as well. So the Talmud would like us to believe we're anybody else. They would love for us to believe we're anybody else. Why did they say you couldn't speak an African tongue? Why did they say you can't read? And then say, oh, here's the Bible, darky. Because they thought we'd be confused. And listening to this conversation, you gotta listen, you gotta listen. Listening to this conversation, we are still confused. Because as long as we continue to do that, we will not come into our power. There was an article in the New York Times not 2 weeks ago that said that China is taking over Africa. China. When I was in Ethiopia, I was driving on a dirt road. A dirt road. It wasn't a major road. And all of a sudden, an 18-wheeler peeled past me. I'm telling you, it was cooking. And it was a large vehicle with nothing but Chinese writing on it. And so I said to the brother, I said, what's that? He said, you better understand the Chinese have been here. They're building roads, they're building airports, and they are actually taking claim to our birthright. Everybody in the world understands the opulence and the value of our homeland. Why can we not? The reason why we're poor is because we're not taking those things that are ours. How could you do that? I mean, let's be basic for a second. If you say to me, if Tazaryach came to me and said, Brother Jabbar, I need help, I can't pay my rent. And I walked to his house and I saw a note, a stack of dollars, I'd be like, brother, what's wrong with that? He'd say, oh, that doesn't belong to me. That's essentially what we're doing. And we're allowing people to take from our place. We can't do that. Now, I want to address something really important because you said this on video. You said it a few times. He said that I'm not actually Commission. By the way, I don't really use the word Commission. That's what you said. But I don't want to. That's not what I said. Let me tell you what I said. It'll come right out my mouth. It's going to come right out my mouth. It's going to come out my mouth right now. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. And family, guess what? You're on your computer right now. You can watch the video and you're going to say, wait a minute, he wasn't listening. He's on his phone. He's talking to other people. He's not listening. Listen carefully. What I said to you was that I am an African. That's what I said. And as an African, I will take advantage. I will benefit from. I will submit myself in all those traditions of Africa that are the highest teaching. And I believe the highest teaching comes from Kemet. Now, let's be really clear. That also means that I'm not going to look down on my brothers and sisters who are practicing Vodun. It means I'm not going to look down on my brothers and sisters who are practicing with that are in the Dogon tradition. I'm not going to look down on any of those African traditions. I tend to believe that the highest teaching is the Kemetic teaching, but I will work with all of those Africans who are following African traditions. You know what I'll have trouble with? I'll have trouble with those Africans who are still ensconced in other people's traditions. Those Africans who are not liberated enough, are not intelligent enough to recognize that the slave master took the chains off your wrist and he put it on your soul, dear brother. And you're allowing it to sit there because you believe some stuff that is no one else believes. He talked about the Bible like it was one book that came off a cloud. It was written by people. We know who wrote some of it. By the way, we also know that some of it, as holy as a book as it is, and he wants to say that our tradition in Kemet is BS. We also know that some of that Bible, he's going to get hurt on this one. Some of that Bible comes directly, verbatim from Kemetic text. Verbatim. So if you want to speak ill of Kemet, you don't even realize you're speaking ill of your own tradition. And so you need to understand that. And as long as you do that, you will not be powerful. And I want you to be powerful. I want us to be powerful. I want us to come to a place where we are able to unify and once again be in control, not of Harlem, not of Philly. I want us to be in control of the world because there was a time when Africans were in charge, in control of the world. Next year, I'm going to be going to Cambodia, where Africans actually carved the image of themselves in mountains. They cannot be removed.
They worship them. Watch this. Captain Tazaryach, and everybody hear me. If I pay your ticket to go to Kemet with my brother, would you go? I am willing to donate whatever it costs to get you to Kemet so you can see it on the walls. Would you go?
Yeah.
You really would go?
Damn, I was hoping he said no and shit.
Now you got to go. You got to go.
And so,
Most high raised.
and saw that and didn't even ask me how much it was. Listen, if you really was serious about that, I'm leaving in 2 weeks.
I don't hate.
August 1st, I'm going to be there, and in November, I'm going to be there. So what I'm saying to you is that you have to go. The reason why I have assisted with the African Genesis Institute in taking over 3,000 Africans to Kemet, the reason why I am completing the work of Dr. Ben, the reason why I'm completing the work of Marcus Mosiah Garvey is because I understand that when we are able to see what we're capable of, the limitations that we see in front of us will dematerialize. And so, African, you've been catching hell for 500 years. But you have to understand, 500 years is but a blip in our history. When I'm a historian, I tell history, I teach history classes. Sometimes I skip 500 years. Don't you know this? So our history is so long that you can skip 500. Oh, there wasn't that much going on. In 500 years, that's how long our history was. So we have to now look beyond this time that the Tom who has been in control. And when we look beyond it, we are once again going to become powerful people. That is what I want. That's the highest teaching. Now, we can talk about the laws of Kemet all day long. He said there are 42 laws. There are many more than 42 laws. The 42 laws of Kemet.
He the first brother.
Hear it from a priest.
That gave me more.
Hear it from a priest. The 42 laws of Kemet, and I said this when we sat down, but maybe I didn't say it in this way, so maybe it didn't make as much sense. And I know I didn't say it this way, so I probably didn't. I'm not blaming you on this one. The 42 laws on this one, on 42, we do it back and forth. We do it back and forth. It's actually fun, you know. But the 42 laws of Kemet were codified in the New Kingdom. When the 42 laws came up, Kemet was already very, very old, thousands of years old. We have several different descriptions of the divine force in Kemet. That's my queen. He's trying to protect us all. Yes, I'm coming. So let me just say this, I'm coming right now. Understand this. The 42 laws are a New Kingdom codification of principles, of teachings of ancient Kemet that go back thousands of years. You could look at the Maxims of Ptah-hotep, the instructions of Eni. You could look at the instructions of Amenemhat. You could look at the Merkut text, which I usually call the pyramid text. You could look at the coffin text, what I call the Neb-Ankh text. There are many, 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 many. I would never sit there and count them all, because in actuality, they're all retelling a sacred story. By the way, I've read the over 600 laws in the Hebrew tradition, and many of them are sort of duplicates. There's nothing wrong with that. I have no problem with that, because we do that too. But I don't want us to get in a situation where we're measuring fallacies.
Y'all do that to us.
You got 612. I got.
We got to do that because they'll say.
But not with me. Not with me.
I get you. Not with you.
Not with me.
First thing the brother said was, "We got 42 laws. Y'all got 10." They bring that measure.
Well, I don't think he was saying it, and I heard what he said. I don't think he was saying it to say that 10 is less than 42 in that sense.
He was saying we got it from you guys.
Well, it's a fact that 8 of those laws seem to have had their origin in. But you know what? Listen, I want to say something. If I was him, I would say that's right, because we took the best of yours and we left the stuff behind. That's what I would say. That's the stronger. Use that one on me next time. I'm telling him what he could use so that I'll struggle with it. But I'm telling you that's what we got to do.
You see how hard it is for him to say he did get it from us? He's saying no. What did Moses come down when he left Kemet? He said, I come to bring all the knowledge and wisdom from Egypt. From Kemet. I'm paraphrasing it. What did he say, Jabari? What did he say? What did he say?
You know the reason why I'm not going to mention Moses here? Not because I can't. There's a reason why. Please forgive me, Sa. There's a reason why I'm not going to mention Moses here. And you know why I'm not? Because he is attempting to make Moses a historical person. Moses did not exist. Moses is a mythological character. And let me say this very clearly to you. That's not an insult, because I would tell you Asar did not exist. I'm not insulting you. I know you hear it that way. I know you're hearing it that way. But that's not what I'm trying to say.
See the thing, if I could,
and I gotta go sign some more stuff. I'll be right back.
The thing that I'm saying when it comes to the thing, I don't respect Garfield. Let that stay out there. I have absolutely none for him. The thing with Kemet and the thing with the Bible has to, well, excuse me, let me just break it down like this. For me, spirituality, that brother that said he was a Christian his whole life or whatever, I grew up as a Christian. Damn near was Muslim after I seen the movie Malcolm, read a whole bunch of Malcolm information. The thing with spirituality for me is if you're going to have me follow a spiritual system, I have to be the people of that spiritual system, whether it's Dogon, Ubuntu, Ashanti, whatever the tribe is, Kemetic, Nubian, whatever it is. If you're going to tell me to follow this, you have to show me how I'm that people, because we was taken and robbed of our identity. So what do black people, for the most part in America, do? They gravitate to what makes them feel good. It feels good to be a Christian because I can sing and catch this so-called Holy Ghost and worship the white man. It feels good to be in Islam because I can pretend to be holy. It feels good to be in Kemet because at least that's African. It feels good to do this. For us in the Israelite school of UPK, we like to follow what fits our condition that explains why we was over here. You understand? You understand? He just doing his job. Yeah. He just doing his job. He just doing his job, bro. Hold on one second. Let me just explain. Let me just say this. Let me just explain this. Let me just explain this real fast. So now, when it comes to the spiritual system of being an Israelite, it's because I can go into the biblical records and explain my condition over here in America. That's why I follow the Bible, because that's who I am. You can't give me that in Kemet. You can't give me that in Islam. You can't give me that in Christianity. You can't give me that in nothing. And then when y'all telling me that it's mythological, I don't have a problem, because I already believe it's mythological. I already believe it's that type of spiritual system. So that ain't my issue. That's why I can deal with a Jabari. I can deal with Solomon, I could deal with Sadnetta, I could deal with all of y'all. And what would I rather deal with when we're together? I don't want to keep dealing with the flood and who get this and this time frame and that date frame. I would rather deal with solutions that we can come together, come up with a concept. And okay, black on black crime. Okay. Our women aborting their babies. We got brothers that deal with the taxes and all that. We got food programs. We got tons of different things that if y'all really wanted to hook up with your boy, it should be on that vibe. Why do we always have to? Why do we always have to? Come on, you heard that, Jack. I heard him. You know I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him in a second. Just let me finish. I'm very skilled. Listen, I'm skilled at hearing people talk. So
you can say that all you want. That's
because he ain't African. He a brother from Harlem, just like I'm a brother from Jersey. He's an Israelite. Hebrew is the language you speak. Israelite is who you are. So we deal with that. When we on that corner, we're all about solutions. We're all about waking our people up, making them understand who the real enemy is. These brothers here are not my enemies, even if I disagree with you. So what I always say to brothers, I was just talking to this brother with a full-out unk on and everything. What I was explaining to him, I did a lecture with a Pan-Africanist last July, over a year ago, on child molestation. I did a lecture with him. Now, he's straight up different ideology than mine, but we both hated child molestation, still do to this day. So what did? We showed the conscious community how to actually do it right, where two brothers from two different walks of life address the issue that directly affects the black household. If we gonna do something, now I'm not in the conscious community, that's for y'all blackity black, but if we gonna do something, we should do that. So we should come together for that.
All right, so now let me ask you, what is it gonna take for me to get you and our brother to respect each other? Because we probably came off on the wrong foot. So what can we do to bring you two brothers back together on some real straight up shit, man to man shit, but to get you to respect the brother back? You know,
the scriptures say go to him and him alone, so it would have to be a private conversation.
Okay,
that's all.
Are you willing to do that?
I could talk to any brother.
Okay, there you go.
That's all.
That's what I want more than anything, because the brother be amongst us. We
respect the fact that Brother Tazaryach is trying to really address issues in our community. Our disagreement is fundamental, but I am not so ignorant not to understand that there are things that our community is addressing that need real solutions. I get that. And I respect that he's seeking to do that. I also want you to be clear that in the Kemetic community, we've attempted to actually come to solutions. Some of the things that the Kemetic community is mostly focused on are things that are related to health.
Right.
You know, and so those are one of the things that I think that anyone should know. The Kemetic community has been focused on for decades, right? For decades. I mean, you look at some of our elders and you can see that that's what they've done, and that's the work that we do. Now, I'm going to say this, and this is a loving critique of my own Kemetic community. One of the things that we have not done well is we have not actually been as visible. We have been solving people's issues, addressing our community, but it's mostly been behind doors. It's mostly been behind doors. I'm telling you, some of y'all, even on Sonnetta's network, said, "Who was that brother Jabari? He must be new. Where did they find him?" I've been in the Kemetic community for nearly 30 years. I didn't get this gray, you know, by putting it on at the store, at the local store. I've been in the Kemetic community since 1990.
That's right.
And I have been a Kemetic priest for 7 years.
That's before you.
So we have been working for a really long time. Now, let me say this to you. And even to some folks at home, that's the reason why we're having some of these conversations, because you need to hear some of these concepts from people who are in the Kemetic community and in Kemetic institutions. We have heard from some of our great scholars, and that's great. That's wonderful. I respect them. But one of when you see me, who you're talking to is someone who runs an institution. I run the Center for the Restoration of Ma'at, and I run the Shrine of Ma'at. Look. If you just go to our Facebook page, you're gonna see you'll see our worship sessions.
Yeah, bring that white woman.
You'll see our worship sessions, and you will see it. You will see it. Wait, listen. You will see. Come on, brothers.
No, I'm listening to you. Good.
What'd I just say?
I forgot.
Yeah, see, right. I knew he was gonna say that. So yeah, I know. I almost got distracted. White woman? What? Are we talking about white women? So just understand that we do. I do know. I just don't want to talk about it here. Yeah, I just want to be really clear that we have all attempted to come with solutions. I would really like, and maybe this is why we have these heated debates, I would like to use my resources and marry them with his resources so we could do more.
Real talk.
And that's one of the reasons why we're talking about this. We're talking about this because we're trying to figure out how we can actually unify and do things together. We don't agree on a lot of things. And some of the things that we don't agree on, I think are fundamental. Because one of the major things that I'm going to take my 14th trip to Kemet this year. 60 people are coming with me. I'm going to take my 15th trip in November. So a major part of what I do is on the continent. Because brothers and sisters, let's be really clear. Wait, listen. Let's be really clear that there are resources here in Harlem, but the resources that we have access to in Africa pale no community, no nation. Africa is the only landmass that can close its doors. Every other landmass needs to import.
Right.
We need to get to the point that we are actually involved in the affair of the most powerful landmass on the planet. That is what, if we do that, we're going to be powerful. And so that is why we're having these discussions, these debates. So I just want to be really, really clear that I want to be able to work with my brother. We're going to tease out some of the things we disagree on and figure out what we're going to do with it. I do believe we'll get to that. I do. And so I really, family, hope you don't think that because we're debating, it means that we don't love black people, that we don't actually have a high regard for each other. I wouldn't even stand with him if I didn't have regard for him. I'm not going to just debate anybody on the street.
Right.
I wouldn't stand with him if I didn't have regard for him. Right. So we're going to need to actually find a way to use our resources to do more. And I think that some of those resources, we should, and this is something you don't know. My program, African Genesis Institute, that was founded in Philadelphia, the brothers in Philadelphia are gone. So, there they go. Those brothers should know that our program has been taking African American and African children to Africa for free for 20 years.
See that?
Why?
I keep thinking y'all the one.
Why? Because they have to understand what they are made of, who they are and how they can become involved.
Absolutely.
In the affairs of the world. Because when we become a global people, no one can mess with us. There are over 1 billion Africans on the planet. We always talk about there are 1 billion Chinese. There are almost 1 billion Indian people. There are over 1 billion Africans. And we are situated all over the globe. If we were able to speak to each other, no one, I don't care what army you set against us, no one could stop us. That's why you hear me say, family, that when you follow the ways of ancient Africa, you can't lose. Because when we unify, no one's going to be able, the only way they're able to keep us under their foot is by making sure we're not unified.
Was there ever a time where Africans were unified?
Hold on. Quick, I'll wrap up before y'all get into it. If you don't mind. All right, thank you. I appreciate it. The only thing I will say that I differ with him just from the top is that to me this was not a debate; it was just a discussion.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
that's
debates are more so like
that's
when you're
fair.
pulling up information slides.
If I use debate, let me say discussion.
Right. It was more like a discussion.
That's
you know what I mean?
fair.
Because he said things, I said things. There's nothing to verify. You could say we both was full of crap if you could technically say that. And for us, like I said, in the Israelite School of UPK, we're always about solutions first. We don't mind entertaining stuff like this, but this is like the back burner stuff for us. We rather deal with real issues. So that's why I brought up the instance that I did deal with a brother that was in what you would call Pan-Africanism, and we was able to come together to battle child molestation. We need to make sure we're doing more so stuff like that if we're going to fix the actual black community. And it ain't necessarily, you brought up another point, it ain't about the internet. If you go back to an interview I did with Sinetta, I talked about how YouTube is a gift and a curse. It's a gift that you can get the information out, but it's a curse because anybody could be famous just putting up a YouTube channel. And then they start talking, get some followers, and now you think they got knowledge when they don't. So just because you're seen don't mean you need to be heard. So we got to be real careful and vet what we consider leadership. And if you're going to be a leader, that means you sacrifice yourself for the people, not the people sacrificing for you. They shouldn't feed you, you should feed them. That's where it starts.
That's right.
That's where we have to go to if we're going to fix black people, regardless of what ideology you have. If you're not sacrificing for the people and they're feeding you, then you're hurting the people that you claim and you're really misleading them. So we have to make sure that we follow that.
That's right.
All right, with that, all of y'all make sure y'all come August 5th to my cookout. Y'all can eat on me. Garfield could come too.
Yeah, Garfield right there. Yo, he said you could come too.
Building and the add on about what we was talking about earlier about the buildings and the program.
When we was walking up off camera. Oh, okay. What me and the brother was talking about, he was talking about the programs that we have because he was mentioning the programs that we have. We got a building that we're about 2 weeks away from getting. It's 100 on 124th and 3rd Ave. Like once we get that, you'll really be able to see the GED programs we have, the rehab programs, the food programs. We're gonna bring a lot to Harlem once we get that building there. Like a lot of that stuff is now done in Philadelphia, DC, and other places that we have an actual building. So we're about 2 weeks away from that building on 124th and 3rd Ave, and then we'll be able to do that. Like that's how you take back the city.
Hey, real quick, man, I'm about to play for y'all the interview that I just did with Dragon. Excellent, good brother. Excellent music, always has been. He's going to give his background. He's going to give his story, how he became an Israelite. He's going to drop it. I did it private because there was little technical issues. So in the beginning of the interview, you are going to hear a little bit of echo, but the echo is going to go away after about 8 minutes. So just bear with it. Check out this interview. I thought the brother gave a good insight, and you'll see his story is like a lot of our stories. So you just want to stay with it, and I appreciate the support. Shalom. So I think we're good now, man. I wanted to, when you hit me up, so like, again, I got my questions, but when you follow me, I always appreciate when brothers like yourselves follow us because y'all be the ones. Now, this is before I even knowing your background. So when I saw that you follow me, y'all be the ones, we be trying to reach. And so when I hit you up and thank you for the follow, and then you hit me back, I'm like, dang, like you never know like who's actually following the same thing that you follow. And I think what makes it, you know what I'm saying? So I think what makes that important is so other people can know you ain't got to feel bad about being an Israelite. Like I don't be understanding what be the bad thing about it. And when you said it, I said, man, I got to get him on the show. You know what I mean? Like you in my gym playlist right now. You may not now to my audience that'll hear this. I don't put any type of music in my gym playlist, but you in my gym playlist. You know what I mean? Two songs, the one with Juvenile and the one Spit These Bars is in my playlist. So when I'm lifting that heavy weight, you know what I mean? That's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm looking at. So yeah, so for those that
appreciate that too, man.
Oh, definitely, man. And for those that may not know you, if you could just introduce yourself, you know, who you are and, you know, your background if you want.
Yeah, no doubt. What up? Boy, drag to the dash on. When I say, and I know y'all already know me from Rough Riders and stuff like that. Put in a lot of work. You know what I'm trying to say? I put in for the East Coast and I put in for the South.
Yeah.
So love, you know what I'm saying? And big shout out to the Bronx.
Definitely. Now, I like when you said you put on for the East Coast and the South because you got a lot of love in the South. Like you get a heavy. Do you think that come from just your music itself, or like your introduction of doing that song with Juvenile, or was it always something where you was dealing with the South? Like where do you think that part comes from?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, like my mom's, everybody on my mom's side is from Miami, and everybody on my pop's side is from Charleston.
Okay.
So, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, we got that spirit and all that stuff in his butt.
Gotcha.
But, you know, like, it's really like my music selection and stuff like that. Like, when I first came out, like, I always wanted to have a record that could play on any block. You know what I mean? Whether it's on the East Coast, whether it's West, whether it's on the South. So I mean, you know, like I always, you know, so when the record label asked me, who do I want to reach out to? I was like, yo, you know, and at the time, Juvie was on fire. So I'm like, yo, let's reach out to Juvie. You feel what I'm saying? Because I want to be everybody in the South too. Like, you feel what I'm saying? And this is before the South was even in this position that they're in right now. Like, you feel what I'm saying? So, you know, like, I just always had the South in mind. You feel what I'm saying? Like my thing is, you know, I wanted to put the Bronx in the South. Like, I wanted the South to understand, you know what I mean? And love this Bronx. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, real talk.
Yeah, that's what's up. Because like you saying, like you did it at a time when it wasn't like the South. You know, you have always had the Outcasts and stuff like that, but Juvenile was a fresh artist, and then Rough Ride, that combo always stood out. You know what I mean? You know, and I think that's what made it resonate. So it was interesting that you said that. That's why I said some questions might, you know, come up off the head and everything. So So I guess my first question is like, where would you be from? Is it the Bronx where you from? Like, where would you? Because you just mentioned being from Miami. So where would you say that you was born and raised? Like, what would be your background?
Oh, I'm born and raised in the Bronx. Word. Now, you know, I was born in Bronx, Lebanon Hospital, right on Fulton Road. Like, you from over there by Fulton Road. Really over there by Mount Eaton and all that. 177. So I'm a Bronx native. Like, you know what I mean? Like, to the fullest. You know what I'm saying? Straight up.
That's what's up, man. That's what's up. And so you grew up, I'm assuming, like, what would you say is your hip hop era that you grew up? What would you say is your era? Like me, I'm born in 75, so my era is KRS, Slick Rick, like that. So, like, what would you say is your hip hop era of growing up?
Yeah, like me, the first hip hop song I ever heard, which made me fall in love with hip hop, was KRS-One, the Boogie Down Production. That's my first hip hop rap song I ever heard. I've been addicted to music ever since then. Well, you feel what I'm saying? Yeah. Like when he dropped the bridges over and stuff like that, that's when I was first hearing rap and being introduced to it. You know what I mean? Like before that, I didn't really know too much about that. You know what I mean? Because at that time, like when I heard that, that was like 85, and I was born 1980. You know what I'm saying? So I was like 5. You know what I mean? Like 5 years old.
Yeah, you know, for me it was Lottie Dottie. When I heard Slick Rick with Lottie Dottie, because that was like back when you used to listen to BLS, or you used to listen to Kiss with Cool DJ, Red Alert, Chill Out and stuff like that. So when I heard Lottie Dottie with the beatbox, all I wanted to do was just run around beatboxing, making beatbox noise and stuff like that. And then KRS-One, who for a time was like my favorite artist, you're right. Like when he came with the bridges over and stuff like that, I was kind of like hooked and everything. And so so growing up in the Bronx, did you grow up with like, you know, both parents? Was it just one parent, two parents? Like how did you like grow up in the Bronx?
I stayed with my moms from a baby until I was 7, and then after that, my grandmother raised me the rest of the way. Word, you know what I'm saying? So, me and my grandma is real tight. She's still living to this day. And she the one that raised me and made me who I am. Bro. She actually, because I was using her radio so much, she actually went out and bought me my friends to play them how I wanted to play them.
And so when you did that, growing up like that and with the music, what now? And so I like to ask these type of questions because like I think we all have the same background. So like I'm assuming you grew up in an environment like mine. Like mine was heavily influenced either by drug violence, fighting violence, and stuff like that. So would that be your environment as well?
Yeah. Like I'm originally from 153rd and Melrose over there by 3rd Avenue. That area is real rough. And then after that, I grew up in Bronxdale Projects. You know what I'm saying? So I went from hood to hood. Right. You know what I'm saying? For real. So, you know, I seen all the violence, the drugs, the crack, the all type of craziness. I mean, you know, at the age of 4 years old, I was already introduced to all of that.
Right. So how did that affect like your upbringing? Like, so my background, like my father was a heroin addict, like on and off. And then, you know, my mother was raising 3 of us. So like when you say you was young dealing with it, you know, I was young dealing with it. So we kind of survived it, so to speak. So I think these be the type of questions I ask. So like, as you 4 years old, like coming up in it, did you join? Did you partake in it? Like, did you want to get out? Like, what was it for you?
Yeah, like me, like I never really partake in like the heavy drugs. Like once I became a teenager, like I started smoking weed and stuff like that. But I never really delved with the you know, coke or crack or dope or any one of them extra, you know what I mean, pills or whatever that is.
Right.
Where, you know what I'm saying? But I was just introduced to it. Like I knew about it at the age of 4 years old. Like in 1984, I knew exactly what crack was, coke was, dope was. And I was only 4 years old at that time.
4 years
Real
old,
talk. I knew exactly the effects of it and everything. You know what I'm saying? Word, you know what I'm trying to say? Because my mom's had a drug addiction. Word, you know what I'm trying to say? So that's when my grandmother came pick me up. Or you know, well, actually, my father came pick me up and brought me to my grandmother. Word, you know what I'm saying? Because he was kind of on drugs too. You know what I'm saying? But he knew that and understood that his only son needed a good upbringing. You know what I'm saying? So he brought me to my
Needed
grandmother.
something different. Yeah. And so when you transitioned to your grandmom, did it get better for you? Like did the environment change or did the upbringing change? Like how was that transition?
Yeah, like even though my grandmother was the one that was living in Bronxdale Projects, but it was much better for me. You know what I say? Like my upbringing was a little bit different. You know, even though I still had to survive in my project and survive in the hood and in the Bronx, I'm even deeper in the Bronx now.
Right.
Like you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like at first I was on 153rd, which is real close to Harlem. Now I'm all the way by Soundview area.
Yeah, you
and all
deep
that, you know what I'm
in the
saying?
Bronx now, right.
I'm deep, like I'm past Bronx River and all that over there. You know what I'm saying? So now I'm deep over there. But at the same time, like my grandmother knew how to raise me though. Like you know what I say? And made me the man that I am right now. You know what I say? Real respectful, humble at the same time, but understand like I mean, you know, like what I'm here to do. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's what's up. That's what's up. And so as you're getting older and you in your teenage years, I like that, like you said that, you know, you dabble in weed, but nothing else. I was afraid, me myself, because I always felt like because my father was such a heroin addict, I believed if I tried that shit, like any drug one time, I just knew I was gonna be gone. So
I feel you though.
Because my father could never shake it. Like my father would be off it, on it, off it, on it, off it, on it. And I didn't want to experience that part. So so I get that. And so I'm assuming like the music, did that become like an outlet of expression for you? Like, was that like a way you said, I'm talented in this could be my outlet out? Like, how did you get into the music, and what made you, besides, of course, the hip hop influence, but what made you say, this is going to be my career, so to speak?
Yeah, like it was a dude, I mean, in my projects, right? Like my projects, I mean, we still do it to this day. I mean, we got a day that's just called Bronxdale Day. You know what I'm saying? That's one day out of the year where everybody came out. So it was one time I had just moved to my grandmother, you know what I'm saying? Because I started writing rhymes in 1989. So I started early. Like at 9 years old, I already had wild songs. So I mean, and then the Bronxdale Day had came around, and me and my grandmother, I mean, decided to take me over there. Like, you know what I'm trying to say? And it was this dude, and his name was Blue Kangaroo at the time.
Blue Kangaroo?
Yeah, word up. Ill name, right?
Right.
Blue Kangaroo. Yo, look, he got on stage, like, I mean, they had like a little, I mean, like an open mic in the stage. He got on stage and grabbed the mic and ripped the mic so crazy. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't know a regular person could just get on stage and rap and have everybody go crazy. I thought you had to be a rapper at that time.
Right, you
so
had to
when
be
I
famous
seen
or
him,
something like that.
Yeah, so when I seen him just do that, I'm like, hold up, this nigga's from this building. He just got on stage and killed. I was like, I was mesmerized by that, right? So it stayed in my mind. I'm like, that's crazy. You know what? As soon as I get to the crib, I'm gonna see if I can write something. Right. I started playing basketball like right after that, and then my man had fouled me all crazy, and my grandmother was super strict, so he had fouled me all crazy. I fell on the floor and I scraped my shoulder and all that, and my grandmom seen it. Okay, I bet. Now it's time to go upstairs to the crib. I'm like, damn, I'm playing this foul me. But I went upstairs and I wrote my first rhyme, B. You know what I'm saying? So that was God right there. Like, I gave him the inspiration.
Right.
Now I'm gonna send his ass upstairs right now.
Right.
So he could get to it right now. And I got upstairs and I wrote my first rhyme, and I never stopped since, bro.
Do you still remember the first rhyme or no?
Nah.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, because I was gonna be like, hey man, like I would love to hear like what that first rhyme. So now my second question was, Drag On always your name? Or did you have a different name at first?
Yeah, nah, like I had a few names and stuff like that, but my name was like when I came to like when I had the Rough Riders and stuff like that, right? I came there as Dragon. Well, you know what I'm saying? Because that's what everybody called me, because I had named myself that at an early age. And the reason why I named myself that was because everybody said every time I rap, like, I mean, it's like I spit fire. They like every time I spit, they be like, yo, this kid spit fire. So me being 9 years old, I'm like, you know what, man, I'm Dragon.
I'm a dragon, right.
Word. So,
right.
So I got to Rough Riders, and DMX ain't like that joint. He ain't like that joint. So as soon as I did a song and I was playing with my name, like Drag On and the Wagon, he said, nigga, that's it. That's your name. Drag On.
Right.
So I'm like, so is it DRA with a dash and then GON? He said, no. Drag and then on.
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Because you on now, you with me, you on now. I'm like this, I bet. So he the one that actually changed my name to Drag On. You know what I'm saying? He ain't like that Dragon joint at all.
He ain't like the regular Dragon, but I'm gonna tell you, the Drag On is more fire. He was right.
Yeah.
Because the Drag On,
Well,
you sound,
Well,
and then like
he was right.
And you with the wordplay with your name, you actually saying it like that, like even with the rhyme that you're saying.
Yeah, like so in my rhyme, I would say it like that. And he was like, yo, that's it right there. There's no more Dragon. drag on. I'm like this. I bet that's what it is. Word.
Yeah,
I
that's
just
what's
ran.
up,
You know what I'm
man.
saying?
Good. And so as you mentioned DMX, so like before you got to Rough Riders, like what was your music experience? Because now you're saying at 9 you developed the name Dragon. And so before you got to Rough Riders, did you have any other spots that you was at, any places that you visited or experienced business-wise or music-wise before you finally got to Rough Riders?
Nah. Like I mean, like I ran with a few different people that said they could put me on, and get me on, stuff like that. But the Rough Riders was my first time being, I mean, at that status on a professional
Good.
level. Like if I say, like with paperwork involved, and we
Right.
in a big studio and actually recording every day, and you
Mm-hmm.
gotta write on the spot and record right there. Like that's something that I was nervous of that. You follow what I'm saying? Because I never really did that.
Right.
But I ain't gonna front. The first opportunity came through, I knocked it out real quick. I'm like this. Oh snap! You know what? I might really do this shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's how it was.
Yeah.
Word up.
So I guess a couple of it, and I didn't even think about these is popping in my head. When I would hear like X or the Locks or something like that talk, they would always talk about battles that they might have had, like being at the studios and stuff like that. So did you go through that? Is there any like famous battle that you I figured there is. So is there any like famous battles you had that people may not know about or they may know about, but is there any famous battles that you had or memorable moments, anything?
Not with nobody that's famous and stuff like that. But like I mean, but that was like the initiation of Rough Riders and stuff like that. Like you had to actually battle, you know what I'm saying? So like one time, like they had threw me in a pit with like 7 niggas, and all them niggas was coming at me. Now keep in mind, I just got the Rough Riders, and when I got the Rough Riders, I was 17 years old.
Right.
So I'm like, and I was new at battling, but I was dumb hungry. Like once, I mean, like when I got the Rough Riders, I was nice, but Darren, but OG General Darren, he's the one that actually helped me with my lyrics and made me nice though. You know what I'm saying? Like, now hold on, he showed me like a different structure. So I was like, oh, okay, you know what? I like that, you know what I mean? So then I was kind of beast. But my first time they threw me in the pit with like 7 niggas at the studio. They had them all waiting for us. And at first it was me and X going at 7 niggas. So I was good. And then X just left.
Oh,
he did that
left
shit
you
on
by
purpose.
yourself. Right.
Yeah, he did that joint on purpose too. You know what I'm saying? Because they couldn't fuck with him at all.
Right.
So he left and stood on the other side of the glass, and the glass, like I mean, you can't see out, but they can see in. So he's standing on the other side of the glass watching me, and dog, that's on everything. I flamed all 7 of them niggas. Word, you feel what I say? Like I was battling every day at that time. You know what I mean? I was battling in Harlem and Bronx and Brooklyn and Queens and all types of shit.
Like proving grounds, like proving, making sure you that nigga and shit like that, man. Even what you're saying with like X testing you to see, okay, you doing it all right with me. Let's see what you do by yourself. Now after you flame him, did X say anything to you after that? Did he like say like good shit or?
Yeah, hell yeah. He was standing like right on the other side of the glass. He was like this. Yeah, dog. Well, you know what I mean? That's how you get rid of these niggas, big. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's how his mind frame is. See, because he was battling way before me. You feel what I'm trying to say? So he been already doing this. Me, like, I mean, like when I got there, like I had some dope songs. You know what I'm saying? And they was just bugging how I knew how to do song mode without ever being in the studio. So I learned how to battle by being with X and stuff like that. So that was like my first one, and it was like it just happened to be like 6 or 7 niggas, you know what I'm saying? And I ran through them, and then I was battling all type of niggas. You know what I'm saying? Word.
And so being with X, like, did that influence the spiritual side, or was you spirit? Because X would do the prayers. I remember the concert. I've been to, I think, no, not the Tunnel, but I went to, I think, the Hard Knock Life concert that they had at the Meadowlands. And so I've experienced I've experienced the time of seeing X do the prayer and everything like that. So did that influence your spirituality, so to speak?
No,
Okay.
Well, you feel what I'm saying? I mean, you know, at that time, and like when I was young, I mean, you know, my uncle had introduced me to the 5% Nation of Islam. So I was like 5% when I was 5 years old, and I was that until I was 20. Like, you know what I mean? You know, probably like 23. And then after that, I mean, but I always believed in God though when I was with that though. So I wasn't really official with it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And then so and I decided just to go back what I know what my grandmother is. You know what I'm saying? So I went back to being a Baptist, like, nah, because I just believe in God and I believe in Jesus. You feel what I say? So
that's what's up.
so then I went to there, and then probably like 2 years ago, I went through like a spiritual battle, which was super crazy. You feel what I say? Like, this is like my first time being able to talk about it without tearing up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I went through some real spiritual battle stuff, and I was like just not in a good space. You feel what I say? Like, I had a Bible, which I never read, but I had a Bible that I always rode with in my car. I grabbed that joint and threw it out my car. I was just mad. I was just like, you know what I'm saying? You know, just going through it. Like, I mean, you know, crying and everything. And then I called my man, right? My man was an Israelite. Yo, and this is my childhood friend. I didn't even know this nigga was an Israelite. Yo,
like he
I
was
ain't even
holding out on you.
What? Yo, I feel like this nigga was holding out. I said, nigga, you been watching me be blind this whole time. Yo, I ain't even know he knew the Bible like that. Like, yo, dog, this is my childhood friend. We go back since 1987. Like, real talk. We were 7 years old, like that. I didn't even know he knew the Bible like that, though. So, so I told him about it, tears. We both on the phone crying this out there. And then he started giving me the word. And at first, I was just like everybody else, you feel what I say? Because, you know, I'm underneath the crazy ass Christianity and all that. You feel what I say? With the Baptists and all that, right? So, you know, I'm like this, yo, bro. I don't really care what color Jesus is or this, that, and the third. And yo, I don't care. All I know is that he's special and I believe in him. He like this. Nah, if you don't know what he looked like, you don't believe in him. The scriptures say you got to believe in him according to what's described in the Bible. You know what I'm saying?
That's
like,
what it's saying.
Or you giving your prayers to somebody else. Now, what really won me, like what really like made me go over the top was when he said the Jesus that we've been praying to is a regular person. So then he told me, he said, listen, I'm not even going to tell you to type in Jesus. I'm going to tell you to type in this name right here, Caesar Borgia, right? So I typed that in, right? And then the picture of Jesus kept popping up. I'm like, hold up. I didn't type in Jesus. I typed in Caesar Borgia. He like, yeah, I know. I told you that. You feel what I'm saying? That's a regular person. I started going in on history. And then that's when, and I ain't gonna front you. When I say like, he started putting me on to different camps for me to watch, so I could like not just read the Bible by myself. You follow how I'm saying? Because the Bible says it's good that when you learn it with the elders, so that way they can teach you the correct way, right? So I started pulling up the IUIC. Then after that, I put up Sakari. Then after that, me and my wife started digging into you, right? So I mean, we went to your page. Then I subscribed to your YouTube page probably like a few months ago, right? Boom. So now I'm listening, I'm learning. So now, you feel like I'm learning the commandments and this, that, and the third, and grow my beard out, this, that, and the third. So now I'm like this. Okay, all right, bet. So now I've been in the Bible for like probably like a little over a year and a half now. But like I do Bible studies almost every day for like 2-3 hours. You feel what I'm saying? So like I mean,
that's what's up.
The Bible say for us to meditate in His Word day and night. So I be trying to like make sure I keep that commandment as well. You know what I'm saying? So that's how that joint just been like that, man. Word.
Nah, that's good money right there, because those are the things that that we need. And you telling that story, what makes that story amazing is because I wouldn't know that.
Yeah.
Like nobody would know that. And I think that story right there need to come out. And because it's always usually something we get hit with. And when we get hit with this, we like, okay, I need to change this. And then you find out a brother that is an Israelite. You didn't even know he was an Israelite, and then boom, you find out he's an Israelite, and then now he put you right on the right path, and then it eventually led to us. So that's always the Most High. Just like the Most High led you to write that rap, the Most High led you, right into the truth. And I think that's an extremely, extremely beautiful thing for you to tell that story. And that's something that I think will resonate with a lot of us. You know what I mean? And
for real.
I noticed you mentioned your wife. So your wife follows you as well with
yes. She's from the tribe of Ephraim, and she know it.
That's what's up.
That's what I said. So now like my whole household, like we all got Bibles. Like even the kids, you feel what I'm saying? We all got this 1611. The King James with the Apocrypha, everything. So everything is super serious over here. You know what I'm saying? Like falls with that. Word, you know what I'm saying?
That's fire.
Because it's crazy one a while, because what really put the stamp is when you start researching on books that's not in the Bible. And it kind of, like, you feel what I'm saying? Like, it backs the Bible. Like, you feel what I'm saying? You'd be like, oh, snap, that's crazy. I don't even know all of this is in here. Right. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, hold on. Did God just call him a dumbass? Wait a minute. I ain't even know about it. I'm just like in it, bro. Like, damn, I didn't know. Mind blown. And my man, since 1987, this dude knows the whole Bible. I'm like, yo, that's crazy. Word.
Yeah.
You know what I said? Yep.
And that's why the scriptures say, study thyself to be approved, so that you can, be able to know it, understand it, all of that. You know what I mean? And so that's what we do. We make sure we study so that we can be locked in, know these scriptures, be able to answer. And even though you have like the scriptures, you still got to be able to talk to people sometimes without using a book, chapter, verse, because they may not understand it. Like if you got to, because some people reject the Bible just off the rip. You know what I mean? Like, off the rip, because, they done seen their mama have it or daddy have it. They done seen hypocrisy in it and stuff like that. So they may not want to roll with the Bible like that. So you got to be able to talk to them without giving them that. And then when you rope them in, they'll say something like, hey, man, where you learn that from? Where you get this from? And like, man, I was reading that Bible. I was studying them scriptures. You learned that's in the Bible. Like when you brought up that Jesus is black and the siege of Brazil, and then you start finding out all these things is in there, and it becomes eye-opening. And then you realize this book you was rejecting is for you. You know what I'm saying?
Word.
Which make that a beautiful thing. So, and I ain't gonna keep you too long, and I definitely appreciate your time. And so I guess the last two questions, like, how are you still in the music? Do you still do music?
Yep. I'm still in the music. I dropped the album, I think in 2021. You finna say, I actually just dropped the EP last year. Word, you know what I'm saying? So I also do like my live freestyles and stuff like that. Like I do that.
Yeah, I've seen a couple. Yep, I've seen them. Yep.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So that's what been waking up. I mean, like I had a few people hit me from IUIC, a few people hit me from Sakari and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like the big homie Chief Ephraim and stuff like that. And I mean, because now it's like the verses from the Bible is starting to spill out in my verses. So they hearing that, they like, hold on. I think this nigga's reading the Bible, my nigga, like for real. You know what I'm saying? So like, know what I mean? So I'm like this, my nigga, I ain't gonna front.
And that's why I wanted to bring you on. Yeah, and that's why I wanted to bring you on, because if people see that, it inspires us. Y'all are like somebody like you would inspire us, just like we inspire you. And we gonna always find out we got this commonality. We want to be spiritual. We just wanted to be right. And when we can find out the right system, then we can go full tilt into it. And like you said, it start bleeding into your lyrics, just like it bleeds into your life. And it's the same thing. So yeah, definitely, man. So I appreciate you coming on. I didn't want to keep you too long. I wanted to have a nice interview with my brother.
Yeah, no doubt.
Is there anything else like you want my audience to know about you before we wrap it up?
Yeah. I mean, like right now, I'm in the process of working on this TV show. I can't really say the name and stuff like that, but I'm actually writing it myself. I'm also working on 2 albums, one called Terry's Son, and the other one is H2O2. So yes, it's like the opposite of H2O Part 2. You know what I'm saying? But it's just called H2O2. But I'm gonna drop the Cherry Sun album before that. And then I also want your audience to know that those that are subscribed, those that are subscribed to this captain right here from ISUPK, he's a beast, super knowledgeable. Do not pull up none of his videos if you don't got a pen or paper. Straight up, you need to be taking these notes. That's what's most important. For real, you feel what I say? Is he read the Bible, but then also he go into history where you can't really reject it because you know it actually happened. Right. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, that's what I want your people to know. The captain right here, you need to have your pen and paper when you are watching his video, or it makes no sense. It's not going to just, all that information is not going to just go right here and just stay there. You have to write that stuff down. Well, you find out say that's what me and my wife do. Well, you find out I say?
I appreciate that, man.
Word up.
Yeah, definitely, man. So to my audience, this is Drag on Fire, bro. Do you got an Israelite name? Did you give it? You have an Israelite name or not yet?
Nope. I ain't even get that yet.
Okay, all right. Well, that's gonna be the next thing we gotta work on, making sure we get you that name, brother, man. So I appreciate you joining me, man. And if you got any questions at any time, I'm gonna message you, my man. If you got any questions anytime, you can always hit me up, brother.
Yeah, hell yeah, no doubt, big bro. Word up.
Right.
Hell yeah.
All right, brother. All right. Peace, brother. Shalom.
All right. One. Yes, shalom.
Like
if you hit the sprocket, if you hit your settings, right, you'll see camera, audio, and you'll see virtual background. When you do the virtual background.
Y'all funny.
Yo, so we got all the fellas here. Who we missing?
No, we missing Loose.
Loose, and we missing
Remo.
Nah, Remo ain't supposed to be on it. We missing Teflon.
What game is on right now? The Chiefs.
Frisco and Green Bay.
Won.
Dallas just got through playing Washington. Both teams sorry. That shit they was doing blooper football. Dallas forced out.
Yeah, that was terrible game.
Packers on right now, man. You know my Packers on.
There we go. Okay, we got Brock. Who we missing? Loose and Teflon?
Yeah.
All the fellas here. One,
two. Yeah, where the ladies at?
We missing Teflon and Paris. Did you send it to Paris, baby?
I did send it to Paris. You gotta call her or something because I already sent it to her.
Yeah, she ain't gotta show up. She crazy.
Who is this in the back?
I don't know. It shouldn't be.
Okay, that is.
Just pull up let me call Paris.
What's up, y'all? What's up, ladies? Hey, girl.
R&B, what's popping, man?
Hey, what's up, R&B?
We're gonna shut y'all down, so y'all
the audience.
I don't think so.
We're gonna shut y'all down.
Hold on.
I saw the little title. It said something like
They say y'all just the help. They say the man is the help.
Shanae, I can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Oh, I hear you now. Okay. What's up, Shanae?
Hey.
Hi, Shanae.
Hey, girl.
Hey, girl. Hey. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. I'm missing two people.
They spooked.
Look, Dior says she'll fill in. I don't know. She done up, but she said she'll fill in. We got to fill in.
This lineup, bro. They
seen
this
lineup. Black or white?
They seen this lineup 600. They say, hell no, they ain't coming.
Listen, homie.
Y'all, they ain't bringing no white.
Nobody's afraid. No woman is afraid. No woman.
They scared to even pop up.
Man, y'all born afraid. Y'all don't get no heart until we give it to y'all.
That's right. You don't even have no power until a man come and give you your power. That's facts.
You sure?
Yo, so we both missing one. I don't know where Luce at. Paris ain't answering.
They're probably watching the game.
Nah, Luke's a Cowboy fan.
Oh, I ain't crying.
And Paris just play with balls, so she can do that anytime.
Wow.
Yeah, we kicking it off up in this joint.
You already know.
Who is that? Shanae?
That's Shanae.
Now, Shanae's one of my favorite people.
Oh, let me give me a coffee right quick.
Because of Shanae, R&B discovered Clubhouse.
You want coffee?
So Shanae's one of my favorite people.
That's so nice.
Oh, shit.
Yo, so where's Rakita at? She gone?
She said, hold on.
Oh, I always got it with me, though. You check it out. She always with me. I hope Luce didn't get in trouble over there. His wife might have seen that flyer.
Yeah.
Right. I think it was a little too early.
That might
He's gonna be hungry on a Sunday. He's gonna be hungry on a Sunday.
That might be what happened.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why these women on YouTube live with us and not cooking? Because that's what y'all supposed to be doing.
My
right
man
now.
got killed in May, so I'm grieving.
Otherwise,
I would be.
You pulled a card. You pulled a card. I'm gonna leave
cheated.
you alone.
You just cheated just now.
I would
Sit out of the card. Yeah.
You just
pulled the
cheated
shit out
just
of the
now.
card.
You cheated. Lord be with you, sir. You're welcome.
See,
You cheated,
men, when we lose our women like that, we not just like dating and like talking to other women on the phone. We ain't doing that. You know, women, because they already got a dude at work that been flirting with them. Now they want to go to brunch, lunch, you know. So it's like we kind of like got to prepare ourselves to know that when something happens with us, we probably got about 3 weeks and they gonna be.
Listen, something don't have to happen with us. Y'all be in the next pussy 10 minutes after you done climbed out eyes. Let's talk about it.
What you mean by that? What you mean by that?
All the way impossible.
Let's talk about that.
I can't speak
That,
on
hey, you know,
that.
that statement kind of proves that men need women. I mean, if there's women waiting for that, I mean women must need men.
Say it again, Captain.
I said that statement shows that we need men.
Oh, okay.
Yo, so R&B, you what are you saying that to say what? That I don't. Anytime a man got to go jump in another woman's vagina 10 minutes after coming out of another vagina, either A, the woman already knows because you got her in another room and this is y'all setup, or B, there's something wrong. Your vagina is not satisfied.
No, I just think that men are greedy. I just think that you guys are really greedy. And that's just it. Especially black women, though. Black women.
Yeah. Some are greedy and some just utilize people for a purpose.
Black men.
And some women like being conquered, though.
Yes.
Yeah, we natural conquerors.
And because men can conquer, we can go out there and conquer multiple women, and women respect that. Women respect being conquered. What you got to say about that? Yeah, look, you see that smile on her? That smile, that means she agree with that.
We cannot hear you.
She agree with that one. Look, Maddie agree with that.
It's sounding a little debatable to me. You know, you got a dialogue. You got to dig a little more.
No woman respects a man that they can conquer. They
not at all.
They only respect a man that can conquer them. Right.
I'm not gonna give that to women, but we talking about black women. Like,
that's all I'm talking about.
So my thing is, unfortunately, black women are forced to be like emasculated, right? So y'all all look of color to me, which means y'all came out of a black woman.
Right.
I don't know if everybody came from single parents, two parents, or what it is, but at some point your mom had to do a whole lot more than probably what she should have.
I agree.
So
I'm with you.
So unfortunately, when it leads up to that part, it becomes standoffish to some men. They don't think they can break that wall. They automatically think there is a wall up when there isn't a wall, because what did you just say, Captain? They want someone who conquers. So if you just step to that person and show that you can lead that person without her having to do XYZ, what she's used to doing, maybe she won't be considered to help. Whack.
So women are always.
All women.
It's their natural born position.
But all women, not just black women. All
help.
women.
No,
Yes.
To help.
Say
right?
all women.
The problem
all
is
women.
y'all don't want to help.
Who is y'all?
Because what y'all do is, instead of helping, you add to frustrations, hostilities, stress. Right?
It depends, though. It depends.
But who?
No,
I'm glad somebody said it.
That boy talking. He talking too much truth.
Wait, I'm gonna
Yeah, he's telling the
because
truth.
guess what? When we go to work, so we can help. We have to help all the time. We only ask for your help some of the time.
Whoa.
Maintain and keep some of the stress or all the stress off of you. And
so that means a woman don't go to work either. So she shouldn't have to. So you're saying this is the woman who stay at home. I need you to clarify which woman.
No,
It don't matter. It could be a stay at home or go to work.
Black women, which woman? The woman that
what
stay
you
at
mean,
home,
black men?
or the woman that work 9 to 5, 16 hours, and take care of the kids, and most likely do an online class or some more stuff.
That's a
Which
single
woman
mom you talking about, though.
That's a single mom.
That be
She ain't got no man.
He has stress with his
Okay,
job.
what about this, right? How come black women call black men deadbeats, but then when we see them,
white women
they
do
be like,
too.
oh, no, but when
White
when
women
it comes
love
down
black
to
women.
it, but when it comes down to it, it'd be like, oh, the mothers did their best. So mothers can't be deadbeats either, right?
Of course they can.
They can.
They can't
Trash
be.
No, they
behavior.
can't.
Trash
No, they
behavior. Yes, they
can't.
can. Oh,
No,
yes,
they
they
can't.
can.
And when you look at
Not a black
the
woman.
internet, when you look outside, what
It's a
Tupac
lot of
say?
trash behavior women, just like
Nah,
a lot of
Tupac said in
white
that
baby
song,
mamas
even a
too.
black teen mama is a black queen mama. A black mama is always looked at as better. She's never called a deadbeat. Ever.
So why is it that when black women, ask a question, if they're a little bit, like if they have a tone or their voice is a little elevated, it's, oh, she a mad black woman. But then if a white lady asks and she's like, hey, honey, can you do this or can you do that? Then it kind of like changes the synopsis, but she's still asking you the same thing.
Hold on, let me try
But
to
if
get
you
it
look at
here.
what you just did, even what you just did, how you just
Okay, I'm
displayed.
in.
Now, first of all, I don't like white women at all. I'm only for black women. I just want that on the record. But even the way you just gave the breakdown, the way you had the black woman speak, even in your analogy, was harsher than you had the white woman speak. So it ain't what you say, it's how you say. In your analogy, you just had this black woman being loud, but your whole pitch and attitude changed with the white woman. And really, if a black woman want to get anything from a man, it's how you talk. A black woman can get anything from a man if she can control her mouth. But most black women don't control their mouth because they raised up thinking, I'm going to beat them down because they think you their mama. When you ain't my mama. That'd be the major problem right there.
Now, what if you put her in positions that she has to be your mom now?
What is that?
What do that even mean?
What does that
even mean?
What's going on? Who said that? Teflon?
Yeah, Sinead said that.
Sinead? Oh, Lord have mercy. Explain that, Sinead.
Yeah, break that down.
All right, can we speak freely here? Or is
Don't be no punk on here.
Okay. So I'm saying a lot of times men put women in positions where they have to be the mama. The fact of I gotta pay, you make the money, but I gotta pay all the bills. So now I gotta call all the creditors and
that's the help.
That's
I gotta
not a
make
mama.
sure that you have the saying is I gotta make sure you eat. I gotta make sure that all the groceries in the house are done. I gotta make sure the kids' schoolwork is done.
You gotta be a woman.
Your clothes.
She complaining about being a woman.
Hey, wait.
Regular.
Imagine us saying, damn, I gotta fight the robbery and I gotta open the door and I gotta what the fuck?
I gotta fix the roof.
I
gotta pay the bills. I gotta do this.
Well, most black women have to pay the bills. Let's stop capping.
And on top of that, but you're
you pay the bills.
Y'all won't even date a man if y'all gotta pay the bills.
Auto pay nowadays. This ain't 1960. We don't need your ass to pay no goddamn bill. We don't need no bill.
Auto pay. You gotta set up auto pay though, and then on top of that, sometimes we have
Apple
to
Pay,
take
you can do it
responsibility.
online.
When
Okay,
men,
RV, let me ask you a
men be
question,
out here
Queen.
having a bunch of babies, having a bunch of baby mamas. We be merging the families together. We be out here at the cookouts making everything.
You don't merge nothing. You
How many
accepted
kids
that
you got?
man.
Wait,
Hold on.
how many kids you got?
3.
How many baby daddies you got?
2.
Okay,
I have a
so
husband and a baby daddy.
so the first time you had a baby, you made the same mistake when you had the second baby, right?
No, different guy, and we did it differently. So I did not. I chose a different path the second time.
No, that's not what I'm getting. So you didn't realize the first mistakes that you made the first time when you laid down with another man and had a baby.
Married to that man.
No, she said her second child was with her current husband, right?
Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on,
Let loose
R&B.
cook. Let loose cook for a second. Let loose
Hold
cook.
on, R&B. Because this is where black women gets where we talking about something totally different. Black women would have 3 baby daddies with 3 kids, and then on here talking about black man ain't shit.
I understand 100%.
So we don't complain about it. We don't complain
about it.
Yeah, we
Why
don't
you,
complain
why
about
did you
that.
why did you take this is the thing. Why is the example that you're gonna use is the bottom tier? We're gonna take it to the bottom
Well,
of the
she brought up the bottom tier first, bringing up having
Look,
multiple.
first
Like
of all,
she put that.
no, this is real
So
talk.
you ain't getting so basically
Hold
you
on,
letting a
no.
woman lead out.
No,
No, we
this
just
is real
cutting
talk,
her
right?
on the. We just cutting her on the point she
What
thought she
we're
had.
saying is because she said they
You
gotta
like that?
merge the families, right? So, but you knew this man had these other children, other baby. You knew this man had these children, these other baby mamas, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you knew that these other children and baby mamas was in play, I would hope you had vetted this man to see what his interaction is with the baby mamas. Why? Because you want to see if this is a man that takes care of his children, right? You want to see if this man that's an abuser to this woman. You want to see how he interacts, or if he is overly involved with one of the baby mamas or all of them. You need to see what you're dealing with. So once you see what you're dealing with, and you take that next step, right? We should never hear you complain about merging with the pre-existing children.
You know, I believe in blending, so that doesn't work with me. Even in death, I believe in making sure them kids is good. So that doesn't apply to me.
Yeah, I believe in blending too.
Now,
Yeah,
I will say this, and when you're dealing with a young female, that's why his parents on here, young female, you 23 and you got 5 kids, I'm gonna look at your ass a little crazy, right? But when you're dealing with a female that's between the ages of, like, let's say 38 and 50, let me give or 48, right? It's always a conversation. If the woman, it's very rare that you have a woman of that age that has 2, 3, 4 kids and 1 baby daddy. It's rare. Because usually when that woman has all her children by that man, they're usually still with that man, right? But things happen, you know what I mean? You know, you have a kid young, in some situations, right? There's women that have been raped, you know what I'm saying? And they just kept the child. Deaths occur, breakups, all kinds of things occur. Men, when we accept the woman, we accept what comes with her.
Not all men, but majority do.
Y'all complain. Y'all start talking about the man's kids, and as soon as you get mad at him, you text him. That's why your son is in jail, right?
Not true.
He acts just like you.
So you trying to say that? So are you saying that women
Y'all
don't
like
accept
to
all the
bash
stuff
us.
that
We
men
don't bash y'all.
But I mean, but honestly, that's just called, what you're talking about is a woman that's tainted. She done went through issues. She done had problems. Not every woman is that way. No, not every black woman is that way. You can't just say every woman, because I got white girlfriends, Filipino girlfriends who definitely don't want to be with no man who got multiple kids, don't even want them kids to come to their house. But I blame the man for that too, because why are you gonna talk to a woman who don't even want your kids around?
Ladies, y'all gotta remember.
And a lot of black men do that. A lot of black men keep their kids separate from
Y'all gotta
that
remember,
new
ladies,
woman
please
based
stay
off of
on
that.
code. We have a master spinner. All these men are well versed at spinning. So I need all
that's
women
why
to
I'm like,
please pay attention.
we
No,
not on that.
listen.
We talking
Listen to
bullshit.
me. Please
Bullshit.
pay attention.
I call
Please pay
bullshit.
Okay, well,
That's
let's
what we
talk about it.
These master spinners,
Let's
because
talk
they're
about
gonna
it.
get you to talk about
Hell
how
yeah,
you're
make you
not
feel
that.
all fuzzy
But
and
we
warm
need to
and
talk
shit.
about
No, we
that.
talking bullshit.
Hold on. Let's
That's
talk
what this
about
is
it. Let's
about.
get to it. Let's get to
That's
it.
what this is
Why
about.
do black women like have attitudes for no reason?
Right.
Okay. Are we talking real?
Y'all
Okay.
got a bad hair day and you want to take that out on us. But we paid for the hair.
But you didn't pay enough. You didn't pay enough. You only paid a
That's a
little
fact.
bit. You didn't pay for the bundles and the hairstyle and the hairstylist and the transportation.
So we can't do
and
enough.
the tip, all that.
So we can't do enough, is what you're saying.
I'm saying that there can be more.
That is not what she said.
Okay, ladies.
What she
Right,
said.
This is
Hey, Zach, I
prime
think you might have an
example
echo on your
why.
line, right?
This is prime example why niggas cheat.
Okay, what? Okay.
Hey,
Wait,
black men don't cheat.
What's the
Black
prime?
men don't cheat.
What's
We
the
just
prime
share. We
example?
just want
What's the
women to
prime
share. That's
example?
all. We don't cheat.
Black women don't
Go
cheat.
ahead,
What's the prime example of that?
Go ahead, Lou.
Yeah, so what happened? Yeah, expound on that.
No, dude, because when y'all have attitudes and stuff like that, now we looking for another person that could feel something that we've been avoid. You get what I'm saying?
There
And
you
then
go.
it goes into two,
Okay, and when
then
you
it
go
goes
to
into
fulfill,
three, then it goes into
and it-
four, and then y'all be like, "What did I
but they
do?"
all have attitudes. And what did you find out? That all those women that you kept going on to what have something in common called the what?
No,
Attitude?
Oh no, this is where I come to find out that this is what happens, right? Because this is the first thing of a red flag when we dealing with black women, right? It's like they act like everything is brand new and everything they did the first time, the very first time. They be like, "Oh, that's the first time I ever did that." No, it's not, bitch.
That's because that's what y'all want to hear.
Okay, you know
lying
what?
like motherfuckers.
That's what y'all want to hear.
Hey, let me tell you,
that's
the
why y'all
craziest
laughing.
thing they do.
Okay, wait, hold on a
See,
minute.
black women cheat.
Hold on,
Black
the
women
Yeah,
craziest
black women
thing
cheat
you
for
do.
sure,
Y'all
600.
Take them
Okay, wait.
somewhere that they
And
been,
No, we
right?
don't.
You
And
take them
then
somewhere
then
they
y'all be
been with
like,
another man, and they fake like they never been there.
"Yeah,
And then the waiter walks up and says, "Hey, nice to see you back."
Dang.
this is facts, right?"
Black women
Black-
don't cheat. I will make sure I scream that out. Black women don't cheat. Respect.
No,
It's
black women don't want
cheat.
to. Black women
Listen.
don't want to hurt your feelings. Black
No,
women
y'all
have
cheat
hope for
every
black
yo.
men.
Hey, yo, y'all cheat way more than men. And you
But
know
listen,
No,
no, wait,
but it's
listen.
about even when the black man, if you're out,
No.
9 times
And they
out of
do
10,
it
the
worse.
black man will have his side girl meet you at the restaurant, talking about that's my homegirl. That's my homegirl. That's my homegirl. That's my
That's
homegirl.
y'all
Hell
insecurities.
no.
Some of y'all
Okay,
still
so
gonna go.
That's
go
your
out.
insecurities.
That's
Some
not
of
Okay,
your
y'all
so
still
why
gonna
why
go.
do
Yeah,
black
that's clearly
women?
some
Y'all
insecurity
still
she's
gonna
showing
go
right
do
now.
This is
it.
the number one
That's
black
your
woman
insecurity.
line, right?
It's
Why
okay.
do-
Look, wait. Can I say something? It's okay because you're right. Don't worry. We're gonna let the men have that. That is our insecurities.
Right,
And it's
Peppa.
only your insecurities where we
Yeah.
introduce you to the bro, to the cuz,
Yeah.
No, we don't
to
go
the
for that.
fam. You know, it's
We
Nah,
don't.
we ain't
Ain't
going
no
for
you
that.
meet
man
the bro,
allowing no
Y'all
Yeah,
you
woman
my
meet
to
the
gal
have
ain't
cuz,
got
no
no
friend.
Then
bros.
they size. Then they
same
My
size
friend,
gal
him
same
don't
up.
got no
energy.
They size
bros,
him
no
up trying
cuz, no
to
none of
say
that
My
shit.
woman ain't
Word
got
is
no
bond. Ain't no
bros,
male
no none of
friends,
that.
no none of that.
None
No
of that.
none of that.
Okay, so why
That's a double
do black
standard.
women say they be like, "Oh, you ain't gonna tell nobody"?
What?
Yeah, when it comes down, when it
Cause they
comes down
always
to
doing something
somebody
they
saying
ain't
Loose,
supposed
something,
to do.
Loose, what they
I'm
say
like,
again, bro?
you ain't gonna tell nobody after like after they like, "Oh, you
It
know
be
I never
crazy
did this
because the
before."
men be trying to bribe the females to try to keep their
oh, that's
relationship.
crazy.
They got their home
No,
together. Like y'all be trying to bribe us and persuade us, and we gonna go because we want the money. All jokes aside, like
Damn.
But
y'all
I'm
don't be
glad
wanting
you
a
said it.
relationship half the time. Y'all just
I'm
want to
glad
get
you
y'all
said it.
rocks
Y'all
off and
want
get
the
on.
money.
okay, that's honest.
Y'all just
Like
want to
what?
use the men
That
for the
sound like
money.
prostitution.
That's
We
all
really
y'all
want to
good
fall in
for.
love.
If we gonna be
But that's
realistic,
Yeah.
if they
technically,
got
yeah,
money.
like
Most of them don't got no money.
What's fun? I'm glad you said that because y'all get
No,
fucked by
we don't want
somebody
to
that ain't
spend
got
it on
money,
y'all.
even though y'all looking for a man that got money.
Women
Yeah,
love
that's
money.
I will agree with you. That's a good ass point.
You know what I'm
Women
saying? Like
love money.
every
You
woman
can
say
be the
that,
ugliest
right?
nigga in the world, but
Every
as long
woman
as
say
your
they
pocket's
about money,
big,
but they get
they don't
fucked by the
go.
nigga that ain't got money all the
Yeah.
time.
Right.
So
Because
wait
y'all
up,
think y'all
man.
smart. Because like women think you smart and you're not. The
You can
average
be
cat
ugly as
has
fuck.
a
If
small
your
point.
pocket's talking, we gonna go for it. We don't give a fuck how ugly you look. If your money talking, we going
Nah,
with you. We don't give a
Every
fuck.
time
All
I hear
right, so
somebody
think
say
about
that they're
average
about
And on
men,
money,
top of that,
women.
if
I
y'all
always
dick
see the
small, we
nigga that
gonna
ain't
act
got
like it's
money fuck
big.
the
Like
shit out of him.
all this money, and you think we give a fuck about the size of your dick? The money longer than your dick.
Hold
Oh
on.
mama, I could give a
We got
fuck.
rules on here. If you ain't showing your face, you can't be on here.
I'm sorry, I don't
R&B.
turn the camera on. I'm outside.
Oh.
Yeah, turn that camera on. But for
Yeah,
all the
R&B.
women that say they're about money, they always get
Harris
fucked by a
is
nigga that ain't got no
light-skinned
money.
with
That's
freckles
fact.
and a big-ass nose. She light-skinned with a bunch of freckles, a bunch of them.
I look like The Rock. I look like Dwayne.
She half Asian
I wouldn't
and
have said
half
that.
Blasian.
Yeah, how you say you look like a man? What you mean?
I'm
Yeah, I wouldn't have
anonymous.
said, I
I'm just
wouldn't
up
have
here to
used the
talk my
man.
shit.
You gotta come on, yo.
Yeah, you
got
gotta
a
come on
bad hair
camera though. That's the rule.
No, I
You gotta
am.
come
No,
on
I am. I'm finna sit down.
Peg, you got a
camera. Okay,
bad
there you
hair
go.
day, Peg? What up?
She not rough
No, I'm
like that.
outside.
But a
First of all,
woman that say she
I got
about
on a
money, that's
jail
a
sweater. Come
304.
on now.
Yeah, that's a 304. A woman that say she, she want a man
Hey,
with
and
money.
then what's up with all your women getting BBL?
I don't know. I was born with my ass.
What's up with men getting like? What's up with men getting lipo?
That's the new thing.
Hold on, men getting a lipo. There's more
Women get
BBLs than lipo.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
I mean they
trying to
getting
tell you.
BBLs
At
for
the
nothing.
surgery center, I see it's
type
about
of man, yeah.
What's wrong with BBL?
What you mean? Y'all can be comfortable in your own skin.
I like a little fake ass every now and then, you know, especially if you spent your money on this shit. It's your shit.
Okay,
I
so
be
I don't
buying
think there's
wigs,
nothing wrong
when
with
I be
BBL.
buying wigs and shit, and they be asking
I'm
for
not
wigs,
anti
it's
BBL.
mine.
I'm not anti.
R&B.
You just gotta have it.
It's my wig. I paid for it.
What
It's
is
my
her
hair.
little ass talking about right now? She like a little fake ass.
That's what I was about to
I
say, right?
like
That's
a
what I
little
was about to
fake
say. Yeah, I was
ass.
about to say the
Not
same thing, right?
Just don't forget to buy the thighs too.
She got an
Hey.
instant attitude. She got that BBL. So she got an instant attitude. What's wrong with that BBL?
Yo, so listen.
Let me tell
Okay,
y'all
so
something. Let me tell y'all something. First of all,
what?
how y'all gonna hate on some shit that y'all made happen? It don't
That's
matter.
cat.
We didn't
That's
make it
cat.
happen.
That's cat. We didn't
Of
make that
course you
happen.
did.
That's
Of
cat.
course you did. First
No,
of
we
all,
didn't.
it all started out with everything starts out with y'all approval first. That's first and foremost.
No,
And
the
once
strippers
Nah,
everybody,
start
hell
doing
no.
it.
and once
The
they seen
strippers
that,
start doing that shit. Y'all, our women is following behind strippers.
no, they wasn't. They seen
Yes,
black
they
men.
was.
They seen the most because they
Strippers
saw
and
that
Brazilian
strippers.
women.
The men
And
follow
Wait, let
Brazilian
me say
women.
this. Let me say this. Let me say this. They seen strippers and vixens getting the most love. So they was like, well,
Y'all been
damn.
doing
If my
BBL
black,
since
if, they like, if
I'm
my
gonna
black
get you
man,
sucker.
if my black men love big asses that much and love ass that much, guess what I'm about to do? Damn.
Get her ass.
Y'all been doing that since I'm gonna get you
You
sucker.
gonna initiate it, make.
That's what they do.
It's like, why y'all
Men do
initiate
not.
something and then get mad about something that you
No, we
initiated?
don't. Listen, we will not force you to get something you don't have. We're gonna love
That's
you
right.
for you.
That's
R&B,
it.
I love you for you, baby. I never tripped your ass.
I'm listening. I'm
I
listening.
never
Like,
tripped. I never said you have to get a big ass. I love you for you, baby.
My
Them
ass
is
already
insecurities.
big.
Them is insecurities about
You
women
had a little ass. You
trying to
probably
get
was
that.
you trying to buy me something.
No, see, women call a BBL an upgrade so they could think they're gonna get a higher tax bracket.
but y'all gotta
Right.
understand when he met you, you ain't have no ass. You know what I'm saying? If he fucking with you when he first met you when you didn't have all of that, why the fuck would he give a fuck whether or not your ass is big or
That's
not
what
now?
I'm saying.
You
You know what
just
I'm
proved
saying?
the point though. You just
He
proved
gonna
the
Because
fuck
point.
they're
you
If
no
he's
doing
matter
it
shouting
for
at
what.
her,
other men.
but
They
if he's
want
talking,
other
right.
men. This why I say women.
which one of my sisters is talking like they don't know the
This is
game?
why I say
Listen, I don't know Teflon.
but this is why I say women cheat more than men. Follow me, Cap.
I
When you
am.
women, knowing that man is at work, and y'all go put on this over-revealing attire, see-through attire that y'all know damn well at the time when you grew up was not permitted to be worn in public. And y'all walk your ass out that door, you ain't doing it for me. I ain't behind you. You do it for any man in the world that's gonna see you and want to approach you. Now, whether you say I didn't give him a number or nothing, you still want to smile, chuckle, giggle, and be acknowledged by the
looking for
man.
that attention.
That is a form of cheating.
That is. And that and then they be like, oh, I'm just trying to feel good about myself. Bitch, no, you not on Chris.
Wow. Then look, then I seen some lady. I saw some lady.
Hold
right?
on,
She was
lady.
like,
Well, damn.
Hold on,
and
lady.
she was like, and look, and she was like, look, when she posts all stuff about family, she don't get all those weird comments and attention. So she says she don't even post stuff by herself to even, she tries to eliminate all those type of comments and stuff. So she only posts like family stuff. So when y'all women posting all these seductive pictures and stuff like that, revealing, y'all opening up the door for a whole bunch of BS. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Especially if you're in a
Where you
relationship.
getting the attention
Y'all,
from? If
y'all
you with
must,
your
y'all
man,
must
that
ain't
should go
heard
to
what
your
Steph
man by
Curry
himself.
wife said. Y'all must ain't never tapped in and heard what the fuck she said. First of all, her fucking husband makes all this money. Okay, she getting all this attention from her husband, got all these kids. She rich as fuck. She ain't got shit to worry about. She said that she
And it still wasn't enough.
no,
She
listen,
still
they're
wanted
married.
attention
Listen,
from
no,
strangers. You
she's
helping us,
rich.
you know that, right?
Listen, wait a minute, but
What
what I'm saying is, it don't matter how fucking much money a nigga got, how big his dick is. I'm saying how big of a fucking fan base and how important and fucking big he is to the fucking outside world. It'll never be enough because you know what I'm saying. She didn't give a fuck how much money Steph Curry had. You get what I'm saying? And she still wanted attention from other niggas. She was still seeking validation from niggas who don't get niggas that look up to your nigga. Listen, wait a minute. Niggas that look up to your nigga that's coming to your nigga games. You're more worried about you getting more attention from fucking fans than you are your nigga. Which goes back to what I'm saying is women in general, me, honestly, if a nigga that's ugly approach me, I'm still gonna give a good chuckle because I'm just that bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like it just is what it is.
But
I
you
like
kind
that.
of proving the point,
validation.
though.
That's my point.
You kind of proving the point. So you got, you got a man.
Thank you.
Steph Curry
I'm
got
just
the
being
money.
honest, but I'm on y'all stream.
Yes, so you just brought up a man. So you
That's
just brought up a
exactly
man
what
that
I'm
has
saying.
right. You just brought up a man that has the money, taking care of her, being faithful to her, and it still wasn't enough for her. She still had to go hold herself and get attention from other men. You proving our point.
but still, okay. So we saying all this, right? So let's not talk about his money. What's he giving her the attention that she needed?
What if his dick don't work? If the dick don't work,
They got kids. His dick work. They got kids.
Okay.
His dick work.
Wait. So
Y'all always think y'all dick work even when y'all dick don't work.
Come through. Talk about the real talk. When it don't
I'm trying
work.
to tell you.
When a dick ain't never worked. When it
Lifting
ain't
the
work.
motherfucker.
We can come back to that.
We got daddy
We'll come back
issues.
to that.
Most
We
of
don't
y'all
want to hurt
already got
nobody.
money
Listen,
now.
we don't want to hurt y'all feelings too
No,
early in
we
the
got
session.
daddy
We'll
issues
come
more
back.
than
Nah,
anybody
it be
else.
the niggas
But
that
no
be
caption,
bragging
a lot
about
of them
them
be
having
having
a
a
lot
lot of
going on, and
I agree.
then
I
when
agree
you
to an
finally
extent.
listen,
But I
and
mean
then
though
when you
by the
finally
daddy
fuck
issue.
them, and you
No,
finally
the
go
daddy
see
issues
what all the
come out
hype
of
was
that, but
about,
she
it
really
wasn't
mad
even
at the
talking
mama
about
because
shit.
daddy was
Okay,
dead.
wait.
Right. So they kind
It
of go
wasn't even
in
talking
hand in
about
hand
shit.
together.
Don't leave and come back here.
Okay, what's that? Shanae or Shanae? Hey, no, listen. Show me your wrist.
R&B, say
Show me your wrist.
Yeah, I like Maddie though. I like Maddie though.
Show you my wrist.
Yeah, let me see your wrist. See, mine's is a little bit thicker than that.
And then watch, we gonna see him in person, see what all the hype was about. He gonna pull out a wee wee. Like
It's gonna be like womp
You know how it go.
I swear, y'all know the quiet niggas that don't really do too much talking. Them be the ones with that. You know what I'm saying? With that wow. It be the ones that be
And so
bragging.
have you ever went with the
Like,
quiet nigga though? You ain't went, but you never went with the quiet nigga.
Yeah,
Nah, I know you
quiet
haven't.
nigga. They be the freakiest
This is
ones.
the
They
person
be
that's
having
not
all the
showing
crazy
her
fetishes
face.
and shit.
Let me see
Right.
your
We
face.
looking at the trees right now,
Yeah, we
Luke. We
looking
looking
at
at the
I'm
trees.
sorry. I'm
Just saying.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm outside.
Some of y'all,
I'm in a jail sweater. Like, what the
women,
fuck? Cut me some slack,
listen,
nigga.
the women are to blame on some of them situations. Now I'm just giving you just scenarios.
There
I'm
you
not saying
go.
it has to do with me.
Can
The
y'all hear me
women
now?
are
Yeah,
to
we hear
blame
you.
in them situations.
Okay.
You know,
Please
let's just say you got two
elaborate.
individuals, right? You got
Hold
the
on,
man
one
and the
mic on
woman.
the woman blamer. One mic on the woman
The
blamer.
woman, she should be ready. Just how the guy gonna be ready. You know what I mean? So women be having little issues You know,
What's the issue? What's the issue?
Well, y'all be having extracurricular different type of needs to be ready. You feel what I'm saying?
Okay, so what about without the sex 600? Like what? So
I thought that's what y'all
we
were
only
talking
talk. No, but
Yeah,
that's
no,
all
we
y'all
still-
talking about.
we
So
still-
outside
No,
sex.
y'all brought the sex
outside
up,
sex.
though.
Yeah, we wasn't even talking about the sex stuff.
I'm
But
okay
outside
with
sex.
that. I'm okay with
Outside
being the
sex. What
culprit
more
to
do
bring
y'all
the
have
sex
to
up.
offer?
Okay, I'm gonna need the girls to get on code because they
it
said
really
y'all brought up
depends.
the BB. They said y'all brought up the first thing. Now they said that y'all bringing up this, so we gonna make them listen. We about to let them read
I
out.
keep telling them
Luke
to get
brought
on
up the
code.
BBL.
Listen,
Luke
Maddie,
brought up
every
the
relationship is different,
But
right?
again, it's no problem if we're bringing it up if we have
I want to
something
know
say
why
that.
women.
Yeah, but we gotta
why-
get on code. We gotta get on
Yo,
code.
what is it? What makes you a woman? Because on some real shit, if you a little girl and you in need of your daddy, right? Cool, that's cool. We get that. Then you become a teenager, you're still in need of your daddy. Then you hit your 20s, now you still in need of your daddy. And then in your 30s, you still ain't figured it out. You
Right.
need your daddy. Why y'all get mad that we talk to you like a little girl sometimes?
Ooh.
It's the same reason men get mad when we talk to them like they mamas.
No,
Little boys.
answer the
Little
question.
boys.
Absolutely.
No.
Did you do this?
Absolutely.
Did you do that? Did you make sure this?
You know the
Did you make
difference,
sure
though?
that?
A man was bred to lead. A woman was made to be submissive. So when
Okay.
we're being your daddy or your authority, that's the natural order of things. When you trying to be our mama, that's not the natural order of things.
It's not.
Right, but
Being
if
our
you
mama
came
is
into
not
the
how
scenario,
being our mother is not how you get it for listens.
Y'all
When
been
you
messed
need,
up.
like,
Y'all
when
been
y'all
messed
want to
up the
get something
natural
from a
order of
man,
things.
you know how to
the
talk.
natural
What you
order
mean
has
by that,
Yeah,
Teflon?
y'all
it's
been
been
messed
That's
up the
some
natural
bullshit.
order of things. So we can't even
Teflon, what
talk
you
about
mean
that.
by that?
Me come back here and sit down. I'm like, yeah, y'all been messed up the natural order
What
of things.
you
So
mean by that, Teflon?
I mean, we could start from as old as slavery, and we could bring it back to right now if we
Let's
want
go to
to. I'm like,
slavery. What you mean?
y'all been messed up the order of things. I'm like, so at the end of the
Y'all
day,
was
we gotta.
the one lying to us talking about we didn't want to do it, but I was working in the big house. But whole time you in love with him.
Y'all funny.
But not you,
First
not
of all,
you,
right?
not you back there knocking down the Mr. wife in the background too, because she wanted a
But he
little
ain't
love
had
and
no
affection
choice
from the
though.
man.
He ain't
He
had no
ain't had
choice
no
though.
He
choice.
ain't have
All
no
of a sudden,
choice.
all
Yeah.
of a sudden, you didn't have
Nah,
no
they
Where
ain't
y'all
choice.
had
get
no
that
choice.
from?
I
Where
knew
y'all
this
get
was
that
gonna be a
from?
crazy
Hold on,
conversation.
where Luke go? Because you didn't have a choice, but now y'all saying you prefer. You're saying that white women do better, or they.
I never say that. Hell
Okay,
no.
no, I'm not giving that to you,
White
Captain.
women are
I said, where Luke
women
go?
are more submissive to black men than black women.
Who told you that?
And the reason
Nah.
why a lot of
Who
black
told you that?
men
You're
Listen,
not
but
even.
what
You're
about
not
the
even
women
with
that
a
just
white
get
woman. What you talking about?
Yeah, it's
grow up
okay. We
and
about to
don't
make this up.
the reason why a lot of black
Black,
men
you're
grow
not
up
even with a white woman.
and
What you
don't
talking
want
about?
a black woman
What is you
'cause
talking
they
about?
see the way
You
they
was with a beautiful
mama,
black queen
they
that you
see the
talk
way
about
they
daily.
mama
What you
handle
talking
they
about?
daddy.
What you talking about? You with a beautiful black queen daily. What you talking
No,
about?
no,
What
hold
you
on,
What you talking about?
hold on,
What you
hold on.
talking about?
He said, "Hold
She's
on."
Who
not
you
black.
talking about? Who you
She's
talking
not
about?
black.
And what she is?
She
She's
foreign.
That
Native
girl from
American.
Greenville, Mississippi. What you talking about?
She's
What you
Native
talking
American.
about?
She's
What you
Native
talking
American.
about? You speak on her every
If
moment
she
you
would have
speak. We
told me
talking.
she
That
was
ain't no
black,
white
I
woman.
wouldn't have never dated her.
Lies.
That's
Lies.
wacky.
She's
Wow.
Native American.
You slip all up in
You
that,
are
baby.
black.
Lies.
Look at you.
Lies.
Acting
Lies.
just like a
Black
Negro.
dude, get all hypnotized and gone. Strong dumb.
What
You
you
know I'm
say?
proud. You
But
know I'm
but
a
listen
proud
though.
Ghanaian, baby. You know I'm a proud West African, so don't say nothing to me. You know I
Hold
love
on.
being from West Africa.
You
I
are
love
no,
it.
you're American.
Oh
Lies.
You
Call
are
my
not
daddy.
African.
Call my daddy and tell him otherwise.
You're
That's a
American.
lie. That's a lie.
You're American.
That's a lie. My blood
See,
runs
all the
straight from
all
West
the American
Africa.
coming out of you. Now watch this.
Lies.
How many of
Lies.
y'all watch your grandmama or your mama talk
Mm-hmm.
to your daddy crazy or
You
say
not my
your
daddy.
daddy ain't shit? This is why
Hey,
you
once you
grow up
submit to that man, he is your daddy.
So wait,
I
so
don't
wait,
want
wait,
my
I said
woman
he
telling
not
my
captain.
kids, yo,
Oh,
So
fuck
what
you,
you
a
trying
black
to say?
woman.
So what you trying to say? So this is
What
what I
I'm
want to
saying
ask
No,
you.
is this.
wait a
You just
minute.
use
I
the
gotta
white
call
woman.
Cap on something. I
Go
gotta
ahead.
call Cap on something. Cap, that is Cap. Because the
Yeah.
Bible that you be reading does
Right.
not say that the man is now the woman's daddy. Now, Sarah called Abraham Lord. I ain't
Lord.
heard no woman in the Bible call
Right.
that man daddy.
So let's up the ante then. Let's up the ante. Lord is greater than daddy. So now it says you, I'm your Lord. Yeah, there you go. Hey, Wack, from now on, you should be called Lord now. From now on, Wack.
And you call us king, right?
That's right. King, Lord, all that.
Not daddy.
But how many
is greater than daddy?
Yeah, King and Lord is greater than daddy.
But they use the white. They use
And the
the
point
white
I was
woman.
making
Listen,
is once you submit to that man,
let's not
he
let's
is
not
your
skip
Lord,
over.
your daddy. He's
Let's not-
conquering you.
Not your daddy.
Wait, hold on. We skipping over the white woman thing first of all, because you said that
The white
white
woman
woman is more
listen,
submissive.
white women
So,
don't
okay.
talk down on their men in front of children.
This is bullshit. So this is
And
what we
the
about to call a
reason why
cap on.
look, the mamas talk so bad. We grow up and say we don't want no black woman.
You got mommy
white
issues.
woman, boy.
No,
White
she
woman,
says-
boy.
I love black
She just
women for
says
the
it
record. I
differently.
love
She
it.
says, "Hey, Tom, your son Johnny's acting up. I suggest you go in there and get on his ass." They just use a different terminology. That's it.
They don't say your daddy ain't shit. You ain't gonna be shit.
Right.
His
Well,
daddy
that
ain't
part they
shit.
don't say. That part.
Yes, they do.
That's a fact.
And on top of that,
But I hate white women though. Just for the
Yes,
record.
they
I'm
do.
gonna be
why,
real.
yo, stop this
No.
real stuff.
No, we ain't gonna say that.
Why should a black man, right, date a woman that's trying to be a white woman? We should just go to white woman. Your hair,
Trying to be a
Oh,
your
white
hair,
woman.
Oh,
your
this
eyelash,
white women
Oh,
don't
it's
dress
really
so whack
hard.
whack.
bleaching
My
your
real hair. I
skin.
got my real
Y'all
hair. I got
trying
my
to
real
look
hair.
like a European. So why
You're
should
right.
you just go get one?
That's a rough one.
Listen.
Bleaching
can't
skin.
even- I
These
can't
white
even
women got bodies down
The
too.
Yeah,
fact
that's
that
crazy
okay,
right
the fact that we
But
not
black,
about to
but
let
white
wax
women been
manipulate.
tanning for 500 times. Tanning.
White women wear
Tanning,
our
trying to
hair.
get
White
their little
women trying
mixed
to dress like
babies.
us.
Come
White
on
women
now.
trying to get our body aesthetics. White women trying to get
Wearing
our facial
braids.
features.
Teflon,
Chris
wearing
down here with
braids.
blonde
We can
hair
talk
right
about
now.
this all day.
He playing real. He playing.
Oh, I know.
Real, fake.
Look, wearing
What?
braids,
if
get their body done to be the same.
Well, you know you
What?
just
No,
talk. You
I
know
ain't
you
saying
talking
about
shit.
nobody
Wax.
done.
You know you just
I'm
talking shit.
saying, why date somebody that's trying to be something? You can just
Well,
go.
why date a white woman who
You
wears
can go get
tape-ins,
what they
who wear
trying to
weaves
be.
as
Be
well?
something.
Why
Wow.
do white women wear tape-ins, weaves,
White
wigs,
women started
lashes?
that shit.
No,
Hold
they
on,
don't.
started
No,
it.
they
these
don't.
white
Why?
women
Yes,
out
they
here
do.
getting
That's their
their lips
natural hair.
enhanced.
Well,
They
that's
out
what
here
that's what
getting,
feel like.
getting these,
That's
getting
not
their
right.
fucking
Listen.
lips enhanced and shit to
Chris,
look just like a black
Chris, you
woman.
got blonde hair over there, sis.
Right now.
Okay,
Hold
but
on,
wax.
don't get
Okay,
on
but
me
wax.
like that.
Wait, hold on, wax.
How
You
you
know
know
about the
one
black
born
man?
like this?
What about the black man trying to be accepted? What about the fact that the black man is so
We
insecure
ain't
with
changing our
themselves?
we not
The
changing
black
our
man is
No,
attitude.
so insecure with
no.
themselves
No.
that
Black
they
men
are.
are
Like,
known
you sound
for
like a
defying.
colonizer. You sound
We're
like a
known for
colonizer.
defying. We
Black men
defy.
as a
R&B, you
whole
a
is not
colonizer over there.
insecure
He a
and trying to blend in
colonizer.
nowhere.
They
Black
do.
men
Black
in America is
No,
not
you gotta
trying to
accept
blend
the
in.
let a
truth.
man
Like
be out with let a man
Let's
be in
speak
a
on your
I'm so glad
insecurities.
I
relationship
found
with
me
his
an
boys.
Indian.
You want to find out if
no,
a
I
man
love
is
black women.
insecure? Put
Y'all
him
do
in
gotta
two
face
tests
that.
and
Nah,
see
men,
what his
men,
boys. You'll see
men
how
hate,
insecure
men
he is.
hate when women point out their flaws. Like men hate whenever
What
women
flaw?
get to pointed out the thing. Exactly, you see what I'm saying? Talking about what
Plenty of
flaw? Like
flaws.
that's exactly what
No,
I'm talking about right
you
No.
I'm
there.
want
at,
to
no,
tell him.
Y'all,
No, no, no,
y'all,
when
no.
I'm
y'all
saying
don't
what
like
flaw,
for
I'm
women to
That's
asking
point
you
not
to
what the
y'all
point out
video
flaws
what
is
flaw.
out.
When he with
The
his
the
boys,
things the
if
things
he
that
with
we
his
don't
boys,
like about y'all, the
We
things
just
that we
want you to
that
be
irritate
specific.
us, that shit bothers y'all. Y'all think that y'all are up here and y'all feel like y'all have no flaws. Y'all feel like women are
But
the
they
No, no, no.
having
I'm
problem.
no
asking you
flaws.
to
Y'all,
point out
y'all
what
think,
flaw.
hold on, nah, let me
Speak the
finish.
truth.
And then the main thing that y'all do is when y'all are upset or when y'all are mad, instead of just sitting down and having a normal conversation and talking to
Right.
your partner about the communication on what's really going on, y'all would rather just, catch an attitude, make her feel some type of way, put her in your
No, I'm
shoes,
asking you to
get
point
on
No.
out
her
the
ass.
flaw though.
But
Y'all
that's what
think
I'm
that
saying.
y'all
See what's
have
the
no
flaw.
flaws. Y'all feel like y'all don't have
Everybody
any.
different.
Wait, what you say,
Are
R&B?
we
We acting
speaking
like
as a
what?
whole?
Y'all act like little boys and throw fits and shit. Temper tantrum.
Hold on.
Tantrum.
Hold on. I throw a
Mhm.
fit as a grown ass man. I don't throw little
Yeah.
boy fit. I throw
That's a
grown
grown ass
men
man.
fit. I throw grown men fit.
You get what I'm saying?
You're right. You throw grown man fist because men can't handle the truth.
You see, y'all.
Men cannot
I don't throw a fit
handle
over
the
the
Like
truth.
what? What's the
They
truth
really
we
can't.
can't handle? What's the truth we can't handle?
Men
The
can't
truth
handle
is
the
that,
truth.
hold on, let me
Stand
tell
up.
you what the truth is. The truth is that you guys carry a lot of insecurities and you're very intimidated by
Like
a black
what?
woman.
No, no. That's
We
what I'm saying. You
intimidated
can't
by
say you
black
guys.
Intimidated by
You
what?
can't
Though?
say everybody's the same.
Y'all
no way
come
we
from us,
intimidated by 'em.
Stefan.
You can say.
Yeah, like
you
you
can
make a
say.
statement. Give us an actual talking point. Like when you say
Okay, let me give you. All right, got
yeah,
you.
there we
A
When
go.
I
lot
say
of men don't
intimidated,
even want their
when I
wives
say
to even be more
intimidated, I'm gonna give you
successful than them.
exactly. That's a major talking
That
point.
ain't
Right
me.
there.
They,
So
they
here's the
don't
thing
even
about
want
No,
their
it.
no.
wives and their
So
girls
let
to be
me
more
so let me get rid of that myth.
to be
Let me,
making
No,
more money
let me
than
get
them. They
rid of
don't
that
want
That's
myth.
their
your
wife to be
biggest
the
come on, we
investment
gonna
right
work
breadwinner.
it
there.
They
out.
What
want to
you
We
be
gonna
talking
Wait,
the
work
wait,
it
only
about?
out.
let me get rid of
breadwinner.
that myth. It's not
Hold
that
on.
black
It's not a
men.
myth. It's not a
No,
myth.
I'm gonna tell you, it's not that black men don't want their woman to be more successful. It's that when
Mhm.
black women are successful, that means that they think that means they can dominate that man. That's where the conflict is at. Every man wants their woman to be great. What woman? What black man don't? But when the
Okay, now
black
let me
woman
break it
gets
down.
great, she was taught. Here's what she was taught.
No,
She
let
was
me break
taught
it
that
down
when
for
she
you. Let me break
makes
it. Okay,
money,
hold on.
That's
You
wait,
gonna
not
be
wait,
no,
when
wait.
she
Hold
was
on. Hold
taught.
on. Hold on. I
not
want him to
every
speak, but
woman.
let me give you a
Let me just
point.
finish.
Let him finish. See,
Let me finish, and then you got it. Like even now, I'm responding to your point, and you can't
Go
even
ahead.
listen. When
Go
y'all were taught that your
Y'all
independence
cut
and
me
your
off,
power
but go
is
off
that your
though.
financial status. But if we talking about relationship, the black man provides more protection than your financial status ever can. So
Not
it's not that we don't want you to shine. It's just that when you do shine, you think your money outvalues the man. And so now you come into the house, think you're gonna leave the house, and you can't. You can't protect the house, you can't build the house, you can't understand the house, you can't do none of that, but you can be successful. So we'll always want you to be dominant out in the financial field or in the
Okay, now may I
educational
say
field.
something?
But when it comes to the home, it starts with the man being in charge.
Okay, now I disagree wholeheartedly because at the end of the day, yes, you have a small fraction of women that don't understand male leadership. So yes, you're right. You do have certain women that when they are financially over you guys, they will use that. But at the end of the day, the majority of women, we hold you down. Because at
always.
the end of the day, typically
Always.
always
That's
carry
a
out
fact.
on our backs. So typically, when we make more money than you, we do not want to. We so insecure to even let you know that we making more money because we know that you guys carry a self-esteem issue
And
that
be jealous,
is already going to be a
Janae,
problem. So
Janae, I
no,
just
let
went
me
No,
say
listen,
no.
look.
Oh boy,
That's what I'm
Janae,
saying.
we just went to dinner. You told your man, that's my car, find your way home. I had to get a homie and ride home. Because you did some more. That's my car. Since you don't want to agree with me, find your way home. Yo, Maddie, you know what you done did. And
Listen,
Teflon, when I
First
put
of
you
all, Wack, you
on
know
love
I'm
with a man,
Wack,
the
don't
man
call me out because
called
you know
your
I
phone,
stay. First of
Teflon,
all,
and
Wack,
she
don't.
told the homie Latif, hey, I'll let you know when the good time to call me.
Wow.
No, wait, go back. Now, Wack, what did I do? Because you know I stayed in pocket. I stayed in my place and I stayed quiet with mine. Mine didn't play at all. Mine did not play. Mine did not play. Did he play? He didn't play.
What happens is you overstep your boundaries.
How? Where I go?
You know
I
what
stayed
you was
inside.
doing.
I stayed inside.
You know what you was doing. What was you doing?
Inside.
So when he told you not to do something, you still went and did it.
No, I never did.
Tell the truth.
Do you know who that man was? What I do?
All y'all do it. I'm saying it.
I never did.
All y'all
I never
do it.
did. I never
all
did.
y'all overstep your boundaries.
That man can tell you if I was in the bathroom in my house. He knew everywhere I was.
R&B did it the other day.
Well, you talk about her, but don't talk about me.
That's what I'm saying. Look, this gonna be hard.
Talk about her.
I told
the girl in the corner,
talk about
right?
her. But mine didn't
Look,
play, and you know
all
mine
y'all
didn't
do
play.
All
no,
y'all do
but you already knew mine didn't play. You already knew
Let
mine
me
didn't
tell
play.
you what she did. I told R&B, listen, I don't want to eat till 8 o'clock. She come in there with a plate of food at 7:59. I know I said 8 o'clock.
I'm funny. I want to play.
You say hold it for 1 minute.
I
I
was
was
saying.
on time. I was on time.
Look,
Your
the one
stomach
that's
was
outside,
growling.
right? The one that's outside. When she refers to women, she says, "No, not we're not all the same. You can't speak for." When she refers to men, she says, "All y'all this, all y'all that, y'all security." We different too. We're not all the same.
A little money lift. We just one thing.
Yeah, we're not all the same. But this
Okay,
this
we
is gonna
get
always
that
be
part.
complicated anyway because everybody different. All the relationships is different. You know, the intentions is different. The love is different. It's going to be different. So we're going to always have a different arguments anyway because everybody not the same.
Now, I will say this. This floor, it's complicated because R&B, Shanae, and Maddie, right? I know for a fact those are three women that connect with their men and build, right? Paris ass is young and she don't respect a lot of men because she's good at playing stupid, right? So she plays stupid and she want to see which man is going to play her like she's stupid or who's going to try to like enhance her and give her some game. She's going to be loyal to what's loyal to her. Now, Teflon over here, she play hard to get, and I feel like she's the one that needs to learn from everybody else because she don't want to open up. I don't know why. I tried to hook Teflon up with very prominent candidates. Latif, she totally ignored it.
Teflon is really submissive. Very
No,
submissive.
she's not. But
yes,
she
I
has
am.
this wall
I am.
up. She
The one
has
that's
this
the toughest, the
wall
one
up.
that's the most submissive.
Why
Don't
won't you
get
let nobody
confused.
in, Teflon?
Because
you
they're
got
not
this wall
worthy.
up.
They're not worthy.
What they got to do to be worthy? What they got to do to
Can't
be
even
worthy?
communicate with you.
It's about that one man that's where she gonna respect him enough to be quiet, to let him lead. So she hasn't found that person that she respect enough. You know, when we don't have no
What does
respect,
that
we
look
don't
like?
like
I respect men. Don't let Wack paint the picture.
Hey,
Because
so
I
what does
respect
that
men
look
and I'm
like?
very
Respect for
submissive.
men.
Don't paint that picture, Wack.
Let's be real.
What'd you say, Captain?
Listen,
I said, what does
Teflon.
that look like to respect him enough to listen to him?
That I can trust
Exactly.
you. That you gave me the trust that you're actually gonna lead me.
So, like when you meet a person, like what does that look like where you got to respect them? Like, do you come in not listening to them?
Oh no,
Like,
not at all.
hey, that's what I'm
I
asking.
listen.
Right.
I definitely listen.
Mhm. Yeah, that's
But
what I would
good.
think. I would think both parties, the man and woman, would
So
do that. But if
Teflon,
you
let me
come
ask
in,
you a question. You telling me, and I've been knowing you for about 2-3 years on Clubhouse, right? Clubhouse. All them years listening to the sensible, the submissive, this is what you present on Clubhouse. This woman, the go-getter, the hustler, you telling me it's just no man has approached you and then that's it.
I mean, men have approached. You know that. Like you said, you even tried to hook me up. It's not
But
even
what
that.
do
It's
you
just the
do?
fact that because I'm not ready. It's not about. It's just the fact
How
that
do
I'm
you
not
know
ready
when
for
you're
that
ready?
step. Oh, hold on. Let me grab my thing.
How do you know when you're ready? You don't know. How do you know that this individual that's coming into your life isn't part of you getting ready?
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, sorry, I had to grab my pod. Okay, yeah. So
You
listen.
need to
The
learn
thing
how to
about it
talk
is,
first.
when I say I'm not ready, okay, I mean like, I came. Okay, when you met me, I was coming out of a breakup. Correct.
Yeah.
So I had to heal. I had to work on myself. There was things that I had to check myself, hold accountability.
right?
Get to where I was wrong at. See certain things that needed to be fixed with myself. Granted. So I mean, I'm just not ready for that. Like I feel like it's a lot of bullshit going on out there right now. You know what I'm saying? In the dating pool, and a lot of shit I'm not really with right now. So I'm not really.
So
in
you
that
gonna tell
mindset
yourself this how long? Because Teflon, you got more years behind you than you got ahead of you.
I got you.
And I hate to say it,
I got you.
age
I got you.
don't really affect men, but it will affect women.
Affect women.
And
Yes.
when y'all be healing yourself,
I
is
got
you
you.
healing yourself by being
not
true yourself,
lying.
or do you actually
And
get
I'm
some
gonna tell you
counsel or
this,
advice
Teflon,
to heal yourself?
R&B, I keep it real. Sometimes it takes the new significant other, right, to heal. Sometimes it takes both of y'all to heal each other. Because it's a dude out there just like you who got his shit together but went through something. You went through something. And sometimes it takes the togetherness to heal. So how you gonna heal something that you can't heal 100%, that you need somebody in your life?
I agree. That's
Right,
why
do
I
y'all
said for
get
2025,
A lot of women fuck around and lose the nigga that really could have been like Prince Charming because they so caught up on what could have been and what might happen and ain't shit even happened yet. You ain't even gave the shit a go. to even really see if this person is different because you so afraid of what could happen and you ain't shit ain't even happened yet.
And a lot of times when women talk about they healing, they really just being to themselves. Healing requires you to go get help. You can't heal by just going to work and going home and staying in the house. If you're not going to somebody to actually get healed, give your problems to, give your issues to, and then they give you solutions, you're not healing. You're just sitting there. And then the next thing
Help
you
could
make,
come in the
you're gonna make the
form
same mistakes
of the individuals that's trying to have a conversation with you.
True. I think
I get it.
I
mean,
think
you're
that
right.
women, I don't think that
You're
men
right.
take the time to really heal properly. I think
Yeah, they
women do a lot of work, a lot of healing work, and men don't really take the time to do so.
We ain't
So
got,
I feel like most
We ain't
women,
got time for
Yeah,
all
we don't
that.
need as
we
much
ain't got to do all
time as
that.
women.
We can't afford to do it. We ain't got time for it.
We ain't
choose
got
not to do
time
it.
can't
for all
afford to
that.
do it. When you're doing other things, how come you can't
No,
afford to do it?
that's
When you're
other things
But that's
in
why y'all keep
y'all
damaging.
eyes.
But that's why y'all
In
keep
y'all
damaging people.
eyes, y'all think it's
Wait,
supposed to
did
waste
you
time
say
on that.
we keep damaging people?
That's why y'all keep damaging
And
people.
they
You
don't
don't
You
deal
take
hear
time
with
that?
the
to
men
heal.
don't deal with their trauma.
they
Maddie,
don't at
you
all. Not at all. Men
Traumatic
do not deal
It's
with
crazy.
they
trauma
No,
get
at
us
look,
all.
trauma
it's crazy
That's exactly
because
what's
creating
going
more
on.
trauma for
it's crazy
everybody else
because
with the traumatic asses. There's trauma everywhere. Got your
Exactly.
mama and daddy trauma, brother,
That's
sister
creating more and
trauma,
more
Oh, man.
trauma
homie.
every
Okay,
every
it's
day.
trauma
it's crazy
bonding.
Ain't
because a
nobody,
Everybody's
man
ain't
a
trauma
nobody
man
more
bond.
could put all
traumatized
that
than a black
trauma on a
woman.
woman and then a couple
That's not
months later
true.
when she's
He said ain't
completely healed,
nobody more
he'll text the
traumatized than
woman
a
and be
black
like,
woman.
"What you
But you
doing
That's
know
or where
fact.
what?
you at?" And just fuck her whole life up all over again. You sending
They
her
be
"What
like,
you doing" text after you done
let me
traumatized this girl months later, and then she done finally healed
Trying to
herself and
tell
then
you.
moved on, and now you talking about what you doing? What the fuck do you
Well,
want?
how do you know, parents, that we didn't think about what we did and want to make our wrongs right?
Don't come back. Don't come back. Please don't.
But I'm gonna have to agree with Kat on this one, and that's the truth. That's probably the realest shit you done said on this live. Okay, we are the most traumatized because guess
Right.
why? Because we go do the work to heal, and then we got to deal with your
Facts.
fucking trauma after we heal.
After.
So now
being
we
your
got to
mama,
deal with our
being
shit.
your
Then we
mama.
got to deal with your shit. Then we got to deal with all the other shit. Yes, we might be the most.
But on
We
top of
carry
it,
heavy
RB,
burdens.
wait,
No, you
RB,
know
on
what? You
top
know what
of
be
it,
messed
Y'all
wait,
need to
Captain,
take
wait.
Okay, good.
a
You
better
got it.
choice to
We
be.
have hope as well. That's the problem. Because we're black women, we produce black children and black men, and
No,
we have hope. Hold on, be
we
quiet.
produce
Be
black
quiet.
children.
Be quiet. We
No,
both
the man
collectively. Well,
produces
we
black
carry
children.
it and we push it out. Okay.
All
So
y'all
with
do
that,
is carry the baby.
that's
That ain't
fine.
no big deal.
That's you can die. You can die,
No,
Captain. Educate your friends.
yo,
You
all
can
y'all
die.
do is listen.
Yo, that's crazy.
Listen,
Yo,
if
that's
men
crazy.
can carry the baby
Whack,
in our
that, hey,
body,
Whack, that
So
was
the
crazy
woman
as hell,
carry it
Whack.
and nourish
all
it.
y'all do.
The woman
Listen, y'all,
carry it and nourish it. Okay, and nourish it. Because
Them
the baby
cells
needs
gotta
to
grow.
listen,
Them
listen,
cells
You
listen,
know what
gotta
be
listen,
grow.
messed up
Baby
though?
ain't gonna leave.
When women
Do
go through
y'all,
the healing
yo,
process, y'all choose the same
Don't say
nigga.
bye anyway.
See what?
When y'all go through that healing process, y'all choose the
choose
same
the
nigga
same
No,
that
we
you
don't.
so
No, we
healed
have
No, we
from.
hope
don't.
because you know why,
Yes,
Cap? We
y'all
have
do.
hold on, Shay. A lot of us have hope. We have
Right.
hope that that man will get better. We don't want to throw
You
you
know how
away.
y'all heal when y'all pick a man? Let your father or your brother pick that man. Let your father or brother meet that man. And that's the proof that y'all need men
First of
more
all,
than y'all need women. You
My
know
daddy
why?
is
Because when
78
y'all
years.
pick a man,
My
wait
daddy
one
is
no,
second.
78
Cap,
years
Wait
old.
one
Cap,
second. When
Still
Cap.
toxic.
They
what's your
Okay.
what?
mama ran their daddies off.
That's why I said brother. That's why I
first
said
of
brother,
all,
Whack. That's why I
They
said
put
father
their
or
brother
brother.
out the house
Yeah.
because they
first of
said he
all,
looked just like the daddy.
And you
Daddies
know
are
why y'all need a man to pick your man? Because when y'all see him,
Yo,
y'all just
they
see either
put the brother out the
I'll
house,
be
Cap,
real.
because they said
right.
the mama said you look just like your daddy.
listen.
That's
All
right.
you, all
And then
I
they
hear.
give
Listen,
him
every time I
hell.
hear
Hey,
y'all,
Whack.
And
listen.
so
Every time
women,
I hear
y'all
y'all
don't
talk,
know how to pick a
I'm gonna
good
be
man.
real, Whack.
Y'all pick a
I
man
think
based on
you
his
see
looks,
what?
I
his
think this
money,
group of
Hold on,
etc.
women.
let this got it.
I got
I
something.
think
You know
this
why
group
he
of
wasting his
women
breath?
is a bad
You see, wait.
representation for who need to be on
Okay,
this
you know
show.
why you wait,
Hold on, hold
hold
on.
on. You see how you talking about you
Hold
see how
on,
you
wait,
talking
wait.
about trauma? Hold on.
Yo,
All that you
ladies,
said go to your father.
Y'all heard
Your
what
600 is
Stephen
father,
said?
trying to flirt with
your father
somebody
is where
right
the
now.
generational
No,
curses came
he
from.
Hold
says
on,
he has the
Teflon.
worst representation
600 is trying to flirt with somebody right now.
That's
what you say?
terrible.
No, I said this group of women is a bad representation of the women who need to speak up for the women.
That's terrible.
These women seem like they've been through a lot, and it's a lot of women who haven't been through a lot, happy with their life, and they can
We are
really,
happy with our lives. What are you
Hold
talking
on,
about? Because
let
we
me
tell
finish.
y'all stuff about
Now
your
Maddie been on point. Maddie been good.
Thank you.
And it's a lot of men who
Are
don't
we telling
want
y'all
to
stuff about
actually
yourself?
deal with their issues, so they hide
So
their
what you
issues
want to hear?
in
What you want to hear?
other
What you want us to
spaces,
do?
and
Praise
instead
you?
of being
I
called
got
out
a
of those
question for
spaces.
you. Do you guys think, because of what you've been through, because of the things you heard your mom or your auntie say about men ain't shit, do you guys think today, looking at yourself, there are some corrections you need to make to be able to acknowledge, be submissive, and respect your man? Do you think you have gotten a little out there to where what you don't need and what you're not going to hear and what the man ain't going to tell you based upon your upbringing and things you've been through, do you think that you need to change some things, or you going to force a man to accept a disrespectful woman?
Okay.
I'm not even about
Wow.
to be funny. I'm gonna be.
This is
I'm gonna
crazy.
be.
Go ahead, Paris.
This is
Well,
crazy.
first of all, whoever just put that
I'm gonna be
message, can't
dead
nobody
ass.
DM me. DM me
First
at
of
all
all,
or pick up
I'm
the
gonna be
phone.
Go
dead
ahead,
you
ass.
said
Paris. What you say?
disrespectful woman. First of
He
all, the
gonna have to
example, my
accept
mother's
all the
married.
shit I come with. Like
My mother
this.
fuck with no. He's
Like
talking
this
about
move.
examples of our parents. My mother's
I
married.
want to
She's been
know, do
married
you
for
guys
35
think,
years.
He
My
gonna have to
aunts are
accept the
married.
disrespect. He
My
just gonna have to
aunts are
take that.
Paris,
married.
what? Wait, you hear this?
He
Yeah,
gonna have to
I
take
heard it,
that.
right?
Okay, now
Well,
Paris
that's
said
somebody.
the man
That's
got
not.
to
We
accept.
okay. Go ahead. We not
Paris
saying we
said
didn't
the
say
man
that.
got to accept the
I
disrespect.
feel like my traits and the things that I already do that I've learned growing up, I got that already. You know what I'm saying? This mouth came from my mama. You know, so when you get to fucking with me and talking to me and we dealing with each other, you knew what it was when you signed up. You get what I'm saying? So it's either you can match this energy or you can tone it down, tone the sassy shit down and just let me have it. A real man gonna let his girl have it.
Okay, Big
She just
Phil.
called the nigga what?
Hold on. Big Phil said something cool. He said, fear and hurt will keep you away from your blessings. Persons you are meant to be in, and trauma keeps us attacking each other instead of healing each other.
I agree.
See what
I
I'm
agree.
saying, Claire? So you saying, no, nigga, you gonna take me as I come. That's it. Now, what you saying, Teflon, do you think it's some things about yourself that you think has been there because of what you've been through and things you heard that might be blocking your blessings from finding your new man?
I'm like, I could say there's things that I've been through, but I don't think anything is blocking anything because, like I said, I've took the time to work on myself and heal. That was what the main example of that would be. So for me, no, I don't think anything is blocking it because I've worked on the things that I feel like was a problem, and I'm still working on it. I'm a work in progress as we speak. So, but I'm going to speak again and say that my family, I come from a family that is married. I come from a background that is traditional. I don't come from women that say men are bitch ass niggas and men ain't shit. And that's not what I grew up around. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, have I experienced my own experience in life to see what I've, that I've been through a fair share to see certain things? Of course, there's good, bad, and there's ugly. Typical. But at the end of the day, no, I don't feel like I'm going to disrespect anyone. I don't feel like I'm coming in a relationship with disrespecting a man. Like that's definitely not my ammo at all.
Okay,
Teflon, what city and state you from?
This my real daddy calling.
I'm from New York, but I live in Florida.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Maddie, are you on the phone?
You know this my real dad.
I will say this, right? And this is the reason why I'm saying, because even men, y'all say, yeah, men move on quick. Hell yeah, because we don't want our blessing to pass us by, right? This is real shit. We could have went through a breakup on Monday. Hey, run into somebody Friday. Conversation is cool, and the build starts, right? If it's over, it's over. Especially if it's over behind something we caught you doing, because men demote. If you are a woman, you got caught cheating, right? And I still chose to fuck with you after the fact, we're gonna demote you. You're not gonna be that, right? So I'm gonna say this, because I don't come from the dating world. I think if I would have ignored R&B, I would have missed out on really finding out what it feels like to really be loved.
I just
I
wanna.
can respect that.
Right? Because
I can respect that. But you found someone.
Oh, look at her over there.
Sometimes you with people through obligation and you don't even realize it. And then through that, you accept it, and then you're unhappy. And I can be on both sides, male and female, right? So my thing is, now I know, and I told her this the other day, I'm like, yo, when you feel it and it's genuine, it's a total difference. But if I would have said, oh, wait, I have to go through my whole divorce thing and this, that, man, fuck all that. Separation, that's over with. This is over with. This is in front of me. It got my attention. I like the conversation. I'm going to get to know this person and grow with them. Teflon, you got to stop doing that shit because you never know, right?
Right.
You never know when it's in front of you.
I just got to say this too.
You're right, Wax.
I want to add to that what you just said, because everybody, and I'm going to say this and pat myself on the back real quick and get cocky with it. Everybody is not an R&B, okay? It takes a lot. It takes a lot of healing and to put yourself in a space as a woman to get into a relationship where there's already other things going on, because you deal with so many things. I want to keep it real because everyone, like women, need to understand this. You deal with so many things that come from so many different places. Oh, you're not her. You're not that. Oh, she's this, she's that. So you have to be real strong mentally and have already done the work. You know what I'm saying? In order to be able to deal with those things. Every woman not built for that. And then you'll find yourself dealing with.
You talking about outside people saying things.
Yeah, outside people. Even when it comes to the entire situation, a lot of women are not going to be mature enough to be like, okay, you're still, financially obligated to that, or you still have to talk to this person. They're going to want you to cut that shit off. I'm not dealing with this. What time? How long? You know what I mean? So you'll have to deal with extra nagging if you deal with the wrong person who's not mature enough to deal with those things.
But here's the thing,
spiritually and mentally mature enough to deal with those things.
Here's the thing.
That's not something for every woman.
But
every
here's
woman
the
don't
thing,
have
right?
that. They're not built like that.
Here's the thing, right? At our age, motherfuckers got to stop lying to themselves. Everybody didn't deal with somebody, right? And then people have ties to people for various reasons, whether it's business, whether it's the children, regardless of what it is, right? So there's going to be some type of communication somewhere about something. Now, would you rather, ladies, that your significant other or fellas communicated with these people when the phone rang, they step outside the door, or they always communicating when they was away from you? Or you noticed that no matter if they was laying in bed or at the table, or y'all was in the car together, they answered the phone and had the conversation?
I don't think that's what she's saying.
No. I think
what she's saying is no. Hold on. I think what she's saying is when people have extra. Hold on, because you already know. You know. No,
it has to happen.
No, I'm not talking about business. That's what she's talking about. She's talking about those extracurricular relationships. So it's like the people who have multiple bitches. I'm just gonna lay it. Who have multiple bitches. Now, if that's what you wanted to have, lay it out. Give me the choice. Give me the option. But what people do nowadays is they remove the option from the woman. Right. They don't tell them. Then she finds out.
Y'all
By
can't
then
handle
she
all
already.
that.
No. It's not about.
Some women can. I got a few women.
No, hold on. It's not about not can handle this, baby. I live that way. So, secondly, like I was saying,
Hey, some women lie to themselves.
No, y'all want people to listen to y'all.
No, listen to me.
No, she's popping it. She's telling the truth.
No, listen. So if you lay it out and say, I got this bitch, this is what it is, and I got you covered, whatever. You gave her a choice. If she's with it, she's for you. If she's not with it, she's not for you. But the problem is men still keep the woman that they know for a fact is not for them. That is not agreeing with what they
agree
want.
with that.
Let her go. So all that person does is tank the rest of the situation because you brought in someone that you know for a fact was not with your lifestyle.
Facts.
I agree with that. You got to be upfront and honest.
And it tanks everything else.
Right.
Now,
that's the one thing I want
to let her go. With the lifestyle.
What
that's the one.
It's some
you lay it out to her. This is what you do. You lay it out. I got this bitch over here. I'll take care of her. She's not going nowhere. This is what it is.
Right.
If she automatically is kind of skeptical about it, let the bitch go. She's not for you.
That's
She's not supposed to be in your life.
That's
let me
tell you what you got going on.
Not supposed to be in your life.
That is a woman like telling a man how to navigate himself.
Yeah, it don't work like that though. Fact.
That's
no,
not.
that's not.
Oh, we can't.
No, you trying to tell
No,
me
I
how
think
to
a woman
navigate
can't tell you can't tell me how to do it.
That's what I'm
saying. No, not tell
bro.
you how to do it, but no, not see. You got it
You
wrong.
give another
It's not about
woman a
Brock.
choice.
See, Brock, you're getting it wrong. It's not about telling you what to do. It's letting me know what it is with you, so I can move accordingly how you need me to move.
Or get the fuck out the way.
Y'all be asking for that. Y'all can't handle that.
With the
place for everything.
But women
I'm
just
supposed to
don't
listen
have
to you, right, Ron? I'm supposed to
the
listen to you, right? So you're supposed to tell me.
Yes, but
this
you
is my
gotta
bitch
have
over here, and you
accountability
stay in your
though,
place.
Maddie.
No,
Maddie,
no, make it make
you
sense.
got
Make it
no
make sense.
No, I think what
accountability.
Maddie's saying. I think what Maddie's
With the
saying.
man
I
for
agree.
40 years.
If
women
I'm leading,
can't.
no, if I'm following you, I'm supposed to lead.
Okay.
You're supposed to lead me.
That
This is my thing.
This is my thing. Woman's way.
No.
That's
Women
not
say
what a
this.
man does.
Here's the one thing. Hey, I'm gonna keep it 100. Where I agree with Maddie is that if you a man and you meeting this woman, she should know she's being shared from the gate, and then that way she knows she walking into a man.
That's not true.
Hell yeah, that's better. Why lie? It's a form of weakness if you gotta lie as a man.
That ain't no stranger business. Hell, that's not a
When I
stranger
deal with a
business.
woman,
It's better. Listen, man.
I don't want to know the bitch. I don't need to
I'm
know
gonna
who
tell
the
y'all
bitch
from
is. Just
experience.
tell me.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm over
But
here
Maddie
doing
just
XYZ.
said she
I
ain't
don't
gotta
never
know
want
the
to know. I
intricate
don't want to know
details.
her. What you
Right,
do
she
with
ain't
her
gotta
is
know
what
the
you do with
woman's
her.
name. She ain't gotta know her background or whatever. But from a man speaking from experience,
Give
I
me an
have
option.
listen. I
Give
got
me
a
that
gang of
option.
wives. I got a gang of wives, and I ain't never
Okay.
had a problem getting them as long as I said, "Hey, if you come in, you number 4, 5, 7, whatever it is that you are," and when they can walk into it knowing that's what it is, that's better than when they find out later that you got this on the side because you're robbing them of the honesty of walking in with their eyes open. It's
Okay, all right. So the thing about it is, if every woman could handle that, sure, it would be a perfect world.
It's not about handling, but if they can't handle it, tell them they need to
But if
move
they
and
can't
figure
handle it,
out.
ain't it better to know if they can't handle it than to have problems with it later?
But
Ain't it better to tell this woman you gotta? Let's say you walk up to. Wait, hold on 1 second, sis. Let's say if you walk up to that woman, you desire her, she desire you, and you tell her that I got 4 wives or I got 5 wives. Ain't it better to tell her up front if she can't handle it, then she walk away, as opposed to lying to her? Then when she find out, she go crazy on you. She start posting online, talking all this bullshit, all that for some pussy. Like it's better to be up front.
What you mean?
First off, bro, she don't need to know your business to be able to post it.
Yeah, what's up, Wack?
Sometimes you gotta ease into a situation, bro.
Yeah, they
I
got a
ain't saying
probation
I ain't
period.
saying the first day. I'm not saying
It's
when you first meet
phases,
him the
bro.
first day, but when you talking to him at some point, that
But how
conversation.
How do you know that
they gonna make it?
How do you know?
That's some bullshit.
How do you know that this female that you could even want her really in your life like that? You trying to see what it is?
Exactly. You can't
No,
tell
you
her
know,
all
so
the
I ain't
business.
saying that.
Probation
I'm not
period.
saying, hey, Wack, I ain't saying when you first meet her, that's the first conversation that you have.
Okay.
But as you building with her and you see she has the potential to be your woman, at some point before you fuck her, you gotta tell her that. That's what I'm saying.
Before
Nah,
you
I
fuck
want to see if she got
Yeah,
confidence.
before.
I
Hell,
want
look
to see
at
if she
me.
got
Look at me.
confidence.
Yeah, you ain't got it.
Nah,
Don't
I
put
want
the
to see if
box
she
I
got
need
first.
to
confidence, bro.
You
know if
can't
she
get
got
the
good
ass
pussy
first.
or not.
And now you
Let's
fucking
keep talking about
fuck
the
that
F
ass.
word.
why,
I mean,
Jack.
F word.
Hold on, I'm gonna tell you why.
Right,
And
yeah, tell me
go
why.
back to y'all weird ass Bible shit. Hold on. No, I'm gonna be real. I don't believe that you shouldn't have sex with that person before marriage, because what if you marry him and the pussy is garbage?
Or
You're not gonna want to
I
stay.
get it. Just like when the dick be garbage, we gotta make that shit
Nah.
right.
Okay,
Gotta,
then, so
gotta eat ass.
ain't
Gotta
no-
stick your ass. Gotta do all that
Eat
extra stuff.
ass.
Hold on.
Oh,
Look at
Whoa.
what?
If you gotta do all that,
He said eat ass. Good
Yeah,
Lord.
some men like they ass ate. Some black men
No
like they
man
ass
should want
ate.
their ass ate.
Hey, put
Okay,
her cup
listen.
over there.
listen.
I
Put
don't.
her cup
But
over
they
there.
do.
Move your cup to
But
the
they
side.
do.
Hey,
Yo,
We don't want your cup by
she
our
must
cup.
be from the south.
We not toasting with her.
Midwest.
Yo,
We are
600.
not toasting
I
with
think
you,
she
Maddie.
putting in the
No
bid,
toast.
bro. She putting in a. Yo,
Look, since we're talking about the F word, right? Why, when you deal with other women, other races, they'll give it to you on the first night if they like you.
That's not true. Not all of them.
No.
Black women do too, though. What you mean?
If they like you, they give
say
it to
women.
you.
It's honestly 600. It's women. It's women.
Nah, listen. This is real talk. Sometimes you gotta see
countries and things because in America we're the only ones that check a box.
You have to see
the only ones that check white, black, whatever. So which
really
other
what
women
you
you
want
talking
all
about?
the way, bro.
You said Asian, which Asian?
But then by the time you see that
Chinese women
wax,
probably
like
don't
you
use
saying, like you gotta hit it like 3 or 4
Listen,
times and then bring them in. That's what you're saying, wax?
I'm not about to whine and
even when
dine
you
nobody
hit it,
for no pee.
Hold on.
Hold on one second. Go ahead, wax.
Right? One mic. Even when you hit it, right? When you just meet a woman, you don't know if it's a nigga over here been locked up 8 years, coming home in 9 months. You gotta see all the hidden shit.
Yeah, you gotta figure that out before you hit it.
So does that apply to women as well? So can
Well, women can't
live
have
by
more
the
than
same
one man.
law?
Women
Why
can't
they
have.
Y'all can have y'all got your own
Y'all not built
evaluation.
for that.
Wait,
Y'all
what
not
you
built
say,
for that.
R&B?
Can women live by the same law?
But y'all are, huh?
Can women go
We're
ahead
not
and
good
say
for
what,
it, but
babe?
y'all are.
I said, can women live by the same law? Is it
Y'all
okay
do.
for a woman to keep all that shit in the closet? Don't
And
tell
have
you
a
about
bunch of
little
niggas.
Tommy,
But
Lil'
you
Kim,
guys do.
or
Now
none of them
listen.
Negroes. Is it okay for that? Is it
Now,
okay
I
for
hate
them
to
to
say
operate
it.
the same way?
Hold on, let me answer the question. I hate to say it, but I always say this, right? Being a woman is very difficult because the things that you can do within dealing with your man, you can't do as a woman. You could be a bitch, a hoe, whatever the fuck, and do all that shit, right? But a woman, even though you can do these things, you're capable, right? If you want to be a real woman to that man, you can't practice those things because that's what we're looking for. We're looking to see, are you practicing these type of habits? Because if you are, you can never be that to me. But if you're not, then maybe you the one.
So
We want to see if you can, if like we know what we doing, but we want to see what you doing. You have you got to show us. It's a one-sided thing. You have to show us that you are capable of being a woman and not doing the things we know you can do when it comes to us, for us to shut it down and just do you.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask all the men this question. Do you guys honestly feel like women don't want men who are exclusive with discipline, that don't just go and throw their penises everywhere, that aren't easily accessible to all women? Do y'all think
we
that
gotta
we want
know that
ran
you're
through
worth
ass
that.
men?
Yeah, we
No,
gotta
I
know.
want- I-
We gotta
I want-
know.
We
that
gotta
you the
know
one.
you worth that.
Yeah,
No,
we
what I'm
gotta
saying
know
is,
before we
do
do all
y'all
that.
think we want that? The women that are
Of
working.
course.
Do y'all
Yeah.
think we want ran through men? That everybody can say
Nobody want no community dick.
I don't think ran through men could be a thing.
Yes, they do.
That
Yes,
go
yes,
both
they
ways.
That's
do.
not a thing.
Women want a community dick because they know he know how to fuck. They absolutely do.
It's the
That's a
reason,
fact.
Cap. It's the
If
reason
that
they go
nigga got
straight to the
community,
group
listen,
chat.
when I tell these women I got
They
5,
go
7
straight to the
wives,
group
the
chat.
attraction is if he got them 5 and 7 wives in order, he must got some dick control. That's a fact.
Well,
Cricket.
I don't know, because every
Y'all
day
go
it
right
ain't
to
a
y'all
man.
group
It's not
chat
a
after
whole
we
bunch of
blew it
men
out.
running around here with 5 and 7
Word is
wives.
bond, Brock. Word is bond, Brock.
No,
Go back
listen.
to the group
They
chat.
tell
Hey,
everybody.
listen, I'm gonna be real.
Bro,
I'm
what
gonna
type of
be
girls
all
do
the
you
way
talk
real.
to?
Listen. I'm gonna keep it real. Men, like we always are gonna have an out in case we need it when we're trying to figure it out. Once we got it figured out, we close the doors to those outs because we
That's not
all
true.
the way in.
That's
That's a
not true.
fact. That's a fact.
And women, and
And if a
I
man has not locked it down with you like that, then that's because you ain't got what it takes to be his woman.
feel
That's
like
fact.
Just
women
never
always
experienced
gotta.
that.
So then
Women
why do
gotta
Have and
some
have
men
not.
have multiple?
Women
No,
always
because
stay
none
with a
of those,
backup plan.
listen.
They can't
Because
complete a
we're great
No,
man
managers.
R&B, let's
We're
hear
great
this.
managers.
Why
That's
do
why.
men have multiple?
because
Because we
they.
can. Because we're
Yeah,
great
no,
managers.
it's
No, no,
because
no. I
it
want to hear
takes.
from what? Not
Oh.
me. What? Go ahead.
What I'm telling you is this: if a man has not locked it down with you, and made you
so,
that one.
well, clarify what you mean. Like, clarify it.
You're that one. You in control of everything.
Okay, but then
You
they still have. What about the obligations that they
all
still
the
have?
time. Listen. My baby's mother, I'm gonna tell you straight up, will never be homeless. It's my kid's mama.
No, not that.
I don't give a
We're
fuck.
not talking about baby mother.
I don't give a fuck what happened in life. My children's mother.
Yeah, we're not talking about children's mom. Baby mama should never.
I don't give a fuck if she over there with 2 Cam Sam and 10 other.
Remove. You're stuck on that. Remove that one. Remove that one. We're not talking about baby mothers.
Okay, what we talking about?
The people who have. Okay, Cap, you have 5 to 7 wives, right?
He's a Hebrew Israelite.
I got several.
Okay, which is great. So you're saying lock it down how? Lock it down committed in y'all version of commitment?
Yeah, meaning so the commitment is that I'm committed to this.
If I'm submissive to if my man said there's 3 or 4 of us and I'm submissive to that and I agree to that, that's our version of lockdown. That does not mean that we're not locked down. So I'm just trying to get clarity.
When you say
what I'm
that
saying
doesn't
is,
mean we're not.
hey, look, rule number 1: if a man is not doing everything he's supposed to do to make sure you're secure, right?
Okay.
And I'm not talking about why he's here. I'm also talking about any event shit happens. Car accidents,
Right.
If that man is not showing you why he's here, that I got you while he's here, you see that.
Right.
You can basically see and feel that. And in the event that something happens with me, I've also set things up for you to be straight. That man is not looking at you like you're the one. Because I guarantee
That's the same thing I'm saying,
one of the ones out of those 4 or 5 that know they're secure while he's here and even when he's gone.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're not that one, then maybe you need to keep looking to see what man.
So what if but what if it's a situation where each one is secure? Each one is secure in their way.
So
that's what I'm trying to try. But what do you so what do you mean by locked in? How do you
locked in the relationship under the standards that it is?
Gotta be running point.
Right.
But period. So why is Cap's situation different? Why is it different?
No. I'm not saying that it's different.
Running point.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's different. Everything that
because you're an Israelite. I'm saying, how does that make it different?
Because
no. Okay, the only difference,
the majority of his women, right? He's gonna present that. Like you're not gonna Cap is gonna have a conversation about his religious background,
right?
What he stand for, right? And you automatically know that that's what comes with that, right?
Right.
And he's gonna tell you that I'm not a Israelite, right? So at the end of the day, it's always gonna be a woman that gonna call the dogs run point across the board.
Oh, I get what Wack's saying. What Wack's saying is that he's gonna have one that's gonna call the point everywhere else, where I may not have one woman that calls the point everywhere else. But everything else that he said, I agree with. The women would have to feel secure whether I'm there or whether I'm not there.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Right. So that's what I mean by lockdown is being locked down in the relationship that we have and being comfortable that I can protect and provide for what they have. And
but the key thing that you said is the relationship we have.
Right, because our relationship is different. There's no monopoly. Right. There's no monopoly on how like a relationship's a one way. All relationships are different.
They're all different. Yeah.
Right.
So what's secure to me might not be secure to the next one.
Exactly. What you need.
So that's where I be trying to get understanding when men say that you don't know what security is to me.
It's subjective to you.
Like some people might think, a life insurance or whatever for a woman is enough. Some people might think a business is enough because I get boom, 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 boom.
Right.
Everyone's situation is completely different.
I agree with that. So even like a woman's needs is not going to be the same as another woman.
No,
so, but what you have to make sure that you can do is provide whatever that need is. So that's what I mean by lockdown. So when you
that's what I was saying about clarity, like clarify what you're saying, because every woman's not the same thing. We're some men
I like the variety of it.
Woman, each woman has the
every
same
man and every woman is not the same.
No, exactly. No, that's why I need to clarify because you do so general. So it's like what you think might be security for the next woman might not be what that other woman.
I'm throwing general out there because we having conversation overall.
Okay.
We're not keying in on just somebody specific.
Now let's go back to Brock. Brock, what type of girls you talk to? Because they sound young. You said they fuck you and go to DM or they go on chats.
He said the group chat. They talked about the sex in the group chat after.
Damn.
Listen,
Is he frozen?
he might be. But listen, I want y'all to keep it real. Women these days,
Is Brock
they're more disrespectful, they're belligerent, and they don't know their place.
Damn.
They don't know when to sit down and shut the fuck up.
I don't think so.
They get niggas killed. They get niggas sent to jail. You be in the parking lot, men handling this business, killing the situation, female back here talking shit, egging it on. Instead of staying in a woman's place and being quiet. A man come home and tell you, hey, listen, I really ain't in the mind frame to be dealing with that. We talk about it later. You keep running your mouth, running your mouth, running your mouth, running your mouth until we fuck around and snap. The next thing you know, something going on, and now this nigga got to take.
Like, I don't think that's just nowadays. I think that's always applied. That's why a lot of people. I think that's why a lot of people, grandparents, the granddaddy led down the street with the other family. I think it's been.
I'm glad you said that.
I think that's why it's been like that.
Admitting that it's because of the women they drive a man to have.
The men drove the women crazy because at the end of the day, how is it that you got this woman, our grandparents? So we automatically assume it was a woman. Then we find out that the man was sleeping with the babysitter.
Facts.
And then had a new family 2 blocks over.
Did the woman stay?
They stayed. Think about our grandparents. The grandparents stayed. The mamas from
Yeah, because there wasn't nothing really wrong with it. Yeah, because there's nothing really wrong with it.
But they had a whole other family across the street, down the block, around the corner. Everybody looked like.
So you blaming that on the man?
No. There's no blame. It's imperfect. We're all imperfect.
Like the woman stayed. The women stayed back then because they had to.
What do you mean?
Okay, respectfully. That's why they stayed, because they had to. I'm like, they stayed because right. Security. They wasn't working.
Okay, and maybe that meant
when
more
women's
than
rights
single and lonely, where women today would rather be single and lonely.
Listen to me, no, we won't.
I don't think women want to be lonely. Women don't want to be lonely.
We want you to accept the
Then
fact
why they
that
leave?
This is the thing. This is the thing that men need to accept. Men need to accept the fact that it's 2024, right? And at the end of the day, we're not saying we equal as men, because we would never be equal as men. We're not trying to be equal as men. So we understand that the men is always going to be over us. We do not have a problem with that. Yes, we do. Let me say it, because the thing with y'all is that y'all don't want us to have no rights. Y'all don't want us to have any type of rights, any type of mouth, any type of voice, any type of nothing. So that's the problem. So because of that, because we have that now, because we are getting money, because we are educated, because we are not home cooking dinner all day while you go outside and kill the cow and get the wood and bring the wood back to the house. That's not where you're living at no more.
Well, that's
you're not in that, era.
A lot of our women have had to step up and play the role as a man. I agree with you with that. So when you've done that, do you think?
No, even that, we're not even talking about that. We're not talking about the woman that had to step up and play the role as a man. We're gonna keep it in a 2-person household, man and wife, simple and plain. But now she's working. She's getting money too. She has a little business. She's an entrepreneur. She's doing things. She's coming in with income. Her income is coming in as well, just like hubby's income is coming in. So at the end of the day, it's hubby to leave the house always. Hubby's always going to be the leader of the house. He's the man of the house. But at the same time, now, guess what? I'm not just here being the woman that's domesticated at the house anymore. Now I also carry money. Now I also help you out with whatever. Now I also am an asset and not a liability to you. So at the end of the day, you're going to have to put some respect on my name. You're going to have to understand that I'm not just that person that you feel like needs to shut the fuck up.
But you was an asset before you had the money.
Hold on. So you
feel, but y'all never looked at it. Y'all never saw us as an asset. We are always an asset because we are the portal. We bring forth life. We are the reason for the legacy.
So is it the money or the portal? It can't be both.
Yeah.
We're not talking about
you
money.
Gotta pick one.
Listen,
you just went from saying the money to the portal.
Because you said something and I corrected it. And I said, no. I said, we knew that we were always an asset because we were always the portal. But I'm saying that a lot of men have never respected women on that level and never saw the portal as being an asset. So this is what I'm saying. I'm saying that at this point, what you do see as an asset, we have evolved to that. So at this point, you have to put some respect on that. And you have to understand that we do have a voice. And when we say something, it's not just shut the fuck up. It's kind of simple. I mean, and when we all reach there, I think we'll all be okay.
So Wade says women got different mentalities for money, sex, and public something. One ain't enough for most of them. They get bored. So what I'm saying is this: I don't give a fuck how much money you make. You ain't me, and you ain't gonna talk to me like you me. I don't give a fuck.
I agree. I agree.
I don't give a fuck. The
Word is
minute
bond.
you do that,
I agree.
Now,
I agree.
Like, what are we talking about? Because
I agree. So are you saying that we talking to you? Are you saying that that's what we do?
No, what he's
That's
saying
exactly
is money
what
don't
y'all
control the leadership in the house.
That's exact. When we stepping at home, you handling your business and he handling his business. So now you're saying, well, I make more money than you, or I work just as many hours you work. Your voice don't mean nothing in here. Or I got something to say too.
Nah, that don't happen. Because now
Is
you
that
let
what you
money
heard?
just,
When I said
because
that
money.
just a while ago,
You didn't
is that
say
what you
that.
heard?
That's not what you said.
That's what I'm saying. Is that what you
because
heard?
you
She
saying
said when she
That's
got
not
money.
what she's saying.
Okay,
That's
wait,
not what she's
break it
saying.
down.
Right, sis?
She's
Break
not
it down.
saying.
That's what
She's
you're
not saying.
saying.
She's not
You're
saying
trying
that
to
at all.
camouflage it. You're trying to camouflage it. That's exactly what you're saying. You're saying now because you are doing this, that, and the other. You got a voice too. We never said you didn't have a voice. You don't have our voice.
Really?
Facts.
No, you don't.
No, you don't. See how she said really?
She said
We
really.
want that man's voice.
No,
because
You don't have the man's voice.
You said no because
Hey,
you
Wack,
said
you
we
know
never
what? You know
said.
what? A
No,
man
wait. I said
never wants your voice.
No, wait, because y'all we gotta make sure we get everything clarified here.
But you said really when he said his voice.
I said really because you said we never thought y'all didn't have a voice, and that's not true. So I disagree with that. So that's
we always, but listen, the women always had a voice with the things you have a voice with.
Right.
Oh.
Everything a man does is pretty
I
much
swear
for a
to
woman.
God, I'm gonna say this. I've noticed women that were raised in a household with their mother and father in a respectable relationship, learn and seen how to honor and cater to the father, and they become better wives to their men later on because they transfer that same mentality right over to them.
I can agree.
I can agree to disagree. I'm tired of it.
Because I'm not, and I say it again, women got a cold job. You guys may have something to say, and what you have to say may be credible and may be very important. But at that time, if you don't know how to read your man and know,
Yeah, you gotta know how to read your man.
this ain't the time to be saying it. He's gonna hear this as a challenge. He's gonna hear this as this, that, and other. Then it starts something else.
Yes.
You don't know your place as a woman.
Yes, no, definitely. I agree with that 1000%. But that also doesn't mean that if you grew up in a household without your dad or it's separate. Like if you grew up with your father in your life and you respect your father, you respect what he said. I mean, shit, I just put y'all on pause for my father and he's 78. I'm grown.
You're supposed to though.
Exactly, I do. I
And then
don't
your
let my
man
daddy
gets
go
the
to, I
same
don't
way.
let my
Right.
dad go, he does. I don't let my
Right.
dad go to voicemail. I don't click over when I'm on the phone with him. Everything pauses behind my father.
But you more like the anomaly though.
Okay, well, let me
You're not
ask
the
you a
norm.
question. I'm glad you said that. So if you on the phone with your father and your man call, you ain't gonna click over and talk to your man, see what he wants?
Yes, if he's my man, yes. I'm
Because
gonna
you
tell my
can
father
say
is my.
for your father everything. Because I'm gonna be real.
Oh no,
My
because
woman,
my man becomes I'm him. I become him.
see, because my woman can't even call her dad. She better call him father, his name, or dad. Bet not call him daddy. It's a problem.
But that's a different
Facts.
situation.
Ain't no more daddy.
Facts. Ain't no more daddy.
That's a different situation.
Ain't no
What you're
more daddy.
Fact.
Is this a dictatorship?
You asked me a different question.
That's
You
the
said
fact.
if he's on the phone, what I'm gonna do. So that means that man is me, right?
God damn it.
If you're saying that's my man and he all me, then that's me.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Yeah, I added that one.
No.
Oh, you added that one?
So I'm saying, you saying if your man was calling, the only people you gonna click over for has to be probably
It's them
mom,
too.
dad, or your man.
Them two. It would have been them two. It
Just
stayed
the
that way.
two, so you saying just the two males, just the men?
Yeah.
She'll click
I
over for
respect that. I
mom.
respect that.
Mom get that. Mom.
Yeah. Yeah, my mom too.
I can understand that.
Rakita, answer the R&B, answer the question. Who would I click over for? Who would I have clicked over for?
Your man?
And who else? And my dad.
That's
He
it.
said, what about anybody else? Who else? You know me. You know
Your
me.
mom, you ain't gonna click over for your mama?
I can call her back.
Oh, that's crazy.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Mama
I'm gonna
understands.
click over for my mama too.
That's crazy.
That's good. But my
Because
mama
you never
understands.
know, it could be
And
an
my
emergency.
child. Yeah, it could be
No,
an
my mama
emergency.
right next to me. I
mean,
got
that's
her
different.
location. I got
But
her location.
Yeah, but even in the location, it could be something going on.
But you are. I'm saying if she right here or near me.
I mean, if
why
she with
wouldn't I?
you, yeah, that's different.
Or she at the store. Why? I'm not doing that. She already know. She'll tell you. If she got her here right now, she'll be like, no one trumps her dad. My mama tell you, no one trumps her dad. My mama will tell you to this day, no one trumps my dad.
How long after a breakup do you think a female should wait to start dating again?
The next day.
The next day? Hey.
You said, who said the next day? Like, you heard her? That shit just fucked me up right there. She said the next day.
I mean, everybody different.
Damn. It couldn't have meant much then, right?
For real.
Man, that nigga had no impact
Nah,
on you at all.
I'm piggybacking off Wack. Wack said you don't want to miss your blessings. You feel me? So I want to miss my blessings. I gotta hop on the next day.
Now listen. I'm saying this though.
Hey, Wack, that was a good one, Wack.
No, listen. No, that's real because if it's one of them type of breakups to where you know you ain't going back, hey, that's what that is.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you something, Wack. That means she probably was talking to that nigga before the breakup too.
There you go.
Yeah, she probably was talking to that. That's the job friend that she was talking to before the breakup happened. Yeah,
they call it the insurance man, Cap.
Yeah,
that's the insurance man on the side.
There she go. That's the insurance husband right there.
I'm like, I feel like every woman should have one.
The nigga gone and she go crying to the nigga give her exactly what she wants.
There you go.
Crazy. That's crazy.
R&B. How long after a breakup do you think? How long after a breakup do you think the man should wait so the woman doesn't feel any kind of way? And do you think you should wait? Respect to the man, or should y'all even have any type of respect for each other?
I think if it meant something, yeah. I mean, listen, for me, if I was to break up with somebody and that person really, really meant something to me at one time and there was a real deep love and respect for him, I'm gonna be honest, I'm probably gonna give him, and it's just out of respect for that man, I'm probably gonna give him about a 6 month, like let's just say 6 months out of respect, where I just keep everything private. And then as a woman, okay?
What do you mean keep it
myself.
private? Wait. You mean you're gonna deal with somebody but keep it private?
Yeah. And then out of respect for myself, listen.
So, hold on. I want to make sure I'm getting this right.
That fucked me up. I wasn't ready for that one.
I wasn't ready. Right. So you're gonna deal with somebody else immediately.
If I deal with somebody.
That ain't what I'm asking. I'm asking how long you think.
R&B, you know what you're missing the state first? Because what do we do as women initially? We already, when we get to the point of we're broken up, we already broke up months prior in our head.
Anyway, I'm just saying, I'm gonna speak for myself.
But why y'all do that punk shit? If you
Yeah, you heard what
Because
she
we
said,
got
right?
hope.
She
We
said
got
get
hope.
me
This
Because
why
we got
niggas
hope.
got other bitches.
Because we got hope.
Answer the question. Can we say
Go ahead.
one
Go
time?
ahead.
Just one. Okay. So yes, I would say like I would probably keep it private if I was to move on because things happen. Just like you just said, you met me, things happen. So I would keep it private in the beginning, out of respect. I would keep it private. Out of respect for myself, because I wouldn't want people to think I was a thought just jumping from man to man. You know what I'm saying? So that don't mean I'm humping right away. It might just be conversation. Who knows? I feel like you owe that person respect because it's like, and yourself. And time to heal. I mean, I wouldn't jump into nothing serious right off that. But I can't put a time frame on nothing because some people heal quick. Some people get with other people to heal. Some people can help you
That's
heal.
trauma bonding.
That's trauma
It could
bonding.
be trauma bonding. It could be whatever you want to call it. But some people,
Do
trauma
that.
bonding is necessary in some situations.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this, baby. We break up and you get on the phone with a nigga, just go public day one. Cause once I know you doing something with a nigga, I ain't never coming back anyway.
Why we are we personalizing this, sir? Because I thought this was forever. I thought we were forever. I'm just confused.
We are. That's what I'm. No, but you agreeing with her talking about y'all check out months prior.
No, I'm just saying.
What kind of shit is that?
No, I'm being realistic. Okay, this is
the hell going on? Like,
why
check out months prior.
No,
that's
checks around this
Let me talk. Can I talk?
Go ahead.
I'm being realistic. Women are not going to tell you, and I'm not going to sit here and patty cake with nobody. Women are not going to tell you that a lot of these women check out. So if there's men in the chat that's listening that need to know these honest truths, women, by the time a woman is done with your ass, she's checked out 6 months ago. She's already gone.
So
if
what
she
are
moved
some
on that
things?
quick, she's already checked out.
So what are some things men should look for while they're still at home with their woman?
Oh, we can't tell you that.
I'm gonna tell you
I
what.
can't.
I'm
When
gonna tell
she
you
stop
what.
arguing. When she stop arguing.
When she stop giving a fuck. When she stops arguing.
So fellas, when they stop giving a fuck, just leave, my nigga.
Yeah, when she's comfortable,
Word is
when you
bond.
don't see her trip no more, there's no more jealousy. When she's comfortable with you laying with Sally and she ain't said shit about that, you ain't heard from her, she ain't called your ass, she ain't tripping because she listening to that song. Who's making love to your old lady while you out making love? She done tapped into some blues. And she understands. She done went to Mississippi or Louisiana.
So
or
fellas,
Arkansas.
so what you do, if you have been bamboozled, they didn't checked out. What you do is once they leave and you know they've been gone 6 months, shut down on her for the first 6 months so you can call it even. Don't give her shit. Let her starve. Don't give a fuck if she barefooted. Say, look, you been gone 6 months. You got that out of me. So I'm going to shut down 6 months. Then in 6 months.
First of all, no, because when we shut down, and that pre-shutdown that we're talking about, that's still giving y'all grace and space.
No,
y'all be the ones still fucking up. When we check out and we still there, and you didn't see us completely check the fuck out, guess why? Because we still got faith, like they just told you. We still hanging on for that little bit of hope that might be there. But guess what we see? We still see you coming in.
You ain't
being
paying
a fucking
attention.
I just want to point out that
you
I
still
just
not
want to
having
point
no
out
manners.
that
You still sleeping out. You still got the bitch calling the phone while I'm fucking sleeping.
So
I
what
see her
if we
name
doing
popping up
this
next to me.
because y'all not doing your job? What if we already checked out? And we only
I just
there
want to
2 hours
point
a
out
day?
that there's only 2
maybe
men on
that's
the
what's going
podcast list. I just want to
Only
say
2.
that there's only 2. We started with a few, and we're ending. There's only 2.
Listen, Brock said his Wi-Fi was getting a little funny. 600.
I bet it was.
That's what he said.
Nah, but we still hear me and watching now.
It got a little hot in there because they done got up off the podcast.
Paris gone too, though.
Yeah,
Paris gone.
Paris
It's
gone
still,
too.
we locked in. It's still 4 of us compared to 2.
So what I'm saying is,
but 2
when
against
y'all
4 is
check
like
out, why don't y'all just just like the day, like when it's y'all, like why you stay around?
Yeah, what are you hoping for?
Wow.
If you check
That's
out, what are
crazy.
you hoping
Yeah,
for?
just get the fuck away from me.
Right.
I feel you. I like, you know what I'm saying? That's why I like talking to y'all, because even if it's harsh reality, I fucks with it. You see that? Because we be sitting there, you see, I hope a lot of women heard that. I hope the real ones that needed to hear it heard that. Y'all heard what they said?
That's exactly
So
true.
when you sit there and we got hope and we still hanging in there and we see little Timmy and little Susie, running around the house, shit like that, crying, whatever, because they see mommy stressed out and they see their mommy tapping out. And we sitting there, we want to hope for the family. And we want to hang in there, and we want to make it work. You heard what they just said?
Check
Tap out.
What happened, y'all? Let me tell
You know why we don't check out? You know why we don't check out? Because y'all
Why?
niggas want to sit outside our house, park and stalk, and want to.
We don't give a fuck about
That's
none of that.
cap. That's cap.
For real, man. We don't give a fuck about none of that. Let me tell you why y'all sit here.
Y'all want to stalk us. Y'all want us to talk to nobody.
Y'all ain't gonna check out until y'all think y'all got a better situation.
Cap, let me tell you why they sit there, Cap. They don't sit there for us. They sit there because they faking for the church congregation that is still a family. They faking for the family members that they used to act high fidelity
Right.
because they don't want them to know. That ain't for us. That's for them.
It's for appearance. It's for appearance sake. It's not for them at all. Yep.
Wow.
Y'all don't want the public to look at y'all.
Y'all
like
don't want the public to know.
Mhm. And you waiting
Some
for
of
the
us,
nigga
some
to
of us
fuck
just
up.
be trying to
So you
save
don't
the
want to
new
be the
niggas'
one
lives.
that's
That's
the
all.
cause of the breakup. You want the man to be the cause of the breakup, even though you checked out already.
Some
That's
of us
the
just
thing.
want to save the new niggas' lives. We
Wow.
don't want that nigga to knock you off. That's all. That's some of us.
But I'm at the end of the day, if we already doing what we doing, you don't matter anyway.
That's the fact.
Damn.
That's sizzling the spirit.
If we ain't coming home paying you no attention and got you feeling like you in this by yourself, we don't give a fuck about you anyway.
Damn, shawty.
Until you walk away.
Damn,
No,
shawty.
because this what happened.
Well, explain to me
I'ma
what
tell
the
you
men,
what
the
happened.
men that do that to some women, right? And then when that woman be done, why they be parked out their house or crying and all that stuff? Why they won't let
Them little boys.
Yeah, them is little
You
boys.
can blame
But
it
I'll
on
let you go. When you want to leave, I'm gonna let you go.
Listen, this is real talk. Y'all doing that for yourself because you trying to save face for all that uppity fake shit you was doing to your family members in front of the church congregation. You don't want them to know. Now, my thing about it is if you gone, be gone, because the only reason why a man is gonna shut down on you is because you are shutting down on them.
Yeah,
That's
no,
right.
definitely. That's real.
That's right.
Y'all don't want to pay attention when we say, hey, baby, not for nothing, won't you change your diet up, mama,
Yeah.
Baby, not for
You
nothing,
eating all the cookies and
not for nothing, these people you've been hanging with, all these single bitches over here, you've been changing. I ain't feeling it.
Right.
Yo, not for nothing, you spending too much time at the church house, or you spending too much time over, like, you like, what? And then a nigga, and then next thing you know, when he go to work, when Sally say, hey, let's do lunch today, it's on me. Oh my God, you look like you've been working out. I have been. My own woman at home. I have been. My own woman at home ain't noticed it.
Cap, you can't clap to this one, Cap, because if your woman already submissive, because we talk about the ones that are in a relationship and when you break up. So that means you're already in a relationship. So that means she already submissive. She already on your program.
Right.
Which means if you want to fit, she already fit.
Right.
Which means if you don't want it with a bunch of friends, she ain't got a bunch of friends, right? Am I wrong or right?
No, but sometimes they act up too, though. They act up too.
No. She on your program.
I'm gonna tell you the number one reason fuck y'all up. I promise you. Y'all meet new friends who really want what you got. They brainwash y'all with what they wouldn't be doing. I wouldn't let no man. And you start to adapt to them. And
there's people like that.
That'd be the big
brainwash you. When we run into the bitch at the gas station, she say, I told her she was tripping. If I wish I had a man that
Yeah.
Exactly. I
Wax,
agree.
that's
That's
what the
why.
biggest thing they don't want to talk
You said
about.
that
Wax,
shit,
they don't
man.
never
That's for the
want to talk
airheads.
about how they
You said that
best
shit
friends
like that's
and
some airhead
girlfriends
shit.
be the reason
It
for
is
their
real.
breakup.
No, it
y'all
does.
start.
They
Let me
don't,
tell you what
but
y'all
men
do.
don't want to talk about how they homeboys
That's
is
some
an
airhead
influence
shit.
too.
That's
Oh yeah, the
cat.
When they
homeboys
homeboys,
trash.
when they
Men
have it,
don't really go at men about their relationships like women do, because women are the
no,
most
I'm
jealous
saying
of
it's a little
women.
bit
You
different.
know,
So
it's
if you out with your boys and you got a girlfriend, but y'all see some women outside, a man will be like, "Oh, go talk to her. Oh, you pussy if you don't talk to her. Oh,
that
you a
ain't what
bitch
we
if you don't
talking
talk to
about.
her."
That ain't what we talking
Nah,
about. What we
nah, that's
talking
a
about
bitch ass
is
nigga.
that woman hating on your relationship.
Well,
Because
that's why I don't
And
think
then
that
a
a lot of
man,
women
and then
should
a
vent to
man
their
is
friends.
telling you, "Hey, yo, these new friends you got, I ain't with it. She
Mhm.
didn't brainwash you, and can't no nigga tell me what to do." Now you saying, "I ain't gonna let this nigga tell me what to do."
That's real
I agree,
shit.
but that's why I don't think a lot of women should vent to their friends. First of all, because a lot of your friends won't, like you said, want your relationship. They want your dick.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I
they're
don't
waiting for
know.
you to
And
tell
I
them.
don't
A
really.
lot of them do.
It depends on your crowd, but that goes back to an interpersonal thing with you yourself. You got to know the people that you're around. You got to know the people that you kick with. You got to
That's
know
what
the
I'm
people that you
saying.
share your information with, because you're not just gonna be around nobody on purpose
Right.
that
Oh,
isn't trying to
not like that.
fortify, edify
No,
you as
I'm
an
saying the
individual.
people who give. Some people give. Some women, not you, Sinead, but some women give unsolicited advice. They haven't even. Some women have friends that never even been in a relationship to even understand your situation.
Oh yeah, we know
Period.
that. But like what
Yeah.
Wack was saying, Wack was talking about airheads. What he's talking about
Yeah,
is
that's what I'm saying. The
airheads and
people who have
bobbleheads.
never, right, that have
Yeah, yeah,
never,
you know
they
what I'm
don't have
saying?
no
Yeah,
substance
yeah.
at
That,
all. They
right,
don't know
right,
what
right.
anything
That's
is.
all your girlfriends though, airheads.
Oh, y'all funny, y'all real funny.
Listen, you take it off a relationship.
Nuh-uh.
Your girlfriends hate if you got a better outfit on than them. There ain't nobody more jealous than women over other women.
Well,
Hey, keep that kind of
my
circle
friend is
around me,
R&B,
respectfully.
a fly ass bitch right there.
Yeah,
That's a
I
That's
fly
keep that
one.
different
kind of
though.
circle
I
around
feel
me.
like men
Okay,
is
you
the
giving me
same.
an exception to the
How
rule
you
That's
gonna
then.
a
kick
fly
with
one
your
right
homeboy and
there.
that be the same
That's an
homeboy that press
exception to
you?
the rule. That's not the normalcy
That's a
though.
fly one. I ain't got
No, that's
many
not the
friends, but
norm, but I'm like, it's
that's a
not the
fly
norm.
one.
I don't
Right.
talk
But I
to no
Y'all need
guarantee
to
you, the
nigga
leave
only
y'all
about
reason
my
you
mouths
have
shut.
R&B as
issues.
your friend is because you know them other girls is like what I'm saying. That's why
I don't know
R&B
no
is
other
your friend.
girls who have
That's
friends
my
to know what they're
point.
like. I don't know.
I
That's
don't
my
talk
point.
to no nigga about issues with my women,
Yeah,
but
it don't
but
work.
but y'all go talk to your homegirls about issues
About
with your
right.
men.
But we don't
Exactly.
want their advice. Or at least I
Like niggas
don't.
don't be
We
sitting
don't want
It
around,
don't
advice.
matter.
but
Soon
niggas
as
don't
you
sit
tell them,
around with other niggas talk about the problems they got with this woman. But
No,
y'all
no,
do that.
no.
Women do that. Women do that all the time, though. That's a whack thing.
They do. Majority of them do. I think it's.
Mhm.
I don't think they
I
should.
feel like men be cupcaking too. Let a man get mad. He be
They
like,
do.
man, this bitch doing da 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 da. This bitch acting da 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 da.
They do.
Whole different story.
But the
They do.
nigga they talking to
No,
gonna
they
shut it
not
down.
gonna
Like,
do
man,
that.
we don't
They
want to
gonna
hear that
talk
shit. We
about
about to
their
go do this.
women. No, what they gonna do is they gonna talk about their women to other women, them other bitches.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
That's what they
Yes,
do.
they do.
I can't listen. I'm gonna give you a hand clap. I'm gonna give you a hand clap for that one, R&B. You right about that. Because some niggas will do that. Some niggas will do that. And you know what's
Because what
funny?
happens is when you get to talking about what your woman not doing, she laying there like, yeah, I'm gonna do everything she not doing. But what that bitch don't realize is you're not her. Cause I got him pressed, bitch. Cause he
You know
came and
what women
talked
don't
about me
realize?
to you. But I guarantee you he can't come talk about you to me, bitch.
And now you know what women don't realize, because men know that women are like that. That's the game they use to get that new woman.
Absolutely.
That's
A
why they
man will
doing
even
it.
talk about all the stuff that they do for their woman because other women are attracted to that. But a
And
man
then that
won't do
woman
that
get
same
hope.
shit. Because if I
Yep.
brag on my man, another man is not gonna be like, ooh, let me compete with that.
Right.
They're gonna feel like men are territorial. They're not gonna be trying to. Most men, I would say,
Right.
they're not gonna be attracted to you because you telling them or telling other men what your man doing for you. They're gonna be looking like, well, shit, I ain't trying to compete.
do
with
you
that.
women feel like when you come into a new relationship, and let's give it 6 months, right? I would say 3, but I'm gonna give it 6 months. And after 6 months, do you feel the man has position to start telling you about having other male friends?
That's a good question. Because what if you come in there and you got male friends?
I'm like on 3 months in. I'm like,
No, I
well,
No,
said 6 months.
Whack was being nice. He said
I
6
said
months.
6. Yeah,
Whack was
I'm
being
not.
nice.
I guess for me, I can't really go off the number. I can't go off the number. I got to go off of what the situation and what they're doing and how they're moving with me. It's how they're moving with me. Just because we're 3 months or 6 months in, don't mean you're moving. Like we're moving in that direction. You know what I mean? So are you saying the nigga that came in on the gas off rip?
On the gas.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
I'm
on the
in
gas.
pocket. I'm in the house.
I'm like, this is my thing. If I like you, yeah, you could tell me. You know what I'm saying? If I'm fucking with you like that, definitely.
Matter of fact, he ain't even got to tell me.
You know what I'm saying?
That's the difference. He ain't even got to tell me.
But
It's
if I'm
done.
not, if I'm not fucking with you like that, I mean, I'm gonna let you say
If
whatever
you
you
lay
want
with
to say.
that man, does he have the same power?
Hell no.
If you what?
If you laid with that man, does he have that same power?
Man, these women fuck like they go to the liquor.
That's why I asked that question, right?
I'm
That's
like,
why I
no,
asked that question.
he has that same power.
I say that because a lot of women lay with
man. So you saying you only lay with a man that you in a serious situation with?
That's where I'm at currently. Yes, in my life.
Okay,
yes.
okay, I got you. I got you. I'm with you with that.
Yeah.
I asked that because Whack, like you say, that these women, they treat sex like a sport sometimes.
R&B, how long? How long?
How long what?
Do you think is it that a man come in your life and he can dictate if you got male friends?
First of all, I don't have any male friends.
Right, sis.
Oh, yes, you do. I gave you leniency. Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
I gave you leniency with one.
I don't have male friends. I don't.
I gave you leniency with one.
I don't know. I had a male friend once upon a time. And I think real male friends, like they know their boundaries. They know when to step back because they'll be like, okay, you have a man now. I can't. They know the boundaries, what they would allow their women to do. So I just really feel like, I don't know. I mean, once you get with a man, that's like even with your girls. I'm the same way with my girls. When I'm with you, like I don't be on the phone talking.
That ain't what I'm asking. That ain't what I'm asking. That's your personal preference. I'm saying that's your personal preference. How long does it take for a man to be with you, or what has to be going on for that man to have to say so? Be like all that male friend shit, all them. I don't give a fuck.
I don't have a lot of male. I don't have male friends. I don't really have.
I gave you leniency on one.
But that's like a business partner.
I don't give a fuck what a nigga is.
Okay, so R&B is basically they came in on the gas. They came in and did. He came in and did what he was supposed to do. Right? That's the answer. Came in, did what you're supposed to do, and I set the preferences. I said it. Right? You filtered it out. Boom, boom, boom.
But I don't have that problem. I'm not gonna choose no male friend over my man.
Right? No. Exactly.
That's not even a question.
But he's saying like what gets you to that point?
Yeah,
and basically they he got you to that point is basically he showed you he that man, he yours. He came in on the gas. Period. That he shows you it was what it was and you submitted to it. Like that's your nigga.
He didn't have to cross the line though.
I'm asking because a lot of women have male friends and they're listening right now.
Yeah, and they don't know when to cut it off.
And they
like
feel
they don't know.
They feel like, but this been my friend, this, and you fuck around and lose your man to your male friend that I would hope got a woman at home already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because what a lot of
them male
women think
friends
is
be waiting for that opportunity.
Right. That's what I was just about to say.
That's
they
why I
forget
don't
that
play,
male
nigga,
friend really
Hey,
wants.
listen. Cat. I wish a motherfucker would.
Word is bond.
That's this, that, and the other. I'm gonna look at her and say, you know what? You're right. And I'm out.
That's right. That's
I
fact.
just don't. I'm
fact.
not in the business of
fact.
making my man choose anyways. Whether it's a male or female, I'm not. Once we serious, it's you're out. Like I don't
That's
really.
it. Ain't no male friends.
Yeah,
I'm
male,
like, yeah, but
male,
I'm like, but
female,
what kind
mama, daddy, cousin.
Yo.
None of that.
It's like you
She
keeping that
said
nigga
she,
around to hunt and shit.
This is
Fuck
my
that.
thing. I understand what you're saying, but my thing is this. All right, I'll give you that. But I'm like, but what kind of level of insecurity is that? That's like me
There's
coming in
nothing
and
to do
telling
with
you that you gotta
insecurity.
cut
We
off
don't know
everybody.
about
You gotta
protection.
cut off all your friends. You gotta cut off any female around you. You gotta cut them off. It's like that's like
No,
real
your male
insecure.
friend is just waiting for the opportunity to have sex with you. That's it. And they'll
that's it.
sit and lie and wait,
Wow.
and it doesn't matter. And that's what you don't know because you're not a man.
No.
Let me tell
It's
you
not
something.
that we don't know that because at
Let
the
me
end of the
tell
day,
you
Okay, so
something.
then if you
listen.
know it, it's
First of
worse
all,
the
this is
fact
the
that you're
thing. This
trying to
is the
keep
thing.
them.
No.
You can't have it
When
both
we say
ways.
that,
If
no.
you know
We're
it,
not trying to keep anybody because if you've been friends, if most male friends become friends off that situation because we
off of
know,
what
okay,
situation?
this is someone that probably like me. He would never stand a chance with me, but you're a very nice person. We cool, and you can keep. I'm a friend to you. A lot of our friends become friends in that very
This is why
manner right
women
there.
naive right here. What she's
Yeah,
saying.
we
That's
friend zone people very well.
that's a
We
naive
friend zone
woman.
them all day. No, we're not
Mhm.
naive. We understand everything you're saying. That's why I said I agree
You
with
keep that
y'all,
nigga
and I give
around, he
you that
will have sex
because
with you. Okay, no
I'm not gonna put a friend over my man. So I'm like, we give y'all that, but we're just speaking on a generalization now. After that point, after giving it to you, because I agree, it's not like we're gonna do that. We're not gonna put our friend over our man. None of us
Okay.
is gonna do that, right? So the thing about that is, though, say we came in there now, we demanding that to you now. You have a certain amount of friends, girls that you've been friends with for, probably a sisterhood with one of them, probably one or two is probably close like that you've never slept with, that we can say, okay, that might be a sister to him, that we know that he's have 25, 30 years of friendship with this person. They've been through things, deaths together, this, that, and the third. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, there's situations in that stance. So I'm saying now I come in a relationship and I see all your girlfriends, your female friends around you, and I'm letting you know this. Every single one of them got to go. I don't care. I don't care about her. I don't care how long she's been around, 35 years. I don't care about
They
none of
not
that.
doing that, honey.
This
They
is what
not
I'm
doing that.
saying. Like, what are
I
we
don't know
saying
much
here?
men
Like,
They
that
keeping
have a
all
bunch
that
of
little
girls
homegirl
around them
shit.
like
we're
that.
not saying one. I said 1 and 2. We ain't got
They
to say
not
a
doing
bunch.
that.
I said 1 and 2. I
I'm
made it a
See,
not.
small
they
minimum
call you
number.
insecure. See, if women demand that, men call women insecure when they start demanding.
That's what I thought, sis. That's why I had
What
to ask the
capacity
question.
They
do
start
men
calling
have
women
with these
insecure.
women? Break it down.
What?
I just
What
gave you a whole
capacity do men
capacity. I
have
just
with these
said,
women?
this is like a sisterhood, brotherhood
Mhm.
type friendship. You guys have 30, 35 years in, because I'm like, I'm gonna give it to us on that. I have friends from
No, but
that
what do
level,
they do together?
girlfriends.
And that goes both ways. Like, what do
Oh,
they
what
do
do they
together?
do together? I
Yeah.
mean, I
There's
don't know. I
somebody
don't know.
you can
Friends.
call and talk to, just a friend.
Yeah, there you go. Like, and you guys
Yeah,
probably
I don't
go
have
out
no women
sometimes
like
every
that.
now and then. You catch up or whatever. You can get up with them because, like, some of my male friends, their wives, I get up with them and their wives. Like, it's like, so it depends. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I wouldn't say you and your male friend is going on trips together and doing that. I've never
Nah, but
done that.
that
So
nigga being the shoulder to lean on, it'd be some rod right with that shoulder.
What they said,
yo,
shoulder to lean
y'all
on and a
y'all
penis to
always
ride on.
say this. I
And
have to
then
crack
y'all
up.
get
This is the
fucked.
part that cracks
Then
me up.
y'all
And you
fuck
know what they
there.
won't do? What?
Wait.
After they have sex with them, they won't say nothing about it. It just
Yeah,
be they
then
little
y'all
friend
fucked it, then
secret.
y'all act like it didn't happen, like it was
Yeah.
there. Don't say nothing about
Yeah.
it. And bring
Yeah. That's the nigga that give you that dick when you ain't had none in like 6 months to a year. He the cat that you call.
That's what the men be doing with their women.
That's
That's
I'm
what
gonna be
y'all
real
be
though.
doing.
I'm gonna be absolutely real. Like,
Women don't do that. Women don't do
like
That's
here
cat.
goes the test. If you walk in, look, here goes the test. If you walk in and she on the phone with her friend, y'all in a new relationship. And every time you walk in, she on the phone with dude, all of a sudden, dude want to get off the phone. Oh, he fucking that bitch.
Word is bond.
Or I have fucked her, fuck that woman. That's a fact. Uh-oh, it's crickets.
Yeah.
Or they don't think you're, or they don't think the man is secure enough. Or they don't think that the man is secure enough to deal with their friendship.
Nah,
It does, Cap, because some men aren't secure enough to let that
What?
woman just be on the phone. So a lot of women get off the phone, even with their girlfriends, because they're like, oh, I don't want him in my conversation. Or
Nah.
But what are
he
you
wants
talking
attention.
about
You
that
don't want
he can't
your
be in
man in
the
the conversation.
Yeah,
You
what
have
are you
with
talking
another
about that
man?
he can't be in the conversation?
No,
Why
a
you
lot of them don't even want your friend. Like, he can't. Oh, why y'all talking about girl stuff, things like that. Some men are like
Man,
that.
I don't give a
Not talking
fuck.
about
I don't give a
men on
fuck
this
what you
platform,
talk
and
about
you
Yeah, I
at
don't
don't.
care
home,
what
But
you're
I'm
talking
saying
about.
some
Right.
men,
You telling
some men,
me
we're talking about those boys, whack, those little boys.
no,
Do
we're
not
talking
like
about men, we ain't
to.
talking about women. you telling me another nigga can make the decision if your man is man enough for him to be on that phone, so he jumping off. That nigga can't handle this combo, so he gonna jump off.
Yeah, they be like, I don't even want to put them in that
Yeah,
situation.
your man is
What?
home. The
You know,
boss is
and
home.
here's what women
You
don't
get off the
realize:
phone.
when that man says
That's
that to
crazy.
that woman, that's putting a thought in that woman's mind that her
That's
man
crazy.
is insecure. That's why
No,
he.
it's
Exactly. She
definitely
don't even
crazy.
get it.
No, it's definitely crazy. I don't agree with it, but I'm saying that's what
Yeah.
happened. You can talk to a bunch of. That's what they do. I don't agree with it.
When a
But
man
it's out of
tells
respect.
you,
Because
look,
listen, this is my thing. Listen, if I'm on the phone with you, and I'm on the phone with you, Mac, and me and you on the phone chopping it up, and R&B coming in now, and I hear R&B just walking, I'm like, up. I'm like, oh, that's it. She just got home. Okay, I'm like, hell her up for me, tell her good night, and I'm like,
Yeah, and
call
I'm
me
gonna talk
later.
to you later.
That's
Period.
respectful. I mean, I
nah,
don't know. Like, this is where I'm kind of like trying to
No,
map it
you're
out.
right.
nah.
You're right on that one because we
Okay,
it's human
that's how
nature
we
to do
right.
that. A lot of
So I
people
mean, I'm
it's
flipping
programmed
it
that
on
way to
another
do it
side.
like
Like,
that.
Hey,
it's
if a
right.
Now
man tell a
it's for
woman,
you to say no, it's good.
if a
But on
man
the other
tells a
end, we
woman,
automatically think
yo,
that.
if a man tells a woman he ain't mature enough to handle us talking, he is planting a seed in your head about your nigga. He already.
No, I don't think
Yep.
he's that.
That's
No,
what I
he's
just
not
said.
saying
What?
it to the. He's
Yeah.
not saying it to the person. The actions you're saying while y'all phone, it's the actions that he's doing that he like. Let me remove myself, or the female, like she just said, if she come in the room, oh hey, talk to you later. You remove yourself from it. And
No,
that
but
leaves
what,
it up. Hold on,
what
Cap.
we're
That leaves it
saying
up
is,
to. But that leaves it up to you on the end to say no, it's cool. We can still talk.
no, but what we're saying is that when that man says that, his
No,
intent.
I don't. No, he shouldn't say it. We're not saying that he's saying it. It's just his actions is displaying that. A lot of them display that action. Not that no man should be able to tell you that your man insecure. That ain't your friend.
No, he won't say the words "your man insecure," but when he say, "Oh, your man, now let me get off the phone," that's what he's saying.
But females do it to other females too. We just do it. It's like you said, it's like a respect. Like
But
we
this
just kind
is
of
the
do it. Like
thing, and that's what I've been saying this whole couple hours. A female is never supposed to expect a man to think the way you think. We never supposed to do it how you do it. In a minute,
no,
it's not
never.
happening like that.
Yeah,
So
men are
basically,
predatory. Men are
so
natural
basically,
hunters, and when you can
okay. So
understand a
okay,
man that's hunting,
Well,
then you'll have a.
okay,
Here
so
we go
I have
with
a
this.
question.
Here we
Since
go with
men,
this
wait,
bullshit.
hold on. So since
So
men are natural hunters, why is it that the lioness, like the lion, like it's all lions over around here, right? So
Right.
so the lion, the male, beautiful, his mane, he sits there. He looks fierce, but the lioness is who hunts, right?
Right.
Why? Explain it to me. Why is that?
Because he's in charge. But you know what you'll never see in that pride? If another lion comes around, they fight. You know why? Because when that other lion sees this other lion coming around, he knows that that lion is a threat. You know who don't see it as a threat? The lioness. And if that lion loses to the other lion, she immediately submits to the new lion that she just lost to. So when the lion sees another lion coming around, he knows that the lionesses is just doing what they normally do. They're going to hunt. They're going to take care of the kids. They're oblivious to the threat because they got a lion there. The lion's job is to stop the other lion from
And
coming
to
in.
do what else? Protect, right?
That's right. So when we say get rid of this nigga, get rid of that nigga.
So why do you submit? So I'm gonna do XYZ for my man because he is standing on business to protect me
You
and
like
mine.
that one, right? You like that was good. That was good.
Y'all funny.
Yeah, I watch the Animal Planet channel too. I watch it, so I see it.
So I feel like this: as long as women feel they're equal to men,
we just shit.
I
Here
don't
we
think
go.
women feel they're equal to men.
That's what y'all scream.
Yeah, that's what y'all do.
Y'all scream
The
that.
average woman say
Can't
we need
be.
equality. The average woman.
There's no way. There's first of all, men, y'all can't
Right.
bleed. Y'all can't bleed for weeks at a time and still live.
We bleed every day.
Okay.
Our
Damn, that was a
sweat
good
is a
one.
form of bleeding.
That was a good one, Wack. That was a good one.
Our sweat is a form of bleeding. Y'all don't sweat every day.
Women sweat. Some women do.
No, unless y'all going to the gym, then we pay for the membership anyway.
Rose, be quiet. Just be quiet. Be quiet.
Yeah.
Man.
So you know what we did accomplish though?
We ran off all them young boys that wasn't ready. Teflon.
The champions is still here.
No.
You know, the champs is still here.
Hold on. People can have conversations without it ending and with some disgruntled, disrespectful shit.
Oh, no.
That's facts.
Now, I honestly thought 600 was gonna make a play for one of y'all. I was like, okay, 600 land back. But I think y'all might intimidate it. I don't know what's going on. Brock, he got a woman. He just had a fresh baby. Luce is married. He just had a fresh baby.
Yeah, I know.
But I thought 600 was going. I don't know what happened.
Which one is 600? The one that asked me where I was.
The one over there, the only one white girls, baby. The one white girls and
Bad girl being exposed.
Priceless.
That one.
Yo.
Okay.
Teflon, but listen. Teflon, I'm getting worried.
Yeah. Don't get worried.
Now you need to ease up and smile.
Okay. All right.
Cause last I talked to you, you said you was talking to somebody.
Teflon, are you in New York?
Yeah.
I'm in Florida.
Yeah.
Florida.
But you're a New Yorker, huh?
Yeah, I'm a New Yorker.
What happened to the dude you was talking to, Teflon?
I'm like, he was okay. I've been trying to date. Okay, this is what I did. I tried to date out the box, right? Like out my normal. So I mean, I was going.
Yeah, what does out the box mean? What does that mean?
Out the box mean that I've been only dating like nerds, like, you know, like a certain type of square. So I was like, okay. I said, I'm gonna give the squares a try. So I dated one or whatever. And I thought it would work because, he a millionaire. So I figured that, okay, that would make it, that would balance it for me, but it didn't. So I'm like,
What happened? He was on some bullshit still?
Nah, he's a sweetheart. Nah, he's
so
a sweetheart.
what's the problem?
I mean, because it's not, I'm too much. I can't. I don't want to listen. When you
don't want to listen.
You got certain,
you don't want to listen because if you're saying he a sweetheart, you're not giving me a flaw.
I don't want to listen. He's somebody that speaks like this. He says that he's the captain of the ship, and if you join the ship and you're aboard the ship, you
That's right.
Is whatever. I don't even know because I went blank on half that shit.
So do you want to fight?
Wait. So you had a problem with the man being
I don't want to fight anybody.
Right.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm just not coming on a program. I'm not on no program shit. A lot of that program shit.
Well, until you get with a program, you're gonna struggle.
You ain't gonna have no.
You got to get with any real man.
I'm not struggling though.
But sis, any real man wants a woman that's gonna get with his program, especially if he got a plan. You said this cat was a sweetheart, he had money, so he already got the financial part out of the way. So why wouldn't you get with his program?
Because I still want to be me. Because I still want to be
somebody that ain't got a program.
Slow down.
I want you to have a program, and I still will follow your program, but I'm on my program as well.
She want to be rebellious. That's not gonna work. Look, Maddie, you Maddie shook her head.
It's not gonna work.
Yeah.
That's not gonna work.
Well, I understand. So I'm working on that. That's where I'm working on.
I'm gonna say this, Teflon. There's 8 billion people in the world. There's somebody that will follow what you're saying.
Right.
You're just gonna have to travel somewhere else.
Go get you a beta.
Yeah.
But then he can't protect you when it's time. When a burglar outside, don't expect him to protect you. You ain't gonna get all of that shit in one. You gotta
because I still wanna be allowed to have a voice.
No,
a man with a program does not take away your voice.
Yeah, you can still have a voice.
I don't close shit out without consulting with my woman. You gotta. I like.
Yeah, you can still have a voice. What's gonna end up? You know what's gonna end up happening, Teflon? Like don't think about the voice. Like let it flow. Because honestly, if once you become that part of that program, part of that unit, whatever, that man he wants your voice. He needs you for advice.
I feel like when I find the right man, I'm gonna follow his program, and it's not gonna be a problem.
But you
Yeah,
just
that's how
said
it
this
looks. I think
dude
it
was
looks
a
like
sweet
that. I didn't
Teflon.
say he was the right man. I said he was
You
a sweetheart.
said he
Just
was
because you're a
a
sweetheart, that don't mean that
sweetheart.
he was the right man. So does that mean that he's the right
You
man
lucky
for
Loose
me?
Cannon wasn't in here.
Oh man,
Sweetie, listen. You said he was a sweetheart. Like,
yeah, because there's nothing bad to say about him. I don't have nothing. I'm not gonna
so
dog
what the
another
fuck
black.
is going on? This stuff
Right,
we
like,
can't make y'all
but
happy.
we don't align. We don't align. That's what was going on.
Y'all don't align with what though? Yeah, what y'all don't align with? Because it sounds like you the only one don't align. It sounds like he got a program and you don't align with that program. That's what it sounds like.
Here we go again. Yeah, that's true. That's a part of it
Okay,
too.
then. So it ain't him. It's you.
It's you.
And I just told y'all that, but y'all want me to say that. Y'all want me to say that.
No, it's not so much he wants you to say it. He
because
wants you
your
to see it.
Teflon.
I want you to see that it ain't the men that you're looking for that's the problem. It's you
I ain't
that's
even
the
looking
problem.
for them. That's why I'm not
Hear
looking,
what I'm saying,
because
though.
I
Just hear what I'm
know.
saying. Just hear what I'm saying. When you can see that you're the problem, then you can begin correcting. That's why earlier I said, when y'all be in y'all healing stage, if you ain't talking to somebody that can actually heal you, you just somebody just not in a relationship. But if you never heal and learn where you can correct your mistakes, it's gonna always be you, and you're gonna pick the wrong guy. You're gonna pick the wrong guy, and you can have the right guy in front of your face, but because you won't change, you're gonna stay stuck. That's what we want.
I did that. See, that's where y'all messed up at. I did change, but
That's
I'm
cap.
just
You said
still
you
like, it's just
program. I can only go
because listen to me. If
So
you
why
coming
you
straight
didn't
off
why
the
you
rip,
didn't
if you
call him back?
listen, all this
Black,
like this
she's
is
just
my
not
thing.
ready yet. She's just not ready yet.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, but
Right.
it's been like
I'm not ready
3-4
yet.
years. She been saying
It doesn't. Well,
Yo,
some people,
whack.
some people, it's just it needs to be longer.
Whack, stop.
They just
You
need
gonna
the
be an
right
old
counsel.
ass lady, Teflon.
Yeah, they just need the right
You gonna
counsel.
be like what's that lady from Chicago? The one Dante don't like. What's the lady name? Like, what's that
How's
old
she gonna be an
ass
old lady? How's she gonna be an old lady?
Sharon?
No, the other one, the one from
The other
Chicago.
one,
The one look like Larry Hoover.
Makiva, Auntie
Yeah, you don't want to look like this Miss Makiva.
Auntie Makiva.
You keep doing this. You
She
think
got
about Miss
time.
Makiva.
I'm sure you're younger than me, Teflon. You got time. You got time.
No, let
She
me
got
tell you what's
time.
crazy though. Everybody think Teflon cool as fuck,
Yeah.
but she runs away all the dudes.
She just said that she don't want to be a part of the program right now.
No,
Like, so
I'm not.
it's not.
I'm not running them away, Wack. I'm like,
She's
listen,
not. She's just
listen.
standing on what she wants right now. So
And you
until
see
she
what
gets
you
to the
said,
point,
and what
that's all. That's it.
and what you
But do
said.
you
Listen,
ever
what you said.
establish
I'm
what
ready
you
to be
want,
on.
though?
I'm ready to be on a pro. That's what I definitely did. So it's like it got even tighter because I listen. This is how I feel. I feel like if somebody would have caught me in the mix of me trying to establish myself and deal with certain things, then boom, you probably would have caught me more mentally there. Like, all right, yeah, your program, full cool. You know what I mean? But because I did the work and I did the establishing and the thing on my own, it's like now I'm looking like, yo, you gotta take it easy. You know what I'm saying? I put in my work, I did what I had to do over here. So you just gotta understand, like we meeting each other right now at this point. You know what I'm saying? Of course, you have a program, cool, but you still got to know that my program is not dead. My program doesn't die now. You know what I'm saying?
So
Like
what
that's not how it
We're
works.
gonna do. Somebody said we should do a. Go ahead.
I just have a question as a female though. So Teflon, explain to me what your version of a program is.
My
Maybe
program
that's where
for me, the only program I have is going to be for me. Like it's not going to be for like, okay, I have a program for a man.
So
But
then
like,
you
we
just want to
still
be
have
single.
things that we're
So you
doing.
just want to be
We
single right
still-
now. Because when
It's
you do a
not saying you wanna
program, the
be single.
program is in sync. You're in sync. That's a program. You're in sync.
Well,
So you're
the
just saying my
for me,
program.
that's not what a program is to me with the instinct.
That's what I'm saying. So that's where I think it's the y'all. It's the word clarity.
The program is what I'm
y'all
doing
not
and what I have
clarifying what
done to
version
build,
of it is.
build myself. Just like his program is that. Just like his program is what he has done to build himself, and he wants you to come on that. I have a program that I've done to build myself as well.
But some men's
So, like I
program
said,
isn't about
respectfully, you
that.
heard what I just said. Just like he has built himself, and he has that program for you to come on. I have done the work and built myself as well. So, like I said, my program is not dead. However that sounds, I don't care how you know what I mean, how you interpret that.
Hey, I
Not
could counsel you, sis.
respectfully.
You need some help. You need some help on
It's
that.
okay. It's okay, baby. You do too.
I'm a
We all
counselor.
do.
I'm just saying. I'm just
We
saying.
all do. Everybody,
No,
the
I ain't
people that
trying
tell
to.
people that
I
they
did
need help,
that.
need help. Yep. The people that tell people they need help too.
No,
So
I
I'm
don't need
pretty
no
sure you
help.
need
I'm
help
good.
too.
Now, see
Yep.
that right there,
I'm
that
pretty sure
battle,
you think
that
you
right
are.
there. I'm gonna tell you that battle right there that you just gave me when I offered help. That's what you give to the niggas that want to holler at you.
Yeah, because
Like,
I don't want your
no, you don't think
help.
you right, but you think you don't need no help, but you said you need help. So then when help is offered and you
But I
fight
get what
it,
I do get what she's saying on the other note, Cap. Like she's done the work to heal herself to get her to a certain point. So I guess she wants
Right.
that person that's gonna.
And that's
So I
where I'm
think,
at.
but
but
I
even
think,
including
but
my
hold on, Cap, hold on. I think
okay.
we're just using what we're doing is we're using the word program, and what she's just saying is she just wants someone on the same level as her. So that's what I'm saying about clarity. It's the verbiage that we're using. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
basically she wants someone that can respect the work that she's already put in and that can come in and build with her on the work that she's already done and enhance that.
And hopefully
and
he's not
enhance
coming
it.
in with a
And
dictator.
yeah,
And
that he
hopefully
can
he's not
enhance
coming in
it.
with that dictatorship. Or that dictatorship that I see a lot of y'all on right now talking about this and that.
No,
Like you said,
that's the
I'm
thing.
like,
It's not even
it is what it
in a
is. I'm
relationship.
not with none of that.
So I'm
I
gonna help
actually
you.
I don't think Cap is on dictatorship. I
I'm
actually can
definitely
see
not.
through it.
No, I'm not talking about Cap. I'm not.
You ain't
No,
gotta
you
see
gotta
through
remember.
nothing. I ain't a
I talk.
dictator.
Look, I talk on podcasts all day, so I'm just speaking overall, like for the slow people in the back. Yeah, you already know.
Yeah, I'm not a dictator. I'm not a dictator at all. I'm
But
very
this is just generally. I'm not talking to
I
Cap
just
by
believe in
himself.
the
We're just having a conversation.
Yeah.
This is not
right.
personalized.
Well, you know what? Welcome to the 100 show. I thought this was a beautiful conversation. Shout out to Maddie. Shout out to Teflon.
Yes.
Shout out to everybody else that joined us today. Welcome to the 100 Side. If you haven't followed 100 Side on Clubhouse, make sure that you do. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you have liked the channel. We appreciate this conversation. And maybe we'll have a part 2. I don't know if y'all down for it. I know I'm down for it. This subject today was
I'm down for it.
definitely
Dr.
this
Cap.
subject was men can do nothing without us. And what we found out at the end is that there's some common grounds of what we can agree and disagree on. So with that, we're going to go ahead and close the show. I appreciate everybody joining us today. We look forward to the next scheduled one. All right.
Later.
Later.
Carnival concept. All right, sir. Okay.
I was already born and going to school, nigga. It's just real shit. I was born and going to school. I swear, my first negative encounter about King of anything was that movie. I swear to God.
Never heard no nigga, because you never ran into them type of niggas like Captain Tazaryach type niggas.
Man, but them niggas are talking about some hoe that it should have stayed segregated. They talking about some whole other bullshit. Don't mean nothing, bro.
They be hating on our leaders though. I ain't gonna lie. It's the one thing that I get at
Niggas
them
be
at.
talking, bro. And they ain't did shit.
This,
You know,
this sound like entrapment. All of this sound like entrapment, right?
Is
They
he
ain't
here?
did
I
shit.
just
They
want to
do be
point that
hating on
shit
our
out.
leaders.
All that
Oh, that
shit
nigga
sound.
here?
Yeah, you know I was
You know
here,
the
bro.
crazy part
Right,
about it,
you
Brock?
know you was here, Cap. I
Brock, here go the
promise.
crazy part about
No
it, right?
bullshit. What's up,
Every
Ross?
leader, right? Every leader, every head coach, every something. Everybody looks at it after the fact and says what they could have did different. But ain't now one of them niggas finna jump in the fire and just get it going. Everybody does that. Well, he could. Everybody does that shit.
I think they damn near had Martin Luther King's like kind of almost doubting himself, not realizing that he was doing this. He did everything right. That's why he was probably saying that shit, because niggas was hating. Damn near had my boy doubting himself for a second towards that end. But yeah,
I still
I
want to
have a
hear
dream that one day
I
Brock will
still want
stop.
to hear that thing in its entirety though, because niggas that take
the
an
burning
insert,
house.
niggas that take an insert, and I want to hear it A to Z what he was saying.
Let me hear if it's
Yeah,
a
start in the
recording.
middle of him talking.
Let's see. Who is that? Is that a black man that said
That's
that?
Rican.
Yeah, we don't need that confusion, brother. Calm down.
I'm pretty sure he Puerto Rican, right?
Yeah, I'm Puerto
I
Rican.
know you
Yeah.
about to say
It related to him too. Nigga,
according to Cap, niggas said
they was oppressed. Nah, bullshit.
Cap rules say Puerto Ricans is black, right?
Facts.
That's true. We definitely did hear that recently.
We do claim the Puerto Ricans, Rican. I ain't gonna lie. We claim
You
I
definitely
mean, they
be
not.
claiming
I
Lady
mean,
Killer,
Puerto
nigga.
Rican people are
They black.
Or Latin. They ain't a nigga. Them niggas is not claiming to be no niggas. I'm sorry. Them niggas
Oh, they don't claim to be black?
They ain't
Some
hell
of them,
fucking
a
no.
lot of them try to claim
Ricky,
to be
what you
white.
Claim to
doing?
be
A
Latin.
lot
Them
of them try
niggas.
to claim to be white.
Latin kings was nigga killers. Let's keep it real.
Definitely NK.
Yeah, let's
But
keep it real. So I get, people say that ancestry or whatever. Them niggas stand on the side of the Latin people, which I ain't got a
There's
problem with
definitely a
that.
division. There's definitely a
I don't have a
division.
problem with Puerto Rico, but all this pro-black shit I be hearing, I've never seen it.
honestly, I ain't see that until like Cardi B and that one, like them type of people been coming
Cardi
out
B
saying
just
they
fuck
black.
with niggas. I still don't see pro-black.
They say she black. I don't know. She say she black or not.
J-Lo was Jenny from the block and J-Lo until she was to be Jennifer Lopez again when she left the nigga she was with. What are we talking about?
That too is a fact.
And there's nothing wrong with it though. I'm like, bro, I ain't part of Latin America. I've never.
Dominicans is on the same island as Haitians.
Yeah, it's split, buddy.
They're all neighbors. They're all
So
neighbors.
which way you go with that?
Nigga, they Dominican.
But
A
I'm saying you call
Dominican
it
is a
Haitians,
Dominican. You see what a
but
Dominican look
Haitians
like?
we call Haitians black.
You see what a Haitian look
Haitians
like?
are on all the islands though.
Them Dominicans look black too.
It all mixes.
I mean, they favor a lot, but listen. I've never seen a movement where, well, fuck it, go pull up some of that Martin shit. Cause them niggas was marching.
Nah, they weren't with us on the march.
Hey, so y'all rocking
Matter
with
of fact, let
Martin.
me do some research
Y'all
before I
gotta
say
rock
they
with
wasn't.
all nations, man. Y'all can't delineate. Y'all gotta rock with all of them.
No, what we saying is what was with the black movement and against the black movement and neutral to it is just that. That's all I'm saying. I wasn't expecting to see no motherfucking Asians out there in the middle of the street. They went through their own shit. But I ain't never heard an Asian say we black.
Definitely not. Samoans ain't even saying they black.
No, they say they islanders.
There's a song by this Puerto Rican brother called "My Pretty Nigga." I think came out. Yeah, what's the what's the last poets? Puerto Rico. This is like in the late '60s, early
I'm sorry, you
'70s.
said my pretty nigga?
Yeah, "My Pretty Nigga." That's what the Puerto Rican brother wrote. That's the song. That's the poem. Last poets. If you look them up, they're Common had them on their album. What's the song? The Corner.
Oh, poet.
That's the
Okay, I didn't hear the poet
yeah
part. Go
poet.
ahead. I'm following.
Yeah, and so the Puerto Ricans was a part of them back then. He wrote the song called "My Pretty Nigga," and that's where what's the first rapper? The first official rapper, I should
I
say, not
just
the
looked
first.
that up. They got the ER on that shit.
Yeah, that ER and GA, that's something the white man made up so y'all can so to be acceptable when they say it. It ain't
The
no
white
difference in
man
the two.
made that up? Nah.
The
I
difference.
think
Listen to what I'm
nigga
saying.
come from us, bro.
No. I'm not talking about the word. I'm talking about the spelling.
No, nigga,
Like
the
when white
ER
people.
was what it originally was. And
That
I
ain't what
don't
I'm talking
believe
about.
it was originally used as a disrespect. I don't
No,
think
what I'm saying is when white people say I'm not using the ER, for me, it ain't no difference
it's definitely
whether
a
they use it
difference.
or the E. No, I think
Nigga,
in any conversation.
nigga is our slang of how we just talk.
No, that ain't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like you take any word. If you take the term you good, GOOD, has about 10,
No,
12 different
nigga and
meanings.
nigger. He's a
That,
nigger.
no,
You
that ain't what I'm.
nigger. It's a different
That's not the
thing.
point I'm making. What I'm saying is you can say any word. It's the context on how it's being said of how it's
Nigga, when
offensive.
you say ER, it's a total different context. You hear it.
Listen, I've heard white folk and I've heard black folk use the GA, and that shit is still derogatory. It doesn't matter if it sounds with a
Nah,
GA or
not to me.
ER.
I don't. I've never heard a white motherfucker say, he's a nigga. I hear him say, nigger. He's a nigger.
Yeah,
And I'm gonna be
I've heard.
real. I'm gonna be real. I don't know where it turned into a negative anyway because it wasn't nothing but a descriptive of where the
I
fuck
use
we
it.
thought
Listen,
we
I got a
came
shirt.
from.
Yeah, listen, I got a shirt called Real Nigga University. Got a jacket, Real Nigga University. That's what we have.
Because Negro, don't confuse Negro with nigga.
There ain't no difference. They both mean the same thing, black. Nigga is from the Latin word niger, which means black. That's what Negro
Well,
means.
see, here go the thing is, well, we didn't get nigga from no Latin word or nothing. We got nigga for some shit a nigga just created. Ain't no nigga went over there and said, "Oh, it's a Latin word of this." That's what niggas start saying.
I'm
They
just
start
pointing out the word nigga is ancient. It's the way it's pronounced over in America. When they got to America, is
That's a
new.
fact.
But
But it didn't derive from that though. Like it has nothing to do
no, it
with that.
derived from bro. What are they? Where they come from? They really thought they were saying a place.
Niger, I believe, was
Niger, Niger. They really
right.
thought they was
But
playing,
before
but they
Niger
said it
was a
wrong.
country. But what I'm saying is before Niger or Nigeria, that place
No,
Niger.
not Nigeria.
I'm saying
Niger.
Niger. That's my point. When
Yeah, not
before the word
Nigeria.
Niger, before the word Niger was a country, the word Niger, which means black, was already in production. Like for example, Acts 13:1 in the Bible, the Israelites was called Niger. Before there was a country called Niger, that word was used for black people. That's all I'm saying is that word didn't just start from a
Bro, how we
country
know that, bro? Y'all keep want to put the Bible as black people.
because that's what the Bible says. Acts 13:1,
Man,
it
come on,
says
bro.
Barnabas and Simeon who were
Okay,
called
when did they add
Niger.
that to it? Because we know
That's
that
first
motherfucker
century.
been tampered
That's
with
the
worse than
that's
a
the
$2
first
hole on Las Vegas Boulevard.
that's
When
that's that's the first century. It was written in Greek
these
in
niggas,
the
y'all
first
niggas running
century.
around put all this shit in this book
We
that
didn't put
nigga
nothing in the
ain't
book.
no different than a prostitute walking the strip.
That
Tampered with.
sound good, but that was
So
translated
you
in the
telling me they
first.
ain't
It
been
was
tampered
written in
with?
no.
You
Well,
saying the
okay,
Bible has
let me
not been
say it.
tampered with?
I'm gonna say it like this.
You said the
When we
Bible.
talk,
Did you just say that?
I'm gonna answer your question.
Did you say the Bible has not been tampered with?
There's many different variations of the Bible.
Cap don't believe that.
You got to hear what I'm saying. There's many different variations of the Bible. So yes, you have what's called a word for word translation and a thought for thought translation. So a translation of the Bible can be tampered with. That's correct.
Yeah, that
But
is
the
time.
original language that is written in is not tampered. So whenever you got a question like what you just asking about Acts 13:1, and you said when was it? I said in the first century. That's when it's written originally. And when you go back to when it was originally written and translated, that word Niger, which means black, is in there before a country called Niger was here. That's all I'm saying. So they called them niggas then, we the niggas now. That's it. Ain't that hard.
They wasn't calling nobody no fucking niggers and
That's
nobody.
what it
Fuck
said.
out of
Acts 13:1, it says Simon and Barnabas, that was called Niger. That's in the original text. It's not something, it's not a translation. It's what was written in the original text.
Let me get this right.
All right.
The Bible come from Africa then.
Well, I would say the Bible comes from what people would say today is
Very likely because y'all say who they ain't. So
no,
the
we
Bible,
wouldn't say the Bible is the Bible don't come from African
I
people.
mean,
It
for
come from
Barnabas and this other nigga to be a nigger, they got his African, right?
no, because
I believe niggas are Americanized word. Ain't got nothing to do with Africa, bro.
I already said that nigga is Americanized. I already said that.
So
But
you
I
think
said
the
what
Bible come from America?
no. What I said was where the word nigga comes from, the root of the word comes from Niger, which means black. And so that word Niger was
I
put
don't know if
upon.
that means black. I just know it's a location.
And what language is that it
Yeah,
means black? Cat?
yeah.
And
I
what
don't.
version of the Bible are you referring to?
Yeah,
Because as we
I
know,
niggas.
said
there's
Yeah, there's a
several.
lot of variations.
first of all, I said when you go to the original
What do you
King,
consider the
the,
original? Is my question. I'm asking that way for a reason, Cat.
it was written in Greek. That's why I said in the first century this was translated. Acts 13:1.
I thought it was written in Hebrew, Greek, and Aramaic.
But the text that we're talking about is in
And
Greek.
that's why I asked you which text. So you're referring to the Greek text. This is my question was very pointed for a reason.
Well, you said Bible
Well,
first.
that's what
So
you're
when it
called.
was
Well, that's
written
what
in
you called it.
so the reason why I keep saying the first century because that was written in the Greek language. And so that word, there actually is no Greek word for Niger. So actually when you look it up, It'll say just Niger of Latin origin, black Niger. That's what it means.
So hold on. So if there's no word in Greek for it, why would they translate it that way?
That's how you know they translate and using the Latin language because Latin was also a language that was used back then.
Yeah, but hold on.
Just that's
I got you. But you know there's a difference between translation and transliteration. Translate mean try to find the meaning, as you know. Transliterate mean try to do word for word from one language to another, regardless of what it means. So so which one was it?
whichever. So if you want to go with transliteration, because they use the word for word, not a thought. So the word that correlates with them describing these Israelites was the Latin word niger, which means black. All you got, anybody
So
can go.
hold
You can
on.
go to
But
Bible Hub.
I got you. I'm following you. But what I'm saying is if it's a transliteration, that's not an interpretation. That's word for word.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that in the original text that it was written in, that word is there describing the Israelites as black. The word they used is niger, which means black.
And you saying
That's in the
now you saying that the Greeks
That's a
don't
fucking location.
hold on, dog. You saying the Greeks ain't got no word for black like it didn't exist.
I never said the Greeks don't have
Then
a
why
word
wouldn't
for
that
black
be the word?
There you
because
go.
that's not the word that they use
Exactly.
to describe them.
Exactly.
I
That's
ain't
the
gonna lie, he
point.
might have
I don't
got you
think you
there,
listen
Cap.
to what I
Cap,
don't think
I'm
you
being
listen.
unbiased. I think he up right now because he's saying if you
He's
saying the
not up
original
because
text,
he's talking about. Oh,
Being
listen, man.
unbiased is
If
crazy.
anybody,
Yo,
when y'all,
Niger may refer to a country in West Africa or a nickname for Simeon Niger in the Bible.
It's a river too, ain't it?
thank you. So you see
but
that
it
you
ain't
see,
got nothing to do with black.
it means black. The reason why they said nickname for Simeon in the
Niger is
Bible
considered one of the most poorest countries.
before Niger existed as a country, that word was
Oh
used to
man, here we
describe
go.
Simeon. You just read it yourself.
What do you
You
mean?
just
But it
read.
doesn't. It has nothing to do with nigger, bro.
Who's Simeon?
What I'm
It
saying.
doesn't.
It has
Or it would
nothing
Listen,
to
have
man.
do
two
with
That's
nigger.
G's.
the problem. Y'all
It
need
would
to.
have two G's, dog.
Yeah,
It,
it has
the
nothing to do
original
with
word
nigger.
is
It
not
has
going to
one.
have two G's
It
because
definitely would.
when you translate, so now the word nigger is an English translation of Niger, which is why it's
No.
spelled.
This nigga crazy, man.
No.
If
That's
you look up,
false.
listen, man, when
Cap, who is
y'all say
Simeon?
Hold on.
it's an Israelite.
Let's stay there. Oh, hold on. What I'm saying, in the 1800s, 1700s, ain't no white Southern person that
Listen,
said
man,
that word say,
I'm a
I
PTR
got
this.
that from
I'm a PTR this.
Niger
I'm a
or Niger.
PTR this.
Did I?
If anybody just go in their Google nigger, Nigger, it'll say origin. English neger, Neger. Latin Niger, Niger. English Negro, Negro. All from that word Niger. So nigger, depending on which language you go to, will be spelled Neger, Niger, Negro. Now we gonna talk or we gonna look it up?
Nah, dog. That's crazy.
I'm a
Because
PTR. No
you
problem.
still saying it means black, but you still haven't answered that the Greek people had a
Late
word for black.
16th century from
No, no, no,
earlier.
no,
I'm gonna
no.
read now. I'm gonna
We
read the
going
rest of the
back to the
definition.
first century.
Listen. I'm just
We
telling
know
you
what
what it
happened
wrote.
in the 16th century. That's what we talking about.
but the
I'm talking
Greek do
about
have a
first
word for
century.
black too. The
Of
Greek do
course
have.
they do.
I never said that they
Then why
didn't have a
wasn't that
word. I
word
said
there was the question.
because the Jews spoke many different languages.
But
The
it was
sister
written
just
in
said
Greek,
they
bro.
have.
We're not
You
talking
gotta
about many
listen.
different
You listening
languages.
to talk. You listening to talk instead of hearing the
I'm
answer.
answering everything
Even the
you
sister
say.
said. Even the sister said it was Aramaic, Greek, and Latin. Those are the languages that they spoke. So you'll see Christ
No, I
speak
said
No.
Aramaic, Greek,
Aram.
and Hebrew.
No problem. So you'll even see Christ speak Aramaic and he speaks Greek. You'll see Paul speak Greek and he speaks Hebrew. They spoke many different words. So now that word Niger was the Latin word. It's not that big a
Bruh,
deal.
you said it
So
was
y'all
written in Greek
Greek.
though. Hold on. She said that trying to get clarification. You said Greek only. She said I thought it was three. Now you trying to use what she said.
No, I'm trying to help y'all.
No. No,
like
no, no,
even
no,
the
no,
word,
no,
even the
no.
name Jesus, even the name
Wow, we the ones
Jesus.
that need help.
That nigga
I
cap.
don't need
You
help because again, all you don't have. Listen, man, y'all doing the talking, but when I pull up sources, you negate the
bro,
sources.
logic is logic.
Definitions is definitions.
That's
Lexicon
right.
is
And if
lexicon.
there's a word for black,
Etymology
they
of
would
the
have
word.
used it.
Etymology of the word
Bro, we all
mean
know
what
that.
you saying.
We all know we
Okay,
know
then why are you
etymology.
fighting when I just gave you the
Because there
etymology
is
of the
a
word?
word, because you're giving me the etymology of a word that doesn't exist in Greek.
It, the etymology of the word of the text when it was written is what I'm giving you. Y'all are on this stage. Y'all, I never heard nobody argue with me about this
Hey,
before
Cat, I
because
never
the
heard you talk
Did
about
I
etymology
this
hear
of
the
the
word
before.
word.
etymology? Hold on, I heard etymology. That's my thing. What are we talking about?
What we're saying
When you
is,
go, like when I go to BibleHub.com, where that Latin word is at, and when you click on that word, even the Bible Hub tells you where it comes from. It says corresponding Greek Hebrew entries. There are no direct Hebrew equivalents for the Greek term, I don't know how to pronounce this, nayep, as it is Latin derived name used in the New Testament context. So I can go further.
but here's the problem, Cat. The
It's a
Bible
problem
wasn't.
because
Hold
I
on.
don't even know what
Can
we're
I
arguing
talk?
for
Can I
right now.
talk? Can I talk?
Mhm.
I just want to talk. You can answer. You know, I'd love for you to answer. If the Bible was originally written in Latin, we'd be good. It wasn't. It was Greek, and they have a word for black, and that wasn't the word that was used.
The Bible don't just contain Greek.
That's
It
what you
contains
said.
different. That's not what I
That's
said. I said the
exactly
New
what you
Testament.
said.
What I said was the New Testament was written in Greek.
Period.
When they
That's
use
it.
this, but there's also a continuation. That's why listening is an art, and
Come
in
on, bro.
listening being an art, it ain't no come on, bro, because I got to
What
keep
other
explaining
language was
this.
it written in?
Because he's still talking.
No, Greek was the
Listen, the
answer.
name, for example,
No
the
examples.
name
What? It's a
Jesus.
direct
I
question.
have to because you're
It's a
not getting it.
direct
The name
question,
Jesus.
though.
The name. I want to answer using a different word so you can
I don't
understand.
want to use a
The
different
name
word.
Jesus.
We on black,
This is it.
Niger,
This is
Greek.
important. This is important. When people start talking like this, is because they getting
No,
hurt.
ain't nobody.
So
Oh,
now,
please,
the
dog. You know
name.
me too well for that.
Okay,
I'm
so
just
let me
not
make
going to
my
let you
point.
move the goalposts. It's one
I'm not
word.
moving.
It's one
I'm
word,
I'm not
one
moving the
language.
goalposts.
It's one
I
word and
keep
one
reading
language,
you.
Cat.
I keep reading to you the etymology of the word.
That was
You keep being
translated, not
unsatisfied.
the original word. What
It's not
word was written?
translated.
Hold on. What word did the Greeks use to describe
I'm
what you're
gonna read it.
describing?
I'm gonna read it again. There are no direct Hebrew equivalents for the Greek term nayep. It's spelled like the way it's written in Greek is it's like Niyep. So that's the Greek word that's being used there. It says as it is a Latin derived name. So it's like somebody's name written in another language. This is the word that, or excuse me, or term from another language. This is the Greek translation of that word for word. Like you said earlier, even with the Bible, there's what you call thought for thought translation and word for word translation. Thought is what we think. Word for word is taking this word and translating it to the next language's exact correlated word. So, Nayep is the direct correlation to the Latin word
Wait, hold on,
Niger.
Cap.
That's
No,
why
no, no, no. See, and this is where you always gonna lose me, because again, these translations are somebody else's perceptions or understanding of what they felt was said.
There you
It's
go. That's what
never,
a
it's
but
never
this
translation
is
is.
not
original.
a
Like,
translation. This is not a translation. This is the origin I'm talking about. So when I say Nayep,
that is what somebody
that's
wrote
the
to tell you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, listen, I have been on the land with these people. I've studied with people who sit there and studied this all their life and then come to find out a lot of what they felt wasn't that. And I'm telling you, a lot of this shit is based on somebody else's perception of what they were quote unquote told or perceived what they were told.
there's
You
nothing that
can't give it. Show me God's signature and talk to me later.
there's nothing that anybody is gonna say in researching Acts 13 and 1, the word Niger, and anywhere you search that word, it's gonna come back to meaning black and Latin origin. And when you look up the word nigger,
you're going to get 3 different origins of the word nigger. It's going to be nigger, niger, and negro. All of them mean black. Like, I don't even
bruh.
know what we're fighting for here. Like, I don't understand.
Because
That's it.
because it didn't exist
I
back.
didn't write.
Hold on, we good. You said what are we fighting for? Because at the time the Bible was written, that first century thing, that word didn't exist, and now you
What
trying to
word didn't
retrofit it.
exist?
You trying to retrofit it.
What word did not exist?
Nigger didn't exist.
I never said nigger existed.
Okay.
That's not what I said.
Okay.
What I said was niger. I said nigger comes from Niger. I never said nigger existed, but I said because nigger comes from Niger. When they call us nigger, which means black, I correlate that to Niger, which also means black. So the same way they called them niggas back then is the same way they call us niggas niggas now. They just using a different language. If we were speaking
Back
Latin,
when?
if we were speaking Latin, we wouldn't say nigga either.
Hold on.
We would say Niger.
Hold on. Back when though?
That's what we would say.
Hold on. So if they was calling us that back then, no. Same thing you just said. When was they? What back then are you talking about? Them calling us?
In the first century, they was calling them Niger. They was calling them black. I just read it. They was calling Simeon and even when Wack read the definition, he said Barnabas was surnamed Niger or nigger. That's what it said.
Carnival concept. All right, sir. Okay.
But don't say too much. If you say too much, think about it. We're classified as a hate group when we don't promote violence against white people. We just talk about the violence that white people have done to us. You've never seen us say, man, we're going to beat out of you white people. We're going to stomp you out. We're going to do this. You hear us say, why are y'all killing us? And we were a hate group for that.
Carnival concept. All right, sir. Okay. Busy man.
So they call me, tell me she's sick. I say, I wonder why. Been running it up and giving it shit.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so we're in the HQ right now. All the brothers are behind us.
Yep.
I want to learn about how you realized that you were an Israelite. When did you realize you were an Israelite?
2009 was the year that I guess I could say I realized I was an Israelite. I would always hear about black people. I would hear rappers talk about being Israelites, entertainers saying it. I never took it serious. 2009 is, I guess, when I started realizing that this might be true. That's how I started, thinking that it might be true. And so I said, well, let me look into it. So I never studied it, never thought about studying it or doing anything like that. And then what I did was I decided to look into it then. And so the more I studied it, the more it just became undeniable proof that not only was I Israelite, but that all of us Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians was Israelites. And once I got turned on to it, it was just no turning back.
Did you go down like a YouTube rabbit hole? Like, did you see a movie?
Yeah, I was watching a blood sacrifice video. So black
real life live leak or what?
So it was this guy. His name was Forerunner, I think. The YouTube channel might have been Forerunner, and he was saying how rappers was blood sacrifice, which is like, you know, when you go down that rabbit hole, everybody thinks somebody's blood sacrifice. I remember there was this white website, I think it was like Vigilant 7 or something like that, and they would say Lady Gaga's sacrifice and the MTV Awards sacrifice. So I used to always hear that, but as I'm watching this video, because you know back then, you know, you give a black man drugs, everybody's a conspiracy theorist at that point. White people conspiracy, everybody. You doomsday preppers and stuff like that. Everybody's a conspiracy theorist, right?
Sure.
And so as I'm watching the video, I saw on the side, "We are the children of Israel." And so that's what I clicked the video, and from there I just kept watching it. So I'm listening to them break down and read the scriptures. And the biggest question for black people is like, who are we? If you ask black people who they are, they're going to tell you they everything, but it's not going to be a true identity.
What would they say? I'm African?
No, they might say I'm African.
Okay.
They might say I'm Methodist.
I'm Christian, I'm
Oh, interesting.
Baptist, I'm Jehovah's Witness, I'm Muslim, anything but who they are. And so part of the reason is, of course, slavery did a great damage to us. It did a damage to us because you couldn't read, you couldn't write. Whatever language you had was taken away, whatever culture, your way of life. So we don't have that. That which is what makes our slavery different. Like when people bring up Chinese people being enslaved, Chinese still can go speak Chinese. They know they're Chinese. They can go to their culture. If you take any other people that's been enslaved, they can go back to their culture. Blacks and Hispanics can't. Hispanics are speaking Spanish. That's not their language.
Sure.
So they can probably find, if they search hard enough, what language they spoke before Spanish. But they're not going to, the average Spanish person, the average Puerto Rican is not going to be able to go back and find it. The average Mexican is not, they'll get pockets of Aztec history, but they won't get their true history. Black people don't have none of that. We've been speaking English so long, nobody knows we spoke any language. And then when you say you're African, like I was telling you earlier, it's like 40 countries. So which Africa you gonna pick? South
you're
Africa?
Not even from Africa, right?
Yeah,
you're an Israelite,
right? But you can live in the land, like we've been living in America.
Sure.
So you can say I'm American. So even though I classify myself as an Israelite, I would still be American because this is where I was born.
Sure.
So when we start reading in the Bible, as I'm watching the video, they start pulling out the curses in the Bible. The curses where you're gonna be separated. The children are gonna be separated from the mother and the father. That's in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. Slavery, Deuteronomy 28 and 68 is in that chapter. Following Christianity, the wood, following Islam, that rock is in there. So as I'm start reading the scriptures, Isaiah 1 and 3, the ox knoweth his owner, the ass his master's crib. As I'm reading the scriptures, there's only one people that this can identify as, which is us. When I read Solomon say I'm black but comely, when I read Jesus Christ is black, when I'm reading the word nigga is in the Bible, that's how we got the Real Nigga University. Like as I'm reading all, as I'm reading all of this in the Bible, I was mad at my mama. My grandfather was a pastor. I'm mad at them because it's like,
and he was what, a Methodist pastor?
He was my grandfather was he wasn't Baptist.
But he was a Christian pastor, right?
Yeah, he was Christian. I can't remember the denomination, but it wasn't Baptist.
Okay.
And I'm angry at them because I'm like, how do y'all have these records, but nobody is giving us the truth? So as I'm looking for the truth. So now I'm throwing out everything that Christianity had to offer.
And what age was this?
33.
33.
Yeah, 33 years old. And so as I'm throwing that all out, I'm receiving the truth in, and then eventually it led me to ISUBK. So November is when I really took it serious. November 2009. February is when I got to ISUBK, and the first thing I ever saw in ISUBK was a white man kissing the boot.
Oh, I may have seen those too then.
Yeah. Listen, that was, for me, that was God.
And you had joy come through your body, right? You're like, this is.
I had revelation of this is where I need to be, because at that time I'm like I'm praying to the Most High to show me if this. So I contact ISUBK. Yeah. They tell me that they're teaching in Philadelphia, and I pray to the Most High, if this is the truth, give me a sign. And when I got down there and I come around that corner, and General Haas telling that white man, he said, "No, you're gonna kiss everybody, boo." And that white man got on his knees and kissed everybody, boo. I said, this is where I'm supposed to be. This is where God told me to be. And so that's how I knew that was my sign.
Okay, so we're in the United States of America right now.
Right.
Right there is the White House on fire.
Yeah, beautiful picture.
So you live in the United States of America. Would you consider it your home?
It's a plantation. It's a halfway house. Okay. It's it's not a home though. In a home, you don't wake up in a home and feel oppressed. You don't wake up in a home wondering how do we make our community look better. For you, it's great. You have what they call the suburbs. So when you come outside, the birds is flocking and shit. The grass is green. But
you can move to the suburbs, right?
But I would be living with you.
Okay. So you want to segregate, right? We want whites.
Not so much segregate. I want my community to look just as good as yours.
Why isn't that possible? What's holding you back?
You guys.
In what way?
When we build our communities, right? What do you flood our community with?
You're going to say the CIA, which maybe the CIA is up to this. I'm not doing anything, but you're going to say the CIA.
Okay, when I say you, right?
Yeah.
You are if I'm the face of black people right now, right? You're the face of white people. So I'm not saying you.
All right.
Like Tyler hasn't done nothing. Let me look at both cameras. Tyler hasn't done nothing. As far as we know, you never know what they do behind closed doors.
Sure.
He could be like Pulp Fiction and have a nigga tied up with a bow in his
Come
mouth.
on, man.
You don't know what they're doing. You know what I mean? We find out later. Like, damn, Cap, you said he was doing that. No, I'm just joking.
All right.
But
we'll play the game then. All right.
Right.
I'll be the white representative.
And I'm the black representative. I'm the black.
You're the Israelite representative.
Yeah, there you go.
Not the African.
That's right.
He is not African.
Thank you. I'm glad he looked in the camera and said
He is not African.
The first truth he told today. Now let's.
Okay, I get it. So,
but so like our neighborhoods though. So like the urban neighborhoods. So you have a suburban, you have an urban neighborhood. Our neighborhood is specifically targeted by your community, by white America, where you let other nations come in and flourish with their businesses in our community.
Indians,
Indian, Asians, East Indians, from the time of Red Line up until now, where other ethnicities could come into the black community and get advantages in the black community that black community couldn't get. The CIA that you mentioned with the drug oppression, with putting drugs into our community, even Planned Parenthood coming in where they want to either euthanize or get us to abort our babies. So it's not just a white person being in the community, it's the system that white people put in there. Stop and frisk, which just got deemed unconstitutional back, I think, like maybe 2013 for a time, was something that they strategically targeted blacks and Hispanics to lock them up for crimes that they did not commit. So when we wake up, we have to deal with that. When we drive in our cars, I'll give it to you. When we drive in our cars and the cop pulls behind us, you know what we thinking? Do I got a warrant? And you ain't even got a warrant. You know you don't have a warrant, but because he's behind you, you think about that. And if you get pulled over, the stress that you go through in your head, because anything can happen.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So that's
interesting.
Yeah, so that's our life. So our life is like that. And what I mean by that is it's not every black person. So, but majority of us live that life. So that's what America is to me.
So we spoke to a white lady in the park. She
Yep.
was like, "Yeah, I'm sorry, black people have gone through nonsense in the past, atrocities, violence, etc." I think a lot of people would agree with that statement. Like,
Right.
bad things happen, bad.
Absolutely.
But today, right now in 2025, I would argue black people have the same opportunity to do anything. Would you agree?
No. Can you show me where we have the same opportunity?
Everywhere.
Give me some examples.
I think you get the same job. You don't think so?
Nah.
Tell me why. What is your perspective on the
whole,
whole? Obviously, I've
what
never
was the
been.
point? Right. So
Yeah.
what was the point of DEI? The whole
diversity, equity,
Yeah.
inclusion.
What was the whole point of that? Why was that
to establish a
implemented?
quota to include people that
Right.
in the workforce, right?
Right. And so in today's time, you may not notice.
Yeah.
White women have benefited more from that than we have in 2025.
So you're saying white women got the jobs DEI was designed to?
Yeah, white women is your secret weapon.
Tell me how.
White women is a secret weapon. White women turned the tide of the election. That's how Trump got in office.
Okay.
But as they were going for the election, white women convinced black women and men in the Democratic Party that they wasn't going to vote for them, and then they turned on them. White women infiltrate black men, and black men think that they the greatest thing since sliced bread.
When they get a white woman?
Yeah, you see Tiger Woods ain't hit the ball right since he got with that white woman. He ain't won a major since that, and that white woman crashed him in the car or something like that, and she was the maid or something like that. So white women is like the secret weapon where she can come in, and when DEI or the civil rights came about, she got more. Those were supposed to be for jobs. Those wasn't supposed to be for jobs at like Burger King and Home Depot. That was for educational, higher position type of jobs that it was supposed to benefit black people. That was the whole point of civil rights, for us to be treated fair civilly. So a fast food job was not on the table. It was like union type of jobs, hospital type of jobs, political type of jobs. So we didn't benefit from that. Like white women benefited from that, and anybody can look these stats up. So in 2025, I just don't see how we're any different than 1965. We're not any different.
You don't think if there's equal merit a black person had compared to a white person that black person could get the job or would get the job?
Nah, if there was equal merit, we would whoop y'all ass. I'm gonna tell you. So
do you think there's a lack of like opportunity from a young age to get in that position of quote unquote merit, or you just don't have the same chance if you're equally skilled as a white dude going for the same job?
I think it's both. If you take when the immigrants came over here early, so like if Jewish immigrants come over here, the jobs that they would get would be corporate jobs, nurse jobs. For us, since we've been in here, they want you to get a UPS type of job, Burger King type of job. They tell you have a limit to where you can go. So we're at a disadvantage where you guys had like a 400 or 500 year head start. And the reason why I said we will whoop your ass is when y'all was going through the Great Depression in the early 1900s, we 40 years removed from slavery is building the greatest cities that would have been even greater had y'all left us alone. Y'all had to use lies of, like they burned Black Wall Street down over a lie. They burned Rosewood down over a lie. Seneca Village in New York City, they have Central Park. You familiar with Central Park in New York?
Yeah.
Seneca Village was in the same area of Central Park. And because they wanted to expand Central Park, they destroyed Central Park, took it from black people. So that's always been the fight with us. The fight with us even to this day is when we want to build up our cities. If it doesn't include integration, we can't build it. But you can go in every city. There's a Jewish community. There's an Asian community. They can function within themselves. We just can't.
Is that your fault though?
Why
can't you guys get along?
I would say 70-30.
Okay.
I would say 70% y'all fault, 30% our fault. 30% that's our fault is you've had, since the Martin Luther Kings, you've had uppity rich Negroes that want to be a part of you guys. So that's why I say 30% y'all fault. 70% y'all fault because y'all put us in this position. 30% our fault because as we fight to be to ourselves, you do have black men and women that say, no, we got to be with white people too. So it's damn near like that 70%, that 30% helps you get the 100% because you always know you'll find a nigga that'll sell out. That's the BNU University. You know, you got the RNU. The
and
real
we got
nigga
RCU
university.
now too, or RCU.
Yeah, you're trying to steal y'all. Just remember,
Real Cracker University.
The real nigga university is those that are really about building up black people. The bitch nigga university are those that will work for you to destroy black people.
Okay, so that makes sense in concept. Why don't black people just decide to start businesses, band together, only employ one another, take away the DEI, and you're only going to hire, your black friends and peers and family that are
I'm not saying we only have to hire our own. I'm not saying the
why
economic,
not though, right?
In the I'm saying why not? I agree with that. But it's not a thing where we only have to hire black. Now, just as a side note, in ISUBK, we create that ecosystem. We create an ecosystem where I have a business that these brothers fund. When I mean by fund, they support my business. The clothes I have on are all by brothers in the school. And we all buy from each other, support each other. We create our own ecosystem. And the more brothers and sisters come into the school and then they have their business is also funneled and funded. So we keep everything just like that. But from an economic position, if your business means you got to do business with white people, so be it. It's not like that. It's not a law that says we only do business with our own.
Yeah.
When you see people saying buy black, support black, it's to counter the oppression that black businesses go through. Like a Chinese man can open up Chinese restaurant, he gonna make all the money in the world. But if a black business open the same restaurant, it's not.
But whose fault is that and why?
70-30. Because we wanted a black leader decided that your burger was better than our burger. So I can't blame you for what that black, I'm talking about Orgy Mike, aka Martin Luther King.
Okay.
Right. Orgy Mike wanted to come in and he wanted that black burger. He wanted the black restaurant. He wanted, the white burger, wanted the white restaurant, the white fountain. I always use this example The Negro League. You're familiar with the Negro League,
Yeah.
right?
We're talking about like Jackie Robinson?
Yeah,
Okay,
Jackie
right.
Robinson was a piece of shit too. He's a BNU too. Because
So he sold out his people to join the White League? Is that okay?
Absolutely. Because what he did when he did that, he was extremely selfish. Because what he did when he did that opened up the door so that the White League owners can now take all the best players from the Negro League and then destroy the Negro League.
Okay.
When if you think about, you're from Texas, right?
Originally from Modesto, California.
Modesto.
Yeah.
So what's your favorite baseball team?
I mean, I grew up watching the Modesto Nuts, the local team.
Did they have a
like
stadium?
the San Francisco Giants was like
okay,
team. Yeah,
take the Giants. So
yeah.
if you take the Giants, if you go to a Giants game, you're gonna buy food, you're gonna buy drink, you're gonna buy memorabilia, you're gonna buy all of that. So that one baseball team funnels an economic system
100%.
for other businesses. So imagine if the Negro League would have stayed, the St. Louis Monarchs would be able to fund and create a revenue of business, not for themselves, but for all the businesses that were around them. So when the St. Louis Monarchs goes bankrupt or is gone, that gets rid of all of those businesses that made money off of it too. That's what we lose from a community position.
Okay.
So our communities, so you don't even have a black community. You have a mixture that black people live in. So when you go up to your corner, like if we go out here to Harlem, you're gonna see Cohen's, you're gonna see Dunkin' Donuts, you're gonna see CVS, you're gonna see all different stores, but they're not owned by us. Wingstop, they're not owned by us.
Okay,
they're owned by other communities, and so when we go patronize them, all of that money funds those owners' communities, not ours.
So I've heard some harsh analogies in the past that liken, for instance, professional athletes to well-paid modern-day gladiators playing in a coliseum. Like, for instance, you take some sports where I think some black people are vastly overrepresented relative to their population percentage, right? Is that a success, or does it not matter because they don't own the team or the business or the organization?
That's absolutely correct. Like they don't own it. Like if it would
a
be
few of these
success,
guys getting really rich, right?
Yeah. So it would be a success if they took what they had and then weren't so selfish and then gave and helped build the communities that they came from, because that's what it takes. Every nation understands that except black people. When we say that rich man, we do that here. Like Christ, when there was a rich man that came to Christ in Matthew the 9th chapter and said, I keep all the law. What do I need to do to be perfect? And Christ said, sell all that you have and follow me.
Yeah.
Now, if he'd have sold what he had and followed him, Christ would have took that revenue and then made sure the poor was no longer poor anymore. That rich man walked away because he valued his riches. And Christ said, you could put a horse or through the needle of through an eye of a needle before a rich man could get into the kingdom of heaven, because rich people want to remain rich. What I envy about when I talk about like Jewish people and stuff like that is, I remember, I'll give a better example.
Yeah.
Donald Sterling for the LA Clippers, he had called his players niggers or something like that, right? When he called his players niggers, the damn basketball players still played the game. They just put their shirt on backwards as a gesture of we're against Donald Sterling.
So this is like Kaepernick taking a knee or something like
No.
that. Right?
No. Kaepernick is better.
Oh, he's better?
Yeah, Kaepernick is better.
He's still throwing the football and playing.
But he don't play no more because he chose the knee over playing football.
Did he choose to leave? Is that what happened?
But what I mean by choose, if he would have stood up, he would still be playing.
Sure.
He stayed kneeling. So Kaepernick deserves all the credit in the world for that.
Okay, so he's a real one.
As opposed to Christ. As opposed to what's the football basketball play? Who? No, they played for the Clippers. No. Anybody remember who played for the Chris Paul? Chris Paul said, we still gonna play for the devil that called us niggas. We was gonna turn our jersey inside out, and didn't keep the jersey inside out the whole time. Just did it for the introduction.
Okay.
So when they called his name out to go play the game, he had his jersey reversed, but then he played the game and put it back. Donald Sterling, and then Magic Johnson all of them was complaining. Donald Sterling cut the shit out of Magic Johnson. Donald Sterling said, Magic Johnson and all these people, they want to play golf with me. They want to play golf with me. They want to sit with me. In my community, there wouldn't be poor people. We would create something so that the poor people are not poor. Donald Sterling told the truth. told the absolute truth because that's what you're supposed to do. In the Bible, the rich are supposed to take care of the poor take care of the rich. That's how you create an internal ecosystem. And with all these rich, wealthy black people, if they created that type of ecosystem, which wouldn't cost as much as they think it is, it just requires the effort, then we could actually fix the community. So although we're highly represented in the NFL, the NBA, but when they get their money, it's about them. And they can't, and here's the crazy part, which mind boggles me. The people that you see in the room, we don't make millions of dollars. We might, let's say we make $1,000. Let's say we make 5,000 or 10,000. Even with that little bit of money that we make, we still give it away for our community. So we can have this least amount of money and think about our people first, and we'll eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich instead of eating Longhorn Steakhouse so that our people could eat. Why won't these rich people do more than us? And we should be applauded for that. Give y'all a hand.
Okay. I like this live audience here. Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
So, all right. It sounds like the few crabs that make it out the bucket.
Mm-hmm.
Bucket being, in your eyes, this white-made hellscape where you guys have disadvantage, less opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
You're fighting for survival.
Right.
The few crabs that make it out the bucket don't help the other crabs give them a hand out of the bucket.
Mm-hmm.
And they take their riches
That's
and go
the whole term
get their
for
white wife
crabs in
or
the bucket.
the Chinese wife or the non-black wife. And they join, what did you call it?
They call it
BNU.
Yeah.
You could say it.
The bitch nigga university.
There you go.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people who may have just first heard of the Black Hebrew Israelites, or the Israelites, as you say.
I'm glad you did it. You're the first. Give him a hand. He's the first white guy that ever said Black Hebrew Israelite, but then corrected it and said Israelites without me having to say that. I appreciate that.
Hey, I do what I can.
Yeah. He might not get beat that bad.
So what I wanted to say was a lot of people, I'll give this camera a little bit. A lot of people think of you guys and like, these guys are the crazy guys who are speaking on the streets. They speak nonsense. It's craziness.
Mm-hmm.
But everything you're saying about building up your community, sticking together, makes a lot of sense.
Right.
Regardless of what ethnicity you are, makes a lot of sense to have each other's back. I feel like. That's not a crazy thought.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I'll say it to this camera. What you just said sounds very reasonable.
Right.
I think where people get turned off and get offended is when, let's say, a white guy like me, whatever I am, Caucasianoid, you're like, I'm going to enslave you. You're going to get, we got a whip right here. And I imagine that's not for you guys, right? That's for me. Right?
Yeah, that's for you. Yeah.
Can we take a look at this?
Let me put it, don't touch it. Take a look at it, though. It's right here.
So this thing can crack faster than the speed of sound.
Yeah. You know better than us. It's in your DNA. You know better than us.
So one day you're gonna smile whipping white people, right? Hopefully.
The Bible says in Psalms 137, it's a little worse. It says, "Happy shall you be that rewarded thee as thou hast rewarded us." That's what the Bible says. I said that in court one day. Not me, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We read that in court. So a couple of years ago, we got taken to court by Liberty Place in Philadelphia. And they playing the video where one of our brothers is talking to this white guy. And he's saying, man, I got a special pair of boots for when I dash your head or when I beat you in your head. And then we read the scripture. And the lady, Jewish judge, said we had every right to say it.
Okay, you're just quoting the scripture.
That's why she said we had the right.
So we got a whip right here.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, when is Judgment Day and what will happen to everyone that is not Black, Hispanic, or Native American?
Okay, Black, Hispanic, and Native American, when you hear us say that, that's because we're talking about North, Central, and South America. But we have Israelites everywhere. So we have Israelites in Europe. We have a school in Europe. We have Israelites in Africa, not Africans. But
God forbid, right?
God forbid. We got Israelites in China, like Dennis Rodman's father had sex with damn near every Vietnamese person in Vietnam. So he got like 20-some brothers. I'm just being funny. So as far as the judgment itself, that's up to the Lord. Christ said, no man knoweth the day nor the hour. So that's why earlier you heard me say right now we're in the fishing season. So although I have this whip that you can't touch, it's just something we carry.
Yeah.
As a symbol of what's coming, like the coming judgment, just like the swords that we have, or if anybody else has a weapon, it's just a symbol of the coming judgment. But when that judgment is, that's up to the Lord.
Okay.
Right.
But you guys are excited and wait in earnest expectation of this day, right? You guys are excited for Judgment Day to come.
Remember when the towers fell? Did you ever see the
Tower of
news?
Babel?
No, the
Oh,
tower.
9/11?
9/11. Remember when the towers fell? 9/11.
No.
When they,
I was a baby.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
So when they killed Osama bin Laden, did you ever follow the media coverage?
No, not at the time.
When they say they killed Osama bin Laden, the media coverage, white people was in the streets. They was in the streets shouting for joy, saying that I can finally be at peace because Osama bin Laden is dead.
I know where you're going with this.
I know you do.
That's us. We're your Osama bin Laden.
Not so much our Osama bin Laden, but your destruction. We will finally be able to sleep. We'll finally be able to rest. When I told you when we wake up in the morning, we're pressed. When that judgment comes, we're gonna wake up in the morning like, I don't even know what to do with myself. Because my brain don't have to think about oppression no more. It's just rest. I can finally be at peace because my oppressor is destroyed. You know who else experienced that? Jewish people. When Hitler died, when Hitler got killed, Jewish people felt that same exact way. The only people that have never had that feeling is blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. Because we've never been free. Let's say when slavery was over, when Abraham Lincoln freed the slave, let's say he gave us North and South Dakota and Oregon. He gave us those 3 states. He said, here, all you niggas, y'all move over here. Y'all will be able to say, we gave y'all something. Now, let's say if we ruined it. Let's say we get there and we ruined it. Y'all would be able to say, man, we gave y'all something and y'all ruined it. We wouldn't be able to say nothing. Or if we did good with it and y'all seeing us flourish, y'all don't bother us. We become like Canada to y'all. We could have been like Canada. That's it. United States, Canada. But y'all didn't do that. So y'all have never given us that Hitler moment, that Osama bin Laden moment. We've never had none of that. Even a sharecropper. You said, okay, you can have this land that you was enslaved on, but you got to share it.
Okay.
So we've never had that relief. So even Black History Month, we talk about all of our Black History Month is wretchedness. Every movie they put out, at the end of that movie is death. So we don't have those moments.
What would be a reasonable compromise for the Israelites? If we gave you, let's say, Canada and all the Israelites could move in, would we be good?
I don't know if I would trust
or Greenland.
That. Yeah, I don't know. Greenland is funny. He want us on an island now.
Let's say we got crazy and split it down the middle.
Right.
You got one half. We flip the coin, figure out which half. I know you like the East Coast. I like the West Coast a little bit more. But let's say you got straight down the middle. You got half the country. Would we be cool? Or are you still itching to use this whip on me?
I would probably keep the whip on me. And the reason why I would keep the whip on me, because I remember y'all signing treaties with the Native Indians, about 200 of them, and you broke all of them.
They have reservations, though, apparently. I mean, apparently it's hellish or whatever, but they have some land, right?
Just think about that, right? Native Indians roamed wherever they wanted to go.
Yeah.
And then y'all come, and they treated y'all fair, treated y'all nice. Right. And then you said, go sit on that block now. I'm going to take the rest of the land. So a reservation is not the same. But from a treaty position, y'all have broken every treaty. Y'all have broken every treaty that y'all had. So because y'all broke them, I can never trust that we're going to split this land.
That makes sense.
We would have to put y'all, it would be Shamar on y'all, all Shamar security. We would have security on y'all 24/7.
Got it.
So now we got to have workers to watch y'all to make sure y'all don't cross this line. And we know y'all got somebody in the lab devising a plan to drop a bomb on us.
Okay.
I'm not saying y'all wouldn't be sincere in that deal, but if I just go based on history tells me I can't trust you.
Okay.
It's like imagine you with a woman. Imagine a woman is with a man. He beating her ass for 7 years. And then he said, you know what? This is the last time I'm going to beat you. I'm not going to do nothing to you again. She would never believe she's not going to get her ass whooped because she's been getting beat for 7 years.
But maybe she would, right? Like Stockholm Syndrome?
Mm-hmm. Well,
you think some black people have Stockholm Syndrome?
Absolutely have Stockholm Syndrome.
In what sense?
Because that's why we can't break away.
And that's why you think some black people, when they get money, they go get the white wife and dip?
So before they get the money, they have the dreams and aspirations of being accepted. Even hitting that black baseball is Stockholm syndrome.
Got it.
You know why? Because we want to prove to the white man that we can hit his ball. Red tails, them excellent, which were better flyers than white people. Because
like airplanes?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You know, the red tails is about the black air pilots that did all the escorts, I think, in World War II.
Okay.
Didn't lose one plane that they was carrying over there. But as they're doing it, they're trying to prove to black white people that they can fly the plane. Black quarterbacks winning the Super Bowl is to prove that the black man can play the quarterback position because they was told they were not.
Okay.
All of that is Stockholm syndrome. But it's better than not care and just do it anyway because you can. Like, we should do it because we can, not to prove something. Because what black people don't realize they're doing, they're making the white man their daddy. You know, when you have a child, your son wants to make his dad proud, and black people treat the white America like their daddy. We have to make them proud. We want to prove we can do this, prove we can do that, prove we can do this. When you should just be free. You come in ISUPK, you'll be free. I don't do nothing to prove anything to a white man. I do everything because I can. The women, the sisters, our children, we raise our children to have a superiority complex. Just like y'all have a superiority complex. We don't raise our children to be inferior. We raise our children to ask the questions that need to be asked, to be tactful, to be disciplined, to be just as dominant as God made them to be. From the slave position, when your mama raised, not you, when our mama raised us and the white man came around, say sir, say ma'am. But when you talk to a rather black person, you're not taught like that. When the cops come around, you shake up. You know, you get taught a certain way.
Sure.
When black people be talking to black people, and the white person come around, you say, I'm talking right now. When the white person come around, hey, how you guys doing? You take the bass out your voice.
Okay. You like feminize your...
Yeah. All of that takes place subconsciously because the slavery remains in our DNA, even at a subconscious level. There was something I had talked about. They did this study. It was called Mice in a Cherry Tree. I don't know if you ever heard of this. So they took this mice. I said this before too, but it's such a excellent study. So they take these mice, they take this cherry tree. The mice like the cherry tree. They put this metal grate right before the cherry tree. When they go to the cherry tree, it shocks the out of them.
Okay.
Right? So as they going, not enough to kill them, but enough to cause pain. So as they keep going to that cherry tree and they keep getting shot, they stop going to the cherry tree. Those mice have children. They remove the shock. The children that the mice have don't go to the cherry tree because although they like the smell and they like the cherry tree, they have the memory of the shock that comes with that cherry tree. So they don't go near it. They stay away from it. It's mentally been passed, genetically been passed down. They had to take 7 mice, they had to take those mice and mate them generationally with 7 other mice that never had any memory of that tree in order for them to go to that tree, even though it's not there. And that's black people. We don't have the physical chains on us no more, but the mental that you guys have done to us is why when we come across, like you said, we come across as a hate group, extremely violent. That's what they say.
They say you're an extremist hate group. Maybe you're a terrorist group in someone's book.
Right. But then when
people
people
chill, I mean, I know you want me to die one day, but you're chill.
But when you actually have, that's funny. This is a good, decent white guy. He knows it's coming and said, I'm chill anyway. So, but when people actually sit and talk to us, it's a different perception because it just really comes down to we're oppressed people. God gave us the solution to stop being oppressed, and we go about pushing it, and we just talk about the crimes that's been committed. But we're an offense to those that still have that metal grate. They don't see the cherry tree. They just see the metal grate that passed down genetically.
We're talking about other Black, Hispanics, and Native Americans.
So I was like that. Like when
you're in denial?
Not denial. Like, well, I thank the Lord for my father, but my mother taught me to be docile. My father always hated white people because of the crimes and what he experienced when he was growing up. So I didn't experience, but majority of us grow up inferior by default. That's why that doll test is important. We look at that white doll. The white doll is great. The black doll is ugly. As a child, we're like that. So we're genetically passing down curses that keep us inferior. Whereas if we genetically pass down things that make us superior, we wouldn't have that thought process.
That's why you're taking initiative with your kids and you're teaching them you're not inferior. You're in fact better than these
You're
fools.
better. Yeah, you're better. You're equal or better. In most cases, we're better. Yeah, most cases.
Okay. I mean, that's fair. That's fair for you to think that, right?
Right.
And I would imagine every parent would want their kids to think
I
they're
think
the best,
every race
right?
thinks that. I don't have a
I
problem.
agree. I think everyone would subtly think that. I think most people
Yeah.
are dishonest. Obviously, you want to think you're the best at something, right?
Exactly.
You hate
who
yourself.
would want to say what East Indian is going to say the West Indian is better than them?
Sure.
So I don't
Asians think
I
they're
don't
the
have
smartest,
yeah.
you know.
So we're not emotional to say
Sure.
that white people, you shouldn't think you better than nobody, because I think I'm better than everybody. We think we're better than everybody. Just don't stop us. Let's fight and let's find out who's going to win.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to ask. With all this being said, why not take the brothers to the land of Israel and reclaim your birthright right now? You got weapons, we got whips, you got some guns, I'm sure. Let's get to action, right? Why are we talking about
You almost
this?
sound like an agent when you ask about the guns.
You
got guns, I'm sure. You got guns, I'm sure.
You got IBMs, maybe.
No. So
what are we waiting for?
So I remember I went to Israel, right? I visited Israel back in 2017.
All right.
And as good as it was, I hated it because I felt like I was abandoning all the brothers and sisters that couldn't be there. So because it's almost like an escape route. It's like, okay, I'm gonna escape. It's like moving to the suburbs.
Sure.
When you and it's nothing wrong with living in the suburbs. So I don't want nobody to feel like that. But I'm using it as a metaphor. Like if in this society you go live amongst white people so that you can avoid the oppression, it's the same as if you go and move to Israel. Because then what about all the people that are not gonna have your solution, your wisdom, your understanding? And why can't we fight and just establish it here? Because if I leave here and go to Israel, I don't know if people know, you go to Israel, you ain't going, it's harder to get citizenship in Israel than it is in America. When you go over there, you're going to have the same oppression. That Jewish man thinks he's the so-called Jew. So you're going to have the same fight that you have over here. So my people are predominantly over here. So it's selfish to leave them. So I would never leave my people. I would stay right where my people is and just build what we need to build here. So I wouldn't go to Israel for that reason.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
What's wrong? Oh, you want me to put the water on the floor? Why you gotta bring the water up here then? If I gotta put it on the floor, man. Okay.
No, that was very kind of you. I might drink some. Is that, look, are we still good there, Pasha? Yeah? Is it, does he in frame as well? No. Does this have both? Okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So when you go to Israel and you speak with the so-called Jews, what do they have to say about what you tell them about the real Jews?
I get different responses.
In your opinion, that is, right?
Well, so I get angry. I'll give you a funny story.
All right.
When I went to Israel, we visited different places. I went to a Jewish restaurant to get something to eat, and they played Brenda's Got a Baby.
So-called Jewish restaurant.
Yeah,
right?
so-called. That's why I said Jewish.
Okay.
Jewish ain't so-called Jewish because the ISH means to be like. Like if I got a blackish shirt,
you're an Israelite,
right?
They're Jewish.
The so-called Jews, but they're Jewish. Like if I got a blackish shirt on, it ain't black. It's something like black.
Okay.
Yeah, like that.
Right,
They're
Jewish.
like that. Yeah, like even the Bible says we have not given heed to Jewish fables. Jewish meaning fake fables.
Okay.
So when they call themselves Jewish, they call themselves fake. Biblically speaking, they say you're a Jew by your mother. That's not in the Bible. You're a Jew by your father.
Okay.
So their whole concept is backwards. But I remember going to a so-called Jewish restaurant, and as we're eating, they played Tupac, Brenda's Got a Baby, the worst Tupac song you could play in a restaurant. But they was playing it. It was racially motivated. So when I talk to Jewish people, I get different answers. Some vehemently fight back. Some will say, yeah, they were black at that time, as if you could change from being black.
Sure.
You know, if you were black then, you black now. So it's different responses. It's different responses to it. Mm-hmm.
I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, somewhat. Yeah, somewhat.
Okay, so What are your hopes and dreams for these guys right here? So these are like your.
I hope they can graduate Hebrew Academy.
Okay.
That's what I hope. I hope. That's the most. That's first. Like they all.
Yeah.
So these are brothers that are already in here. They troopers. Some of them are officers. So now they pass Hebrew Academy, and then they go out and do what we doing. Like the brothers that you see with the jackets. Like if you see they got a jacket on, then they've graduated.
Oh, right on.
So like Captain Akkad, Kazak, Yadazar, Hazahab, Shalah, Mike Sha'ar, those are all men that have graduated Hebrew Academy. So now what they do is go out and do what I'm doing. We go out and build more locations, more zones, because we continue to build and wake up our people. The more people we wake up, the better we be. So that's our mission. That's what our mission has been since 1969.
And eventually, all blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans may one day realize they are Israelites.
If they smart.
And your goal is to help rattle their heads, wake them up.
Absolutely. And shock value is like the best. So like in my position, I was sent by Commander Jenny Hanna to battle. So I battle a lot.
The commander.
By him. I was sent by him to go out, battle, be controversial,
all right,
say the craziest shit, do everything, because the shock value makes people wonder, why would he say that? Why did he say that? Like that boot kiss?
But you believe this stuff, right?
All of it.
Okay. So you're just saying the truth.
All of it.
All right.
Yes. I believe all of it. When I say shock value is like if I say like the boot kiss, for example, that's shock value.
To the woman, kiss my boot. And she's like,
Yeah. So we get white women, especially when we get the white woman to do it, it's more shocking.
You're grinning when a white woman kisses that boot.
Yeah, because I know what comes with it. Not only is the white man upset, the black man be upset.
Why?
Because the black man loves white women. The black man, for my brothers, if I could, man, stop loving the white woman, man. If I could. Y'all love that white woman too. Because when we get that boot kiss, that black man will come and try to stop us.
Really?
When the white woman doing it on her own. But now the shock value is that's mental, because that's helping them get rid of Stockholm syndrome.
Okay.
That's what makes the boot kiss so good, because think about the memories. The memories that we have is hosing, dogs being sicked on us, the George Floyd with his neck on his throat, Eric Gardner with I Can't Breathe, Tamir Rice again. Like those are the memories. So we want to put memories of violent interactions in our favor. But this time it's not even violent. We just convinced this white person to actually, for a moment in time, to show remorse for what her ancestors did. So now imagine if you can implant, like what made that so memorial for me, when I saw that white man kissing the boot, was a sign from the Lord that I don't have to have any mental oppression from white people, not none. And the Lord said, look at this. If you can walk into this, imagine what you can do. And that inspired me to do what I do to this day. And so those are some of the things that we do to stop it. So we can increase that to the masses of blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indian. And in my short time in the truth, I've seen this truth grow exponentially. I've seen people like yourself get interested, wanting to know about it. Now, if we wasn't controversial, if we wasn't saying the things that we said, you wouldn't come talk to us.
This is true.
You know what I'm saying? And I ain't saying it like it's a bad thing, because I want you here.
It's interesting, right? It's an unpopular opinion.
Right. Definitely. Right.
It's crazy to hear.
Yeah, it's crazy to hear, and crazy to hear we believe it. Like, you might have some crazy people, but when you get in front of them and you start asking them, you really hate white people? Oh, I don't know. No, I would tell you, I really hate white people. I would tell you that. And I'll tell you that it's not because you're white. It's because of what you consistently do to us. Like Philando Castile can't tell the cop innocently, hey, I have this weapon in the car. Now he dead. Because he did what the law says. The law says if you get pulled over, you got a weapon in the car. You say you got a weapon in the car. So he can't do that. I hate that. I hate the drugs in our community. And then you find out that Nancy Reagan is saying she's against drugs, but then her husband is pushing the drugs in the community. Yeah. I hate that. So it's not an individual white person. Like you and I have laughed, right? We've joked. I was going to give you a ride here. He didn't want to get in the car with me, y'all. Come on.
That's all I have.
I'm joking.
You're gonna jump me after this. You clarify that. That's not true.
No, that's not true.
All right.
But
Thank you.
I'm making the point to say it's not an individual like every white person we see that we have this hatred for. We're talking just in general. Our history in America has taught me that I cannot love them because they've done nothing to earn my love.
So here's my confusion, though.
Okay.
So you mentioned police brutality.
Mhm.
What else? Just racism in general?
Yeah, slavery first. Police.
Okay, so right now,
systematic oppression.
The person who has the highest chance of killing you as a black man, though, is probably another black man, right? Black on black violence, murder.
Right.
You guys are killing each other. Why are white people the enemy?
Do white people kill white people?
For sure.
Right. So,
but you guys are killing more of each other than white people are of you. And that's why I'm confused.
No,
why
okay,
we're the primary enemy in how you view the world.
But both
there's internal warfare, right?
Absolutely. That's why actually the white people kill white people, right? The reason I said that is because those are two different conversations.
Yeah.
Even the term black on black crime.
But black people also kill white people, for instance. Like there's conflict on both sides. Like people hurt each other, I guess is what I'm saying.
No, I get what you're saying, but when you say black on black crime, that was something that was said like since the 70s. And even that's white supremacy.
In what sense?
Because like for example, when I bring up George Floyd, right? No, I won't use George Floyd. I'll use what's the brother? Mike Brown, right? Mike Brown in St. Louis. They got shot by the cop, right? When Mike Brown got shot by that cop and killed by that cop, they said it was for jaywalking. When Mike Brown got killed by that cop, the first thing they did was show some video where they said he stole a pack of Black and Miles, right? And then you have instances where they say when a white person does something to a black person, they immediately say, well, black on black crime exists, which black on black crime does exist. The difference in that is you're always going to have crimes that races commit against other races. The reason why we talk about white people, when a brother does anything to another brother, if he robs him, if he shoots him, he's not shooting him because he's black. He's not robbing him because he's black.
Sure.
He's robbing him because he's oppressed. So it's not a crime of race. It's a crime of whatever in your vicinity.
Well, he just might be a terrible person, right?
No, I'm not taking away him being a terrible person. That is,
but it's not a racially motivated.
It's not a black on black crime.
Okay.
It's not. It's not a black on black crime. It's just crime.
Yeah.
When white people commit crimes on us, it is racially motivated.
Sometimes.
I would say 95% of crimes that white people commit against us or white people do to us is because we're black and they're white. So that's why.
Okay. Would you say the same as reverse as well? Black on white crime or black on Asian crime?
If a white person gets robbed out there right now, it's not because he's white. It's because that man needs money or that man needs to
what
get
if it's
high.
a white guy who needs money and he robs or kills a black guy?
I don't know of those crimes. That's why I'll give you 5%.
Yeah.
I'll give you 5%. That's why 95% is racially motivated. The 5% could include that. But I just want to make sure we dispel the rumor that if black people are killing black people, it's not because they are black. It's because they are oppressed and they're killing or robbing or committing the sin within their vicinity. The cop that's shooting the black man, it's because the cop is white or the black man is black or they're part of white supremacy, because you have black cops that become cops and act white. They create that color blue.
So I think it's mostly all racially motivated.
Yeah,
the violence that white people perpetrate
95% is racially motivated.
So let's say, like, for instance, you have a black guy who's, I don't know, running towards a cop with a knife or something, and the cop shoots him. Is that racially motivated crime?
No, that's not.
Okay,
but we can see videos of a white man with a knife charging cops. I'll give you a better one.
He uses the taser, is what you're saying, versus the gun.
Yeah, they'll use the taser. Listen, there was a white woman. There's a white woman on video went into a police station in Pennsylvania and shot it up. Walked in there, pop, 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 pop. Nobody's in the police station yet. She goes around another corner. She sits down, uses a phone, get back up, pop, 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 shooting all up in the police station. These cops go around the corner. They don't shoot her to death. They tase her.
If that was shooting her. If that was a black woman, blasted. Okay, I get what you're saying.
So that's what I'm saying is the difference. So yes, black people commit crimes against black people, but it's not because they're black. It's because it's like the reason why I asked you about do white people commit crimes against white people is not because they're white. They're committing crimes against people in their vicinity.
People, period.
Right, people, period.
Okay.
So people commit crime. That's not a black thing. It's not a white thing. It's a human thing. Humans commit crimes against each other. But when we're talking about white and black, white people have systematically oppressed black people since we've been here. We came over here in systematic oppression, and we've never broken free from that systematic. Trump being in office further enhances that. That DEI, like I'm saying that it benefits white women, but at the surface level, every black person is offended because they feel like what black people did to get civil rights and DEI, Trump is putting a slap in their face for doing it.
Got it.
So that's the difference when it comes to the interaction between black and white. And black people are more reactionary to what white people are doing. They're not a take action people. Black people are not to take action against whites. They're reacting to what whites are doing to them.
Do you have any sympathy for, let's say, some poor person in Appalachia, some poor white person in Appalachia makes nothing, has came from a poor family and the family before her was poor, or him? Basically, a poor white person who came from equal shit circumstances as, let's say, a poor black person in an inner city. Do you have any sympathy for people from equally disenfranchised, disadvantaged backgrounds that are not black?
I would have to be put in a situation to care.
Okay.
I don't think about them by default.
But are they an oppressor, I guess is what I'm asking you.
Are they what?
Are they still an oppressor? Let's say a white person born into a situation
I remember
of extreme poverty.
Paul Mooney said a poor white person is a waste of white skin.
In what sense?
Because why you didn't take advantage? Y'all was given everything. Y'all took everything. But from a basic perspective, poor happens everywhere. Every society has poor.
Sure.
You have rich, medium, and poor people everywhere. The reason why I say I don't think about them because they're not a priority for me. But sometimes when we do food drives, right? We'll do food drives, we'll do clothing drives. We don't ask people their race when they come and get food from us. So let's say if that poor white person came and got food from us, they can get a can of food.
Why? Why are you giving food to white people?
We don't ask. That's what I'm saying. We don't ask. If let's say if we have an event that's specifically for our people, we ask who you are. But if we're just having a I was trying to say food and clothing. If we're having a food and clothing drive and they come up, we don't say, "Hey, what are you?" We just give it away.
Sounds wasteful on your end, right?
No, because we don't. It's not the time. It's not something where God said only give it specifically to them. It's just we're just giving it away.
Got it.
But as far as who should care about them, y'all should care about them.
Okay. And stop building wells in Africa and that sort of thing?
Oh.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, keep the stomach spilled, right? What was I going to say? Do you think there are intrinsic biological differences between white people, black people, Asians, Middle Easterns, whatever?
Yeah, biologically we have a different origin.
All right.
Technically, which might be controversial, the origin of white people come from two Hebrews, Isaac and Rebekah. So black people and white people actually share the same paternal and maternal ancestor.
We're relatives?
Physically, yeah. So when you go to Genesis 25,
you were disgusted when you said that.
I don't want to say disgusted, but I'm gonna tell the truth. It's in the Bible. So in Genesis 25 and 23, Jacob and Esau. So Israelites descend from Jacob. White people descend from Esau. We have the same mother and father. But when we was fighting in the womb, like fighting each other, and so when Rebekah went to inquire, God told her 2 nations are in the womb and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels, which is why genetically and the way that you live is totally opposite from us.
In what sense?
Y'all live
like
differently.
Diets, like exercise.
Y'all live differently. Y'all think differently. Y'all live with the sword. We don't. What I mean by
talking like violence.
Yeah, y'all take everything by the sword. Y'all ain't have peace with nobody till after y'all destroy him.
Okay. You think that's a genetic?
Yes. Because the native Indians who are Israelites tried to be peaceable with y'all. So we tried to go the peace route with y'all, and then y'all unalived us for it. Even right now, black people are trying to be at peace with y'all, and y'all still slap him in the face. Trump is slapping the shit out of black people right now, and black people still got hope in America because they're peaceable. Trump and white people are with the sword. The Asians and stuff like that, they live. Do you ever see what Asians eat? You ever see what Chinese people eat? I saw a video. Yeah, no, they
Chinese food.
Yeah, no, but they eat cat, dog.
I see.
They eat the octopus. Like their way of life is totally different than ours. Africans eat people. You know, they eat all kind of stuff. You know, so their way of life.
We're talking like cannibals in Haiti or what?
Yeah, no, Haitians aren't Africans. Haitians are
okay,
people.
This
That's
is where things are about to get
That's
controversial.
a Haitian right there. Yeah.
How you doing? How you doing?
Yeah. So Haitians are people. So when I'm saying that, you can go now for the Africans that's gonna get mad. I ain't talking about every single African, but there's a cat. You can go over them Nigerians. They will eat your heart. They will eat you.
Okay.
You know, they eat people. So we don't eat people.
So let's say there's a Nigerian out there who's watching you, and he's like, "Man, this guy makes a ton of sense."
Right.
And then you're like, you call him a dog racing people, and he's like, "Damn, this guy could have been my mentor. I could have been a brother." He's laughing. So the Africans cannot join.
No, nobody. If let's say if on that continent of Africa, that person on Africa is an Israelite, he can join. But if that person is not an Israelite, he cannot join us.
But he looks in the mirror, he's like, "I'm black. I'm black."
Yeah.
And you're like, "Nah, you're an African."
Bob Marley thought he was black. Bob Marley looked in that mirror and thought he was black because his mama was black, but his father was white. Like if you ever pulled up a picture of Bob Marley, he looks like his father in blackface. So he thinks he's black. Meaning what I mean by that is he has his father's little ass nose and mouth and beady eyes. He looks just like his father with the features, but he has the complexion and hair texture of his mother.
Okay.
So he can think that too. He can't come in here. Nobody can come in here unless you're an Israelite. When we let other nations in here, you see it.
I'm a guest. I get the guest pass.
No. Well, you ain't in here. That ain't what I'm talking about. You just in here. We doing an interview. When I'm talking about in here, meaning being a part of our nation.
I see.
When we let other nations become a part of us, they take it. There's two things we can't do. We can't let other nations be a part of us, and then homosexuals. Because homosexuals take it too.
What if you had a homosexual brother who came in here and said, "You know, I like here and there, but."
Come on with it. Let him ask the question.
I thought I could ask any question.
I'm waiting for you to
come on now. All right.
Look,
you have a brother who comes in here.
Right.
He says, "I like a little here and there,
right.
but I'm a brother.
Right.
I'm a brother. I'm an Israelite."
Right.
What do you say to him?
He got to stop that.
He says, "I'll stop tomorrow. Can I join?"
He can say he'll stop tomorrow, but we would monitor him to see if he's sincere about it. Now, but let me tell you.
How are you going to monitor him?
That's a tough one to say how you're going to monitor him.
Yeah.
But we would monitor him just like we would monitor a cokehead.
Okay.
Someone that sold crack. Someone that was a thief. Someone that was a murderer. Because any Israelite can repent. Like God is stronger than homosexuality. So that man can conquer being a homosexual. Now, how hard or how difficult it is up to him. So, but he can't come in here and live the lifestyle. That's what separates us from the Christian church. The Christian church creates an environment where a homosexual can flourish in. A homosexual can go in there, he can sing.
We're talking Pride Month on the flags.
Pride Month on the flag.
Okay.
All of that. In here, the drug dealer can't come in here and the homosexual can't come in here. Neither one of them. But if they stop living the lifestyle, then they could come around, but they have to stop living that lifestyle. The thing with homosexuality, when you read like Romans, the first chapter, the scriptures say God gave them up to a reprobate mind. That's a rough one. That's a rough one.
Okay.
Because
what do you mean?
Because it's beyond just stealing or something like that. It's really something wrong with you mentally. But you can't cure yourself. I use a Christian as an example. Donnie McClurkin, who was a Christian gospel singer, he was gay. And he said God cured him of being gay. You know who turned on him? The Christian church.
Okay.
Turned on him because he said God cured him. Because if you say God cured you of it, then you're saying that it's something wrong with being it. And so that's the start of it. You have to know that there's something wrong with the lifestyle. So you can be cured from it or you can stop doing it. And you stopping it, and this is what homosexuals have to understand. If you're a homosexual and you want to stop being a homosexual, doesn't mean you have to have sex with a woman. It just means you can't have sex with a man. You might be a man that's not attracted to women. And if that's how you live for the rest of your life, then so be it. Just don't sleep with the man. As long as you're not sleeping with the man, you're okay. Same
That's
thing with
pretty
a woman. You
straightforward,
can't be a dyke. Yeah, you can't be a lesbian.
No lesbians?
No lesbians.
No lesbian
Nah.
sisters.
You can't be a lesbian. Nah.
That's pretty reasonable.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. See?
Let's get a round of applause for that. Yeah, I gotta say, your honesty is so refreshing. We need more honesty.
Yeah,
This is
definitely.
beautiful.
Definitely. Mm-hmm.
People may not agree with what you're saying, but
Right.
man, this honesty is refreshing.
Yeah, one thing you ain't gonna call me is a liar.
Hell
and
no.
then when you speak to me, it actually being dishonest has brought better conversations from all different types of people. Even if it's an argument, whether it's an argument or whether it's a peaceful conversation like we're having, because you know what you're getting. As opposed to if someone is acting like a hypocrite where he's one way now. Like let's say if all this talk you saw on the camera, and then when you got with me and stuff like that, I said, no, it's not that bad. You know, we just saying.
Oh, I see a video and you're kissing a guy or something like that.
Nah, they ain't gonna see no
Okay.
video like
Just
that.
hypothetical. Just hypothetical,
right. Yeah, you would never see no video
All right.
like that. But you would see the opposite of what I'm talking about. Then you might say, hey, we're gonna go catch this Uber and get the camera, and you would never come back. Because you wouldn't see me being as honest as I was on camera as off camera. But because I am who I am in person and on camera, it does allow you to be refreshed and say, man, he really teaches this. Or
Yeah, you
believes
seem
this.
to be living it, but I've only known you for a couple hours.
No, I live this.
All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
They would attest?
Excellent.
What do you guys think? Pretty consistent? All right.
In the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to ask, a lot of people don't fully understand your organization. What are some misconceptions you would like to clarify for some brothers out there who may be on the fence, joining the organization? Maybe they think you're a hate group. Maybe you are a hate group. I guess you do hate a few people. It'd be fair to say you're a hate group. But I want you to convince them that, hey, it's okay to be a part of a hate group. Here's why you should join. If there's any brothers on the fence right now.
Okay, so what I would first say, we're not a hate group. We're a love group.
All right.
The brothers that we need to bring in here, they're a hate group. They hate their own brothers. When they go outside, they sell drugs to their own brothers. They sleep with their brothers' wives. They wonder why they're having the problems that they're having. They stealing, they robbing. They're hate. We're the reverse of hate. We're the opposite of hate. What we teach is for brothers to stop selling drugs.
All right.
Brothers to stop sleeping with another man's wife. A lot of brothers in prison over somebody sleeping with their woman and then they unaliving or harming him, and now they're in jail for life. Brothers that are hooked on drugs. My father was a heroin addict because somebody sold him drugs. So now if I go do drugs, then I hate as well. So we're a love group. We're not like the other misconception, black extremists. We got blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. When you think about us loving, we love way more than we hate.
I see.
And we don't hate a people. We hate what they've done. What I mean by that is, what I first like to say is, when it comes to white people, we don't hate white people. God hates white people. He created them to be hated.
That's an important distinction, right?
Yes. And
People may be thinking, oh, these guys hate me because I'm white. But
Right.
no, God hates you.
Right. Romans 9 and 13, for anybody that needs to read it, says, Jacob have I loved, Esau have I hated. And that's Paul quoting Malachi 1 and 3 in the Old Testament. And so when it comes to white people, if white people never did anything to us, we wouldn't hate them. So every time you hear us talking about our hatred for white people, it ain't, man, I hate white people. No, it's always going to be, the white man did this, that's why I hate them. So that's another misconception. So we're not an extremist group. We don't promote violence against anybody. All that training that you saw Captain Akkad doing with these men is about self-defense, which anybody can do. So we don't advocate violence. We don't want nobody to go out there and harm nobody. But we also don't want you to be a sucker. You have every right to defend yourself. And there's a tactful way to do it. There's a skillful way to speak. So we don't say, so let me see what else. It's not unlawful for a man to have more than one woman.
Okay, we got a little crowd applause there.
Yeah.
How many wives do we have out here? Like anyone with like 3 wives?
I don't think nobody's going to tell you.
You got 3? We don't have to show your face. We have anyone with 3 wives out here? Yeah, 2. That's pretty good. Anyone else 2? Okay. All right, respect. We got another one back there. Okay, so you got what? 2, 3, 4?
I don't. What's the number, Kadazar? The number's at 47.
Ah, hell no. You got 40 number ones?
No, I don't.
Okay.
But the mystery is how many do I have? So I don't tell. I like them to wonder. But now part of the reason I don't tell is because what I do, my family is separate. So my family is away.
Keep them safe.
So I can protect my family. I don't really tell. But the reason why I say a man can have more than one wife is for this reason and this reason alone. Black men also hate black women when they sleep with them and throw them away. So when these black men go out here and trick these women to sleep with them, have these one night stands, they get mad at them, at the woman for believing their lie, and then they throw them away. And so we whore black women out. When the proper way to teach our black men and black women is that if you lay with this woman, you have to keep her for the rest of your life. And so what that's supposed to do is that's supposed to let that black man know if I sleep with her, I can't get rid of her. And let that black woman know the same. So we don't promote whoredom either. We promote the restoration of the black family because that's the other thing that's been destroyed. We don't have black families. So
and what has led to the destruction of black families?
You know,
social construct.
what you think? What you think?
I think the Lyndon B. Johnson, the
What'd he do?
implementation of social welfare and all that sort of thing. Like, there's an incentive structure for
give
having
him a
kids
hand.
now. I think there is something to that,
Yeah,
right?
give him
I
a
agree with you
hand.
on this.
Yeah, give him a hand.
Lyndon B. Johnson's Great Society, right? There's something to that.
Because what
sure.
he did was he created a system where you can get it. Well, black people can get assistance, but the man can't be in the house.
For sure.
But that wasn't the case necessarily for white people. They didn't have to necessarily put them out the house. So black people, black women were given a choice. And the other thing was it was hard for black men to get jobs. So at the same time, they can't get a job. They're offering this woman, you can get this assistance, but this man can't be in the house. And so that became the destructive force. And it did so much. So it tells the woman to get the man out the house. So the man wants to be with her. He begins to hate her because he can't be with her because she chose this system over him. But then at the same time, he knows he can't take care of the family either because he can't find a job.
And that's all by design.
Absolutely. There's a study that said like once they created that element, that it became generational.
Sure.
So now the children grow up and their daddy becomes welfare too, because that's their educational system. Because that's what they're seeing from the parents. That's what, remember, I was talking about generational curses.
Sure.
So now welfare becomes a generational curse passed down generation to generation to generations, where you think your career is having kids. Because the more kids I have, the more government assistance that I can create. Whereas it would have been better to give us the same opportunity as the other. Let the family stay together. Because if the goal for assistance was to assist while their life changes, you shouldn't have disrupted that home. And then once that black family is gone, there is no guidance, there is no structure, there's nothing. So you're stuck.
And can you explain the significance of Planned Parenthood on the black community?
You got to go back to Margaret Sanger.
Okay.
Margaret Sanger, a good DVD we used to promote was Ma'afa 21, Planned Parenthood. Margaret Sanger said, we can't be the face of Planned Parenthood. The preacher and the nurse has to be the face. The black preacher, the black nurse has to be the face, because they can't know that we want to genocide them. So in the history of pregnancies, when a black woman was going to have the baby, the hospital or the doctor would say, I'll deliver this baby, but I have to sterilize you. That's Planned Parenthood. It's eugenics. It's a way, Hitler, people may not want to accept this, but reservations and eugenics is where Hitler looked at when he did what he did to Jewish people.
Are you saying he was taking notes from the American
He took
playbook?
notes from what the Americans did with eugenics and reservations, and that's what he did to try to euthanize Jewish people in Germany.
Okay.
And so Margaret Sanger was the mother of that. And so Planned Parenthood, before 1973, it's either 71 or 73, black women were not the number one people of abortion. And Jesse Jackson is crazy because in the 70s, Jesse Jackson was against abortion. And he was like, if my mother listened to her doctor, I wouldn't be born. And then in like 84, when he wanted to run for presidency, he changed his mind. So Planned Parenthood is a system that's designed to convince black women to abort your baby, to where the number one killer of black people is not the black on black crime that we was talking about. You could take black on black crime, AIDS, high blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, all of those, put all those numbers together, and it still don't hold a candle to abortion, which is the number one killer of black women. When if black women were and black men were properly educated on what sex is, if sex is marriage, if sex is the completion of marriage, you might think twice about it. If we wasn't so over sexualized in our community, like when you talk about I know we started about Planned Parenthood, but from to prevent Planned Parenthood, we have to stop over sexualizing our youth. Now, I can say that as a general humanitarian term, as well as focus on my people. The reason why I say that is because I've seen this old Disney movie where Mickey Mouse was making cheese. You know what he's making cheese with? You know how he made the holes in the cheese?
With his pecker?
Yep.
That's crazy.
In the video, they show him churning the cheese, and you see poking the holes in the cheese.
Little mouse.
Yeah, little mouse.
Erect?
Yeah, erect. Fully erect. And he just
that is weird as
put
hell.
the cheese down. So like the over sexualization has taken place. Nickelodeon.
The feet stuff.
Yeah, we see all the stories of all of these celebrity kids. When you see them messed up, it's because of over sexualization in our music, in our genre. Everything about it is over sexualizing our children to where they're having this sex, and then you're putting them in there. So you take Planned Parenthood, you take the Lyndon B. Johnson, you take breaking up the household, to where now we think being a single mama is great. Being a single parent is
boss
great.
ass bitch.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I don't need no man.
You don't need no man until you need him to shit out of you. So
let's
the
give
man,
a round of applause for that.
Yeah, just think about that. Y'all can give a round of applause for that.
Thank you.
But when you think about that,
I appreciate
that woman say no sweat. Because that was good. When a woman say, I don't need no man, that woman will let that man flip her upside down, smack her, put his rod all in the mouth, nut all up in her. Dude, just imagine. This is all dominating shit. Do all this dominating shit, but then say, I don't need you. Don't make sense.
That's crazy.
It's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
A woman will let a man turn her into what are those little pastries?
I don't know. This sounds like some white.
We'll keep it simple.
Yeah.
A woman,
you know,
will
the white
woman
woman is the original 304.
donut.
You know, the white woman is the original 304. 304 is, you know what 304 is, right?
It's a hoe.
Yeah, there you go. All right. I didn't know if you knew the acronym. Give him a hand for knowing the acronym. Yeah, the white woman's the original 304. You know that Valentine, you know the heart? That's an upside down ass.
You're making this up.
No. Look it up when you get time, because Valentine's Day, ain't y'all about to celebrate that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that
you don't celebrate Valentine's Day with your wives?
No, we don't celebrate no white man's holidays.
That's a white man's holiday?
Yes.
What about Christmas?
That's a white man's holiday.
Even Black Jesus?
Black Jesus would never celebrate his birthday because he's a real nigga.
It's amazing.
So now, but for the record, the heart is not shaped like that.
The heart is like goom goom.
Right. That heart is an upside down ass. When the white women wanted you to know that the brothel, the whole house was their house.
All right.
That's what the picture would represent. So she's like the original 304.
Okay, I'll think about that.
Yeah, think about that. Let that sizzle in your spirit. So but because of the over sexualization, that's what's leading to a lot of sex, and a lot of girls, they don't know their body. Grown women don't even know their bodies. Like like we was talking earlier, you can only get pregnant once a month when you ovulate. But women haven't been taught to even know their own bodies, so that when they get pregnant, they think the mistake is the pregnancy. No, the mistake is when you open your legs to the man that you let have sex with you. Because if you don't want to get, no matter how much protection you use, when you shoot up the club, you can get pregnant. So if you don't want to get pregnant, just don't have the sex.
Simple. I agree.
It's supposed to be.
It should be simple.
Yeah. When you come in here, it's that simple. Like these brothers in here will not sleep with a woman unless they're going to marry that woman. Am I right, fellas? Yeah.
Hell
That's
yeah.
it. That's how it's
I
supposed to
respect
be.
that.
Yeah.
That'd be better for society.
We turn down hoes. We turn down hoes.
You turn down potential wives as well. You have a limit.
No, wisdom should be given. Like you shouldn't take on, more. So, you might only want one wife, and if that's what you're content with, then you content with one.
But that's biblically supported, right? You can have multiple wives.
Yeah, Jacob, our patriarch, Israel, he had 4 wives. David had wives. Solomon had wives. Gideon had wives. So men had wives in the Bible.
Okay.
But before a brother or sister, when they come in here, we don't push to get a wife. We push them to correct themselves so they can understand what getting a wife means.
And I gotta ask, how do the sister wives feel about having other wives in the picture?
Well, sister wives, that's white folks. Yeah, that's white folks. Y'all got that big love.
What do you call it in the?
She's just a wife.
The Israelite community.
In the Israelite community, you might say wife. You might hear rib.
Co-wife.
Nah, you don't even hear co-wife because they're not married to each other. They married to you. So ain't no sister wives.
Okay.
I mean, they can get it. That's not to say that they don't get along, but it's not something that they have to get along. They don't have to call themselves sister wives. And the beautiful thing about us is we tell a woman the truth up front, so we don't lie to them.
Hey, I got another wife.
Right. So you walk in knowing. When a woman can walk in knowing, it's better than when you lie to her.
That's reasonable. I like that.
Yeah.
Of course you have to.
Yeah, definitely.
Now I got to ask you your thoughts on other religions.
Okay, sure.
Let's start with Islam. What are your thoughts on Islam?
Hey, is Allah back? We got Allah in here? We ain't got Allah? Yeah, we were stepping on Allah earlier. That rock outside, that's Allah.
That's Allah?
Yeah, Allah is a rock that they circle 7 times.
They circle?
Circle.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, hold on. They do kiss the rock, though.
Okay, so you do not mess with Allah.
Nah, we step on
Allah. Do you often debate Muslims and they get mad?
Yeah, I debate Muslims a lot. Yeah. I debate Muslims a lot. Muslims, you could beat your woman in Islam.
What are your thoughts on that?
You can't beat no woman.
Okay.
Christ said you're supposed to love, the Bible says you love your woman as yourself. So I'm not going to beat myself, so I ain't going to beat no woman. So the beginning of Islam is that rock. Like Deuteronomy 28:64 said, we would serve gods that we didn't know. I'm paraphrasing. Of wood and stone. Wood represents that Christian cross. The stone is that rock in Mecca. So for our people, they're either Christians or Muslims. Muslims, that Allah, the reason why I say Allah is a rock, that thing that they circle 7 times is what they say is a meteorite that they said fell from heaven that they say somebody worshiped. Some say Adam, some say Abraham. That's not in the Bible.
Okay.
But you can find Arabic religions before Muhammad came that worship that rock. So when Muhammad brought Islam, the compromise was that rock and that crescent moon and the star. That's what, because they were, and the moon. The reason for the moon, because they was wanderers traveling through the night, so the moon was their god. So we don't follow Allah or Islam because it's not in the Bible. That's not God either. Allah is not God.
And what are your thoughts on Jesus?
Jesus is the Son of God. That's my man right there. We follow, we worship him. When I say worship, as the King, not as God. So Jesus, so Christians say that Jesus is God. Jesus said he's the Son of God. So Jesus is the Son of God, is the King of Israel. He's our Redeemer. We totally believe in him and do exactly what he said.
Okay. Yep. Just not Caesar Borgia, Jesus?
Yeah, that's the devil right there.
That's the devil?
Yeah, white man is the devil.
And what are your thoughts on the Torah?
Oh, we follow the Torah too. So the Torah is our foundation. So we go from Genesis to Revelation. So the Torah is where you get the history. You get the history of creation, history of Israel, history of the law, statutes, commandments that we're supposed to keep. So that's the Torah. So the Torah, and the Torah is first 5 books of Moses. So we follow that too.
Okay.
Now, as far as Judaism, are you gonna ask me about that?
Yeah. What are your thoughts on the Jews and what they
that's garbage. That's trash too. Judaism is terrible because Judaism lie on everything in the Bible. Did you ever know? You know what their circumcision is?
Chopping. Wait, what are you talking about?
Circumcision.
Of course.
What are they? You know, circumcision.
They
when
cut
you cut
your
up the
pee-pee.
foot.
Yeah.
But you know how Jewish people do it?
With their mouths. Right? There's a tris. I've been to a tris once.
Oh, you witnessed it?
I witnessed it.
Damn. Boy,
so okay, there are scissors, right? But there's a
part where they
blood
put,
yeah.
And so for some reason they think their mouth is better to seal it up. And they
what is your explanation for that?
They was giving little boys herpes.
Really?
Yeah, New York. Like if you Google it, if you look it up, the Jewish rabbis was giving boys herpes. That's why them Jewish people look so effeminate, because they done had their rod played with as an infant, 8 days. That's why they look so effeminate. That's
You're
not
not
in the
circumcised.
Okay, you asking personal questions. No, I'm just joking. No,
I assume you're not circumcised, right?
No, I'm circumcised. Yeah, I'm
But
circumcised.
against your will. That's genital mutilation, right?
No, I wouldn't call it genital mutilation because it's biblical. I would say it wasn't when I had it done. It wasn't on the 8th day. My sons had it done that way. So that's fine because it's in the law. But no man put his mouth on my rod, nor did a man put his mouth on my son's rod, because that's not in the Bible.
Okay.
Nowhere in the Bible are you supposed to put a man.
So you're saying that's not a biblical technique?
Yeah, that's some white folk pedophile. Pedophile. And also,
I'm not Jewish.
Clearly, right? But also too, Judaism say you're a Jew by your mother.
Okay.
That can't be true.
You're about paternal lineage.
Well, the Bible is about paternal. Remember,
Okay.
it's the 12 tribes of Israel. Sure. Those are all men. In Numbers 118, what Akai was bringing out earlier, when it gives you a registry, it doesn't say by your mother, it says by your father. So Judaism is trash.
Sorry, that gets me every time. I like the support you have here. So I want to end off here by asking you, what can the average white person watching do to repent in your eyes, to be good with you? What's one thing they can do to be good with you?
You can go to isupk.com, click the tithe and donations link, and empty your bank account.
Okay. You will take money from a white person? You'll take money
that
from
or death.
So either give us all your money or yourself?
Yes.
For reals?
Yeah. You say yourself. I'm fine with that. That's what you say yourself.
All right.
Yeah.
So consider suicide or empty your bank account in support of the Black Hebrew Israelites, aka the real Israelites.
Yeah, I'm glad you said the real niggas. 1 West 125th Street. That's it.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time.
No problem.
And I was wondering if we could maybe see this flip back. Is that possible?
Here comes the boom. Here come the boom. Look who just stepped in the room. Got soldiers in every direction. As long as they stepping in tune. I be in all black with the groom. Watching Babylon fall to doom. Lord, know I'm ready, and I know that you know that her love is deadly, but I am fulfilled. These niggas talking through the home. That's a spot, you'll be moving soon, and you'll be leaving shortly. Still walking with them angels, yeah, they still enforcement. Got a whole lot of till I can't get it off me. Plus I'm winning like I got a blue ribbon on me. He ain't one punch, bitch, I'm making important. See, I knew these niggas like to do that pillow talking. So that's why I bought a Glock to the summer party. Is smoke coming off of that? I just began to it pretty much. Smoke coming off of that. We gotta keep it in the clutch. If it ain't one much, nigga, hush. I don't wanna hear it, keep the tone down. Had a couple communications, but it's on now. Until speculation, bitch, I'm thrown down. And if you want a competition, set it zone down. Nigga, what he say, I ain't hear him, I done zoned down. Can't walk this walk, it's a low bound. I'm 44, I'm on another level with it. These niggas never listen, so I niggas never be the same. I try to tell you, I'm a rebel nigga. Better be careful if you ever think I'm stepping in my past. Cause it ain't no thing, stay in your lane. Now I'm playing twisted metal with his tail. I just began to it pretty much. Your brotherhood and weapon gotta keep it in the clutch. Revenge to my main bitch, I think I got a crush. And she know that I got some sick shit inside me. But you know
ISUPK.
we want no cowards and again, holy man, green man to die. Woo! We want no cowards and again, never let that brother slide. Woo! We want no cowards and again, holy man, green man to die. Woo!
So now Abraham, because of his obedience,
his son or his seed gets the promise. Yes. Through that promise and that rulership, if you agree with rulership, not oppression, but rulership. That's right. All the earth would be blessed because that seed would be ruling. Yes. The seed that's supposed to rule is the children of Israel. Yeah, I agree. Okay. So now, when you see us out here teaching, we're establishing who the rulers of the earth are supposed to be, so that oppression can go away. Right. The rulership that's in place right now is why there's oppression. The oppression that blacks and Hispanics are suffering because the white man that's ruling is not supposed to rule. Okay, but see, one second. The scriptures, Proverbs 29th chapter say, when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice, which is us. Yeah. When Israel is ruling, there is no oppression. There is no murder. There is no thievery. There is none of that. When we're ruling, that's why it says when the righteousness are in authority, the people rejoice. When the wicked are in rule, the people mourn. So we're out here to resurrect the rulers of the planet, which are the blacks, Hispanics, Native Indian, all the nation of Israel, which you yourself agreed to. Okay, yeah, but this is what I disagree at. Is that, let me just add one more part. Yeah. And so because we're ruling, and the nations now have no choice but to follow what we say, the earth will now be blessed. The earth will be at peace because there's rules that God gave us on how to treat the land, how to deal with a brother, how to deal with other nations. Now, when we're really following the laws of this book, it'll be peace. Okay, but this is the thing. This is the thing. The kind of rulership God is talking about is not humans ruling humans. Yes, it is. No, I tell you what. Hold on. Let me tell you why I said that. Hold on, let me tell you why I said that. Because maybe you guys may learn something new. Don't be so cocky that you can't learn. Because just like I can learn, you can learn too. Let me hear what he got. Let me hear what he got. Now, if you follow the scriptures down, all the way down to Jesus' day, we know that the promise that God gave Abraham, the understanding of that would be opened up. No, Jesus didn't say that. I didn't say it said that. I'm saying, but you gotta be careful. You talk about the scripture. You make a statement like that. I'm gonna make you prove it. I'm saying I am gonna prove it. Okay. I'm saying over time, what God was gonna do, what His purpose would be for this people that will bless all nations for the earth, by means of Abraham's seed. That will become a big. We will understand that more as time will go by. When Jesus came, He told His disciples, I make a covenant with you for a kingdom that where I am, you also may be. Now, where's Jesus from? The heavens. He just came to the earth temporarily as a man, but He's originally from the heavens, and He will go back to the heavens. Now, hold on. Now, again, it speaks about Mount Zion, which is in heaven. No, yes, it is. In Revelation. No, we're talking about Revelation now. In Revelation, it says, I saw the kingdom, I saw Jerusalem coming down. That's right. That's right. That's right. But what's the Lord's Where was prayer? Jesus Christ at? What's the Lord's Prayer? Our Father art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Let thy kingdom come. Where? Said where? Where is the kingdom? The kingdom is where? No. Say the prayer. Say that prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Let thy kingdom come. Let thy will be done on earth as in heaven. So where's the kingdom coming? What did Christ tell you to pray for? For the kingdom to be on earth. But it's not going to be as it is in heaven. But it's not going to be on earth. It is. Why did he say pray that? Why did he say make that prayer? No, it's going to rule over the earth. Why did he say make that prayer? It's going to rule over the earth. Why did he say that prayer? You said Christ didn't lie. Of course not. Never. So if He said thy kingdom come, meaning God's kingdom come here on earth, that's right, as it is in heaven, meaning the same rulership, the same rule and authority that's up there is down here. Okay. We are His representatives. I can understand you looking at it that way. But now that is the way. Let me just say there's another way of it. Let me make my point. There's another way of interpreting those words. When it says that let God's kingdom come from like it is in heaven on earth, simply means that I'm gonna tell you. Hold on, let me make a point. Is that the kingdom is from heaven, and it simply will take over all the affairs of the earth. Right. I'm gonna tell you. And so hold on, let me tell you. So if we take it that way, what you're talking about, then you're talking about physical human beings, right, running the whole show. Don't physical human beings run the whole show right now? Yeah, look at what they're doing. Okay, messed up.
Once again, that's why I said the scripture.
Even Israel messed up.
When the wicked are in authority, the people mourn.
But it's not just the wicked.
I never said Israel didn't mess up.
Okay.
We talking about the kingdom. We talking about rulership here. And the reason why you think you can't rule here is because of slavery. And you know what the slave master?
Why I think that?
Yeah, I'm telling
No,
you.
that's not the way I think.
Let me tell you why.
That ain't the reason why.
You think the kingdom of heaven is some place you got to die and go to?
No, that's not.
Then where's the?
Well, you do gotta die, but it's.
Didn't you just say that? So now the
It said
reason why
flesh and
you
blood
think
cannot inherit God's
guess what? The reason why you think that?
That ain't what I said.
That's
That's what the Bible says.
That ain't what the Bible says.
Okay.
The slave master taught us that. What the slave master used to teach us was that in order to get to our heaven, we had to be good slaves so that when we die, the pearly gates would open. And then the kingdom of heaven.
Why do you think?
Why
do you assume that I don't know?
Let you finish. Let me finish.
Okay.
Thank you. And that when we die, we go to heaven. So what did the slaves want to do the whole time they was living? Be good slaves so they could die and go to heaven. Meanwhile, the white man established his kingdom of heaven right here on earth.
That's right.
So now all we want is our kingdom of heaven right
But that's
here
not what
on
the scripture
earth.
says.
And the only way to establish our kingdom of heaven is to be selfish. And what I mean when I say be selfish, I can't love Arabs and blacks and Africans, but it's my people dying. There was a 15-year-old kid dragged down and stabbed up in the Bronx just this past Saturday. So now, he can't get the priority because I got to worry about white people? That brother's in hell. His family's in hell.
But it's all people.
So now, how do they? Thank you. We were once those same people until we said, let me stop being a murderer. Let me stop being a thief. Let me stop being a drug dealer. But we can't now clean ourselves up and still worry about white folk. We have to worry about our own folk to establish our kingdom of heaven, which is why Christ said the kingdom of heaven is in you. That's right. What does that mean when it says the kingdom of heaven is in you? Meaning you have the ability to affect the change of your surroundings. That's right. Establish whether you got a heavenly state or a hell state.
But that's
right now, all we do is establish a hell state. That's why drug dealers for us. That's why abortion clinics for us. That's why stripper clubs, prostitution, all of that for us, because that's what's in us. Okay. So now we have to have men that will come out here and take that out of us so that we can establish the kingdom of heaven. That's what Christ was talking about because there wasn't no different door in his time.
No. The scriptures are very clear. Jesus said, I'm going to mention a couple of scriptures. Jesus said, where I am, you also can be. I make a covenant with you for a kingdom. So there it's talking about the heavens, not on earth. Also, he says, my thoughts are racing. Let me get my thought. Also, too, it says 144,000 will be taken from the earth, from the 12 tribes of Israel, from the earth to heaven. The scriptures are clear about that. So there's different scriptures that clearly show that the kingdom will be made up of persons taken from the earth, and Jesus will be the king of that kingdom.
Okay. You got the revelation?
So there's different scriptures.
Now, before he read this scripture, you quoted 144,000.
You know what I'm talking about.
You quoted the scripture about the 144,000. It doesn't say that they'll be taken up.
What does it say?
It says
they're brought from the earth.
You gotta let me answer.
Yes,
thank you. It said we're gonna hold back the winds until we have sealed those men in their foreheads, which was 12,000 from each tribe. They will rule here on the earth under Christ.
That's right.
That's right. Christ is coming to rule.
Let me read that.
Christ is not coming to sit. Excuse me, not coming to doing something. Like Christ wants his enemies to see his
King James.
You got Revelation 2 and 25.
Revelation
chapter 2, verse 25. But that which ye have already hold fast till I come.
What are we holding fast till Christ comes? This truth that we got right here, that's what we holding fast to. We don't come out here to wake up ourselves. We woke. We come out here to give y'all the truth. Everybody has a Bible in their house, but nobody understands it.
That's right.
That's why you believe God loves everybody. Right. That's why you believe Christ ain't have a father. Right. That's why you believe Jewish men or white people are the Israelites.
Right. That's right.
When you are the real Israelite. That's right. You are the one that God loves. He preferred you over everybody else.
That's
but
right.
we want to be the second-class citizen when God trying to make us the first-class citizen. So now we have to hold this till he comes. Why does it say till he comes? Remember, he said the kingdom of heaven is some place you got to float off to, because that's what the white man told me.
Right. So you don't believe you're doing that?
Christ said, yeah, but it's going to be here.
Right, so
One second, let me finish first. So now the scripture says, hold fast until I come. This is Christ's word. He said, hold fast till I come. Keep reading.
Don't scream.
And he, hold on, I'm only screaming so people can hear me. And he that overcometh and keepeth my works unto the end. Now, it also says, he that overcometh, what do you have to overcome? If you have a drug addiction, that's something to overcome. If you've been molested by a kid, that's something, by your uncle or auntie, that's something to overcome. If you were somebody that slept with multiple men or women or whatever, that's something you got to overcome. These are all the things. If you was a Christian, a Muslim, eating the wrong foods, these are all the things that you have to overcome until the end. And the reason why it says to the end, because the earth wants you to be a whore. The earth wants you to be a homosexual. The earth wants you to murder, kill, steal, rob. So now you have to be able to live in a society that's wicked as hell and still serve the Most High. That's what it says to do it to the end. Keep reading. To him I will give power. To what? To him I will give power. Now to those men, hold on, I'm not finished. To him, to those men that are willing to overcome the wickedness of this world, to choose God over yourself, to choose God over whatever lust you got, he will give you power, read, over the nation. Over who? The nation. Now, how are we going to get this power over the nations if we got to go somewhere in heaven to get it? You ain't going nowhere out of space to get it. The white man said something. The white man pulled the greatest trick on black people by convincing y'all that you have to die and go to heaven. That's right. The white man, when he came over here and established America, was this not heaven for him? Right. They said they about to celebrate the 4th of July in 2 weeks. That's his recognition of his heaven. Can I give you the scripture? I'm almost finished. Okay, go back. Almost finished. Of his recognition of establishing. 1 second, sis. You gotta hold your mouth. You gotta hold your tongue. You gotta hold your tongue. He about to recognize the establishment of his heaven in America. Now, what was America for us? It was hell. So if you can have hell on earth, why can't you have heaven on earth? Right. Why do you have to die to experience heaven? When the white man did not have to die to experience his heaven. So we experience hell every day. I go outside and see them wicked ass drug dealers on the corner. Is that not hell? When you got to worry about your children, if they gonna fall into the temptation and become drug dealers, become drug abusers, that's hell. Yeah. Now it said if we overcame, he would give us power over the. But let me just get. Just hold your peace. All right. Keep reading. I'm gonna give you the floor. I got you. And he. Hold on 1 second. But the problem is, I'm listening to everything that you're saying, so I can respond to it. Okay. But because you want to talk back to me, no, I'm sorry. You're not hearing what I'm saying. Now the people are, so I appreciate you. I'll let you finish. But you're not. But I need you to hear what I'm saying. I hear what you're saying. Read. And he shall rule over them with a rod of iron. Shall rule over them with a rod of iron. Christ ain't gonna rule over that rod of iron up there. He's gonna be right here. That's right. It's the scriptures say he gonna rule for 1,000 years, which is a long span of time here on earth. So when you say you got to go somewhere, you ain't going nowhere. Okay. Your heaven or earth will be right here. Can I respond? Heaven or hell will be right here.
Can I respond? Okay. Now, here in Revelation chapter 14.
Go to 14.
It says, first I'm going to read verse 1. And it says, and look, and lo, a lamb stood on Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having the name of his father written on their foreheads. Now verse 4 says,
your verse is starting now? I just want to know what verse.
Revelation 14:1. But now I'm going to go to verse 4. Then it says, these are they which were not defiled by women.
Right.
For they are virgins.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Verse 3. My fault. It says, and they sung as it were a new song before the throne. You listen, brother?
Yeah, I hear you.
Before the throne and before the 4 beasts and the elders.
Nobody tell you crap. You know why? Because I never saw you before. But you are black man like me.
My whole life was trying to find something to follow. Had loyalty, every man tried to borrow. Felt pain and a lot of sorrow. Got betrayed, so packed, I didn't even have my heart broke. Living confused, about to lose hope. Cops got me on the side of the road like a sideshow. Need an antidote before I croak. Now I'm setting fire to rhythm man blues, call this guitar smoke. Rebel with no cause, trying to find direction. The world got me vexed. Picked up a bad liquor habit that's hereditary from oppression. Felt like my life was on fire, trying to find an exit. Now look, 10 G's plus a good wreck. Sometimes a follower is a soldier, trying to find a good shepherd. Plus when you in hell, how did you excel? Wisdom the breath of life, I don't believe in fairy tale. Listen well to what I tell. No calling can cause pain. Something that a rebel knows very well. Can't you tell I was sent from the Lord? Got a tongue like a two-edged sword.
ISUPK.
We want no cowards in our camp, only men, free men to die. Woo! We want no cowards in our camp, only men, stand for the flag. Woo! We want no cowards in our camp, only men, free men to die. Woo!
Can learn that song, but the 144,000, which were redeemed from the earth. They were with the Lamb, and they were redeemed from the earth. Now, here in Revelation, it's speaking about Jesus Christ, the Lamb, and where would Jesus be? On earth?
Now, depending on which...
There's nowhere in the scripture that says that he's going to be on earth in the future. He's going to be ruling as a mighty spirit being.
There's no way.
Okay, again.
In Revelation, there's no way.
Well, why did it say here 144,000 be taken from the earth?
I got you. When you read it,
Can I ask that question?
can I answer his question first, or you want me to answer?
Okay, go on.
Let her ask some question and then answer.
No, let me ask the question first.
Which one y'all want? I do however y'all want to do.
Just hold that thought in your head.
Okay, he asked to hold the thought. She said he been blabbing. And when you read Revelations, the whole entire chapter, the whole entire book, rather, chapter 1, verse 22. You'll see different sections where you'll see Christ mentioned. You see him mentioned in Revelation, the first chapter. You see him in the last chapter. You see him in the 20th chapter. There's certain instances because Revelation is a vision or a dream. John the Revelator is writing what he sees.
Yeah.
So that's why you see. Don't sweat. So that's why in Revelation 7, you'll see the 144,000, which is each from each tribe of Israel.
Yes.
And then you'll see another 144,000 that's up there with the Most High singing the song. You're also seeing Revelation the 20th
So you saying
chapter.
there's two different 144,000? So you saying there's two different 144,000?
What I'm telling you is that in different parts of Revelations, it's talking about something different. Revelation, the 6th chapter, talks about the horsemen. So the horseman comes out and bring about different plays. In Revelation, the 19th chapter, it talks about Christ appearing on a horse, which is not a literal horse, but having a sword with crowns.
Yes.
Because, so if you're saying he's not coming back, but it said he's coming back.
Yeah,
he's going to have crowns of the enemies that he's destroyed.
Yeah, he's coming back, but he's not coming.
You just said he's not coming.
No, let me make a point. He's not coming
but
back.
But did you not say he's not coming?
I said as a human.
What else would he be?
Where he originally is. How you think? Hold on.
Answer the question. How you think he? This is a one-word answer. He said, "How you think he's gonna be?"
He's gonna be as a spirit. A spirit being, a powerful, mighty spirit being. Okay, that's what he is. That's what he originally was. That's what he originally was. Now, how you think? Hold on. How you think that?
He's a flesh and blood man, just like we all flesh and blood.
So he didn't come from the heavens?
We all came from the heavens.
No, that's all I'm asking you. Where did Christ originally come from?
We all come from the heavens.
Where did he originally come from?
You have to serve and obey.
No, we didn't come from the heavens.
Right. Keep the commandments.
See, that's not what the scripture says.
You must be born again to enter into the kingdom.
Where did we originally come from as humans?
If you don't be born again, you cannot enter into the kingdom of heaven.
Where did we originally come from as humans?
Originally?
Yes.
Wait, who?
Hold on, let me answer. Where did we originally come from as humans?
Us?
Yes.
As humans?
Yeah.
We are spirits, all of us. So when we like for example, before we're born on this plane, our spirit rests with the Most High. And then when it's time to be born into this plane, we have a physical body that our spirit attaches to.
Is that what the Bible says? Is that what the Bible says? Where?
Yes.
Where?
Give us the scripture.
Because in Genesis it says that God made man on earth.
That's correct.
And he just simply blew into his nostrils the breath of life and became a living soul. Now, that's where he started.
No, that's not where he started.
So there's no other scripture before that.
Be over the whole. Hold on.
Okay, go on.
In Psalms 104th chapter, it explains exactly what I just said.
Okay.
You mentioned creation. In the creation timeline, a lot of people like to think Adam and Eve was the first people on the planet. That's idiotic.
They weren't?
No,
right.
we're not.
So how does it?
I'm
Okay, all right, go now. Go make the point.
Y'all familiar when the scriptures say a day unto the Lord is as 1,000 years?
Yes.
Thank you. Which means a long, not literal, but it's a long span of time.
Yes.
So when you read Genesis, the first chapter, and it talks about the works that he did on the first day, and then the second day, and then the third day, each one of those days represents a set amount of time that it took to do those things.
Right, I agree with that.
No
So
sweat.
far, we agree so
So on the sixth day, is when mankind was created.
Okay.
Male and female, he created them. So at that time, just like when the animals were created, there was a boom of animals created.
Yes, I agree.
So when mankind was created, there was a boom of man created.
Yeah.
You hear about Adam on the seventh day.
That's
so now,
right.
with that span of time, on the sixth day, you have that span of time where mankind is created, and then the Lord rested from his work, right?
On the sixth day.
On the sixth day, after the sixth
He's
day.
been resting ever since.
1 second. Don't, let's stay right here.
Yeah, I'm here with you.
So on the sixth day, he rested from his work.
Yes.
On the seventh day is when you hear of Adam. That's a whole new day from the sixth day.
But the Bible don't say that God created him on the seventh day. He wasn't created on
God.
It doesn't say
It says he took Adam from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. Does anybody know what the breath of life is? Does anyone know what the breath of life is? Because that's what he breathed into Adam.
Yeah.
What is the breath of life?
Breath of life is oxygen, I guess. No. I don't know what it is no more than you know.
I do know though. See, the
you do know.
I'm gonna tell you. When you read the Bible is very spiritual.
So you know
which
the
is
essence.
what black people should definitely understand. Right. Meaning some things are literal, some things are metaphorical, some things are allegorical.
That's right.
The life, when we talking about the Bible, the only thing that's life in this Bible is the law.
Okay.
The laws that God gave us is how we come to life. The scriptures say when we keep those laws, we come to life. When we leave those laws, we die. That's Baruch, the 3rd chapter. So when it says he formed Adam from the dust of the ground, are y'all listening? Are y'all listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
When he said he formed Adam from the dust of the ground, where's the dust at? The dust is, but the dust is not on the ground.
No, where?
The dust is like low, like this. This is where the dust is at.
You have dust and you have dirt.
Right. So the dust is like
Dirt
right
is
up
on the
here.
ground, dust is
So
above
the
the dirt.
dust that Adam was in or the people was in is talking about the low state that they was in.
That's right.
And then the Lord came and breathed into him the breath of life, meaning he gave him instructions that then made him rise up. So now he knew what to eat. Let me finish.
Okay.
He knew what to eat, what not to eat. He knew what sacrifices to make, what sacrifices not to make. He knew who to sleep with, who not to sleep with, because he was given instruction. That's what the breath of life was. And you know that simply by the sacrifice. Why did Cain kill Abel? Because of the sacrifice wasn't accepted. Who taught him that sacrifice? So when it talks about from the dust of the ground, when it talks about Adam and Eve, the easiest way you know there was more than one people is when Cain killed Abel. When they kicked him out of the garden, he went to a city called Nod and got a wife. You can't go to a whole, we're in Harlem, if we're the only people, I can't go to a city called Brooklyn. The Brooklyn shouldn't even be there. And then I can't go there and get a wife. Stop. I can't go there and get a wife unless there's women, men, children that's already there. And then he built himself a city.
Right. Okay.
We believe in Adam and Eve because the wife
No.
Let me take her question.
Hold on.
Hold on.
The Bible says a guy had cars. He said he had children.
Waiting. Let me just take her question.
I want to ask you, are you reborn again?
When you say born, yes, I am.
By what? Tell me.
I'm born again. When we read John the 3rd chapter, I'm pretty sure y'all familiar when Nicodemus came to Christ and Christ said he must be born again. Nicodemus said, am I supposed to come out my mother's womb again? To be born again just means you have to have a change of your state.
No, you have to be born again by the water and by the Holy Spirit.
What is the water?
Must baptize.
What is the water?
The water. The Holy Spirit or the river. Yes.
No.
Yes.
Ephesians 5:26 says the word is the water.
You're talking the Bible.
Water, let me tell you something. You take a homosexual. Thank you, sis. Thank you. You take a homosexual and dump him in the water, he's gonna come up a wet homosexual. That's right. But if you give him Leviticus the 20th chapter and say mankind ain't supposed to lie with mankind, that word just cleansed him. You show a drug dealer, you ain't supposed to be a drug dealer with that word cleansed him. You show a woman, if you sleep with another man, when you have a man, if that's adultery, that word just cleansed them. Physical water don't clean you. You wash yourself. Hey, I tell you what, you take a sister or brother that's been molested, they all try to take showers. You know why they try to take showers? Because they're trying to wash that stench off of them. But you can't wash that stench off of you. You need counseling, you need prayer, you need spirit. That's what black folk need. Black folk have been molested since we've been in America. We've been molested, we've been raped, we've had our identity taken, and water, physical water, is not going to cleanse you. You know what's going to cleanse you? Finding out who you are first. Right. Who are you, black people?
Are you trying to say that you're saying Christianity is false because the Jews were claiming?
No. I'm giving you a history. I said the word Christian just means, Christ means anointed, or Mashiach in Hebrew just means anointed. Yes. So Christian means anointed, meaning we're anointed by Christ. Yes. So that's the definition of the word. That's a good
thing, right?
Yes.
Okay.
In the scriptures, though, they would say the term Christian in a derogatory sense because a lot of the Jews did not accept Christ.
But the Jews are wrong.
I'm not saying they're right. I'm just telling you.
But you agreeing with them that Christianity is wrong.
Christianity today and how it's established is a lie. When you go into a Christian church, they tell you God's law is done away with. Let's just start there. They tell you can be a homosexual and God's gonna love you. They tell you the law is done away with, except
all Christians.
You better pay that money.
All Christians.
They all teach the law is done away with.
Yeah, they do.
Thank you.
But hold on.
So God did not say the law is done away with. So when I say Christianity is a lie, the very premise of
you just said,
what is love to God?
Hold on.
What is love to God?
You just said that Christians. Hold on a minute, boy. You just said that Christians approve of homosexuality. Not all of them do.
Okay, you can find me maybe 12 churches that don't.
Okay,
but there's a million churches that do.
Okay, but
so we're talking.
How many Jews claim to be Jews?
I'm talking about the majority.
Does that make you wrong?
We're talking about the majority, not the minority. The majority of churches accept homosexuality.
Okay, but the majority of Jews, look, you are not
against this. Get her on camera.
Are you a Jew?
The majority of the members are homos.
Let me explain myself. Can I explain myself first? Can I let you talk? Brother, I heard you out, right? Let me finish like I said. If I give my daughter today at 14 or 15 or 16 a curfew time, you got to be in by 8 o'clock. Okay, that's a certain time I give her that law. Now, my rules in my house. But I may change her curfew time later on as she gets older. Why? Because circumstances change. Now I changed my law. Now,
change your law.
Yes. Now this is the thing. The Mosaic law consisted over 600 some laws. The Mosaic law consisted of over 600 some laws. Now, one of those laws were to sacrifice animals to be forgiven. Do you sacrifice animals?
No.
Then that's part of the law.
Right.
So why don't you do it?
Okay. You finished?
Well, I got another point before you answer.
Okay. No,
there are other laws that are ceremonial laws that are no longer in effect. Those are basically what God did away with. Now, there are certain laws that hasn't been done away. That Christian law is part of Christian law. And Jesus says you love God your whole heart, soul, and mind and strength. And you love your neighbor as yourself. Now, there are some other basic laws that Christians have. Now, but there's some ceremonial laws of I just gave one. Of animal sacrifice, temple duty. There were things involved with eating such animals and so forth.
Right, I got
Apostle Paul said, he clarified that.
You can eat all the food you want.
He said that.
He didn't say that.
Yes,
But
he
wait,
did. Yes, he did.
Okay, that's
Also, circumcision. Also, circumcision was not necessary among, hold on. When God's word was brought to the nation, they were no longer required to be circumcised.
Okay, so now you brought up 4 points.
These are Mosaic laws.
Wait. Now you brought up 4 points. You brought up the thing with your daughter and the rule that you gave that you changed.
Okay.
You brought up the punishment or the sacrifices of animals.
Yes.
You brought up the food that Paul said, and then you brought up circumcision, right? So everybody heard me mention all 4 things. So I'm gonna touch on all 4 things.
Okay.
So the first one you said with your daughter, you said at 14 she might have a curfew at 8.
Yeah.
But when she get older, she don't need that curfew at 8. So you change the law, right?
Of course.
So I want to give you 2 scriptures. You got Malachi 3:6? Please read that.
Malachi chapter 3.
Yeah, Matthew 5:17. Right? Read.
Chapter 3, verse 6. For I am the Lord. I change not.
I'll do what?
I change not.
Our Father didn't change the law.
Right.
That's what he said.
So now you have
Are you sure about that?
1 second.
Are you sure?
I'm not finished.
Okay.
Now the way I remember it and let you get it out, just remember what I'm saying.
And you read a scripture that's not Christian scripture.
Let me finish.
That's
so now you as a father, hold on. You as a father have every right to change your daughter's curfew from 8 to 9 to 12, whatever it is that you want. The Most High, as our Father, has a right not to change it. We agree.
Of course.
Okay, so we just read where he said he
It's up to
changed
him what he
not.
wants to do.
We just read where he changed not, right? You got Matthew 5:17. Now this is Christ's word. Now again, we going with whether the law
He didn't change the law.
Give me Matthew 5:17. Read.
Matthew chapter 5, verse
Now, remember,
17.
he said that's the old, because that's the Mosaic law.
Yes.
So now we're in the new. This is Christ's own word.
Okay.
Read it.
Think not.
Think wait.
Get him out of this line.
Think what?
Think not.
You know why he said think not? Because the people thought he was coming to change God's word back then.
Yes.
So he said think not. Go ahead.
That I come to destroy the law.
Do what?
That I come to destroy the law.
So Christ didn't come to destroy the law either.
Man,
Keep going.
Or the prophets.
Or the who?
Or the prophets.
He didn't. So whatever the prophet said before him, he didn't come to change that. Right?
We agree.
Keep going.
I'm not come to destroy,
Right?
but to fulfill.
So now that answers that question.
Okay, yeah.
So now the next thing you said was, well, if y'all keeping the law, do you do the sacrifices?
Okay, now hold on. Let me respond to that.
Trying to
What you just said there, it was not in effect. Hold on. The change in the Mosaic law was not in effect until Jesus gave his life.
I got you.
That's when it became in effect. Now, if you want to give a scripture, you have to hold on. You got to give scriptures of Paul and Peter and persons that define what Christianity would be.
Got you. But let me finish. So now,
what you're doing there is not a valid point.
So now, when you say do we sacrifice the animals?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Give me John the 8th chapter where the woman got caught in the adultery. And y'all might not be familiar, so for time's sake, because I don't want to sound too long with it, I'll explain. What I'm going to talk about now is in John the 8th chapter. They caught a woman in the act of adultery. Y'all familiar with that? Yeah. They caught the woman in the act of adultery. And they wanted to stone her because by right, they were supposed to stone her.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. So now Christ came to resurrect or give us a second chance. So now, when he came, what did he say? Did he tell them not to stone her?
Yeah. He told them not to stone. He said,
did he tell them not to stone her?
He says, who those without sin cast the first stone?
My question is a simple yes or no.
Yeah, he told them not to.
He told them not to.
Well,
No.
He
did not
tell them not to stone, but he
didn't tell them not.
He didn't tell them not to stone. No, he didn't.
Thank you. So he didn't tell them not to stone her at all. So they would have stoned her. They would have stoned her, and they would have been right because she was caught in the very act of adultery. Okay. Right? But Christ said, he who is without sin cast the first stone, right? Yeah. So why ain't we killing people for the crime against Christ? Not just because Christ, because if we got a second chance, we're supposed to give everybody else a second chance.
But that wasn't according to Mosaic law, though.
You ain't getting my point.
What is your point?
If I was to carry out the Mosaic law, I wouldn't be wrong. But giving someone a second chance, I'm also not wrong.
Of course you would be wrong.
That's why Christ said, where are those that wanted to stone you? They walked away. And what did Christ tell her?
What I'm trying to say is,
what did Christ say?
No more.
Go and do what no more?
Sin no more.
Yeah. Meaning, stop being a whore.
Yeah.
What are we going to do? From now on, I only bring 1 point. You only bring 1 point.
Right.
We respond.
Let's do that.
So now I'm gonna finish.
Okay, go on.
So now we're gonna deal with your circumcision. You said when Paul and Peter and them came, you didn't have to get circumcised no more.
Okay.
That's what you said. That's a lie.
Okay.
What Paul and them was saying was that when they was in Rome and when they was in Greeks and they was running into them Israelites that wasn't circumcised, the Jews that were circumcised wouldn't accept them because they didn't get circumcised on the 8th day because you know that's Israelite custom. So what Paul was emphasizing to them is what your flesh circumcision on the outside does not reflect what your circumcision is on the inside. Right. Meaning you have to have a circumcision of the mind. Of course. So whether they were circumcised on the 8th day properly or never circumcised, if you was breaking the law, it didn't matter. He didn't say that you ain't supposed to get circumcised on the 8th day, but you can't prevent someone that didn't from coming back.
Yeah, but circumcision, he was trying to bring out that circumcision, what's really important in circumcision is what's really important with circumcision is circumcision from the heart. Right. What's inside. Now you can get circumcised all you want, which is what the Jews did. The Jews got circumcised. Every male child had to get circumcised, but that didn't make them faithful. What made them faithful is that you get circumcised from the heart. Right. It's that dedication from the heart. That's what it means. Now, so God's law, the Christian law, is superior to Mosaic law. Because it's not an outward expression of faith, it's inward. And Paul was trying to help them to see that. Okay, so God will no longer require that anymore.
But that's not true.
Well, why is it that?
I'm gonna tell you.
So now, why is it that in the
because Paul was talking to grown men that were not circumcised, that was getting rejected by Jews that were circumcised, and was saying you couldn't come in because you wasn't circumcised. Paul's not taking away that if a newborn son is born, that he don't get circumcised on the 8th day. That's not what he's taking away. Because if we come into this knowledge, like if I have a son now, right? Now, brothers, I can't even say nobody here. If I was born a man, I was born by my father. Now, I might not have been circumcised on the 8th day. I come into the truth, you can't hold that against me. But now, if I have a son today, and he's born on the 8th day, I'm going to get him circumcised because that's the law. A better example of that, let's say if a woman was a whore, or a man was a pimp, or someone ate crack, smoked crack, or got high, or celebrated Christmas, or celebrated Easter, and then they want to come back to their true heritage, which is being an Israelite. You can't hold them back from that either. Right. Well, hold on. Okay. That's all the scripture is saying. The scripture is telling you, don't reject these men because they wasn't circumcised on the 8th day. Let these men in. It's not talking about babies. So when you talking about he changing the law, he's not changing the law. But any man, like you got a lot of, what is it, the Haitians or Jamaicans don't get circumcised. The Haitians. Hey, a lot of Haitian men don't get circumcised. So let's say if a Haitian brother's coming to this school, we wouldn't make them get circumcised because it's not required. Right. But their children, their sons would get circumcised because that's the law.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. You understand? What was the purpose of circumcision?
The purpose of circumcision was a token between Abraham and the promise that he made with Isaac, his son. So Abraham had Isaac circumcised. As a matter of fact, Abraham had the whole house of everybody that was with him get circumcised. So from that time, because of that promise, every male son of an Israelite gets circumcised on the 8th day.
Okay, well, it didn't matter just that.
It did.
No. The real reason for circumcision was it was an outward expression of dedication to God, dedicating your child to the service of the Lord. That's what it was. That's what it was about. That's really what it was about. Now this is the thing. Paul was emphasizing to people that. Hold on. There was a big debate.
No. Just one question. Was Paul talking about newborn babies or grown men?
That I don't know for sure.
You do know for sure.
I don't know for sure.
That's a lie.
I'm assuming.
Listen, man. No. Get cut off.
No. Hold on. What I'm trying. This is what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say.
Brother, I can't take it. Could you read Romans 3:31? Get Romans 3:31. What does that say? Do outwardly for one inwardly? Nah, it's about the law. Oh, okay. You got Romans 3. Romans chapter 3, verse 31. Do we then make void? Say we ain't got jobs.
Hold on, why did you just cut me off like that?
No, we all work.
Wait, let me ask you a question. Why did you do that? Hey, brother.
What's Creflo Dollar's job?
Hey, brother.
What's Creflo Dollar's job? Yeah, because he eats.
Okay, because he does other
What is he? That's a lie. What does he do? What does Creflo Dollar do? What does Creflo Dollar do? What does Creflo Dollar do? He does not run companies. He takes tithe money from the people in the church. Right. Pastors in every church up and down here take tithe money, and they don't have a job. They say, y'all Google the Christian church made $420 billion. Since 1980, the Christian church has made $420 billion. A pastor ain't worked a day in his life. But meanwhile, she gonna say they don't work. Romans 3:31, read that please. Romans chapter 3, verse 31. Do we then make void the law through faith? God forbid. Yea, we established the law. Why you bring that scripture, brother?
Because like homeboy saying the Lord is not, you gotta keep that law. Paul's telling you gotta establish the law. How do you gotta do it? You gotta still do the law no matter what.
No, that's not what he said.
So read it again.
Let me tell you. Hold on. Wait, Jeremiah. Hold on. Let me get this
ignore you. You're gonna ignore you. Because he just said, Paul just said, that's not disrespect. I said we're gonna ignore you.
Why are you gonna ignore me?
Because you said Paul didn't say that. Read that again. He didn't say what? Coming up, Romans chapter 3, verse 31. Do we then void the law through faith? He said, do we void, meaning do we throw away the Mosaic law? That's what he called it. Do we throw away the Mosaic law because we got faith? Read. God forbid. God forbid, man. We don't throw away the Mosaic law.
No.
Right? Go ahead. Yay! We established the law. We established it.
Nobody tell you crack. You know why? Because I never saw you before. But you are black man like me.
My whole life was trying to find something to follow. Had loyalty, every man tried to borrow. Felt pain and a lot of sorrow. Got betrayed, so packed, I didn't even have my heart broke. Living confused, about to lose hope. Cops got me on the side of the road like a sideshow. Need an antidote before I croak. Now I'm setting fire to rhythm man blues for this guitar smoke. Rebel with no cause, trying to find direction. The world got me vexed. Picked up a bad liquor habit that's hereditary from oppression. Felt like my life was on fire, trying to find an exit. Now look, 10 G's plus a good wreck. Sometimes a follower is a soldier, trying to find a good shepherd. Plus when you in hell, how did you excel? Wisdom the breath of life, I don't believe in fairy tale. Listen well to what I tell. No calling can cause pain, something that a rebel knows very well. Can't you tell I was sent from the Lord? Got a tongue like a two-edged sword.
Tazaryach, as we agreed upon on our Facebook group chat, you will be grilling William for 20 minutes. Correct, William? Tazaryach?
I go first. Was it
Yeah,
when y'all said 15 minutes, that was a 15-minute from him, but that was it? It wasn't
right,
two?
and then we go into cross sets. We agreed.
We're going right into cross set.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay. I
Yeah.
thought it was two. I probably would have did it differently, but I thought it was two. Okay, no problem.
If you want, brother, I'll give you longer closing.
No, we cool.
All right. So then, William, you're going to go first then. And so what's going to happen is that I'm going to start your time. Every 5 minutes, I'll pop up on well, I might keep my camera on just in case things get a little bit, a little bit juicy, and I got to go in there. But nevertheless, every 5 minutes, I'll give y'all a little warning. So as soon as you ask your first question, William, I will press start.
All right.
Sorry, don't say nothing yet. Because it's his 20 minutes, right? how long do I have to answer his
20
question?
is 20 is 20.
Brother, I'll allow you to answer. I think we both, as long as we
Okay,
can
and
give, as long as we can give precise answers. If at any point I say, okay, I want to redirect it,
Right,
I can
and I'll
redirect
do the
it. You can
same
do the
thing
same.
for you. I'll do the same thing
brother.
for you.
Yes,
Okay,
you can
gotcha.
do the same.
All right.
But we have to allow each other to answer it. Like if you're in the mid-answer, I can't shut you off.
Right, no,
brother,
no.
don't worry. It's going to be respectful.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, but I'm with you on that. I just want to put us publicly on the same playing field. That's all.
We're there, brother.
All right, yeah, just real quick. It's 20 minutes, not 15. So
yeah, my bad. I put 15. Thank you for that. So the interruption was good.
All right, so as soon as you ask your first question, I'll start it.
Tazaryach, you made a statement. I had a little. Let me restart, brother. There was a little bit of feedback there. I don't know if somebody has. Let me try it again. Let's go again. Tazaryach, you'd mentioned in your opening statement that we are all made of a woman, and of course, you likely may have anticipated Galatians 4:4. Where do you get the idea that we are all made of a woman the way Christ is made of a woman from Galatians 4? Where do you get that idea?
Because when I mentioned that, I also referenced Matthew 11:11 when Christ spoke about John, when he said among those that are born of women, and also referenced the book of Job, because there is not a man. And when you go to Hebrews 2:17, when it says it behooved Christ to be made just like his brethren. So when I read made of a woman, I don't read that he's made any different, because there's nothing wrong with saying that Christ is made of a woman, because we're all made of women. When you
my concern with that, Tazaryach, is you went to a bunch of passages, and none of them are the parallel Greek word found in Galatians 4. None of them are. The Galatians 4 is a unique word for birthing, only used in Galatians 4. So I find that to be very odd that you went to Matthew 11, you went to Job. I've looked at every reference in the Septuagint version of Job. There's not a single other passage where there's a parallel of Galatians 4, which literally means made of a woman. So we can get to Hebrews 2 later. It doesn't use made of a woman. So I want to stick to that during this cross-examination. But how can you be referring to these others as parallels if none of them use the same Greek word? It's only used here in Galatians 4, and it means to be made of a woman. There's no place anywhere in the scriptures where we read that we are made of a woman the way Christ is made of a woman in Galatians 4.
So again, in Hebrews 2:17, rather, it says, wherefore in all things it behooved him to be made like unto his brethren. So in Galatians 4:4, the subject of Galatians 4:4 is not about his birth. When you read Galatians 4, the subject is, I say that the heir, as long as he is a child, different nothing from a servant, though he be Lord of all, but is under tutors and governors unto the time appointed of the Father. Even so,
I've got to correct you, Tazaryach. You are incorrect. You just spread a falsehood there, saying that it has nothing to do with his birth. It literally is the Greek word genomenon. It literally means to be made.
You're talking about the term made
Galatians
of a woman,
4.
right?
Right. So what I'm confused about is why you keep going to Hebrews 2. We're trying to talk about made of a woman here. We're not talking about made like his brethren. You can grill me on that during cross-examination. We're talking about how in your opening, you said we are all made of a woman, and you went to Matthew 11, you pointed to Job, where it's a very different Greek word used there. This one is the participle from ginestai, literally means to be made of a woman. It means he got his human nature from Mary and Mary alone. But you said that we're all made of a woman. I would like for you to show the audience where that parallel Greek word genomenon is used for anybody else.
The context, what I was reading before you interrupted me, the subject of Galatians 4 is including us all with Christ. So when you start at verse 1, now I say the heir, as long as he is a child, that's any child, differing nothing from the servant, though he be Lord of all, but is under tutors and governors unto the time appointed of the Father. Now we're getting context of sons and heirs. Even so we, when we were children, were in bondage under the elements of the world. Then it says, but when the fullness of time was come, God sent forth his son, made of a woman, made under the law, verse 5, to redeem.
Precisely. Right. I'm interrupting because you're going on and on, saying that it's talking about all of us. You just read it right there. God sent forth his son, made of a woman. Tazaryach, how can you tell the audience with a straight face here that is about everybody if that is in the singular, my friend? You are incorrect. Genomenon is in the singular, not in the plural, buddy. That is about Christ. God sent forth his son, genomenon et gunaikos. Now I'm going to go back to the question that I asked you, because you pontificated and you went to somewhere else. I want you to show the audience what you said in your opening statement. You said that we are all made of a woman. I want you to show the audience where anyone has said that they are genomenon et gunaikos, or genomenon, that Greek word used for anyone else in all of the Hebrew scripture in the Greek or the New Testament. I want one example.
The very verse I'm reading, first of all, reading verses above to give context of my position is not going anywhere else. You didn't want me to go to Hebrews 2:16. So I
because we're talking about made of
right,
a woman.
Right. But no, you're saying that this means made of a woman is only singular to Christ. That's your position.
It's in the Greek, my friend. I'm looking at the biblical Greek.
But
tell me how I'm wrong.
My position is that this is talking about all of us. And in the very verse when it says, but when the fullness of time was come, God sent forth his son, made of a woman, made under the law. You know why it even says
so then everything else, that's fine.
You said we would have to finish.
Okay, but you are not answering the question.
I'm answering it directly so you can understand why. Remember,
JP,
I said
if he doesn't answer it, I'm going to interrupt again and redirect because I want the answer to Galatians 4:4. I don't want him to go before. It says God sent forth his son made of a woman.
What I was just
you better deal with it.
Staying right in. I've dealt with this, so I'm gonna stay right in the
never
verse.
Sufficiently. You have never ever
right
heard
in
you
the
deal with
verse and prove that Christ is not the only one made like that.
Okay.
When
exegete the Greek for me, because it says genomenon et gunaikos.
I don't have to exegete.
Genomenon is singular. It is made of a woman. It is in the singular.
And
show me how it's in the plural.
And after it says made of a woman, it says made under the law. You know why he was made under the law? Because every child was made under the law. So
my friend, again, I'm sorry, JP. I'm sorry, JP. I don't care. I don't hold on. I don't care what he thinks about other children, JP. We're talking about Jesus, how he was made. I don't care if he thinks everybody's under the law.
Be separate from other children.
But
You're
the Greek
making him
word,
separate from
the
other
Greek
children.
word for genomenon is in the singular. Son of God is in the singular. Sent forth is a singular person. That singular person is genomenon et gunaikos. Nobody else is genomenon et gunaikos.
Common sense must be singular tonight.
Well, I don't agree with your version.
You don't
of common
have to
sense.
agree, but you cannot say that.
So let me ask again.
So how about this? Hold on. Let's allow.
I need him to answer me because when he grills me, I'm going to answer. I'm not going to avoid it.
Okay, that's fair.
You're not listening. You're not.
I'm listening to everything, brother.
Then you will.
I need you to tell me.
I'm going to stop the time. I'm going to
stop the timer. Okay, JP, here's what I want. Stop the timer. I'm going to stop the timer in my end. Here's what I want. Pontificating is not going to work with me, buddy. I want him to show me the audience.
Anything.
I want him. He was pontificating. I want him to show the audience right now. You can pause the timer or give him as much time as he wants. Where that Greek word genomenon for being made, show me where it's used for anyone else. I will not speak. I don't want him to say, well, we're all this and this.
Pontificate means express one's opinion in a way considered annoying or pompous.
I'll let you answer
the answer.
I'm not the answer.
So wait a minute. So William, ask your question. Let's allow Tazaryach to respond for 1 minute without interruption. If the answer he gives is not to your satisfaction, you can, you say what you got to say. But let's allow him to answer.
As long as my time remains paused, because you wasted 7 minutes by pontificating and not giving an answer. Leave it paused.
I'm
going to answer. I'm going to go quiet.
Let me tell you something. Hold up. Since we got the time paused, I'm not talking on his time. This is why we should have allotted time to ask a question and time not, because you're not going to sit here and say, I wasted your 7 minutes. You're being pompous.
As long as you can give us a straight answer.
Now, you're interrupting me when I'm talking now. I didn't interrupt for a second.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I like this part. Remember what I said in the back chat. I'm cool as long as you cool. You said I'm pontificating. It said express one's opinion in a way that's considered annoyingly pompous and dogmatic. I'm answering your question, and you keep interrupting. You don't have to agree with my answer.
Okay. So then I'm going to be quiet.
I'm going to my answer.
I'm going to ask, and I'm going to be quiet.
Okay,
let me ask it, JP.
William, you will ask. We'll give him 1 minute uninterrupted.
In the biblical Greek, Tazaryach, in the biblical Greek, genomenon is only used for Jesus. It is in the singular. You said in your opening statement, we're all made of a woman. Give me one example of that word used for anyone else in the Greek Old Testament or Greek New Testament.
Okay, 1 minute.
In Hebrews 2:17, it says clearly, it says, for it behooved him to be made like unto his brethren. That's how he wants to be made. I'm going to stop right there. I'm going to leave it right there and come right back to Galatians. In Galatians 4:4, when it says, but when the fullness of the time was come, God sent forth his son made of a woman made under the law. My position is that we're all made that way because every child was made under the law. What does that even mean? Being made under the law, after that child is born, that child is circumcised on the 8th day under the law. That child is then brought. The mother brings a sin offering for having a child. All of that is being made under the law. So the subject of Galatians 4:4 is not to isolate Christ as if he's the only one made that way. It's to say that he is made that way. And when you read the very next verse, it's to redeem us. So he was born just like us to redeem us.
Thank you, Tazaryach.
Let me ask you this, JP.
Okay.
As an unbiased moderator, did he go anywhere else where that word was used?
I'm not getting.
Thank you. That non-answer was good enough for me.
To show any
that non-answer was good enough for me.
I'm talking to the moderator.
I want the audience to note that even JP noticed he couldn't deal with that.
I want to talk to JP.
Let's go to the next question.
This man said, show me anywhere else in the Bible that anybody was made like this. And then when I go to a text somewhere else based on his question, he's telling me I can't go.
Okay. That's good enough. Oh, hold on. No, JP, that's good.
Stupid thing to say.
That's good, JP. That's good.
You can't ask me to go
read the Greek for us. Read the Greek for us in Hebrews 2.
You can't ask me to go somewhere else.
That's good.
Okay,
he said that it's in Hebrews 2. Read the Greek for us in Hebrews 2.
So now we've answered that question. Now we're going to move on to the next question, and I'm going to start the time.
Thank you.
William,
my next question is, read the Greek for us in Hebrews 2 and show us that it uses that same Greek word as Galatians 4. Read the Greek for us in Hebrews 2.
Well, I don't speak Greek, but I will go to the Greeks. Not a big deal. So I'm going to.
Let me move to a different question. I want the audience to be very well aware. I want the audience to be aware. This is my cross-examination.
I didn't say I wouldn't read it. This is what I'm saying. Like, I like. Don't worry. I like assholes. I like assholes.
Read it. Read it, brother.
I like assholes. Me saying I don't read Greek does not mean that I wouldn't go there and.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank
Let's see if you find the same Greek word as Galatians 4.
All right, start the time and start as soon as you look it up, Tazaryach. So
let's go.
The word made there is not the same made. I don't even know how to pronounce it. But if I look at the definition of the word, when it says he had to be, when you look at the Greek.
Beautiful.
Let me hold on one second.
Beautiful. My time's running. I want to move to another question. Thank you. 7 minutes to get you to admit that. Thank you so much. I want to move to another question. You brought up Isaiah 7 multiple times. Isaiah 7, which has the Hebrew word Alma. My contention is every time Alma appears in the Hebrew of the Old Testament, it is about a young, sexually mature young woman. Show me an example where Alma does not mean that in the Hebrew. Virgin by not having sex. And that's what I believe. I know you believe virgin in a different way. Show me in terms of not having sex.
No. Can you repeat? You said that you want me to show you where it's not talking about a woman that's had sex?
Show me where it is talking about a woman that has had sex. I contend that Hebrews 7, Alma, is about a virgin. Every time it's used in the Hebrew Bible, that is the word that transfers over to Parthenos in the Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 1. It is translated as Parthenos. It means virgin. It must be a sexually mature young woman who has not had sexual relations.
I agree with that because wait, one second. I'm trying to answer.
Okay,
so virgin for me is just a young woman who becomes a virgin. She hasn't had, whether she has the sex or not, she's a virgin. Like in Luke 2:36, when it talks about Anna the prophetess, when it says she married her husband 7 years from her virginity. A woman becomes a virgin when she comes on her flower. But Isaiah 7:14 is not talking about sex at all. That word virgin or Alma, for the most part, is never talking about actually having sex. It's talking about the age of the woman. So that's why I didn't understand the question that you asked.
Okay, but number one, let it be clear for the record, I am not going to cross-examine you on Anna of Asher, but your interpretation of that verse, I hope you do cross-examine me. I do not agree with your reading of Parthenos there. But let me be very clear. We're talking about Alma, not Parthenos. We're talking about Alma. Hold on. I got to ask the question. We're talking about, now let's recover everything. Let's build our friendship from here. No more yelling, no insulting or anything, even though you called me an asshole. I love that, brother. I'm a cool asshole.
You called me a pontificator.
So, but I didn't mean it in an ugly way. So anyway,
I didn't mean to
go.
answer it in an ugly.
I mean, I take it as a compliment. So,
Alma, I'm talking about Alma. I'm not talking about Parthenos. Every single time Alma is used, it is talking about a woman that has not had sexual relations. So you agree there that it is talking about that Alma is about a woman that is sexually mature but has not had sexual relations. No. Oh, okay. Now I understand your question.
Okay, gotcha.
Isaiah 7:14, that is a woman that's had sex and is still a virgin. And so Isaiah 7, I'm gonna answer.
Okay, answer. But remember my question.
You said
remember my question before that.
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
The woman in Isaiah 7:14. This is a dual prophecy. This ain't just talking about Christ. This is also talking about Isaiah's son Maher-shalal-Baz. Do we agree or disagree?
Disagree, because the son is never called Emmanuel. Completely disagree.
Isaiah,
this is not your cross-examination, brother.
Okay, you're right. I apologize for asking your question.
So again,
in Isaiah, so let me just answer. So let me answer.
Go ahead.
So in verse 3 of this chapter of Isaiah 7:3, you see when Isaiah is told about this sign that he's gonna get, that virgin is his wife. And when you read verse 3 in the same chapter, you see that Isaiah already has a child by this woman. His name is Shear-Jashub.
Where's the name Emmanuel with that child, though? Where is that name? And where is
listening is an art? You're not listening. You're listening to talk.
Where is? But it's my cross-examination, so I'm redirecting.
Oh, you just asked a question that was dumb. You said Shear-Jashub is the
brother. I've never once said that you're dumb, so please be respectful.
I said you're asking a question that's dumb. I didn't.
And I think your 7-minute answer on Galatians 4. I think it was.
Now you're
ridiculous.
going back to Galatians 6. Are we going?
But I need you to tell me.
Emotional.
I want you to tell me, my friend.
This woman. This is this woman's second child that she's gonna have. This woman that the Lord is talking.
How is that possible? If Alma, back to Alma, which you haven't answered.
This is answer to Alma. You just want to talk instead of listening.
Every single time Alma is used, it's about a woman that has not had sexual relations.
No, not right here. Because when you go,
how is this the exception? If everywhere else,
then you have to be willing to hear the answer. Get out your feelings.
I need to hear the answer. Even though every time,
when I conclude,
brother, I've already heard you.
No, you did not. If I'm still talking and you interrupt me, you have not heard me.
Go ahead. I'm gonna give you a minute to speak, and then I'm gonna
Isaiah 7:3. It says, "Then said the Lord unto Isaiah, Go forth now to meet Ahaz, thou Shear-Jashub thy son." Isaiah already has a son. And then in Isaiah 7:14, it says, "Therefore the Lord himself shall give you a sign that you is Isaiah. Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel." When you read Isaiah 8:3, when you read Isaiah 8:3, Isaiah has a child with that same virgin woman, second child, named Maher-shalal-Baz. And when you read verse 8, the Emmanuel reference is prophesied to Maher-shalal-Baz. Anybody knows this. Isaiah had two sons that had prophetic births. So
this is exactly why, JP. This is why I'm interrupting, because he goes on, and I'm going to say it, he pontificated so long without answering anything. I was not asking him to tell me.
Disagree with the
I
answer.
was not asking him to give me all this explanation about Isaiah 8. I asked him very clearly.
You said
the
there's
audience
a woman that's had sex that's called a virgin, and
I wanted to hear. I told him every time Alma is used, it is about a woman who has not had sexual relations.
And I showed you a woman that did have sex that's called a virgin.
Let's allow William to speak.
He just said in Isaiah 7, this has got to be the exception, even though that word is never used that way. Yet here it is to be the exception, even though it's never used that way. So I asked Tazaryach to show the audience where Alma means what he says it must mean in Isaiah 7. He says, well, it means that here. I'm asking him to show me elsewhere, not only here.
All right,
I need him to show me elsewhere that Alma means that.
Well, do you have a question for Tazaryach right now at this moment?
The fact that he could not answer that is bothersome. But I'm going to move and I'm going to stay there in Isaiah 7. This is a sign that will be given. The Hebrew word off right here. How long do I have?
You have, let's see here. You got 6 minutes.
The Hebrew word off right here is only ever used when given by God of something miraculous. How is this birth miraculous if it's from a woman who's already had sexual relations? How could this birth be miraculous? According to the Hebrew word off, as looked at by the early fathers, early scholars, and early rabbis, how can this be miraculous if it's a normal, natural conception and birth?
A pause this time. I don't want him to feel like I'm pontificating, but do I have the ability to read any sources? Your time is not going.
Absolutely, brother. That's I would like for you to answer
So
the question.
And pause the time so that you can read what you got to read.
No, I don't. No, I wasn't pausing it to read it. I wanted to be paused while I was asking him. So before you unpause it, can you just repeat your question?
Yes. In Isaiah 7, Tazaryach, the Hebrew word for oth, the Greek rendering semeon, is only ever used when given by God of the miraculous nature. And you find that word here, the sign given. How can this be something ordinary and normal if it is only ever used when given by God of the miraculous? How can this be a normal birth, conception, anything? How can it be normal?
Time is started.
Thank you. The sign is that it's a young woman. That's the sign. So this happened with Isaiah and his young woman. And then this happened with Joseph and his young woman. That's the sign.
Tazaryach,
straight to the point.
One more time. I understand what you believe, Tazaryach, but you're not answering my question. How can this be miraculous if the Hebrew word oth used in Isaiah 7 is only used of the miraculous when it's a sign, divine sign given by God? How is a normal, ordinary sexual conception and birth, how is that miraculous, Tazaryach?
No problem. A miraculous birth happens when the Lord intervenes and says what's going to be done with it. So the sign is not just having the child, it's what the child is going to do. So Isaac was a sign. Samson was a sign. Christ is a sign. Mahershala is a sign. When you read the further verses, that's how you know it's a sign. When it says butter and honey shall he eat, may know to refuse evil before the child goes. All the things that he's going to do is how you're going to know it's a sign. But it's still going to be born from a man and a woman bringing birth to the child.
Is oth ever used that way of a normal conception? Is oth ever used that way?
I haven't seen anywhere where the term, therefore the Lord himself shall give you a sign. But what I have seen is that the Lord has told many parents what their child was going to do great. And that was the sign.
That's perfectly fine. But in terms of the Hebrew word and the Greek word semeon, I need it to be on record for the audience to hear. This is a particular Hebrew word used, a particular Greek word used. It is used in a particular miraculous manner. And I appreciate the honesty, and I apologize for saying you pontificated earlier. You just gave an honest answer. You don't know. You don't know. I appreciate the honesty. I appreciate it. But I want to move to my next question because my time's almost up. Why is it, Tazaryach, that when we look in early church history, from the beginning of the apostolic era and on, 90s, 100s, 110, 120, any era you look, men that walked and talked with Christ, every single one of them believed in the virgin birth, and it was only the enemies that denied it, and the enemies themselves, their preserved writings of the apostolic era of men that knew Jesus and knew the apostles, confirmed that those that walked with Jesus believed in the virgin birth. How do we deal with that?
From Matthew, Mark, John, the letters that we have, because those would be the letters that we have of men that walk with Christ. None of them say anything except Joseph is the father.
So that was not my question, Tazaryach. That was not my question.
You said, why do they not deny the virgin birth? That was your question, right?
It was probably my fault. Let me be clearer. When I talk about the early people that walked and talked with Christ, I mean people that knew St. John. You just brought St. John up. They knew him. They knew St. Peter.
So
they were either, hold on, I'm not done.
No, I want to understand. I'm going to walk with you to understand your question. And he could pause while I'm talking. So you're not talking about John. You're talking about, let's say if you're John, I'm your disciple.
There
we go. Saying you give to me and then I carry what you taught me. That's what you're saying.
There we go.
Right?
Okay,
I got you.
Awesome. Why is it that those that knew the apostles, that received the word from them, those that were taught and trained by them, St. Ignatius of Antioch, St. Polycarp, these early men, when dialoguing with heretics, we have the preserved writings of the heretics where they deny the virgin birth, yet those that were taught and trained by the apostles, the men that walked with our Lord, affirmed the virgin birth. How do you square that?
Well, no one is denying a virgin birth. As I stated in my opening round, I didn't want to use the word virgin because I don't deny that Mary was a virgin. My position and the Bible's position is that virgin has nothing to do with whether you had sex or not. It has to do with age. A 40-year-old woman, you're not calling her a virgin, calling her an old woman. But a
Tazaryach, they do not.
they
They interpret virgin as not having had sex.
That's not how. So that's not how John interpreted it, because John said, "We have found whom and the prophets did write, Jesus of Nazareth, the son of Joseph." He wouldn't say son of Joseph if he thought that way. He wouldn't say that. Matthew
I want
said,
it to be clear for the audience because I have 30 seconds. I got 30 seconds. I've got 30 seconds, my friend. And you didn't answer.
You have
it.
1 minute. 1 minute. Will.
Okay. I've got 1 minute, JP. And yet again, I didn't get the answer. I asked him to touch upon those men that were taught and trained by the
You
apostles.
didn't let me finish.
But because you went right back to saying, well, this is what I believe it
started
says.
at a point, and
I read
to a
Saint
point.
Ignatius. I mentioned Saint Justin the Martyr. I mentioned all
that
these men
means
who
is
say
those are men that perverted the gospel of the Bible.
they gave us the Bible that you're reading from today.
God rather than men.
They gave us
And if
the
they
Bible
come
you're
in
reading from today.
Look,
No.
this is what we're gonna do. So, William, since it was your time to ask questions, you're gonna get 1 minute to finish off. Then Tazaryach, when you're grilled, you'll get a minute to get your closing statement. So, William, get your last closing statement because you have about 4. We'll give you an even minute. Is that fine?
Yeah, let me.
Because your time is
get
up.
closing statements in a 20-minute back and forth.
Not a closing statement, like just a recap. 1 minute. You're gonna get one, and that's it. Because there's a lot of interrupting, so he wasn't able to.
I want to be very clear for the audience. I'm talking about, at the end of the day, Tazaryach and I can say this is how I believe that Matthew, Mark, and Luke and John taught. And I can prove that that's what they believed by the men they taught and trained. Tazaryach didn't want to touch him with a 100-foot pole. He said, well, this is what John says. Nobody's arguing that they say Jesus is the son of Joseph, but they qualify all that. Nobody's arguing that. Your big problem is, he says, well, they perverted the word. Really? Really? Now, I'm going to be respectful and say that's a rather ludicrous answer. The very Bible we're reading is collated by them. We've got critical texts thanks to the fathers, yet they perverted the word? This is outrageous. This is what happens when you become rogue to Christianity. You abandon the faith and you become your own interpreter of sacred scripture. It doesn't matter. He just said St. Ignatius of Antioch. This is more ludicrous than James White's statement. He said St. Ignatius of Antioch perverted the word. How outlandish is that?
That's a minute, William. All right, Tazaryach, to be fair, once you get your 20 cross-examination, I'm going to allow you a minute as well just to recap what you said, because there's a lot of cutting off and things like that. All right, so across all 3 platforms, we have over 2,000 people watching.
Praise the Lord.
So when it comes to Q&A, I'm going to hop on Tazaryach's channel, I'll hop on William's channel, and I'll hop on my own channel to try to get the questions at hand. That'll be after the 20 minutes.
Brother, can you give me maybe a minute to get more water? Just to
yeah, absolutely. Let's all take
Tazaryach, is that all right? Did I get some more water?
Don't matter to me.
All right, cool. All right, so 1 minute, y'all could get some water or something. You can get
I got my water right here.
All right, no worries. You got me water the last time I was moderating.
I did. We talk about out in New York, right?
Yeah, you got me some
we
water.
took care of y'all out there, man. You know your boy got Logic ducking me.
Well, he'll be back in New York.
No. I offered to go to California to do. I'm glad this on your channel, JP.
Oh, come on.
I hit
You're
up.
gonna get in trouble, Tazaryach.
No, I hit up God Logic on Instagram. I said, man, that was a great debate. We should do a round 2. I'll come to California. He said, bet, I'm down with it. So I offered to go to California, debate him in his hometown, just like we did in New York. What he did was contact some other Israelites to debate them, not knowing that they was in my school. And so they contact me and say, hey, man, God Logic want to debate us. So I'm like, yo, why you going around me? You scared? So well, God Logic is publicly ducking the smoke. I offered to go to California, debate him on his turf, and he want to debate somebody else. He's scared.
Well, listen, I have no opinions on that.
Yeah, I'm just saying that on JP's channel, the views and opinions of Captain Tazaryach is not JP's. I'm saying God Logic is ducking. JP is not.
William, you muted yourself, my
brother. You're muted, William.
Oh, William, you muted. Say something.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you.
I don't know God Logic, so
no, we were just talking about. I didn't want to talk about you and you wasn't here, so we were just having a different conversation.
Yeah. All right. So
I don't pontificate,
brother. the way you use that term in debating is not disrespectful the way you thought it was. I'm
not looking at. Listen, we don't know
take
each
everything
other.
negatively, brother.
William, we don't know each other like that, right? But if you knew me, you would know that I'm not bothered by anything. Even like when I said the whole a-hole, I'm not bothered by nothing. I just know how to tactfully and strategically make it backfire on you. Like I just read the definition.
I'm waiting for that.
Well, you're the only one pontificating by definition. Annoying.
All right, we got some friendly trash.
Yeah.
So this is very fun. All right, so now we're gonna start 20 minutes for Tazaryach, and Tazaryach, you're gonna ask William questions for 20 minutes. Obviously, there's over 2,000 people watching across all three platforms.
Yeah,
William,
praise the Lord.
Yeah, that's fire. That's actually fire. I'm glad that everybody came out to saw it.
How many again? How many was that, JP? I'm sorry.
Over 2,000.
Over 2,000 on all platforms.
That's a lot. That's a lot of people.
Yeah, but it's scattered across because we're all across.
No, that's good though. That's good money.
But so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get questions from all three channels. So I'm gonna hop on mine.
You're the man, brother. You're the man. You decide what you need to do.
All right. So now that we're here, Tazaryach, you're gonna have 20 minutes to ask William questions, and I'll intervene if I have to intervene. So as soon as you ask your first question, I will press start, and then at the end of your 20 minutes, you'll get a 1-minute recap.
If at any point, Tazaryach, you want to move to another question,
y'all,
let me know.
Don't worry. I don't need your instructions. Now I'm pontificating. I do not need your instructions. I appreciate it. In Luke 1:32, it says, "He shall be great and shall be called Son of the Highest, and the Lord God shall give unto him the throne of his father David." How many fathers does Jesus have according to this verse?
Father David, just one.
So God is not his father?
Of course.
So how many fathers does he have in this verse?
Read the verse first again.
"And he shall be great and shall be called the Son of the Highest.
Right.
And the Lord God shall give unto him his throne, give unto him the throne of his father David."
Right. When it says Father David, it's referring to David. Clearly, he's the Son of God from heaven.
So he has two fathers, right?
Not fleshly. He doesn't have any fleshly.
So how is David his father?
Because it comes from the seed, because Holy Mother Mary is from the line of David. That is why.
Can you show a book, chapter, verse where she's from the line of David?
Absolutely. Luke chapter 3.
Let's get it.
So we go through. Let me pull it up.
Let's read it. It better say directly. Luke chapter 3. What verse?
So are you gonna allow me to answer, brother?
No, you're the last person to say that. Luke 3.
So in Luke chapter 3, we've got the genealogy of Luke. Number one is longer than Matthew's.
Where's
genealogy.
Mary at? I just need you to get straight to it. Like you,
my brother, this is not going to go well for you, brother. You can try and talk over me all you want.
I'm not talking.
You've got it right there, and it's you've got it right there. This isn't going to go well, Tazaryach.
Just show me where Mary's at.
You have, hold on, my friend. You have zero ability to steamroll anyone.
I have all.
So let me answer you. It is Heli. Heli is her father.
Book, chapter, verse.
Heli. Luke chapter 3.
Book, chapter, verse.
Luke chapter 3, beginning in verse 23. I'm going to answer it. You're going to allow me to answer, JP.
Yes,
Luke chapter 3, so I'm going to have to be able to answer without interruption. In Luke chapter 3.
That's amazing that you're saying
JP,
that.
You just said I was going to be allowed to answer, right?
Come on, fellas. Come on.
JP.
Did you see how he treated me in the 20 minutes?
When JP said for me to be quiet and allow you to answer, I was. No, I didn't.
Okay, so look, this is what we're going to do.
3.
Let's allow Tazaryach to ask the question.
No, I don't. He understands the question. He good.
All right, so William, just answer the question. Tazaryach, let him answer the question.
In Luke chapter 3, verse 23, the way the early church fathers interpreted the gospel of St. Luke, as much as you do that, it's not going to help you. In Luke chapter 3, verse 23 and on, the way the early fathers interpreted Luke 3 is you've got the genealogy there, and you've got it listing Mary's father. He's right there. Heli. How long do I have left, JP? Heli, right there. Heli is Joachim. Eliakim is another name for Joachim. The early church fathers recognize that. Father Cornelius Lapide recognized it. Tazaryach can shake his head all that he wants. The genealogy from Luke chapter 3, according to the earliest church fathers, according to Heli listed right there, you've got the father right there of Mary. Early in early church history as well, you've got it listed in the Proto-Evangelium. Joachim is the father.
That definitely got to be longer than a minute. You say give him a minute. But I want the audience to pay attention. Mary is not mentioned here whatsoever.
She doesn't need to be mentioned.
This is
Her
my
father's
time.
mentioned.
This ain't your time.
Let's allow Tazaryach.
And Jesus himself.
Well, I'm going to answer that after.
I'm not asking you a question. I said, let the audience. I didn't ask you a question. When I ask you a question, then you can speak. And Jesus himself began to be about, as was supposed, the son of Joseph. When he said the early church fathers, he's being dishonest. You have Julius Sextus Africanus and you have Eusebius that both say that Luke the 3rd chapter's lineage is a lineage by law, and Matthew's lineage is the physical lineage, and both of them say they're by Joseph. Ecclesiastical. If I ask you a question about it, you can answer it, but stop interrupting me.
I'm going to answer that no matter what, whether he asks me or not.
I'm asking you a question, man. This is not your time to talk.
My goodness, then I'll be quiet. You can talk for 20 minutes.
Look at him.
Let him talk for 20 minutes.
When you talk, when you go back and play this, you're going to say, when you talk to the audience, Tazaryach didn't say nothing. So be quiet.
Let him talk for 20 minutes.
Rest in your femininity. Thank you. All you got to do is rest.
My femininity? Brother, compare me to you.
I'm not asking
compare ourselves and don't call me feminine,
Why
brother.
you keep talking?
Oh, wow.
Why you keep talking?
So
Thank
look,
you.
Tazaryach.
Yo, when he addressed the audience, you didn't say nothing, JP. And I didn't say
I am going to answer what he said about the church fathers.
You can't tell me what you're going to do unless I ask you a question.
Oh, I'm going to do
But
it.
you can't interrupt me in what I'm saying.
Wait. Hold on. Tazaryach, when y'all was going at your 20-minute cross-examination with William, I was interrupting. I was trying to police everything. So let's not say
what I'm saying, JP, is when he said, I want the audience to pay attention that he didn't answer this or answer that, I didn't say nothing.
You should have.
That's what I'm doing.
You should have.
You say you should have because
you should have. And I'm not going to allow it.
Sorry,
I'm not going to allow it.
You know what I did was I gave him the respect of his time. He's too immature.
So let him speak, and then I'm going to answer that.
I just want to speak on my time. And when I ask you a question, it's my 20 minutes. It's not yours.
Okay,
so you can't dictate what I do.
Does he want to talk the whole 20 minutes?
Okay, so Tazaryach, I paused.
I would have been done.
All right, so Tazaryach, hold on. Let's get this clear. So I've been paused the time. It's only 4 minutes that gone by. We still got 16 minutes. So Tazaryach, if you can please say what you're gonna say, and if you can somehow make it in the form of a question as well, just so that
I don't have to know. He didn't do it.
Yes, I did.
I'm not doing it. I'm not.
He's not going to pontificate. I'm going to answer that. He is not going to say that.
You don't know.
Free reign.
Listen, when you try to come on here and dictate how I run my 20 minutes,
cross-examination, brother. It's not time
but it's not cross-examination by how William wants it to be. It's how Tazaryach wants it to be.
But you asked me and I answered you.
I didn't control how you ran.
Do you know how cross-examination works?
Control mine.
Brother, he's an amateur. He doesn't know how cross-examination works. JP, educate him.
Exactly how this works.
Educate him, JP.
Educate yourself.
Look, listen, everybody listen. Everybody listen. I don't know why I signed up for this debate. I don't know what I was.
Oh, this fire right here. This
JP,
fire.
I don't know educate the brothers.
William, because what you're doing is we wasting 8 minutes.
No, it's pause, brother.
When I could have just made my statement to the audience like you did, and got to the next question.
But brother, that isn't going to happen
right now. Just be quiet right now.
Okay, I'll answer when he asks another question, JP. I'll answer them both.
Just be quiet.
I'll answer them both.
All you got to do is be quiet.
I'll answer them
now.
both.
As I said, in
Ecclesiastes. Hold on. Let me put the time. Tazaryach. So I'm gonna start the time. If William would like to insert whatever question you're gonna come up with,
right? When I'm gonna ask him a question in a second, I'm just responding to how horrible he answered mine, like he did to me. When I didn't answer the question the way he wanted to, he said, Tazaryach is not answering. Tazaryach is honest. Tazaryach is this. So now when I do it, why does he have to interrupt that?
Okay, so I'm gonna start the time. 4 minutes, 17 seconds. I'm gonna start.
What I want everybody to pay attention to. These church fathers, which is why I don't give them the respect that others do, they didn't agree either. So he may have church fathers that say they believe Heli was Mary's father. Sextus Africanus and Eusebius said that both lineages belong to Joseph. So now the reason why I asked them book, chapter, verse is because I'm going to take the scriptures over anybody. So I want the audience to know Luke 3:23 does not say Mary at all. He has to go to an outside source. He got on me about going to Galatians 4 and outside of it, but he just did the same thing. My next question, in Acts the 2nd chapter, Acts 2:29. It says, men and brethren, let me freely speak unto you the patriarch David, that he is both dead and buried, his sepulchre is with us unto this day. Therefore, being a prophet and knowing that God has sworn an oath to him, that of the fruit of his loins, according to the flesh, he would raise up Christ to sit on the throne. As far as we can read in the Bible, it clearly says that Joseph is the son of David. Can you show a book, chapter, verse that says Mary is from the house of David?
I appreciate that because I'll get to answer that other question. Yes, Luke chapter 3, verse 23, which you didn't think that I had answered sufficiently. The reason I didn't answer sufficiently to your liking is because you do not know the name of Mary's father. And Mary's father appears in Luke. I'm going to answer this. I'm going to answer this. Luke 3:23. In Luke 3:23, Heli appears. It's Mary's father. Heli is Joachim. And you lied to the audience. Either you lied or you've never read Julius Africanus and Eusebius. Now I'm going to teach you how to read them, because the very text that you mentioned says that the lineage is of Mary as well. So you're being dishonest with the audience. And if you're not being dishonest, then you haven't read the text. There exists one translation of that. And I love the way your eyes changed there, because now you're being taught about that text. Julius Africanus and Eusebius. By the way, it's not two of them, it's one. Eusebius preserves Julius Africanus in ecclesiastical history. He quotes it. You're reading a truncated part, my friend. Google it right now. In the full part, Mary is added at the end. The one translation that you've read from many times is done by my friend, Dr. Brock. At the very end, Mary's name is added. So much for being transparent to the audience. He interprets it the exact way that I interpret that.
Thank you. So now, being that he called me a liar, and my audience knows that I hate being called a liar. So I actually have ecclesiastical history. So now I'm going to read what it says. So this ain't necessarily the question. This is just to counter him calling me a lie. This is Julius Africanus, the epistle to the Aristides. It says, but in order that what I have said may be evident, I shall explain the interchange of the generations. If we reckon the generations from David through Solomon, Mathan is found to be third from the end of David, who begat Jacob, the father of Joseph. But if we, with Luke, we reckon from them Nathan, the son of David, in like manner, the third from the end is Melchi, whose son is Heli, the father of Joseph. It ain't mentioning Mary. But Joseph was the son of Heli, the son of Melchi. As Joseph, therefore, is the object proposed to us, we have to show how it is that each is represented as his father. Sextus is not quantifying Mary being this daughter of Heli. He's quantifying Joseph being the son of Heli through levirate marriage. It's that simple. So when he makes that statement, he's a lie. So now I'm gonna ask my next question.
No, I'm gonna answer that. You're not gonna.
I didn't ask a question for you to answer.
I could care less. It's cross-examination.
I did not ask a question.
I'm gonna answer that.
I did not ask a question for you to answer.
You know how cross-examination works. JP,
listen,
you know how cross-examination works.
I'm responding to you calling me a liar, and you're
not gonna answer and move on. Cross-examination. You need to learn how to debate, brother. You need to learn how to debate. I'm gonna answer that now.
You need to learn how to debate.
You need to learn how to debate. And you're not a debater, brother.
To debunk your lie.
You are not a debater. Tazaryach, you're a novice. You're not a debater.
All right.
You think, hold on, JP.
Tazaryach,
you think you're in the streets. You're not in the streets debating. You're going to be organized, and I'm going to answer that. I'm going to answer that, JP.
No, you can't answer it.
You're going to be organized, buddy.
I'm going to answer that. I am organized. I have the source.
And I'm going to answer that now.
No, you're not.
You didn't read it all.
You know when you
I sure am, buddy. What are you scared of? What are you scared of, Tazaryach?
When this 20 minutes is over, listen.
Tazaryach.
Wait, one second, JP. William. When this 20 minutes is over and you decide you didn't get the full realm to ask, then you could do so, because then it's
no, brother. I'm an answer now.
All you got to do is just listen.
What are you scared of, Tazaryach? What are you scared of, brother? Oh, you're terrified. Allow me to answer then.
I'm going to answer that too.
I want your audience to see how horrified you are.
I'll answer it.
You know why you don't let me answer?
20 minutes is over. What
you know why?
You do, William? You think you're going to dictate my 20 minutes, and you're not.
JP,
you're not going to control the questions.
This is cross-examination, JP.
I out here.
He's terrified. Look at that.
I'm not.
Show us your hands. Pull your hand out. Let me see your hands.
There's nothing.
Are they shaking, brother?
There's nothing to be terrified about. I just want to go to the next question.
All right. Hold on. Before we get there, let's chill with the insults. I'm not going to comment on anybody.
He's not going to control my 20 minutes.
I'm going to answer that.
No, understood.
No,
but
you're not.
listen, let's just get back to control here. Everybody get back. Everybody settle down.
Look at him. He doesn't want me to answer it. I am stunned, JP.
Listen,
this is the worst debating opponent I've ever had.
William, drink some water. Tazaryach, drink some of the drinks that you have there.
I gotta have to answer that, JP.
Everybody just relax. Everybody
want
just
to answer
calm
because
down.
he's hurt. You want to answer because he's cut.
Everybody just calm down.
I'm cut, brother. Brother, you wouldn't be able to cut me with a massive knife, brother.
That's why you're
brother,
emotional.
Brother, the only thing you're cutting open is the Doritos bag. You ain't cutting me.
That's why you emotional.
You ain't cutting me. You're cutting the Doritos bag open.
Fellas, am I gonna have to leave? Come on, everybody relax. Everybody relax.
Can I just get to my next
everybody
question?
take it easy.
I'm
All right, listen. We've gone through 8 minutes and 44 seconds.
I got 12 minutes left. I just want my 12. And then he could say, after this 12 minutes, he could do whatever he wants.
Okay,
I'm not going to tell him not to ask the question, not answer the question.
Understood.
In my remaining 12 minutes, it's my time.
All right,
like in his 12 minutes, it was his time.
Okay, understood. Tazaryach, ask him a question, and then we will.
I am going to ask him a question,
and then we will allow William to respond to the question.
No problem.
Okay?
JP,
how long will you allow me to respond? Because when I respond, I'm going to respond to this too. How long will you give me?
Here's what William and I both have. When William asked me questions and I answered it and he didn't like it, it was his right to say to the audience and to me that he didn't appreciate my answer and respond.
But I let you answer. I let you answer. You won't let me answer this.
Okay, so let's be fair. Tazaryach, hold on, let's be fair. Tazaryach, when there was a point within the cross-examination where I paused the time and I gave you a minute to answer. So how about you ask this one question?
I don't have a question. He called me a liar. I just brought the evidence out to show that I wasn't lying.
That is fair.
So give me a minute answer now.
Okay,
No. Listen, I asked the question about show Mary being connected to the house of David. He went to Luke 3:23. I responded by saying Sextus Africanus and Eusebius. He told me that they both put Mary at the end of it and that it was still about Mary being the daughter of Eli.
He just read all of this. I want to answer that.
And then what I did was read what Sextus said and said, I'm not a liar. And I'm trying to ask my next question.
That's not how it works, JP. Be fair, JP.
When you did
I get a minute to reply, JP.
When you did the Galatians, I said, this is this.
So Tazaryach, listen.
Be fair, JP.
What's fair is for me to respond to what you said and be allowed to ask my next question.
Okay,
you don't control my 12 minutes.
That's not how cross-examination goes. You don't pontificate.
You're being
I answer you.
You don't dictate the cross-examination.
Go ahead, JP.
Okay, Tazaryach, let's allow you to answer, to ask a question.
I got a question.
Okay, ask your question. We will allow William to respond for 1 minute uninterrupted. Is that fair?
This is Luke, the 2nd chapter. When we go by the logic of those that believe in immaculate conception or virgin birth, they believe that God came to Mary. They believe that an angel came to Mary, made her pregnant, and then the angel came to Joseph and told him that God made him pregnant. So they know that this is not Joseph's son. This is God's son. And he's going to do these great things. He's going to do these great miracles. I'm going to read this scripture. This is Luke 2:48. It says, and now for time's sake, this is when they saw Christ in the temple, talking to the doctors, asking them questions. This is Luke 2:48. And when they saw him, they were amazed. And his mother said unto him, Son, why hast thou thus dealt with us? Behold, thy father and I have sought thee sorrowing. And he said unto them, how is it that ye sought me? Wist ye not that I must be about my father's business? So, and verse 50 says, and they understood not the saying which he spake unto them. So my two-part question is, if one is a yes or no, and then the other one you can expound on. The yes or no question is, did Mary lie to Christ when she said Joseph was the father? Yes or no? And then why didn't they understand when Christ said he must be about his father's business if they were both told that this is God's son? That's my question.
All right, that's great. JP, I'm going to answer the other question and this one. I can
do
whatever
you
want.
He
can't do that, man. He can't dictate.
I'm going to do it, my friend. I'm going to answer.
Said, JP, I'm not talking to you. JP,
I got a minute.
You said to give him a minute. Whatever you're doing, if it's 60 seconds, that's fine. You can do whatever you want in 60 seconds.
That is what I'm going to do. And you're going to listen to it.
Well, go ahead. 60 seconds.
If I didn't want you to do it, you wouldn't do it.
Oh,
let's not be an asshole. You're going to have your 60 seconds to do what you want.
Okay, let me address the audience, because the audience is manifesting.
I'm not running this show, brother.
Watch
I'm not running this show, brother.
I just want
everybody chill out. Everybody chill out. Maximize my screen, William, real quick. Just real quick for a couple of seconds. My screen. You have to exit out yours. Exit out. There we go. Perfect. All right. Because we are streaming to 3 platforms, I am limited to what I can do, muting, kicking people out. These are 2 grown men. They're having conversations. They will reap the consequences of their actions. So if they cut each other off, if they do whatever, that's going to be between them and their fan base. I have nothing to do with this. I'm
My
just
fan
keeping
base
time.
is fine.
That's it. All right, put me back, women. So
Yeah,
that's it.
My fan base is fine. So when he starts speaking, I'm gonna time these 60 seconds. You got 60 seconds. Do whatever you want.
Absolutely. And then after that, you have 10 more minutes in your cross-examination. Okay. All right, Tazaryach? All right. Go ahead, William.
Hold on. And I will begin answering now. So this is what Tazaryach didn't want me to answer from Julius Africanus and Eusebius. Let me read it. One should also know that the source from Joseph's family descends is the same as that from which Mary does too. Man, is context damaging. That's why he didn't want me to read it. You got to read the whole thing. He didn't read the whole thing. When you do read the whole thing, that's why he was terrified. Didn't want me to read it. Mary's included there. She's included. She's from the line of David. Thank you. Now, the other question, let me answer it in 30 seconds that I've got. In 30 seconds, how are we to suppose that Mother Mary knew every single thing that Christ needed to do along his journey? She didn't even understand the full prophecy in Luke 2 and Simeon's sword. There's a lot that Mary didn't know, a lot that was veiled from the Holy Family. Of course, God the Father is his only father. Christ, his stepfather, is Joseph, not his biological father. We've seen that throughout this whole debate. Just because they find him in the temple and he says he's about his father's way, I am unsure how that disproves the virgin birth in any way.
Well, thank you, William. So now I'm going to press start to Tazaryach. You can now continue.
So let me ask you a question, JP, because this needs to be conducive to the audience. We can't go the rest of 10 minutes of him talking and then not allowing me to answer. I need questions to answer and not 60 seconds to combine 2 questions.
William, let's allow the man to ask.
Go ahead.
No problem. So I just want to highlight, he answered the old question. I asked him yes or no, did Mary lie? He never said yes or no. And then I asked him, why didn't they understand? I
don't answer yes or no questions, brother. You don't dictate how I answer.
Now, once again, this is why I point out to my audience. So now, question for you. What source do you have that says from Sextus Africanus that he said that Mary is the daughter of Heli?
Dr. Brock, who translated the whole text himself. Dr. Brock is the source that we have for that text that you read from itself. You've got multiple translations that come from the exact manuscript that Dr. Brock has translated. It is from Eusebius, preserving Julius Africanus. And Julius Africanus there is telling us Mary is of the house of David. So regardless of how you want to look at the lineage, Mary being of the house of David shows that Christ Ketasarka, according to the flesh, is from the house of David.
I want to show, again, he does not have a source from Sextus Africanus that says that Mary...
That is Julius Africanus, brother.
He does not have... You did not name Sextus Africanus. You named somebody that you say gave us Sextus Africanus.
That's Julius Africanus. He translated it, brother.
You answered the question.
Let's allow him to speak.
I'm responding to you. Every time I give you the space to speak, and now I'm responding to what you said, you're interrupting me.
I'm blown away by this. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
The back and forth that Sextus Africanus did was to establish that Joseph was the son by law, that the son, the Jacob in Matthew and Heli in Luke, they were brothers. Heli died without a child. So Jacob raised up seed for him. So if Jacob is raising up seed for him and Heli dies without it, how is Mary, unless you're trying to tell me that Jacob that the mother of Heli is Mary and Heli died without no sons, is that your position?
The mother of Heli is Mary? No.
I'm sorry, let me rephrase it. The mother of Heli is Mary's mother. Is that what you're saying?
No. Heli is the father of Mary, my friend.
So is Heli's wife Mary's mother?
Okay, JP, You give me a minute to answer? I need to be able to answer.
All right. Well,
I need to be able to answer this.
Come on, Tazaryach, you asked the question. Now, William, answer the question. Go ahead. Answer the question.
I don't have to give him a minute though, but you can
No.
the answer.
Let him answer.
You're going to
I'm
have to
giving
let
him a
me
minute.
answer. Okay. In the chronology of Julius Africanus, who is the same person that you're reading, who is your only source of a church father, he argues that Joseph stands in place because Heli died without any male children. Now, who is Heli? Heli is Joachim. Eliakim is Joachim, who is the father of Holy Mother Mary. In that same source that you brought up, that Eusebius preserves from Julius Africanus, he includes Mary in the lineage, meaning Julius Africanus is arguing that Christ comes from the flesh from Mary. The very source you brought out to the audience shows something completely different than your position on the virgin birth. He says Mary is of the house of David as well. I gotta say, if you want to talk about a cut, that's a cut.
There is no source that Sextus says that I've read anyway. I'll say it like that.
I just read it, my friend.
You did not, because I'm looking at the Julius Africanus PDF right now. And
you do not have the complete one then, buddy.
I do. It's over 200 and something pages. I have the whole.
No, you do not. Because that portion,
I
I just read
I
it.
don't need to be interrupted.
Okay, let's allow.
This is what I'm talking about. I don't need.
Go ahead.
I don't need.
Tazaryach, make your point and ask your question.
Make your point and ask your question.
Uninterrupted.
So Romans 1:3 says that concerning his son Jesus Christ our Lord, which was made of the seed of David according to the flesh. That Greek word is sperm. How is Christ made the seed of David or the sperm of David without coming from a man's sperm?
Because it's impossible to argue that every single time spermatos is used, that it's used to refer to the sperm of a male. Spermatos is used hundreds of times. It means lineage many of the times it's used. Many of the times.
So now
in
with
Romans
that said,
1, I'm not done answering.
No,
my
but
friend.
that's it. I'm satisfied. With that
I don't care if you're satisfied. I'm not satisfied with my answer.
In Acts the
in Romans 1,
chapter. Listen, when you did the same thing to me.
I got 10 seconds to answer, JP.
No, you don't.
That's fair?
No.
Listen, when I'm satisfied with your answer, I can move to the next. This is my interrogation. This is my question, and this is my.
As long as I get your answer, I'm not going to be cut off after 10 seconds, JP.
When you go back and watch this, you cut me off every time I spoke.
You allowed it, brother. You allowed it.
And so I'm not allowing you.
Oh, I'm not going to allow you to cut me off.
I just
There's a
did.
big difference.
I just did. I just did.
And look, here we are arguing, right?
29. In Acts 2:30, God swore to David that the fruit of his loins, according to the flesh, he would raise up Christ. So back to Romans 1:3, when it says the seed of David, God's oath that he swore to David that it would be according to the flesh. So now we can get spirituality out the way. So if God swore to him according to the flesh, show me how Christ was born according to the flesh that God swore to him.
Wow, I don't know how many times I've got to exegete Luke chapter 3, which very clearly, as Luke 1 and Luke 2 are showing, that they're all about Mary, that overshadowing, that miraculous virgin birth. And then in Luke,
listen,
it comes from Mary.
I didn't ask you about Mary.
JP, you got to moderate, JP. I'm not going to be cut off without giving my answer.
Okay.
I'm not going to be cut off, JP. This is outrageous. I need to answer.
I didn't ask you about Mary.
You need to allow me to answer this, JP.
All right. Hold on. Let me stop the time. Tazaryach, clarify your question.
He did, but he's not letting me answer.
I didn't ask him about Mary. Here's what I did. He said every time you see the word spermatize, not talk about flesh. So what I did was went to Acts 2:30, and God swore an oath that the fruit of his loins according to the flesh, the same thing that Romans 1:3 says. So now what I just established is that word spermatize in Romans 1:3 is talk about fleshly sperm. So what I'm asking him is, how does Christ be born according to this fleshly sperm that God swore to David? I'm asking him to prove it. That's what I'm
How long do I have, JP?
JP don't dictate that.
Answer the question.
JP doesn't dictate that. You're not the moderator, buddy. He does dictate it. JP, if he interrupts me, I'm going to keep going. I better not get interrupted. I was answering that with Luke 3, JP.
Hold on, real quick. William, you're going to answer the question.
Okay.
If he says it's satisfactory, we got to move on.
Thank you. That's the rules.
I'm not going to get interrupted.
Here's
how it goes.
The moderator said if it's satisfactory to me, we move forward.
Okay, so let's
You're
move
right,
forward.
but it's not going to be 10 seconds.
Okay,
it won't be. No. It definitely wouldn't. You could take Luke if it takes 40 seconds, if it takes 60 seconds, that's fine. But
In
once I'm
Luke chapter 3,
satisfied, I'm going to go.
okay, I could care less if you're satisfied with the answer.
So
I'm gonna
William, just answer the question. I'm going to start the time, okay?
In Luke chapter 3, as I was answering, Tazaryach didn't understand, the lineage of Christ to David, Mary is included, her father Heli is there. Spermatos does not always mean literal sperm. How could it? We're talking about the literal sperm of David? This is ridiculous. It's the lineage of David. Acts 2 is clearly referring to that lineage. The Greek word spermatos in the Old Testament, New Testament, very clearly is referring to that. Romans 1, Christ has to have
I appreciate the answer with
flesh
your position. So you understand, I
according to
understood
the
the answer.
flesh,
You're
Mary.
saying Mary is from David, even though no biblical verse says Mary is from David.
I already
Just for
gave you
my
the biblical
audience,
verse,
I don't
buddy.
need
I
you
gave
to
you
do
the
that. Now,
biblical
you
verse.
said you wanted to be clear. I'll let you be clear.
Wow.
When I
So,
talk,
sorry,
you
what's your
talking. Now, I
Go
just
ahead.
let you
JP,
get a clear,
hold on,
concise
pause, JP.
answer out.
Pause it, JP. Pause it now.
I just let you.
I'm not going to allow this guy
You
to
ain't
make
allowed,
snide
you're
remarks
doing it.
after. I'm not going to allow him to make
Everybody's
snide
been
remarks.
You did the same thing.
It's not going to happen.
Everybody's
Being
been making
effeminate,
It's not gonna
man.
happen.
Be a man.
Everybody's been making snarky remarks.
Right,
Everybody's
thank you. You want like you
everybody.
like
So
kids that
everybody
want to
just
do
chill.
what you want, but
Everybody
don't want
just chill.
nobody to do nothing.
How long
back.
do we
You
have,
a
JP?
crybaby.
How long
You're
do
a
we have?
crybaby.
We have 3 minutes and 38 seconds.
Yeah, you're a crybaby.
Let's make this, brother. You're terrified to allow me to respond.
No, I'm
I've
not.
never
If
seen
I'm
somebody that is
satisfied
so
with the answer
terrified.
in a
I've never seen someone so
cross-examination-
terrified,
Let
brother.
me
Go
say
ahead.
something. Hey, wait. Let me just say this. In the beginning,
Go ahead, brother.
before Williams' cross-examination,
wow,
I said, "Are we going to set a set time?" You said no. The reason why you do that is because it's 20 minutes for you to grill me at your leisure, however you.
And I
choose
allowed you to answer.
And
But go
it's
ahead.
20
Ask me a
minutes
question.
for me to grill you at my leisure. You can't.
3 minutes.
What
Go ahead.
you try to do is control my leisure.
Go ahead. 3 minutes.
And you
Tazaryach. So Tazaryach, you actually got 3 minutes and 48 seconds.
Let's go.
So there we go. So Tazaryach, I'm gonna press start. You could ask your question, and we'll continue going.
In Hebrews 2:17, where it says, "Wherefore in all things it behooved him to be made like unto his brethren." To be made like unto his brethren means born like, in all things it said. So my question to you is, did it say in some things, or did it say in all things to be made like his brethren? That's my question.
It says in all things, as it's referring to the flesh and the blood in verse 14. It says he himself likewise shared in that same, that through death he might destroy him. It's talking about the flesh and blood that he partook of. It has nothing to do with his conception. It's about the flesh and the blood that he partook of. And verse 14 tells you, and by the way, all of the early fathers interpret
I'll
it that
take
way.
you up on verse 14. It says, "For then, as the children are partakers of flesh and blood, he also himself likewise took part of the same flesh and blood." So my question to you is he called Son of Man or is he called Son of Woman?
He's called Son of Man because that's a divine title. The Son of Man is about the incarnation.
Is he the only
dual
one
nature
called
of
the
Christ.
Son of Man in the Bible?
He's the only one with the title Son of Man. Others are called Son of Man.
Asking this is what I mean. You're not
Wow.
answering the question.
I'm
Is he
answering it. I'm answering
okay,
it.
I'll rephrase. Yes or no? Is he the only one?
I don't do
called-
yes or no questions, brother. I
You don't
those.
do yes or no questions, but
No, I
he's a
don't.
professional debater.
No,
So
and
I'll
professionals
answer
do not
for
do
you.
yes or no
problem.
questions.
You ain't got to do yes or no. According to the text, everybody is a son of man.
Incorrect. The only one
You
given the
can't
title
interrupt
Son of
me,
Man is Christ.
You can't interrupt me. You don't do
You're not-
yes or no. Like this.
The
what I'm
only
saying.
one-
How are you?
the only one
No.
called the Son of Man is Christ.
Like,
You're wrong.
How does he
You're
say
wrong.
he don't answer yes or no, and then I go to talk and he interrupt my talk?
All right. So look, Tazaryach, ask your question.
No, don't tell me. Don't you listen? If I'm responding to him saying he don't make yes or no, and I waste my time responding to that, let me.
This guy
waste
doesn't
my
know how to
time.
debate,
I don't
JP.
need you to stop my time.
This guy
But
can't debate, JP.
I need to point out the reason why he don't want to say that is because not only is Ezekiel called the Son of Man, the book of Psalms says, "Trust not in the sons of man." So Christ is not the only one in the Bible that's called the Son of Man, and that needs to be brought out. My last,
JP, I get to answer now?
No, I
get
didn't
to
ask
answer?
you a question. I'm asking you. I'm about to ask you a question.
Go ahead,
now,
JP.
but I didn't just
let,
ask you a
let the
question.
guy ask. Let the guy ask a question. Go ahead.
So he gets to say that. He gets to
Yes,
rebut
I
me,
do.
and I don't get to
Yes,
answer.
I do because it's my
That's
time.
fine. That's fine. In my answer, I'm gonna rebut
No,
that.
you're
I'll
not.
touch upon that.
In Romans,
you want to bet?
in
You want
Romans,
to bet?
in
Okay.
Romans,
Tazaryach, real quick. Tazaryach, you can ask your question. In fairness, William can respond to whatever he wants to respond to.
Finally, thank
Okay,
you.
You know what?
I'm gonna answer that now.
JP, I'm sensing an extreme biasness, and I'm gonna tell you why. When he did the exact same thing to me that I'm doing, he's giving commentary to my. He gave commentary to my answer.
No, sir. No, sir. I'm gonna answer that now. The
So
moderator has
you
spoken.
didn't give
I'm gonna
no
answer that.
commentary to no answer that I gave,
and I formed it in a question, my
Hold
friend.
on, wait a minute.
The moderator
You
has
see the
spoken. I'm gonna answer
dishonesty?
that.
You see the
I'm
dishonesty?
gonna answer that.
That's
The moderator has
that's
spoken.
a lie.
Let's get something straight here. There's nothing I did for either of you guys that I didn't do for both of you guys.
Thank you.
So if you guys
He's a liar. I'm calling you a liar. You
Yeah,
said you didn't give
can I answer
no
that now?
commentary. So I'm
Okay.
going to ask my last question. I think I only got time for one more question, right?
The moderator just spoke.
You have
I'm
2 minutes
talking
and
to
your 1
JP.
minute recap. 2 minutes and
Okay.
your 1 minute recap.
No problem.
I'll answer that with that one then.
Roman,
Okay. We can allow Tazaryach to say what he got to say though before he asks.
I'll wait till my 1 minute that you gave him time. I'll wait to that. And let's see if he shuts his mouth then. Romans 8:3. For what the law could not do, and that it was weak through sinful flesh, God sending his own son in the likeness of sinful flesh, condemned sin in the flesh. How did Christ have sinful flesh?
He didn't have sinful flesh. It says that he was in the likeness of sinful flesh. It never says that he had sinful flesh. It's referring to the fact that he is a human nature. He came in the flesh. It's very clear he is the sinless lamb. He's in the likeness because he became human for our sake, took his flesh from his mother Mary in the virgin birth. That is why it says he came in the likeness of human flesh. And to answer your question, no, only Christ is identified as the Son of Man of Daniel 7. There's only one person identified that way. That's Jesus the Christ. No one else, not Ezekiel, not a regular human. Only Jesus Christ is identified as that divine Son of Man of Daniel 7. He came in the likeness of sinful flesh as a man because he took flesh upon himself. He doesn't say he was sinful. You're incorrect.
I don't have any more questions. Can I do my closeout?
Yes, you could do your closeout. You got 1 minute uninterrupted to do your closeout.
Ezekiel 3:4, and he said unto me, Son of man. He said only Christ was called Son of Man. That's just one. When you go to the book of Psalms, it says, nor trust in, put Psalms 146:3, put not your trust in princes, nor in the Son of Man. So when Christ says the Son of Man has no place to lay his head, the title Son of Man is not synonymous to him now, because it's just slang for saying son of a man. But he didn't answer the question. The question was, does it say he's son of man or son of woman? He never answered if he's son of woman, because the Bible don't say son of woman. And if they wanted to be super clear, Christ is not the son of a man, according to William. Only to those that believe that Joseph is the father is Christ the son of a man, because he came from a man. This debate was concise and clear and to the point. William don't answer questions. William Buck answers questions. And so with that, yeah.
Carnival cars Isupk.
This is a pop-up, so let me wait for the family to
join up in there.
Yeah, join in the chat.
You don't mind if I go on your channel and just share it?
Yeah. Do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
Live in Atlanta, family. Look who I ran into, man. Brings me back to the New York days, man.
Yeah. I was just telling you when we was in Joel Bookstore. You know what I'm saying? We was in Joel Bookstore, chopping it up. That's when they was angry at my general for using the B word.
Oh man!
And what's funny is when I told you about it, we wasn't even scheduling an interview.
Right.
But when I told you about it, you was like, "Hey man, we got to do an interview about that right now." And we did that impromptu interview.
Yeah.
And then that prompted me doing the lecture on women.
Indeed.
Yeah. So that's like the ripple effect that happens. Like just that easy.
Just that easy, yeah.
You know what I mean? When spirits connect like that. So it'd be a beautiful thing. I'm just sharing it real fast.
Indeed. So, family, let me know if you can hear me. Somebody said this guy's a Hebrew Israelite, isn't he? Yes, he is. Yes, this guy.
The Hebrew Israelite. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I'm just talking a little shit. That's all.
He's a Hebrew Israelite.
Definitely.
We're gonna have a great conversation today.
I'm looking forward to it.
The name of family. Let me know if you can hear me before we because I don't have my headphones loud and clear. Okay, great. All right, shout out to everybody in the digital building. We are now live. We have Wadadas. by the way, in New York City. Let me just show y'all real quick. If y'all in Atlanta, make sure y'all come to Wadada's. They got magnificent smoothies, soups, all types of stuff. All right, this is the let me see how you show you how it's spelled. It's spelled Wadada Healthy Market and Juice Bar. So we out here. I'm with the captain. He's in Atlanta. We're gonna have a great conversation on spirituality.
Definitely.
Like I said, the name of this is called The Great Spiritual Divide. And I'm in particular, I want to have this conversation with you, Captain. We come from different perspectives of spirituality.
Right.
You belong to a religious organization.
Right.
I do not belong to a religious organization.
Right.
So our people are in so many scattered in so many different organizations, so many different school of thoughts, whether they're atheists or whatever. It's good to talk to people who are not just going to agree with everything you say.
Right.
That's how you expand your mind. The first thing I want to ask, Captain, is they say that we continuously grow. And the man you are at, let's say, example, the man you are at 40 is not the man you are at 20.
Right.
Because you're growing mentally and spiritually and
Right.
physically or whatever. The first question I want to ask, Captain, I haven't interviewed you in probably about 7 years or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Has your perspective on God, how has it grown? How has it changed? If it hasn't, on God since the last time I interviewed? Anything that you have realized from that interview to now that you can be like, yo, Rich, you know what? Since then, I realized this or I realized that.
Okay. Before I answer the question, I'm Captain Tazaryach of Isupk, under Commander Jenny Hanna. Everything we do is under the authority of the Most High God and our King Yahushua. I'm down here because April 12th we'll be back. Well, actually April 10th I'll be back because we'll be having the Passover here in Atlanta. So if you're in the Atlanta area, you know, you could definitely come check us out. So in the past 7 years, I think no matter what spiritual system you in, from a blanket position, if there's no growth in your spirituality, you can really become stagnated. You can almost fall victim to falling out of what you believe in, because it's almost like something you consistently work at. So like I go to the gym. So like I know if I stop going to the gym for like a week, in that week's time, when I go back, I ain't gonna be as strong as I was just in that week, because there's a certain level of consistency that you have to carry to be physically fit. So it's the same thing with your mental. It's the same thing with your spirit. So I have grown a lot. I've grown in the sense of not being as aggressive as I used to be. Like if you'd have caught me back in, like you say, 7, 8 years ago, maybe 10 years ago, way more aggression.
That's when you were telling polite to
right. Like way more. Like it's not that I was always level-headed, but my meter for, okay, that's enough of this, let me go here, is way more, you could call it maybe compassion, or you could call it seasoning. Right. Because as you get older, you be looking at other people like, okay, he's not at that level yet, let me have more compassion. Or she's not at that level yet, let me get more compassion. And that comes from my faith and belief in the Most High, because it don't have to be always as aggressive. So I measure that part out. So the scriptures say, be seasoned with salt, how you ought to address everybody. So if they ain't coming at me all brolic and stuff like that, I could be a little bit more compassionate. I feel like I've learned more spiritually as far as how I deal with my day-to-day, even in my prayer. That's like, nobody asked me this question a while. Like even my prayers are like stronger. I believe that I have more power in my prayer. You can even say it's maybe believing more, because 10 years ago, I've only been doing this since 2010. So we're only talking about 15 years of me consistently being an officer teaching. So 10 years ago, I was only 5 years in. So yeah, I was strong. I believed in the Most High. But now, like I would say that my prayers, when I pray to the Most High, I would say my prayers are stronger. My faith is stronger. And maybe that leads to why I'm a little bit more calmer. Like you could say my confidence is more in it. Like couldn't nobody tell me anything about the truth back then, but that was more so on my aggressiveness to want to get where I'm at now, because now can't nobody tell me about my belief either, but it's more asserted in my brain. It's less doubt in my brain, because I'm at a point where I think we always learning, but I'm at a point where I've learned everything. So now it's more so like learning more of what I already know. So I've definitely grown in those 10 years.
Nah, beautiful. That's a beautiful thing.
That's a beautiful question. Because I had to actually think about, like, as the more I'm talking, the more things is hitting. Like, what did I really grow, like, in that time frame?
Right. I'm curious to know your organization, yourself. I don't know how much y'all get into politics. What is your opinion on the direction Donald Trump is taking the country?
So first, I want to say Donald Trump is no different than Kamala Harris for Black people. Like, a lot of Black people look at, I seen like they get angry at Snoop, they get angry at Nelly for performing for Trump.
Yeah.
But they're not mad at Kamala Harris for having the women twerking, for having women rapping. Like, they're both doing the same exact thing. They're picking certain entertainers for us to believe in. For me, Trump is good in this on only one aspect, that when we try to wake our people up to realize that we only have us to fix us, with Trump in office, it's easier to teach our people that lesson, because they look at Trump as he would be more racist or more against Black people than Kamala Harris, or he would be more racist or against Black people than Joe Biden. Think about it. Joe Biden made that statement that said, if you don't vote for me, you're not Black. Yeah. Imagine if Trump would have said, if you don't vote for me, you're not Black.
Yeah.
So they allow the Democratic Party to get away with something that they won't allow Trump to get away with. But with Trump being in office and being an asshole that he is, it's perfect for us, because if Kamala would have been in office, she'd be doing the exact same thing Trump is doing, but in a in a passive way. Like, the Democratic Party are passive aggressive against Black people.
Yeah.
The Republican Party, smack in your face. Hey man, we getting rid of Black history. We getting rid of DEI. We getting rid of all these things. And at the surface level, Black people are galvanized by the DEI, because DEI was at the outset was for Black people.
Right.
But what they don't realize is that when you go into the DEI, white women and homosexuals benefited far more than we did, because it's about the workforce. So now the white woman could come in and say, well, you're not hiring me, you're not diverse. And if the corporation has a choice to choose between a white woman or a Black person, they choosing a white woman. So Trump is good, and even the airplanes. Niggas are scared to fly now. I've flown like 3-4 times since all these airplanes crashed. Now, Trump blames that on DEI. And then Black people, because it's Trump, believes that it's about Black people. But when you go to the airplanes, I think it's like maybe 4% of those pilots are Black. So out of 100%, only 4% are Black. So the plane crashing ain't got nothing to do with DEI. And if you go to the same time last year, it's about the same. The only difference is it's more commercial planes dropping. It was more private planes dropping the same time last year. So the reason why, so Trump is, first of all, is a horrible president. He's not for Black people. Even what he does with the borders, there's a specific audience for the borders. The only borders is for Haitians, Africans. I don't agree with Africans, but I'm just gonna highlight it. Haitians, Africans, Latinos. That's the face of illegal immigrants. Nobody's talking about the East Indians. Nobody's talking about the Ukrainians. Nobody's talking about the illegal immigrants that actually come over here and take the jobs that Black people say they want. The jobs that Black people say they want get taken by them. And so Trump has to be in office, to me, in order for Black people to face that America is going to be America no matter who's in office. And it's just about the soothsaying that we fall for it. So we need more Trumps in office so Black people can start at some point saying, let me pull this resource together. I appreciate it, but let me pull this resource. Let me pull that resources together. Maybe we could just stop saying Black business and just support businesses, knowing it's the Black business is the one that we're supporting. So F Trump. I don't rock with Donald Trump at all, but he is necessary for black people to get their wake-up call. Because if Kamala Harris, this is the part I forgot. Kamala Harris wasn't even black until she was running for presidency. When she got vice president, she was the first East Indian in the damn office. That's what she was. She was not black. Then, now she putting collard greens in the bathtub. That's crazy work right there. Collard greens in the bathtub. Listen, I grew up, I ain't never seen my grandmama, my mama, I ain't never seen none of them put collard greens in the bathtub. So now all of a sudden she's black and pimp.
Yeah, I got the screen.
All right. So an example, Trump tried to sign in paperwork that there's only two genders, male and female. Now for me, I didn't need Trump to sign that. So when people try to say he did do that, he didn't do nothing. He just made normal what was already normal. That's all he did. The Democrats blocked the vote. So now that's not in there. Crazy. That's the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party wants you to be gay, wants you to be effeminate, wants to do all those things to you. Trump wants to destroy you too, but his bluntness is what keeps your eyes open so that you'll never sleep on it. So that's my opinions on Trump.
You know what? I was talking to you before the show, and I was saying how people are going to be surprised. You know, my channel is primarily a metaphysical channel, so when they see Captain Tazaryach on here, they're going to say, what Captain doing on here? I remember Captain from the Sarnetta days. But one thing they say, and I want to just ask this to you, and I'm glad to hear that I can ask you. Somebody made a comment. Andrea made a comment in the comment section. She said, Captain Tazaryach is a real one, no matter how you feel about the Israelites. What do you think it is that you're doing where a lot of us, we may not be into the whole Hebrew Israelite movement, but we resonate with a certain energy? And I'm going to use the word energy. That's fine. Because we talk about the word energy a lot on my channel.
Energy and spirit is the same.
Okay. So what is it about your spirit, my brother, the way you move with? Because people want to move like that. They want to, because everybody's into different things, and regardless of what you're into, you want people to resonate with your message, even if they don't totally agree with it. So what do you try to do spiritually where you have this strong projection of your aura?
So like if you strong in your belief, right? So I'm strong at believing I'm an Israelite. I mean strong at it. Like there's nothing that's gonna change me. And I'm not threatened by, let's say if there's I'm just gonna name different things, spirit or not spirit.
Yeah.
Let's say if there's a ball player, let's say if there's a drug dealer, let's say if there's a homosexual, let's say if there's a Christian, Muslim, 5%, and we all sitting at a table together. I'm not going to sit down with them and because I know all the things that they believe in, force my belief onto them. To me, that's the wrong medicine. Or that's like the wrong dope. That's the wrong energy. That's the wrong spirit. Like in the Bible, Christ said, they used to try to get at Christ because Christ would sit with people that was not of his belief. And Christ's answer was like, they that are whole have no need of a physician, but those that are sick. So if I take the position that those same people that I mentioned got to be Israelites,
right?
My brain says, okay, do you sit down and say, well, God said this, God said that, God said that. That's what we've had our whole life. Your mama, your grandma, the pastor shovel God down your throat, but never gave you nothing real behind it.
Right.
What I mean by real, the Bible is real, God is real. So I've mastered how to be a living, walking, talking Bible without saying John said this, Isaiah said this, Ezekiel said this. And that's a gift that I learned from Commander Jenny Hanna, Jenny Muhammad. So if we talking about homosexuality, I ain't got to say, well, Leviticus, the 20th chapter, say you can't be a homo. Because once you bring up, this is my brain. In my brain, once I bring up the Bible, immediately it's going to turn a deaf ear to somebody that don't care at all about the Bible. But if I could talk about not being a gang, if I could talk about not being a drug dealer, if I could talk about all these things, and this is what usually happens. When I don't talk about the Bible, but I'm a living Bible. How you doing, sis? Thank you, sis. If I can do that without bringing up the Bible, what usually happens, they'll be like, hey, brother, where you learn that from? Where you get that from? Then I can talk about the Bible. So you become adaptable, and I go everywhere. So like most religious, because people might look at me as a religious person. I don't, but people might look at me. They don't think to go to, like I was just with Ugly Money at, I forget the name of the bar, but I was just with Ugly Money yesterday. With we did a podcast together. One of the wildest podcasts I've ever been in, with this short, heavy set girl that was on the Drewski show. Absolute insane woman.
Oh man.
I mean, she was insane.
Oh man.
She talking crazy, talking wild, doing all of that. They know that we Israelites on the other side. And as they talking wild and crazy, when I get the mic, I didn't bring up a book, chapter, verse. But when I spoke at the end of it, she said, y'all some underground Christians, right? Now she's saying that without us bringing up a verse, but because we're speaking spiritual, she recognized the spirit. So I didn't have to bring up a verse. So the reason why I am who I am is because the only way I can get to my people is if I can be relatable to the people and at the same time don't compromise my energy. So I never compromise my energy, and people relate to that. And I'm approachable. So when they come up to me, I've been doing this so long, like random people could come up to me, we can have a conversation, they can call me, they can talk to me. So I always say I'm like the people's cap. So I'm Captain Tazaryach of ISUK, but I think I'm the captain of every Black, Hispanic, and Native Indian that's out there. So that's how I function.
Indeed, indeed. So you mentioned Jesus, the name Jesus, and I remember a couple of months ago there was the internet went crazy with this video that popped up with Billy Carson and what's up?
Did you rock with Billy before that?
Yeah, always.
Okay.
Billy's my man, 100
Okay.
grand.
Got you.
Always
got
rock
you.
with Billy.
Okay.
100 grand.
Okay.
Definitely ain't signed with no.
With the white boy?
Yeah, definitely. Hell no.
I think he got him in that battle though.
I'm not gonna go into the specifics.
Okay. No problem. Okay. No, I respect that. I respect that. But I mean, I still would pick the brother over a white guy.
Yeah.
But in battles, you could pick a side. It's not the end of the world.
But what I want to ask you about the Hebrew Israelites, and a lot of people in the spiritual community is anticipating Congress. You don't even have to be in the spiritual community.
Right.
They're anticipating the return of UFOs.
Right.
They're anticipating UFOs are being spotted, so they say.
Right.
People are seeing drones. People are seeing strange things in the sky.
Right.
Is this in any way, shape, or form related to the so-called return of Jesus?
This is an example of talking about the Bible without talking about the Bible. Because see how
the UFO thing?
Yeah.
Okay, explain this, please.
Yeah, I'm about to bust it down.
Okay, come on.
You see how you say Congress and all of them are waiting for these UFOs and stuff like that. They're getting that from the Bible. Because, like you said, from my position, we're waiting for Christ to return. We're waiting for God to return and the angels to return. The Bible, even the Bible, we wouldn't call them UFOs, we would call them IFOs. So you'll see when Zechariah described, he saw a chariot, which was a wheel inside of a wheel, which is described in a flying saucer.
What's the IFO? What's
identifiable? Yeah, right. So Zechariah describes what we today would call a UFO.
Right.
Ezekiel describes today what we would call a UFO. So when we see the Bible talk about it, Ronald Reagan gave a UFO speech in '85. He was like, I wonder if, with all the wars that we having with each other, if there was ever an enemy that came from another realm, would we put aside our differences and then fight against that enemy from another realm? That's in 2nd Ezra, the 13th chapter, when it literally says, as they were fighting each other and my son was revealed, they stopped the war with each other to fight against my son. That's what it says in the Bible. So the earth is all looking for the same thing. It's just identified a different way. So now I'm not saying every UFO that we see in the sky is something from another realm, because the white man and his technology, he's made spaceships that we would think was a UFO.
Yeah, right.
But to say that there's nothing from another realm that's been here would be false. So it's not all of them, but some of those are UFOs. So that's why I said I'm talking about the Bible without the Bible, because America, the earth, everybody calls it UFOs. We would call it chariots in the Bible. If they say they saw an alien, we would say that could be an angel that you saw. So the word is different, but the meaning is the same. So we all looking at the same thing. We all believe in the same thing. We just calling it something
Just different names. See,
yeah, just
see,
a different
this
name.
is why it's so good to have conversations with
Yeah,
people.
definitely. And this just goes back to Andrea's question. This is why I can do this, because if I was somebody else, I might say, "That ain't no damn UFO. Why you saying UFO?" Right. I gotta be right. I can't look at it like we could both be right. Which helps us if we both right. If I'm trying to fish you and I say you got a point that matches my point, you might say, "Damn, Cap, I might want to learn more about it." But if I shut your thought down, even though you know you right too and I'm right, it'll turn you off.
That's what makes you captain.
That's right. That's it.
All right. Somebody just sent a super chat. Shout out to Born Majesty.
I'll get them too. Put your phone on D&D.
Yeah, you right. I should have did that. All right. This is a question from the.
And now you should be good.
Oh man,
that happens to me sometimes.
You an expert at this. let me know. Let me know if y'all can hear.
Yep, I
Captain.
can hear. I can
See,
hear.
man. Goddamn.
Yeah. Listen, I'm all about helping my brothers. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna help my brothers. So to back it up a little bit, so we did the lecture together. It was me, Irritated. Now, Irritated Genie is a Pan-Africanist.
Right.
I'm an Israelite.
Yeah.
But even though he had a different belief system than mine, because there was an issue affecting the Black community, we came together for that. So we can all, like, from ISUBK's position, we're willing to sit down with anybody, any organization, to begin to repair and help the Black community. So that's something where you're putting your ego to the side. We're going to sit down, and if the Muslim brother got an idea that might help or change a condition, you don't say he's wrong because he's a Muslim. The only space that we would probably have to work on over time is the spirituality. Because if they start bringing that rock over there, I ain't messing with that rock. But just like they ain't gonna mess with, if I come over there saying Passover, they ain't gonna mess with that. So if we're starting at the ground level, let's see what we could do to fix these Black communities, to put a father in the home, to put the mother in the home, to build the family structure back together again. And as we doing that, then we can begin to talk about our different beliefs. So would we ever have a conversation and sit down with them? Absolutely.
Indeed. Shout out to King Simon. He's in the chat.
Oh yeah, big up to King Simon. That's my brother right there, man. Shout out to him.
Yeah, definitely shout out to King Simon. So Captain, how do you feel about what you're seeing right now on YouTube, on the internet, in terms of the direction, I guess you could say, the masses of Black people are going in terms of spirituality? One thing I noticed, this, and let me give you just for an example, and I don't know if you may find issue with this or not, because we talked about using different words and meaning the same thing.
Right.
I noticed when I was young, people accepted awards on TV. They'd be like, I want to thank God, I want to thank God, I want to thank God. I noticed a lot of people on TV and in the media that now they be like, I want to thank the universe. So from a Hebrew Israelite.
Right.
How do you feel about? It seems as though a lot of people are replacing, "Oh, thank God," to "Oh, thank the universe." How do you take that, my brother?
I think when COVID hit, a lot of people lost faith in the church.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think when COVID-19 came, a lot of people lost faith. Spaces was creating, right? The church was still wanting your tithe money. The church ain't call pop up, just hit the red button. Or call pop up, just hit the red button.
Okay.
Because then it ain't ringing. So what's happening is the call is trying to ring and at the same time keep the audio.
Got you.
Yeah. So what I was saying was the COVID-19 comes. When COVID-19 comes, the church is giving you all type of answers.
Yeah.
Church is, not telling you that this could be from God or this is a punishment. They're trying to give you whatever hustle. And then they close down all the churches. And as they close down all the churches, they still asking for your tithes. You got that angle. Then you got all of the church scandals. All the church scandals where T.D. Jakes talk about he want to swallow somebody. T.D. Jakes talk about swallowing somebody. You got pastors in Brooklyn robbing the church. And I think people are fed up with the church and they're realizing that the Christian church does not have the answer for black people. It does not. And so, of course, black people, where you gonna go? I remember before I became an Israelite, I used the term I'm spiritual. That's what I used to say, and that's something that people from your audience can probably relate to. They say I'm spiritual. So when people still have an affinity for God, but because the church is letting them down, their way of not disrespecting the Creator is they'll say I'm giving it to the universe. So in their mind, they're saying to themselves, I'm still giving it to a higher being. But the difference between like the 90s and 2000s, where they outright thank God, if the Christian church hadn't failed black people, they still would be thanking that God. Now, they don't know which God to thank. They don't know what name to say. So they don't know if they should say God, Jehovah, Yahweh, Allah, whatever name.